Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the SSS level cheat code this system solemnly promises. A free upgrade at the start, but customer service is handled by the ancient ancestor Hongjun read, but no reply. Upon crossing over, Xiao Ye was astounded to discover. In the system store, the dragon-slaying saber was priced at 998 spirit stones with a small note stating, first recharge of 6 yuan grants VIP status as a troll. The main quest required him to open a chain hot pot restaurant in the cultivation realm task reward. 9 transformations of the great intestine alchemy recipe. When he unleashed the 15 rainbow, glowing keyboard in the martial arts competition, and the artifact elder noticed that the flying swords he produced en masse were inscribed with Maiden System. The entire cultivation world finally understood this fellow's path to cultivation was that of a Padoan player who stumbled into a cultivation server. Chapter 1. The Quest Maniac. The Divine Armor Continent is renowned as the most complex task system in top-tier online games. A player named Xiao Ye spent 1 year and 3 months completing all tasks in the Divine Armor Continent. Thus, Xiao Ye earned the title of Quest Maniac. The following day, during a media interview, he left behind a memorable statement. Everyone has their own talents, mine just happens to be completing tasks. On that very day, Xiao Ye vanished, as if he had evaporated from the world, disappearing in 2020. After 5 years, the Quest Maniac was gradually forgotten. A decade later, the world had entirely forgotten Xiao Ye, save for his last words, which lingered on eternally. Host selection in progress. Host locked in. Character Xiao Ye. Divine Armor System transplantation complete. A soft cry escaped his lips as Xiao Ye awoke from a nightmare, abruptly sitting up in bed. His head throbbed with a cacophony of information and system sounds echoing in his mind. Jingyuan Continent, Divine Armor System. The information surged through his mind like waves. Faintly recalling that day after the media interview, Xiao Ye continued playing Divine Armor Continent, but grew bored as he had completed all tasks. It was then that his computer suddenly emitted a strange glow, and a black hole seemed to open before him, pulling Xiao Ye inside. Ever since that moment, he felt as if he had slept for an eternity, awakening now to find his mind filled with unfamiliar information. Jingyuan Continent? How'd I end up here? Xiao Ye rubbed his throbbing head, feeling bewildered by the cryptic information swirling in his mind. You have completed all tasks in Divine Armor Continent and received a special reward. The opportunity to traverse worlds. Your physical form shares your name. You are no longer the orphan of 2020, but the third young master of the Xiao family in Jingyuan Continent. The emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind, seemingly answering his questions. And who are you? I am the Divine Armor System, one of the rewards. I am responsible for answering your 3 questions. Only one remains. Xiao Ye's eyes flew open as he realized his body was drenched in sweat. The bed he sat upon was a small wooden frame with bedding made of silk. The room, spanning a radius of 2 zhong, was adorned in a classical style with wooden tables and chairs, oil lamps, and incense holders. Xiao Ye could not shake the feeling that he was within a game world. As he organized his thoughts, clarity began to dawn upon Xiao Ye. I completed all tasks in Divine Armor Continent, received an additional reward, merged with the Divine Armor System, and traversed to a new world. I am still Xiao Ye, but my background has completely changed. I am no longer an orphan. Everything felt profoundly surreal, utterly beyond the realm of comprehension. Xiao Ye slapped his cheek, feeling pain, and the reality before him did not resemble a dream. There's one final question. Xiao Ye pressed his lips together, rising from the table to sit upright on the wooden chair, sipping fragrant tea as he endeavored to absorb the information swirling in his mind. Jingyuan Continent is a realm of cultivators, featuring martial artists and spirit masters. Martial artists absorb true chi, focusing on defense and close combat, while spirit masters draw upon spiritual energy for powerful long-range attacks, though they are far fewer in number. Moreover, this world places immense value on equipment, referred to as spirit artifacts. While the structure of this realm is not overly complex, it strikingly resembles a game world. For reasons he could not articulate, Xiao Ye felt a tinge of fear, yet even more so, a sense of anticipation. He yearned for this world. For a fresh life, he lacked interests or hobbies, yet the prospect of completing tasks thrilled him. In his previous world, all the tasks he completed were derived from games, and upon finishing all tasks in Divine Armor Continent, he found life uninteresting. Moreover, as an orphan, he had no close friends, but now, in this brand new world, it seemed the setting aligned more closely with his nature. The Xiao family is a once prominent ancient clan in Jinyuan continent, of which he is the third son of the current clan leader. Though his innate talent was commendable, 2 years prior, he was deceived by a woman he loved, who absconded with a 9 nethersoul settling pill belonging to the family. The woman fled with the pill, joining the Ziyun sect, one of the 5 major sects in Jinyuan continent, where she appeared to be well regarded. As a result of this incident, Xiao Ye became a pariah within the Xiao family, enduring disdain and scorn. It was from that moment onward that Xiao Ye descended into self-pity, his cultivation regressing to the point where he had become an ordinary person. Casting a glance at the several jugs of strong liquor on the table, he understood how the previous owner of this body had lived. What a waste. Reflecting on this, Xiao Ye could not help but spit in contempt. Being deceived by a woman shows a lack of discernment. To give in to despair demonstrates weakness. You cannot withstand setbacks. If I were you, I would train even harder, regardless of the 5 major sects side, storm the gates of hell itself. Level task issued. Infiltrate Ziyun sect and defeat Mu Qing-er. Task rewards are confidential. At this moment, as Xiao Ye expressed his thoughts, the emotionless voice of the divine armor system echoed in his mind that Mu Qing-er was, of course, the woman who had deceived Xiao Ye. Level task. I have only just entered this alternate world. Why isn't level task being issued? And why is the reward confidential? Xiao Ye was furious. He was a quest maniac, yet he had not fully grasped his current situation. Level tasks have no time limit. They are main quests. The task items may change according to circumstances, hence the confidentiality. The third question has been answered. The system will no longer respond to any inquiries. Now issuing a side quest. Use the divine armor system to repair the Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet. Task rewards: 1 bottle of minor true chi water, 1 bottle of minor spiritual chi water, and 2 slots in your inventory. The system's voice remained as cold as ever, yet upon hearing the word task, the blood within Xiao Ye surged with excitement. It was an instinct, as he had stated. Everyone possesses their own talents as lay in completing tasks. Once a task is presented, the more challenging it is, the more exhilarated he becomes. Setting aside the seemingly impossible level task, with a side quest now available, Xiao Ye was determined to complete it. Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet. I seem to remember this item. Where did I place it? In his memory, the name Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet was clear, and according to the previous owner's recollection, it was a gift from Mu Qing-er. How amusing it was. Xiao Ye was a martial artist, yet Mu Qing-er had given him a spirit artifact meant for spirit masters. At that time, he had been overjoyed. He even began to wonder if the previous owner of this body was a fool. Third young master, the Qinghua wine has arrived. Just as Xiao Ye was lost in thought, a voice from outside called out a servant who had cared for Xiao Ye and had grown up alongside him, known as Dongzi. Come in. Xiao Ye urged himself to regain composure. A soft creak echoed as the door swung open, revealing a young servant clad in a coarse outfit and a cloth cap. He entered, carefully balancing an iron tray adorned with 3 jugs of wine, which he deftly placed upon Xiao Ye's table. Dongzi cast a complicated glance at Xiao Ye, hesitating as if he had something to articulate, yet ultimately exhaled a resigned sigh. As memories unfolded, it became apparent that Dongzi had consistently urged Xiao Ye to moderate his drinking and devote more time to cultivation. His admonitions, however, had earned him a severe reprimand from Xiao Ye. In a drunken stupor, had once struck him so forcefully that he was bedridden for 10 days. Nevertheless, Dongzi, undeterred, continued to attend to Xiao Ye's needs, come rain or shine. Not only a useless fool, but also incapable of cherishing what he has. If I were Mu Qing-er, I would leave you too, Xiao Ye mused inwardly. As an orphan, he understood the invaluable nature of friendship. Dongzi, do you happen to know where my Qian spirit bracelet is? The affairs of the former owner were of little consequence to Xiao Ye, who was gradually coming to terms with his current reality. In this world brimming with tasks, it was essential for him to embody a task-oriented zealot. The Qian spirit bracelet? Is this the one you mean? Dongzi inquired, gesturing towards the left stone wall. Following his gaze, Xiao Ye spotted a dusty, atoned, worn bracelet, half embedded in the wall. It was evident that it had remained there for quite some time. A vivid memory flashed through his mind, one of Xiao Ye's immense fury when he had slammed the bracelet against the wall. The spirit bracelet was a source of deep pain for him tragically. In his drunken states, he would surreptitiously gaze at it, perhaps believing it to be a token of unrequited love, though to the present Xiao Ye, it seemed nothing short of foolishness. Sir, The wine is prepared. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave, Dongzi said, bowing his head as he turned to exit. Wait, is there something you wish to convey, sir? Take the wine jugs away, do not bring them again. Starting today, I shall abstain from alcohol, Xiao Ye declared earnestly. Dongzi was taken aback, trembling from head to toe, his voice quaking. Are you serious, sir? Indeed. Put them away, Xiao Ye affirmed with a nod, his gaze lingering on the spirit bracelet, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. The small true chi water and the small spirit chi water evidently served to enhance both true chi and spirit chi. While true chi was essential for a warrior's cultivation, the spirit chi was particularly crucial, as it could assist Xiao Ye in becoming a spirit master. Why haven't you left yet? Xiao Ye, eager to complete his task, noticed that Dongzi had not departed immediately after stowing the wine jugs. Instead, he stood nearby, as if he had more to say. Sniffling and blinking away the redness in his eyes, Dongzi spoke, Sir, tomorrow at noon, the elders will test your cultivation level. If you do not reach the first rank of warrior, they will expel you from the family. Oh, Xiao Ye paused, recalling this urgent matter that Dongzi had reminded him of. Understood, you may go. We shall discuss tomorrow's events when the time comes. Take care, sir. Dongzi exited the room, closing the door behind him. The first rank of warrior, what's the issue? Xiao Ye licked his lips with a hint of desire, retrieving an iron rod and striking it against the stone wall. A resounding clang echoed as the spirit bracelet fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 2. First rank warrior and first grade spirit master. The spirit bracelet felt cool to the touch, its surface marred by significant damage. Having been abandoned for years, it had long since lost its spirit chi, rendering it akin to an ordinary bracelet. Such deterioration was beyond the means of a common equipment refiner to restore, however. With the divine equipment system at his disposal, everything appeared remarkably simple. Carefully placing the Qian spirit bracelet on the table, Xiao Ye opened the door, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then securely shut the door. Approaching the table, he focused intently on the bracelet, inhaling deeply as he summoned his thoughts to communicate with the divine equipment system in his mind. To his surprise, the process was even simpler than he had anticipated. Xiao Ye quickly established a connection with the so-called divine equipment system, which took the form of a slowly rotating bagua. Uncertain of the system's relationship to himself or how it had come into existence, Xiao Ye dismissed these concerns. As long as tasks were available, he was committed to fulfilling them. It was as straightforward as that. With a renewed focus, a golden light emanated from his forehead, and a black and white bagua emblem swiftly emerged. As the bagua spun, golden radiance shimmered, and Xiao Ye felt as if he had transformed into a game NPC, with all functionalities of the divine equipment system unfurling in his mind. Systems for exchange, equipment refining, summoning, and more stores, warehouses, and inventory. Everything one might find in a game was present within the divine equipment system, albeit all functionalities remained sealed and inaccessible to Xiao Ye. These functions will likely unlock as tasks are completed. Xiao Ye licked his lips in anticipation, naturally deducing this connection. It was reminiscent of a game where mysteries unraveled gradually with each completed task. Presently, the only operational aspect of the divine equipment system available to Xiao Ye was the equipment refining system. Refining system activated. Please select the desired equipment grade for repair. Yellow grade for 10 gold coins, purple grade for 20 gold coins, black grade for 30 gold coins, mysterious grade for 50 gold coins, earth grade for 100 gold coins, heaven grade for 150 gold coins, and sacred grade or above is currently unavailable. Upon activating the refining system, a series of prompts appeared in his mind, and Xiao Ye was astonished to discover that repairing equipment required in-game currency. Check character attributes and inventory status. Xiao Ye effortlessly commanded with his thoughts, and soon two windows materialized in his mind. One displayed his character attributes, simply divided into two sections indicating his status as a warrior and a spirit master, both of which showed as ordinary, signifying that Xiao Ye possessed no notable attributes. The inventory status was equally disheartening, though there was an inventory section. It was entirely sealed, leaving Xiao Ye with nothing to utilize. Thankfully, however, the gold coin section revealed a balance of 100 coins, marking his initial wealth. Refining system. Repair yellow grade equipment. The Qian spirit bracelet, gifted by Mu Qing'er, was evidently of the lowest yellow grade, and Xiao Ye promptly selected it. Refining system selection complete. Cost, 10 gold coins. The system's emotionless notification resonated, and a golden beam shot forth from the Bagua emblem, enveloping the Qian spirit bracelet on the table. Before his eyes, the Qian spirit bracelet rapidly underwent repair under the golden light, as threads of yellow spirit qi began to infuse into it. In the blink of an eye, the bracelet was fully restored, and faint traces of spirit qi still clung to its surface. Repair complete. Scanning equipment. Qian spirit bracelet. Grade, yellow. Attribute, fire. Spirit, none. Damage, 0. Ding. Task completed. Rewards, 1 bottle of small true qi water, 1 bottle of small spirit qi water, and 2 slots in the inventory. Please check the inventory for collection. With the system's announcement, Xiao Ye immediately accessed his inventory, and indeed, 2 previously locked slots have been unlocked, revealing a bottle of each potion. The small true qi water, thumb-sized, contained a clear, pale blue liquid, while the small spirit qi water matched in size, but exhibited a yellow hue. With a mere thought, both potions appeared in the palm of his hand. He opened the small, true qi water and lifted it to his nose. It bore no scent. Conversely, the small spirit qi water exuded a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of floral notes. Task issued. Consume the small true qi water and small spirit qi water. Task reward. 1 bottle of small true qi water, 1 bottle of small spirit qi water, 10 gold coins. The divine equipment system continued to issue tasks. Xiao Ye moistened his slightly parched lips and tilted his head back, downing the small, true qi water in one gulp. As if drinking plain water, there was no flavor. Yet a surge of energy coursed through his muscles, invigorating his previously feeble body, which now felt significantly more robust. Check character attributes. Xiao Ye promptly opened the character attributes again, and while the warrior and spirit master statuses still indicated ordinary, a progress bar beneath the warrior label was now visibly half filled with blue. This signified that he was on the brink of becoming a first-rank warrior, needing only 1 more bottle of small true qi water to achieve this milestone. Without a doubt, Xiao Ye consumed the small spiritual essence water, and upon reviewing his character attributes, he found that the progress bar for the spirit master had indeed transformed half into a radiant blue. Ding dong, task completed. You have received 1 bottle of small true energy water, 1 bottle of small spiritual essence water, and 10 gold coins. The system's cold voice resonated like the most exquisite melody in the world, and Xiao Ye was completely absorbed in it. He once again retrieved the small true energy water and small spiritual essence water, drinking them in one go, and with a refreshing feeling, he opened his character attributes. Undoubtedly, the term ordinary had evolved into level 1 warrior and first-rank spiritist. Both warriors and spirit masters are classified into levels, ascending from low to high. Warriors are divided into warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial king, martial sovereign, martial saint, martial emperor, martial immortal, and martial god, each with 9 ranks. Spirit masters, on the other hand, are categorized as spiritist, spirit master, grand spirit master, spirit king, spirit sovereign, spirit saint, spirit emperor, spirit immortal, and spirit god, also with 9 ranks each. A level 1 warrior can lift objects weighing up to 50 pounds. A first-rank spiritist can unleash low-level spiritual techniques. It is a pity that I have yet to master the martial arts of a warrior or the techniques of a spirit master. It seems I must request them for my family. Xiao Ye pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The Divine Gear system has a shop where these martial arts can be purchased, but the prices are exorbitant. Currently, my game currency is insufficient, so I should save it for now. The Divine Gear system has only just begun, and Xiao Ye understands that the use of game currency will become increasingly frequent in the future. Starting with small savings will allow him to accumulate enough gold coins through task completion. Gurgle, gurgle. Lost in thought, a sudden growl from his stomach reminded him of his hunger. As a task enthusiast, maintaining basic sustenance is a prerequisite. Task issued. Proceed to the cafeteria for a meal. Task reward. 1 bottle of small true energy water, 1 inventory slot, and 10 gold coins. Can eating a meal also be a task? Xiao Ye rolled his eyes, yet he understood that tasks typically range from simple to complex. If one believes that completing a few simple tasks allows for an unending ease, they are gravely mistaken. Regardless, if there is a task, it must be done, especially since he was already famished. He wondered what the food in this world would be like. Pushing open the door, the glaring sunlight brought a wave of warmth, and Xiao Ye squinted for a moment to adjust. He recalled the map of the Xiao family in his mind and stepped outside. As an ancient clan, The Xiao family possesses profound heritage, and despite its decline, it still holds numerous treasures. Selling even one of them would suffice for the clan to live comfortably for a considerable time. The Xiao family occupies a vast estate of 10 acres, complete with pavilions, towers, and flowing streams, everything one could desire. There are 3 ordinary elders, 1 reclusive elder, and 1 family head. Xiao Ye is the 3rd son of the family head, with 2 older brothers above him. Both of these brothers possess exceptional talents. The eldest brother has already joined one of the 5 major sects in the Jinyuan continent, while the second brother remains within the family, although he has received many offers from various sects but has yet to make a decision. It is due to the strength of his 2 brothers and their formidable father that, despite his 2 years of despondency, Xiao Ye has faced no opposition, aside from disdainful glances. Greetings, 3rd young master. I have seen the 3rd young master. As Xiao Ye walked through the courtyard of the Xiao family, every servant who caught sight of him would greet him. Regardless of Xiao Ye's current state of gloom, he remains the 3rd young master of the Xiao family, with a status far exceeding that of the servants, thus preventing any gossip from escaping their lips. In response to their greetings, Xiao Ye would offer a symbolic smile, recognizing that to integrate into a new environment, one must start with the small gestures. After all, a smile holds great significance. 3rd brother. Just as Xiao Ye was making his way straight to the cafeteria, a young man clad in heavy armor, wielding a 3-foot sword, called out to him. Upon closer inspection, the profound depths of his eyes bore a resemblance to Xiao Ye, revealing him to be his 2nd brother, Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's face was resolute, radiating an aura of valor, clearly the product of rigorous training. His gaze was significantly more mature than Xiao Ye's, and his presence was extraordinarily weighty. If memory served, Xiao Jun was 2 years older than Xiao Ye, now 18 and already a 2nd-rank martial master. 2nd brother. Xiao Ye's voice was somewhat stiff, as he was not particularly familiar with the person before him. 3rd brother, come with me. Xiao Jun stated simply, turning without any intention of seeking consent. Xiao Ye sighed. Deeply, it appeared that satisfying his hunger would have to be postponed. Xiao Jun would not seek him out without reason. He must have something important to discuss. Navigating through twists and turns, Xiao Jun led Xiao Ye to a secluded chamber. Without further ado, he produced a jade vial and handed it to Xiao Ye. 3rd brother, the elders will be testing your cultivation tomorrow. I know you have endured much these past 2 years, and your cultivation has diminished entirely. You are no longer a warrior. This jade vial contains a Yi Zhen Dan. Consuming it will allow you to become a level 1 warrior within 24 hours. The consequence, however, is that you will never be able to cultivate again. You must take it tonight. Xiao Jun's expression was stoic, resembling a block of wood, yet his words carried a hint of concern. After all, they are brothers bound by blood. I understand this is unfair to you, but you must do it. Recently, father's health has been deteriorating. He cannot bear any further shocks. If you are expelled from the Xiao family, it would be a disgrace to him, and I fear he would not withstand it. The Yi Zhen Dan can enable an ordinary person to become a warrior within 24 hours, but the price is eternal forfeiture of cultivation. By giving Xiao Ye this elixir, Xiao Jun is effectively severing Xiao Ye's future prospects. Perhaps this is cruel, but Xiao Jun feels compelled to act thus, blaming Xiao Ye for his own lack of ambition. Licking his lips, a flicker of intrigue passed through Xiao Ye's eyes as he decisively accepted the jade vial. Do not worry, 2nd brother, I will handle tomorrow's matters well. With that, Xiao Ye turned to leave, and, as he tucked the jade vial into his sleeve, he discreetly crushed the Yi Zhen Dan within. Chapter 3. The young lady Ling Luo. 3rd brother, you have suffered. A trace of sorrow crossed Xiao Jun's face as he gazed at Xiao Ye's dejected figure. Xiao Ye walked through the Xiao family courtyard, paying little heed to Xiao Jun and Yi Zhen Dan. To him, they were merely remnants of the past left by this physical vessel, which he felt no obligation to rectify. Now that he had seized control of this body, all future matters would be directed by him. Xiao Ye possessed the discernment of right and wrong. As an orphan, he did not resist the notion of family. In fact, he yearned for it. However, familial affection cannot be forged merely by uttering terms like 3rd brother or 2nd brother. It requires nurturing and interaction. Xiao Ye chose to let things unfold naturally, neither resisting nor blindly accepting. As he gradually digested the information swirling in his mind, Xiao Ye soon entered the dining hall. This hall served as the dining area for the servants, while someone of his stature had a designated dining environment. Thus, when he appeared, a wave of fear swept through the hall. The servants and maids hurriedly made way for him. Puzzled by the sight of the usually reclusive 3rd young master of the Xiao family dining among the servants. My lord, A startled exclamation escaped Dong Zi, who was preparing to eat. What brings you to this place? It is for the servants. If the other young masters find out, they will surely mock you. Dong Zi attempted to pull Xiao Ye away, but for some inexplicable reason, Xiao Ye's body felt immensely heavy, making it impossible for him to budge. Is this truly the same third young master who spent his days drowning his sorrows in alcohol, frail and delicate? What others do is their concern. I merely wish to eat. Please continue as usual, everyone. Dong Zi, you too, enjoy your meal. Xiao Ye dismissed their concerns, proceeding to fill his plate and sitting down to consume his food voraciously. The cuisine of this other world was vastly different from that of his original realm, though the flavors and textures were far superior. Here, all food was handmade, with vegetables grown without pesticides. It seemed that the most crucial aspect of sustenance was something he could adapt to. As Xiao Ye devoured his meal, he did not hesitate to indulge in the occasional piece of fatty meat. It must be said, the servants' meals were indeed quite meager. The scant meat was barely enough to fill the gaps in their teeth, and given the sheer volume of work they had to do each day, their stamina was constantly tested. Xiao Ye's ravenous eating was somewhat comical, resembling a wolf that had starved for 10 days, with no semblance of decorum. Even more uncouth than the servants themselves. The more he indulged, the more the servants relaxed. After their initial astonishment, they succumbed to their own hunger and began to ignore Xiao Ye, focusing on their meals. Ding dong, mission accomplished. Obtained a vial of minor chi water, 1 additional space in the bag, and 10 gold coins. The system's voice echoed in Xiao Ye's mind, and his inventory increased by 1 space, with an additional vial of minor chi water, bringing his total gold coins to 101. With his hunger sated and the task completed, Xiao Ye stretched lazily and prepared to leave the dining hall. Just as he stepped out, a mischievous little creature dashed in, a small white rabbit, its triangular mouth moving as if chewing on something. The rabbit's eyes glimmered with intelligence, and its quick movements caught Xiao Ye's attention. Its blood-red gaze met his, and it seemed to sense something unusual about him. In a flash, it transformed into a streak of white light, attempting to flee. Mission issued. Capture the spirit rabbit. Mission reward. 1 vial of minor spiritual chi water, 10 gold coins. As the mission was announced, a gentle breeze remained in its wake as Xiao Ye had already dashed out of the dining hall. Within his dantian, 2 orbs of energy, 1 blue and 1 yellow, began to rotate slowly. The blue energy twisted violently, transforming into strands of true chi that fused into Xiao Ye's bones. His steps resembled a starry sky. A gust of wind at his feet, and his eyes sparkled with the keen focus of a hawk, locking onto the spirit rabbit. Sensing danger, the spirit rabbit squeaked twice and attempted to flee even faster. Yet, its short legs were no match for Xiao Ye's speed. Just as it was about to dart into the grass, Xiao Ye lunged forward, capturing the spirit rabbit in his grasp. The rabbit squeaked incessantly, its cries growing sharper. If Xiao Ye were not a level 1 martial artist, he might have struggled to restrain it. Just a slight awakening of his senses and the absorption of a modicum of spiritual energy had significantly enhanced his strength and speed. It was no wonder that powerful beasts existed in this world. As he looked at the spirit rabbit in his hands, Xiao Ye couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. At the same time, the mission rewards had already been dispensed. Do not harm it. A melodious voice, as sweet as a lark's song, reached his ears. A stunning young woman in a pink short skirt, her eyes sparkling like water, hurried toward him, panting slightly. Her features were exquisite, her nose elegantly shaped. And though her modest bosom did not stand out, it moved gracefully as she ran. She had her hair tied in twin ponytails, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. Xiao Bai, you are running wild again, the girl chided, her breathless voice carrying a note of reproach as she glared at the spirit rabbit. Even her glare seemed charming, giving her an air of comfort. The spirit rabbit appeared to comprehend its owner's scolding, letting out a couple of whines, as if admitting guilt. My lord, I apologize for the trouble. Xiao Bai is my spirit rabbit. May I have it back? The girl turned, her warm smile radiating like a gentle spring breeze, enveloping Xiao Ye in her floral scent. Having lived 2 lives, Xiao Ye was not oblivious. He couldn't help but admire that the women of this world were far superior to those of his previous life. Whether in grace or natural beauty, they were not adorned by makeup. Since it belongs to you, I shall naturally return it. Xiao Ye rose, loosening his grip. And the spirit rabbit let out a cry and darted into the girl's arms. It nuzzled against her chest, closing its eyes in contentment before turning to glare at Xiao Ye, as if subtly challenging him. The spirit rabbit was intelligent, wielding the power of its charm. Yet one could only wonder if its cries in the girl's embrace were slandering Xiao Ye. As Xiao Ye gazed at the girl, he found her increasingly enchanting, while his mind raced to recall any information about her, only to yield no results. You are not from the Xiao family, are you? Xiao Ye directly inquired. My lord is perceptive. I am Ling Luo, here to visit the Xiao family today. Ling Luo gently stroked the white rabbit in her hands, responding politely. Xiao Ye shrugged and shook his head. I possess no such discernment. It is merely that the Xiao family has never had a young lady as beautiful as you, making it quite easy to discern. Upon hearing this, Ling Luo's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. You are truly amusing, my lord, she replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sister. Just as Ling Luo lowered her head, Xiao Ye was about to employ his shameless charm when a voice called out from a distance. Two young men hastened toward them. Sister, are you all right? Why are you wandering alone? This is the Xiao family. A burly man with a scruffy beard, wielding a battle axe at his waist, reprimanded Ling Luo. He was a formidable martial artist. I'm sorry, brother. Xiao Bai ran off, and I was just trying to find him. Ling Luo lowered her head further, clutching the spirit rabbit tightly. One could distinctly sense a hint of fear in her eyes. Even the rabbit in her arms became unusually obedient, ceasing its noise. Brother Ling Luo is still young. Do not frighten her so. Besides, the Xiao family will soon be Ling Luo's home as well. What harm is there in bringing a pet along for amusement? The speaker, donned in resplendent silks, had his black hair styled upwards and possessed a certain rugged handsomeness. As he spoke, he shot a furtive glare at Xiao Ye, his eyes flashing with malice. From a distance, he had clearly witnessed Xiao Ye and Ling Luo sharing laughter, their relationship appearing ambiguous. If it were anyone else, it might have been overlooked. But this was Xiao Ye. Xiao Qin? The name flashed through Xiao Ye's mind, recalling this man as the grandson of the family elder, with whom he shared a complicated history. 3 years prior, both Xiao Ye and Xiao Qin had fallen for Mu Qing'er, leading to a fierce rivalry. Although Mu Qing'er ultimately chose Xiao Ye, Xiao Qin, unable to accept defeat, sought a duel with him. That battle had proven Xiao Ye's mettle, as he had bested Xiao Qin, leaving him bedridden for half a month. Until later, when Xiao Ye stole the 9-nether soul-calming pill and left alone after Mu Qing'er, Xiao Ye was punished. The one who caused the most uproar was Xiao Qin, who even incited the Grand Elder to abolish Xiao Ye on the spot. Fortunately, Xiao Ye's father managed to bear the brunt of the situation, seemingly at a certain cost, and thus saved Xiao Ye. You weren't abolished back then, yet you have rendered yourself useless. Tomorrow, you shall be expelled from the Xiao family. Do you still wish to compete with me for women? Bah. Xiao Qin thought bitterly, his gaze resembling that of a venomous serpent, its poison brewing, merely awaiting the right moment to strike. As an orphan, Xiao Ye had learned to read people's expressions from a young age, his ability to discern emotions not lacking. Although Xiao Qin concealed his thoughts well, he could not escape Xiao Ye's keen perception. With a cold smile in his heart, Xiao Ye ignored Xiao Qin and nodded at Ling Luo, saying, Miss Ling, I have matters to attend to. You may continue your conversation. With that, he turned and swiftly departed, his steps quickening until he was several meters away in the blink of an eye. Just as Ling Luo was about to speak, Xiao Ye had already traversed the path and disappeared without a trace. Young Master Xiao, who is that fellow? He certainly dresses the part, yet he seems as if he hasn't bathed in years. Ling Chong muttered, casting a disdainful glance in Xiao Ye's direction. As Ling Luo's elder brother, he was relatively more mature and had discerned Xiao Qin's disdain from his eyes. His comment was merely an attempt to curry favor. Indeed, upon hearing the derisive remarks about Xiao Ye, Xiao Qin's face instantly bloomed with a smile akin to a flower in spring. His name is Xiao Ye. 2 years ago, he stole a pill from the clan and faced severe punishment, spiraling into despair for 2 years and regressing in cultivation, now reduced to an ordinary person. An ordinary person? Ling Luo's expression slightly faltered at that moment. To put it bluntly, he is nothing but a waste deceived by a woman. Sister Ling Luo, let us not speak of him. Come, let us sit in my courtyard. My parents have prepared a lavish feast upon hearing of your arrival. Xiao Qin only spoke of Xiao Ye's disgraceful past, making no mention of his identity as the clan leader's son. Meanwhile, Ling Luo's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yet her thoughts were drawn elsewhere. How could an ordinary person capture Xiao Bai? He must be a martial artist. Perhaps he is concealing something. Maybe he can assist me. Thus, Ling Luo contemplated. Chapter 4. Night Investigation. A name branded as a waste, a test, Xiao Qin, and a tangled mess with Mu Qing'er. Though I am reluctant to be involved, I shall not sit idly by if provoked. As Xiao Ye departed, his gaze turned fierce. Do not be deceived by Xiao Qin's outward composure today. He believes that after tomorrow's test, Xiao Ye will be expelled from the Xiao family. Should Xiao Ye pass the test, Xiao Qin would undoubtedly seek trouble with him. As for troublesome individuals, Xiao Ye's approach in the game was simply to eliminate them. This is reality, an alternate world. Xiao Ye had never taken a life, yet he understood that in this bizarre realm, killing might be an inevitable experience. That Ling Luo was indeed pleasant to behold, yet she seemed to harbor secrets, not as simple as she appeared. Xiao Ye thought, then smiled wryly, shaking his head. If even such a pure maiden can hide her true self, this world is fraught with peril. I must grow stronger swiftly. Reflecting on these matters, Xiao Ye soon returned to his modest estate. As a direct descendant of the family, he had reached adulthood and possessed a small yet elegant residence. Within the estate, there was a main room, a guest room, a study, and a quaint courtyard. Typically, the estate was maintained by Dong Zi, appearing exceptionally tidy. Upon returning, Xiao Ye immediately entered the house and consumed some minor spiritual water and minor true qi water. He opened his character attributes. Upon reviewing his task status, he noticed that the progress bar beneath the levels of first-tier martial artist and first-tier spiritualist was only 1/5 filled in blue. This meant he would need at least 5 bottles of each type to elevate his rank. Indeed, as one progressed, leveling up became increasingly arduous. The acquisition of future potions would undoubtedly become more challenging. Regardless, I must complete my tasks and cultivate as swiftly as possible. The Divine Gear system issues tasks based on Xiao Ye's experiences. Thus far, the remaining task was to enter the Ziyun sect and defeat Mu Qing'er. This mission was exceedingly daunting for Xiao Ye at present. He needed to focus on smaller tasks, awaiting the Divine Gear system to issue further assignments. In the meantime, Xiao Ye would not remain idle. The sky was still bright, and he sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to introspect, his consciousness delving into his dantian. These actions were etched in his memory, performed effortlessly. The dantian was an ethereal space, containing 2 orbs of gas, one blue and one yellow. The blue represented true qi, while the yellow signified spiritual energy. The true qi and spiritual energy absorbed from the external world would naturally merge into these 2 energy spheres. Between them, a vortex would begin to form as the quantities of true qi and spiritual energy increased. Known as a cyclone, a sign of entering the ranks of martial masters and spiritual masters. Naturally, dual cultivation would result in 2 cyclones. These were matters for another time. At present, Xiao Ye merely sought to sense his dantian and the energies within. For him, this was an entirely new experience, and he needed to familiarize himself with it. In his meditative state, Xiao Ye's consciousness invisibly captured a certain energy in the air, a pale blue hue that separated from the atmosphere, entering his body as true qi. On the Jinyuan continent, humans, from the moment of birth, possessed the innate ability to sense energy. Sensing true qi, upon absorption, one becomes a martial artist, sensing spiritual energy. Upon absorption, one becomes a spiritual master. The vast majority sense true qi, a select few sense spiritual energy, while quite a number are unable to sense anything, rendering them incapable of cultivation. Of course, there are those who can simultaneously sense both types of energy. Dual cultivators are each remarkably gifted. Yet no one has ever managed to cultivate both energies to their pinnacle. I can only absorb true qi, yet thanks to the minor spiritual water, I can achieve dual cultivation. This is my advantage. I must amplify it. For now, I will absorb true qi to increase my cultivation, and later, I will experiment with the Scarlet Flame Spirit Bracelet to understand the use of spiritual artifacts. I must grow stronger in the shortest time possible, at least to possess the ability for self-defense. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ye cast aside distractions and wholeheartedly began sensing and absorbing true qi. This physical body originally had decent innate talent, and his sensitivity to true qi was very clear, making absorption effortless. However, as Xiao Ye had just begun, he was still unpracticed in separating and absorbing true qi. For now, he was merely adapting. The progress bar for absorbing true qi hardly moved. And compared to the minor true qi water, this cultivation speed was exceedingly slow. Slow does not equate to ineffective. Xiao Ye was a diligent individual, and even the slightest progress would not escape his notice. As darkness fell, the silver moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow, and the night breeze was cool. Xiao Ye opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. Checking his character attributes, he noticed a slight increase in the martial artist progress bar. Though not significantly, Xiao Ye got out of bed, sipped some fragrant tea, and cleared the slightly cool dishes from the table before slipping into the courtyard, surveying his surroundings to ensure no one was present. Clenching his fists, Xiao Ye infused his entire body with true qi, first testing a few punches that surged with vigor, applying true qi in terms of movement, force, and reaction. Gradually, Xiao Ye began to comprehend the application of true qi. His movements became increasingly fluid. Though he could not claim mastery, he at least had a semblance of proficiency. This was the adaptation to true qi, which required some time. At that very moment, in another estate of the Xiao family, Ling Luo cautiously peeked out, her spirit-like eyes scanning her surroundings with utmost caution. Little Bai, I am counting on you. You must find that person. Ling Luo's small hand brushed over the spirit rabbit hidden in her bosom, whispering a few words, and the rabbit leaped into the darkness. With her eyes shimmering with spiritual light, Ling Luo darted forward, moving with remarkable agility, indicating that her strength was undoubtedly superior to Xiao Ye's. Xiao Ye could hardly fathom that the delicate woman he encountered during the day was, in fact, a martial artist far superior to him. The Xiao family. a once illustrious lineage, though now in decline, had long been left unchallenged, with their most notorious incident being Xiao Ye's theft of the 9 nether soul settling pill. As night descended, the Xiao residence fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any night watch, save for the guards stationed at the entrance. Within, no protective measures were in place. Ling Luo, agile as a breeze, followed the spirit rabbit with swift and silent movements, making her way to Xiao Ye's courtyard at an astonishing speed. Ahead, the courtyard was brightly lit, and the sound of fists slicing through the air reached her ears. The spirit rabbit halted, darting into Ling Luo's embrace, fixating on the courtyard without uttering a sound. "Xiaobai, you have done well," Ling Luo praised, gently grooming the rabbit's fur before whispering, "From now on, remain silent. I wish to ascertain whether this Xiao Ye is truly a martial artist." With a nod from the spirit rabbit, Ling Luo leaped gracefully onto the courtyard wall, peering in. There, she immediately spotted Xiao Ye practicing his punches. His strikes were powerful, infused with true energy. Indeed, he was a martial artist. However, his movements were chaotic and lacked any semblance of training, prompting Ling Luo to frown. Xiao Ye, oblivious to the visitor, continued his practice with fervor. In his eyes, the seemingly disordered punches felt impressive, a far cry from his previous limitations before his transmigration. After releasing a breath of exertion, Xiao Ye paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Meanwhile, Ling Luo sighed in relief that his erratic punching had finally ceased, for it had nearly overwhelmed her. Once he dried his sweat, Xiao Ye cautiously scanned his surroundings, even glancing at the wall where Ling Luo concealed herself. Unfortunately, hidden in the shadows and having retracted her head, he remained unaware of her presence. With his true energy depleted and his punches concluded, a sense of caution enveloped him as he contemplated his next move. Ling Luo held her breath, equally tense. Ensuring the area was secure, Xiao Ye lightly caressed the crimson flame spirit bracelet on his right wrist, slowly mobilizing the spirit energy within him. Lacking experience in controlling spirit energy, it soon spiraled out of control, manifesting as small, yellow serpentine wisps that coiled around him. "What is this?" Ling Luo's eyes widened in astonishment. Spirit energy. Goodness, he is adept in both spirit and martial arts. Witnessing this astounding scene confirmed her purpose in coming here, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Spirit energy and true energy offered entirely different sensations. True energy filled one with strength, while spirit energy imparted an ethereal lightness. Within the courtyard, Xiao Ye muttered to himself as the spirit energy gradually flowed into the crimson flame spirit bracelet. The already intense bracelet now erupted into flames, which he skillfully maneuvered into his palm, floating at its center. Surprisingly, it was not hot. Although flames danced above his palm, he felt no heat. Xiao Ye bit his lip, picking up a twig from the ground to test the flames. However, as he drew near, the twig spontaneously ignited. Ouch! The sudden combustion seared Xiao Ye's left hand, revealing to him that the flames were indeed hot, but under his control, they posed no harm to himself. Once they touched external objects, however, the flames unleashed tremendous energy. What on earth is he doing? Watching as Xiao Ye burned himself while appearing thrilled, Ling Luo found herself perplexed. She realized he was no waste as Xiao Qin had claimed. He was a genius skilled in both spirit and martial arts. Yet, why did his abilities seem so unrefined, akin to someone just beginning their training? As Xiao Ye manipulated the spirit energy, the flames from the crimson bracelet multiplied from 1 to 2, then to 3, eventually coalescing into a slowly burning spirit flame in his palm. Excellent. The art of spirit masters is far more intriguing than that of martial artists. If mastered, their capabilities could surpass those of martial artists. Xiao Ye reveled in joy, feeling his blood surge with excitement. What on earth are you doing? As the spirit energy began to wane, Ling Luo's voice suddenly pierced through the air, clear despite its softness. "It's you." The unexpected visitor sent Xiao Ye's expression into a state of alarm. Had she witnessed everything that had transpired? If so, this could spell disaster. As he calculated his next move, a wave of heat radiated from his palm, signaling that his spirit energy was depleting and the spirit flame was on the verge of going out of control. Chapter 5. Ling Luo's request with the spirit energy exhausted. Xiao Ye found himself unable to regain control of the crimson flame spirit bracelet, thus unable to retract the spirit flame, a predicament he could never have anticipated. The flame blazed while his spirit energy diminished. With his meager strength as a first-tier spirit master, he could maintain control for only a fleeting 10 breaths. He knew none of this, as it was his first attempt. He struggled even to manage true energy, let alone control the crimson bracelet with spirit energy. Feeling the intense heat in his palm, he feared his hand would scorch, cold sweat dripping from his brow, his complexion paling. "I can't hold on any longer." Ignoring the rapidly approaching Ling Luo, Xiao Ye shouted, flinging the spirit flame away with all his might. The lush green grass surrounded him. Should the spirit flame touch down, it would ignite a devastating fire. This spirit flame was far more potent than ordinary flames, its power beyond Xiao Ye's imagination. Hence, even the composed Ling Luo stared wide-eyed at his reckless act. In the blink of an eye, as the spirit flame descended, Ling Luo abandoned her demure facade. Executing an exaggerated leap to position herself beneath the flame. Extending her delicate hand, she unleashed a surge of true energy, sending forth a gust of energy towards the spirit flame. The fist-sized spirit flame was instantly halved by the gust, with the remaining portion hurled 10 paces away before plummeting once more. Humph! Ling Luo exclaimed, having shed her initial demeanor. She stepped forward, her true energy surging, her feet seemingly gliding upon the surface of water, light as a dragonfly skimming the surface. With a powerful leap, Ling Luo raised her alabaster hand, unleashing 3 successive bursts of true energy that finally dissipated the spirit flame, leaving only a tiny ember the size of a fingernail to fall into the void. This ember was set to land directly atop Xiao Ye's head. Though small, should it make contact, it would certainly inflict severe burns. Yet, at that moment, Ling Luo had just exhausted her strength, her true energy still recuperating, and the distance from Xiao Ye was too great for her to intervene effectively. Am I going to get hurt? Faced with the falling ember, Xiao Ye found himself unable to evade, regretting his decision to experiment with spirit energy without prior study. Just then, a flash of white streaked through the air as the spirit rabbit leaped high. With a precise puff of spirit energy, it extinguished the last flicker of the ember just before it could reach Xiao Ye. Landing gracefully, the spirit rabbit cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Ye before proudly leaping into Ling Luo's embrace, burying its tiny head against her chest. Well done, Xiao Bai. Your spirit energy can now extinguish spirit flames. With further training, you shall one day become a formidable beast. Ling Luo sighed in relief, gently stroking the rabbit's soft white fur, her voice filled with praise. At this moment, Xiao Ye had risen, his gaze fixed upon the woman and the spirit rabbit before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread wash over him. Upon first encountering Ling Luo, Xiao Ye sensed that she concealed something significant. However, he didn't anticipate that her strength surpassed his own. Reflecting on the scene when the spiritual flame spiraled out of control, he couldn't help but feel a wave of trepidation. Thank you, Miss Ling Luo, for your timely rescue, Xiao Ye expressed, clasping his fist in gratitude. Suddenly, a spirit rabbit peeked its head out, displeased, and let out a series of sharp cries directed at Xiao Ye. Taken aback, he could only manage a wry smile and reciprocated the gesture towards the spirit rabbit. I am also grateful for your assistance, brother rabbit. Once acknowledged, the spirit rabbit turned away, choosing to disregard Xiao Ye. The human-like demeanor of the spirit rabbit left Xiao Ye feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ling Luo tidied her slightly disheveled hair and brushed off the dust from her attire before gracefully striding towards Xiao Ye. With a playful glare, she admonished, Young Master Xiao, you are merely a first-grade spiritualist, yet you dare to control the spiritual bracelet. Isn't that a tad audacious? Ling Luo felt exasperated. Had it not been for Xiao Ye's earlier mishap with the spiritual flame, her covert activities would not have been exposed. Now, she reproached him to mask her own transgressions, hoping he would be too frightened by the recent events to dwell on her intrusion. A single misstep has revealed my presence to Miss Ling Luo. I wonder what brings you here at such a late hour? Xiao Ye chuckled, though a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. He had presumed his training to be discreet, believing no one would intrude upon the Xiao family's estate without cause. Little did he know, a person and a rabbit had been lurking outside. Since you have brought up the matter, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Indeed, I have come at this late hour seeking your assistance. Ling Luo's cheeks flushed slightly as she shifted to the main topic. It was evident she minimized her own errors, especially considering she had witnessed Xiao Ye's dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts. For him, the desire to keep his secrets hidden was paramount, as he lacked the means to protect himself. If word of his dual cultivation were to reach the wrong ears, he would face relentless peril. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Ye realized that silencing Ling Luo was nearly impossible, so he resolved to comply with her wishes as best he could. Her tone suggested she had no intention of exploiting their previous encounter, which brought him a sense of comfort. Miss Ling, feel free to speak your mind. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities, he declared, eager to listen. Ling Luo inhaled deeply, her eyes reflecting profound concern. 5 days ago, my sister Ling Zixin vanished in the ancient forest of the Xiao family. Coincidentally, the time for the Xiao family's autumn hunt was approaching, and they have since sealed off the ancient forest. The earliest one could enter would be when the hunt begins, and only members of the Xiao family are permitted to enter then. Unless a member of the Xiao family agrees, outsiders must wait until the hunt concludes to enter. At this point, Ling Luo bit her lip, clearly distressed by her sister's disappearance. So, you wish to enter the Xiao family's ancient forest with the help of Xiao Qin? Xiao Ye pondered aloud. If that is the case, your issue should indeed be resolved. From Xiao Qin's demeanor, he seems to be quite favorable towards your siblings. Why then? Seek my assistance? If it were as straightforward as you say, would I risk coming here in the dead of night? Ling Luo retorted, her teeth clenched in distaste. Xiao Qin may appear courteous, but his assistance comes with conditions. He desires. What does he desire? Xiao Ye inquired, curiosity piqued by Ling Luo's vexed expression. He wishes to marry me. Ling Luo exclaimed, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, silently cursing Xiao Qin's shamelessness for taking advantage of her predicament. Xiao Ye chuckled, having assumed that in this world of formidable beings, human emotions and desires would be trivialized. Yet, he realized that despite the change in environment, human nature remained unchanged. This understanding made his adaptation to this new world significantly easier. What are you laughing at? Ling Luo, taken aback by Xiao Ye's genuine laughter, felt a twinge of embarrassment, interpreting it as mockery. Nothing at all, Xiao Ye replied, relieved, before continuing, you seek my assistance. Is that correct? Ling Luo nodded seriously, yes. If Xiao Qin aids you, and you marry him, what reward is there for my help? Xiao Ye licked his lips, his gaze greedy as he admired Ling Luo's beauty. Recognizing why Xiao Qin would pursue her. Shameless. Ling Luo retorted, angered by his brazen demeanor, her foot stamping in frustration. I didn't expect you to be as despicable as Xiao Qin. How blind I was. With a disdainful huff, she turned to leave. Suddenly, a notification resonated in Xiao Ye's mind. Level task initiated. Find Ling Zixin. Reward. 1 small blue potion, 1 small red potion, 3 inventory slots, and unseal the refining system. Wait. As the task registered, Xiao Ye seized Ling Luo's delicate arm, a greedy glint in his eyes. What do you think you're doing, you scoundrel? Ling Luo seethed, furiously shaking off his grip, her strength sending Xiao Ye stumbling aside. As a third-grade martial artist, Ling Luo's prowess far exceeded Xiao Ye's. The sudden force left his arm feeling as though it might break. I was merely jesting. Was it necessary to be so forceful? Are you a bull? He exclaimed. Shaking his hand in pain, his expression twisted. You truly agreed. Ling Luo's eyes brightened, yet she paid no heed to Xiao Ye's injured arm. An agreement is an agreement. There should be no fake pretense. Xiao Ye grimaced as the pain intensified. Fool. Just use your true energy to heal your arm. Ling Luo rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated. At that moment, Xiao Ye summoned the last vestiges of true energy within him, circulating it through his arm, and miraculously, the pain subsided almost instantly. How remarkable, he marveled, flexing his arm in astonishment. Though you have agreed, there is still the matter of the quota. Ling Luo continued, her expression filled with skepticism. Xiao Qin is the grandson of the elder. If he speaks to the elder, he can easily arrange for my brother and me to enter the Xiao family's ancient forest. But can you do the same? Xiao Ye shot her a disbelieving look. You come to me without even knowing my background? Ling Luo's cheeks flushed, her gaze dropping as she nodded earnestly. Xiao Qin may be the elder's grandson, but at the end of the day, he is just a grandson. I am the youngest son of the family head. Do you really think I can't handle this? Xiao Ye declared, lifting his chin with a hint of mockery. What? You are the son of the Xiao family head? Ling Luo gasped, her surprise palpable. Chapter 6. The training arena. Xiao Qin had never mentioned Xiao Ye's background. But from the way Xiao Ye had interacted with him, Ling Luo deduced that Xiao Ye's status was not insignificant. She could never have imagined that Xiao Ye was the son of the Xiao family head. For Ling Luo, this was nothing short of extraordinary news. As for Xiao Ye's claims about being a grandson or son, she didn't quite grasp the distinction, thinking it was merely Xiao Ye's embellishment. As Ling Luo pondered in shock, Xiao Ye was equally exhilarated. The level task promised valuable rewards, potions for energy restoration and healing, both of which held great significance. Most importantly, the unsealing of the refining system would grant him the upper hand against the world's craftsmen. So tell me, what must I do? Your agreement with Xiao Qin should hold weight. I cannot just take you and your brother without cause. Xiao Ye resolved to complete the level task. Xiao Ye is now a level 6 warrior, his strength formidable, and Xiao Qin is certainly no match for him. However, with 10 days remaining until the autumn hunt, Xiao Ye can exert himself to trigger and complete tasks, perhaps not surpassing Xiao Qin, but at least enhancing his own abilities. Rest assured, we have yet to reach a consensus with Xiao Qin. As long as we meet tomorrow and Xiao Gongzi invites us siblings, we shall have a reason to depart. Matters concerning Ling Luo's lifelong happiness cannot be decided hastily. The disappearance of Ling Zixin in the ancient forest indeed worries them, but no matter their anxiety. They cannot enter the Xiao family's ancient forest until the hunt commences. Very well. Xiao Ye rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. At noon tomorrow, I shall go to the Xiao family's martial arena to test my cultivation. You need only bring Xiao Qin then. Tomorrow at noon? Ling Luo was taken aback. What? Is there a problem? No, not at all. It's just that Xiao Qin has already invited me to visit the martial arena tomorrow at noon, claiming there will be entertaining performances. As she spoke, Ling Luo cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Ye, only to find his face contorted with ferocity, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. This visage indeed startled Ling Luo, and soon she realized. Could it be that he intends for me to witness his testing? It seems illogical. Although he is a level 1 warrior, being adept in both spiritual and martial arts, even if his cultivation is somewhat lacking, it shouldn't matter. Ling Luo appeared perplexed. She did not perceive the entertainment in this. Clearly, Xiao Qin sought to bring Ling Luo to witness Xiao Ye's embarrassment. But what was the source of this amusement? There are matters you are unaware of. The entire Xiao family believes I have fallen into despair. Regarded as a worthless being, if I do not reach level 1 in this test, I shall be expelled from the Xiao family. Is it not a jest of the highest order for the son of the family head to be cast out? Xiao Ye's tone was rather unfriendly. He cared little for what Xiao Qin had previously done, but now that he himself was participating in the test, he found it intolerable that this fellow had covertly arranged for his sister to witness the mockery. Did he think himself a performer, showcasing a monkey's antics for his amusement? Oh, I see. Ling Luo's eyes sparkled with understanding, yet she questioned, but what enmity exists between you and him? As the grandson of a grand elder and the son of the family head, shouldn't you coexist peacefully? Why would he act thus? Perhaps it is for a woman. Xiao Ye chose not to elaborate on the matter of Mu Qing'er. In his eyes, she was merely a task of significant level, and everything else concerning her was irrelevant to him. Night has fallen. Xiao Gongzi, you should rest early. I must take my leave now to avoid being discovered. Farewell. Without further inquiry, Ling Luo cradled her spirit rabbit, leaping gracefully over the wall, seamlessly merging into the night. Watching Ling Luo's departing figure, thoughts swirled within Xiao Ye. Xiao Qin harbored deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Ye, and this test was largely instigated by Xiao Qin's machinations. He intended to expel Xiao Ye from the Xiao family, to humiliate him thoroughly. In the past, Xiao Ye would have ignored such provocations, but now the true owner of this body is himself. Once he passes the test and remains within the Xiao family, Xiao Qin's grievances will remain unvented, and he will undoubtedly seek further trouble. Coupled with matters concerning Ling Luo tomorrow, the conflict will inevitably deepen. Xiao Qin is certainly an adversary. He may attempt to strike during the hunt. In that case, I shall strive to grow stronger, and should the opportunity arise during the hunt, he mustn't blame me for my ruthless heart. Xiao Ye thought fiercely. A wave of weariness washed over him, and he sank into a deep slumber on his bed. In his dreams, both his true energy and spiritual energy fully rejuvenated. Although he could not perceive spiritual energy, it did not mean he could not absorb it. The spiritual energy produced by the spirit water was not a one-time use. After depletion, it required time for natural recovery. The next morning, amidst the crowing of roosters, Dongzi opened the gate to the courtyard. He was astonished to see a young man within the courtyard, moving with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger, his fists cutting through the air. Though his movements were somewhat chaotic, they exuded a certain elegance and strength. Having lost track of how long it had been since their young master arose early, he had never witnessed Xiao Yu's diligence before. This signified Xiao Yu's true return. He had genuinely resumed his cultivation. Let us not be too late. I hope he can pass today's test. Dongzi silently prayed, preparing warm water for Xiao Ye to wash his face, as well as meals for him to enjoy. Everything was done quietly, without complaint or regret. Once the tasks were completed, Dongzi withdrew, making no effort to disturb Xiao Ye. After a hearty meal, Xiao Ye felt invigorated. His true energy flowed within him like a warm current, continuously nourishing his body. He even suspected that he could live to be 100 years old. It is time to confront this Xiao Qin. If I cannot defeat him, I shall at least cause him to seethe with anger. Xiao Ye stepped out of the courtyard, making his way to the martial arena. The Xiao family estate was vast, and the martial arena was situated to the east, a relatively central location. It served as a training ground for disciples, where they practiced their techniques and engaged in sparring. There, a stone monument stood to test the martial prowess of warriors, capable of measuring strength up to level 9. The morning was indeed an excellent time for cultivation. As the ancients said, all things return to their origin, at the beginning. At this moment, with a clear mind and the purest energy in the air, it was ideal for refining techniques and cultivating one's spirit. It was the most suitable moment for breakthroughs. Tiger in crane form. Great Pink spreads its wings. Celestial being points the way. Vidra finger. The sounds of enthusiastic shouts filled the martial arena with vitality. There were no instructors. Disciples practiced independently, occasionally sparring and gathering spectators for commentary. Xiao Ye's arrival was remarkably calm, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. After 2 years of numbing his sorrows with wine, the Xiao family's exterior had changed significantly. and with the turnover of disciples, few truly recognized Xiao Ye. Watching the disciples execute their martial arts with near perfection, he could not help but reflect on his own haphazard techniques, which seemed worlds apart. I must acquire some techniques. The divine equipment system must surely have tasks to obtain martial arts, but they had yet to be triggered. With 9 days remaining, I must traverse the Xiao family, activating all the simple tasks I can. Xiao Ye had come to understand the divine equipment system. The tasks issued by the system were linked to reality. They would trigger upon encounter, remaining hidden otherwise. Ding dong. Task issued. Test martial prowess. Task reward. 1 bottle of minor true energy water, 10 reputation points, and 10 gold coins. As expected, when Xiao Ye spotted a tall, round jade pillar approximately 10 feet high in a corner of the martial arena, the divine equipment system immediately announced the task. Finally, I can earn reputation points. If memory serves, reputation points can be exchanged for numerous items. I wonder when the reputation shop will be unlocked. Xiao Ye licked his lips, knowing that the towering transparent jade pillar was indeed the testing stone. The pillar bore lines at intervals along its height. By channeling true energy into the testing stone, the base would begin to glow yellow. Surpassing the first line would denote level 1 warrior status, the second line for level 2, and so forth. Cousin Xiao Qin. Who is this beautiful lady by your side? Is that even a question? Use your brain. Just as Xiao Ye observed the testing stone, a few playful voices reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw Xiao Qin, Ling Luo, and Ling Chong entering the martial arena. At that moment, Xiao Qin was brimming with confidence, conversing animatedly, introducing Ling Luo to the martial arena, occasionally presenting her to his friends, all while exuding charm. With an hour still remaining until noon, Xiao Qin had arrived quite early, likely intending to showcase his skills to impress Ling Luo before witnessing the spectacle of humiliation. Perhaps sensing a connection, amidst the crowd of 100 or so, Xiao Qin quickly noticed Xiao Ye standing by the testing stone, though he merely cast a fleeting glance. The mockery flickering in his eyes was unmistakably captured by Xiao Ye. Why hasn't he, the divine equipment system, issued a task to eliminate Xiao Qin and grant me a grand reward? In Xiao Ye's eyes, a flicker of murderous intent surfaced as he realized his growing displeasure towards Xiao Qin. Meanwhile, Ling Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Ye, while Ling Chong, standing behind her, cast a few furtive glances in Xiao Ye's direction. It seemed that after returning yesterday, Ling Luo had shared some matters with Ling Chong, leaving Xiao Ye uncertain whether his dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts had been disclosed. As anticipated, Xiao Qin soon began demonstrating his skills in the training arena. With his prowess as a 6th-level warrior and an impressive set of advanced techniques, he garnered much applause. Ling Luo could not help but smile, acknowledging Xiao Qin's commendable strength. After all, she was merely a 3rd-level warrior, and Ling Chong was only a 5th-level warrior. Both of them were no match for Xiao Qin. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, noon approached. Ling Luo, it is time for the grand performance. Let us proceed to the designated area, Xiao Qin declared, leading Ling Luo toward the testing stone tablet. Along the way, he subtly signaled to several Xiao family disciples, whose gazes immediately shifted toward the distant Xiao Ye. Is that not Xiao Ye? He has not graced the training arena in 2 years. Why has he returned today? I have heard he has drowned his sorrows in alcohol for 2 years and has become a mere shell of his former self, devoid of any cultivation. You seem unaware. Today, Xiao Ye must undergo a test. If he fails to attain the rank of a 1st-level warrior, he will be expelled from the Xiao family. Is that true? If memory serves, he was already a 5th-level warrior 2 years ago. How could he possibly fall to the point of not even achieving the 1st level? A single woman has rendered him utterly powerless, bringing shame to the Xiao family, and he even dared to steal the 9 nether soul calming pill. Better to expel him. Keeping him around is merely a waste of resources. As expected, a wave of long-simmering mockery began to circulate, drawing the attention of all disciples in the training arena to Xiao Ye. Although the majority did not know him personally, they had heard of his notorious reputation. As the son of the clan leader, any misstep was magnified, especially one involving the theft of the 9 nether soul calming pill, followed by his subsequent decline. Derisive remarks, disdainful glances, and cold stares converged upon Xiao Ye. He had never before experienced such scrutiny. As a fervent achiever, he was accustomed to admiration and disbelief rather than ridicule. Now, he felt profoundly uncomfortable, as if he were an animal on display, destined to perform for the amusement of the crowd. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. Xiao Ye, today is your day of reckoning. You must perform well. I wish you success. Xiao Qin approached, his mocking gaze and casual demeanor piercing Xiao Ye's heart like a needle, rendering him breathless. In that moment, Xiao Ye solidified his resolve to eliminate Xiao Qin. This insidious character had orchestrated everything and colluded with his cronies to humiliate him at the last moment. 2 years had passed in anticipation for this day. and Xiao Qin had remarkably managed to contain his inner turmoil. Ling Luo, with her beautiful eyes shifting between emotions, was taken aback by the scene unfolding before her. It was inconceivable that the son of the clan leader would find himself in such an awkward position. Clearly, this was all orchestrated by Xiao Qin. Nevertheless, she was aware of Xiao Ye's capabilities. His dual mastery of spirit and martial arts would one day render Xiao Qin utterly insignificant. Offending Xiao Ye would surely become Xiao Qin's greatest regret. Their brother. Suddenly, a deep and steady voice resonated, prompting the disciples of the training arena to part ways. Clearing a path, there stood Xiao Jun, bearing a 3-foot-long sword, exuding the presence of a formidable general with every deliberate step. His posture was upright, his gaze fixed ahead. Seemingly oblivious to everything else, his focus solely on Xiao Ye. In that moment, Xiao Ye sensed the palpable fear emanating from the disciples who had previously been mocking him. They shrank back, their eyes darting away from Xiao Jun. Such an overwhelming aura. Was this what it meant to be a true warrior? One day, he vowed, he would command such respect from those disciples. Xiao Ye pressed his lips together, managing a faint smile. Second brother, what brings you here? This call of second brother rolled off his tongue with far greater ease than the day before. Xiao Jun's presence was evidently a show of familial support. This was the essence of kinship. In the face of genuine affection, one cannot remain indifferent. Xiao Qin's expression darkened at the sight of Xiao Jun, reluctantly yielding the path. He understood all too well the terror that Xiao Jun inspired. Not merely from strength, but from the aura forged through life and death experiences, a menacing aura. Xiao Jun's prowess was not honed within the Xiao family. He had braved the ancient forest since childhood, battling beasts, and by the time Xiao Ye was old enough to comprehend, Xiao Jun's hands were already stained with blood. To offend him was to seek one's own demise. No justification was required for such an act. What a domineering figure. Who is he? Ling Luo quietly inquired of Xiao Qin, equally astonished by Xiao Jun's presence. Standing before him, she felt like a frail little rabbit, utterly powerless. Xiao Jun, a ruthless individual. Let us merely observe the spectacle and not provoke him. Xiao Qin replied tersely, unwilling to amplify his adversary's stature. He maintained an air of mockery. He remained unconvinced that Xiao Jun's appearance could alter the circumstances. Xiao Jun strode directly to Xiao Ye, placing a hand on his shoulder. The grip akin to a tiger's claw, causing Xiao Ye's shoulder to dip slightly under the weight. In that instant, Xiao Ye's internal energy surged involuntarily. Yet before he could exert it, Xiao Jun withdrew his hand, evidently having assessed Xiao Ye's true energy. Third brother, are you prepared? Xiao Jun inquired. Fully aware that Xiao Ye's internal energy had surpassed that of a first-level warrior, likely a result of the effects of the leaf-true pill. Little did he know that the so-called pill would be destroyed the moment Xiao Ye grasped it, leaving Xiao Yu's true strength genuine and unadulterated. All is well. It is merely a test. Whether prepared or not makes little difference. Xiao Ye shrugged, only to notice Xiao Jun's gaze drifting behind him, seemingly fixated on something distant. Xiao Ye turned in confusion, finding only emptiness behind him. Nothing at all. He was puzzled by Xiao Jun's focus. Surely he could not be staring at thin air? In truth, several hundred feet away, atop a small pavilion, stood a middle-aged man with graying hair, clad in coarse garments that fluttered in the breeze. He was observing the testing stone tablet, or more accurately, watching Xiao Ye and Xiao Jun. This unremarkable-looking man was none other than the clan leader of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan. Due to the distance, Xiao Yu's vision could not penetrate the haze, and even Xiao Jun could barely make out a shadow. Yet Xiao Zhan was able to see Xiao Ye and Xiao Jun with clarity, even discerning a speck of dirt on Xiao Ye's attire. They're coming. Xiao Jun suddenly turned, gazing into the distant void. Following his lead, Xiao Ye and the disciples of the training arena also directed their attention that way. A moment later, a wave of azure energy surged from the horizon, and upon closer inspection, it bore a young man aloft, clad in a flowing robe and wielding a purple orb staff. He soared effortlessly upon the azure waves, resembling a celestial being as he gracefully drifted above the testing stone tablet. In that instant, a refreshing breeze enveloped them, as if they were basking in the warmth of spring, a delightful sensation. This was a spirit master of formidable strength, possessing the ability to harness flight magic. A realization dawned upon Xiao Ye, and he recalled the memory of this individual. It is the second elder. Including Xiao Jun, the disciples all bowed their heads, paying their respects as juniors. It turned out that this young man was none other than the esteemed second elder of the Xiao family, Xiao Ming. As an ancient clan, the Xiao family had a fixed bloodline, with 99% of the disciples being warriors. The emergence of ordinary individuals was rare. And even rarer was the occurrence of spirit masters, particularly one as accomplished as Elder Xiao Ming. Mastering the art of flight requires a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. However, since the arrival of Xiao Ming, he has remained suspended in the void. The azure waves transformed into a serpentine water creature, coiling gracefully around Xiao Ming. who showed no intention of descending. Xiao Ming merely nodded at his disciples, his gaze fixated on Xiao Ye, his voice devoid of emotion. Xiao Ye, are you prepared? Xiao Ye dared not delay, stepping forward with resolve. The disciple is fully prepared. Very well, Xiao Ming acknowledged, sending a surge of spiritual energy into the testing stone tablet, which immediately became enveloped in a violet aura, indicating its activation. Channel your energy to the fullest. Xiao Ming's voice remained as calm as ever. Xiao Ye complied, positioning himself before the stone tablet. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a disciple of the Xiao clan. I am eager to witness how you will contend with the challenges I have orchestrated for you beyond the Xiao family. Xiao Qin observed coldly, his eyes gleaming with malice. He had waited 2 long years for this moment. Today, he would exact his revenge. Soon, Xiao Ye placed his hand upon the testing stone tablet, his true energy manifesting as streams of blue light, rapidly entering the tablet from his palm. The base of the stone tablet was visibly infused with yellow energy, surpassing the first line in the blink of an eye. How was this possible? As Xiao Ye effortlessly broke through the testing line, Xiao Qin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He had gathered extensive information, convinced that Xiao Ye was utterly defeated and devoid of cultivation, which led him to implore the elder for this test. With 2 years of confidence built upon this foundation, he had not anticipated that Xiao Ye would shatter all his plans in less than 2 seconds. A first-level martial artist, Xiao Ye had not completely fallen into despair. There was still hope. I reckon this is futile. Even if he remains with the Xiao family, he is destined for mediocrity. However, given his lineage, he might secure a position as a steward or something of the sort. Our Xiao family prioritizes cultivation above all. Without strength, no matter how high your status, the outcome will ultimately be bleak. Everyone disperse and focus on your training. After Xiao Ye's true energy surpassed the first line, he quickly withdrew it. Being merely a first-level martial artist, the surrounding disciples lost interest in mocking him and soon scattered with a few casual remarks. A first-level martial artist. Just a first-level martial artist. Xiao Qin gritted his teeth in frustration, unable to comprehend how 2 years of meticulous planning could be obliterated by a mere first-level martial artist. Had Xiao Ye been a 3rd-level or 4th-level martial artist, even a 6th level, Xiao Qin would have accepted it. But why must he be just a 1st level? Was it merely to counter today's test? The impulse to spit blood surged within him. Had he known, he would have raised the threshold to a 2nd-level martial artist. Elder, the test has concluded. Am I qualified? Xiao Ye clasped his hands in respect to the ethereal Xiao Ming, inquiring with a smile. You are still a disciple of the Xiao family. Continue your training, Xiao Ming replied indifferently. To him, the test was merely a commonplace occurrence. With a flick of his sleeve, the water serpent transformed back into azure waves, carrying him away as he vanished in an instant. Along with him disappeared Xiao Zhan, who had been atop the pavilion. Chapter 8. A sword pointing to the ancient forest ding-dong. Task completed. Received a vial of minor true energy, 10 prestige points, and 10 gold coins. With the test passed and the task accomplished, Xiao Ye discreetly opened his character attributes, and indeed, he beheld the numbers reflecting his prestige. Third brother. The test is over. Let us depart. Despite the test's success, Xiao Jun's tone bore no trace of joy. Rather, it was tinged with a hint of melancholy, as if he were attempting to console Xiao Ye. If Xiao Ye were to consume the Yijin Dan, he would be unable to cultivate further, which explained Xiao Jun's solemn demeanor. Second brother, I have some matters to attend to. Xiao Ye turned, casting a half-smile at Xiao Qin. At this moment, Xiao Qin wore a face of thunder. His companions had long since dispersed, and with Xiao Ye remaining, it was unwise to continue antagonizing the son of the family head. Haha, I knew you would pass. Xiao Ye's gaze unsettled Xiao Qin, causing his heart to spasm with rage, wishing he could land a punch on Xiao Ye's face. Yet, at that moment, he was compelled to force a strained smile, clasping his hands as he said, I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Heh, you may leave without needing to inform me. Xiao Ye waved dismissively, adopting an air of indifference, as though Xiao Qin's fate was of no concern to him. Xiao Qin's face twitched, and he spat inwardly, turning to lead Ling Luo and Ling Chong away. However, in that instant, he noticed Ling Luo was gazing intently at Xiao Ye, and Ling Chong showed no intention of departing either. Ling Luo, we must go. My mother has prepared a sumptuous lunch that I assure you will delight you. Xiao Qin urged, urgency creeping into his tone. He had orchestrated this elaborate scene, intending to share it with Ling Luo, but instead, he found himself humiliated. He did not wish to linger and suffer further misfortune. Ling Luo cannot accompany you. She has already promised to dine with me. By the way, Ling Chong, you are welcome to join us at my residence as well. Just then, Xiao Ye's teasing voice echoed, and in that fleeting moment, Xiao Qin felt as if he might turn to stone. He could hardly believe his ears. When had Xiao Ye and Ling Luo become entangled? Thank you for your hospitality yesterday, Xiao Qin. I have already agreed to join young Master Xiao Ye, so I shall not intrude on you today. Before Xiao Qin could process her words, Ling Luo had already taken light steps, moving to stand beside Xiao Ye along with Ling Chong. From Xiao Ye's initial words to Ling Luo and Ling Chong's departure, scarcely had a few breaths passed. Although Xiao Qin did not turn to face them, he could sense that his expression was undoubtedly one of exquisite torment. To have anticipated a spectacle only to find himself the subject of ridicule, if it were he would wish to dig a hole and hide. Xiao Qin's body trembled, his true energy surging violently, transforming into a palpable aura of malice. Even as he struggled to suppress it, it continued to emanate uncontrollably. The training ground was filled with noise and bustling activity, with many witnesses to this scene, including Xiao Qin's companions. Regrettably, at that moment, no one stepped forward to intervene on Xiao Qin's behalf. Such is life. When you relish watching others' misfortune, be prepared for your own to unfold. Suddenly, Xiao Qin burst into laughter. As he turned to face Xiao Ye, his true energy had regained its composure, and his murderous intent had dissipated entirely. His gaze swept over Ling Luo and her brother with an eerie glint before settling on Xiao Ye. Although a smile graced his lips, the malice lurking beneath was unmistakable. 9 days from now marks the Xiao family's hunt. Though you have passed the test, your cultivation still requires strengthening. It would be wise to train diligently in these remaining days, for I eagerly await your prowess to shine. With that, Xiao Qin turned and departed. In that fleeting moment, the lethal aura at the corner of his eyes peaked, only to vanish without a trace. Is he threatening me? Xiao Ye smirked coldly, while Ling Luo and Ling Chong appeared gravely concerned. They understood that Xiao Qin was provoking them. During the hunt, he would not remain so composed. In the ancient forest of the Xiao family, no elder would be there to protect them. It was then that Xiao Qin would likely make his move. Thus, Xiao Qin departed, and Xiao Ye's testing came to a close. Xiao Ye, Xiao Jun, Ling Luo, and Ling Chong made their way directly to Xiao Ye's residence. Xiao Ye first arranged accommodations for Ling Luo and Ling Chong before meeting with Xiao Jun in the sitting room. Second brother, I will arrange for father to exempt you from the hunt, Xiao Jun stated, his first words urging Xiao Ye to forego the hunt, having discerned Xiao Qin's murderous intent. Xiao Ye shook his head firmly. I must participate in the hunt. No, I cannot allow you to take that risk. I have a task tomorrow that will require my absence for some time. I will not be back before the hunt. Without me, Xiao Qin will undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics during the hunt. Even if he dares not act, you are still not even a first-level martial artist. The beasts and monsters in the ancient forest could easily tear you apart. Xiao Jun's words were stern, leaving no room for negotiation. He administered the Yizhen Dan to Xiao Ye solely to ensure his presence in the Xiao family. Nothing more. It was never intended for Xiao Ye to face death. Was father aware of the Yizhen Dan matter? Xiao Ye discerned that Xiao Jun was reticent to speak, and he realized that persisting in this line of reasoning would surely yield no favorable outcome. Thus, he deftly redirected the conversation to Xiao Zhan. Upon mentioning Xiao Zhan, a palpable seriousness flickered in Xiao Jun's eyes, followed by a shake of his head. Since father was unaware that I had taken the Yizhen Dan, I have no justification for abstaining from the autumn hunt. This would only bring disgrace to father. Do you not agree? Xiao Jun pressed. Disgrace is preferable to losing one's life. Xiao Jun maintained his stern demeanor. No, I will not lose my life. Listen to me. I am not alone in this venture. I have my team. Have you seen Ling Luo and Ling Chong? One is a 3rd-level martial artist, and the other is a 5th-level martial artist. They will be with me throughout. As Xiao Ye spoke, Xiao Jun's expression clearly wavered, evidently swayed by his words. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ye continued, my feud with Xiao Qin has long been established. If I do not participate in the Xiao family's hunt, he will undoubtedly incite the elder to create trouble, and it will be father who suffers the consequences. Allow me to go. Assist me in securing spots for Ling Luo and Ling Chong, and ultimately, trust me. Xiao Ye's gaze was resolutely unwavering, and he boldly placed the responsibility of Ling Luo and Ling Chong's participation upon Xiao Jun. Initially troubled by how to resolve the issue of their spots, he now found it considerably simpler if Xiao Jun were to lend a hand. Xiao Jun fell into contemplation. Xiao Ye's arguments were not without merit. Xiao Qin was a menace, backed by the elder, and if Xiao Ye refrained from joining the hunt, he would surely exploit the situation, creating complications for Xiao Zhan. Yet, in Xiao Jun's eyes, Xiao Ye had already degraded to the level of an ordinary person. Despite the protection of Ling Luo and Ling Chong, it remained exceedingly perilous. The Xiao family's ancient forest was rife not only with ferocious beasts, but also with powerful magical creatures. While there were no exceptionally potent magical beasts, there existed several 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts capable of tearing martial artists to shreds. Of course, the likelihood of encountering such beasts was not high. The primary concern remained Xiao Qin. With formidable strength and ruthless tactics, he had inherited the elder's brutal style. Given the long-standing enmity between him and Xiao Ye, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xiao Ye during the hunt. A flicker of malice flashed in Xiao Jun's eyes in that moment. He considered the possibility of eliminating Xiao Qin. If Xiao Qin were removed, Xiao Ye's entry into the ancient forest would be significantly safer. Alas, Xiao Jun could not act against Xiao Qin within the Xiao family, and with a task to attend to the following day, he feared he would have no opportunity. Third brother, remember to keep your distance from the depths of the ancient forest. It is merely a hunt, aimed to slay some wild beasts. Keep a watchful eye on Xiao Qin and try to stay in areas with more disciples. In doing so, he will be less inclined to act against you. After careful consideration, Xiao Jun advised. Does second brother concur? Xiao Ye inquired, his spirits lifted. This is the only way forward. What about Ling Luo and Ling Chong? I will speak with father immediately. I will arrange it for you. By the way, take these 3 items. Xiao Jun produced 3 silver orbs from his sleeve, each the size of an eyeball, cool to the touch and exuding a faint tingling sensation. What are these? Xiao Ye examined the steel spheres with curiosity, perplexed. These are Lei Zhu, one-time consumable spirit artifacts. When infused with true energy, they will explode. Their power is sufficient to deter martial artists. Distribute them among your companions for their protection. Xiao Jun stated. I can assist you only to this extent. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Time is short. I will now discuss with father to secure their spots. With that, Xiao Jun transformed into a shadow, departing the courtyard. Lei Zhu? A one-time spirit artifact that even martial artists could threaten. How could I entrust these to others? Xiao Ye chuckled as he tucked the Lei Zhu away, inhaling deeply. Following this conversation, he did not dare to claim Xiao Jun as an elder brother, but considered him at least a friend. Perhaps through their interactions, he would eventually find true kinship. In the parlor, Xiao Ye summoned the Ling siblings, simultaneously assessing Ling Chong. He noted that although Ling Chong was robust, he possessed a rather timid disposition. Given Xiao Ye's status, Ling Chong beamed with flattery upon his arrival, which irked Xiao Ye. Ling Chong, you need not be so obsequious. I understand your eagerness to locate Ling Zixin. Rest assured, I have sent second brother to arrange the spots. Entering the ancient forest will pose no problem. What remains is to prepare thoroughly. As you are aware, the Xiao family's ancient forest is no benign territory, especially with Xiao Qin lurking nearby. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Ye compelled Ling Chong to become considerably more subdued. However, he shot a glare at Ling Luo, indicating that his affable demeanor was reserved solely for outsiders. Ling Luo, catching his drift, stepped forward. Young Master Xiao, having offended Xiao Qin today, will it cause significant trouble in the ancient forest? Will it endanger you? Need you even ask? Xiao Ye rolled his eyes. It is unavoidable. But there is no need for excessive concern. By the way, you must have some means to locate Ling Zixin, correct? The ancient forest is vast, without a clear strategy. Finding her will prove futile. Rest assured, young master, Xiao Bai can recognize my sister's aura. By following her scent, we will surely find her, Ling Luo replied, gently stroking the spirit rabbit nestled in his arms. The spirit rabbit appeared to comprehend, promptly raising its little head and flaunting its nose like a proud general. Chapter 9. Cyclical tasks. Xiao Ye's demands were quite straightforward. Prior to entering the ancient forest, the Ling siblings were to remain in the courtyard, avoiding any external troubles that could disrupt their lives. They were also to diligently enhance their cultivation, striving to advance further before entering the ancient forest. The Ling siblings were entirely capable of fulfilling these requirements. However, they initially believed Xiao Ye should also prepare adequately to bolster his strength. Yet, in the days that followed, Xiao Ye's movements became utterly inscrutable to them. After a night of rest, with merely 8 days remaining until the hunt, Xiao Ye embarked on his genuine quest. Aside from the routine schedule, Ling Luo and Ling Chong would no longer catch sight of him. First, Xiao Ye meticulously organized the map within his mind, clarifying the entire layout of the Xiao family, and then began meandering through its various locales. While it appeared to be mere wandering, it was indeed an endeavor to trigger tasks through various environments. Task issued: water the ancient trees of the Xiao family. Reward: 1 vial of minor spiritual water. 10 gold coins. Task issued: review the Xiao family genealogy. Reward: 10 prestige points, 20 gold coins. Task issued: clear the fallen leaves from the pavilion. Reward: 1 vial of minor true energy water. Task issued: feed the fish in the pond. Reward: 1 vial of minor true energy water, 10 gold coins. The initial tasks were astonishingly simple. Just as Xiao Ye had anticipated, the environment and people dictated whether a task could be triggered. He scurried about the Xiao family, engaging in seemingly nonsensical activities. The family servants were perplexed, questioning what had prompted the third young master to engage in sweeping, feeding fish, and watering plants, Was he merely seeking idle pursuits? However, over time, the Xiao family disciples gradually became familiar with Xiao Ye. This fellow seemed to be omnipresent at one moment. He appeared like a madman, pummeling the stone wall until tears filled his eyes and his fist became swollen. At another moment, he acted like a fool, lurking in the grass of the Xiao family for hours on end, with the sole aim of awaiting a downpour. Once drenched by the rain, he sprang to life, exhibiting an exuberant demeanor. Such occurrences transpired daily, saturating the Xiao family with Xiao Ye's presence. No one knew what he was up to, and they merely assumed that his mental state had become somewhat unstable. They, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Ye was diligently completing task after task to reap the rewards of the divine equipment system. In preparation for the impending hunt, he was striving with all his might. With merely 4 days remaining until the hunt, that night, Xiao Ye finally broke through to the third-level martial artist realm, and his spiritual energy reached the second-tier spirit scholar level. Even so, he remained seated on his bed, contemplating which areas of the Xiao family he had yet to explore and which individuals he had yet to encounter. For he gradually began to realize that the tasks available for triggering were dwindling in frequency. In reflection, Xiao Ye settled into a meditative posture and commenced the absorption of true energy. Each night, he remained steadfast in his cultivation practices, a routine he had diligently cultivated. With merely 4 days remaining, the extent of his cultivation would rest solely upon his efforts. As dawn broke, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the world. True to form, Xiao Ye was the first to rise within the mansion. He practiced a series of unrefined martial arts in the courtyard, fully aware that he required a comprehensive cultivation technique, yet he understood that the system's offerings were the finest. He awaited their arrival with anticipation. Dongzi, as always, delivered warm water and breakfast, diligently performing his duties in silence. However, today, Xiao Ye did not allow him to depart. Dongzi, are there any places within the Xiao family that I have yet to explore? Xiao Ye posed this question. Having grown up in the Xiao family, it was indeed perplexing for Dongzi to consider what locations remained unexplored. If one must mention it, perhaps the elder's estate has not been visited, he replied, his face a mask of confusion. He could not fathom why Xiao Ye would inquire about such matters, as he had traversed every corner of the household. That is not my intention. I mean, are there any places within the Xiao family that I have overlooked, places I could access but have yet to visit? Perhaps secret chambers or forbidden areas. Xiao Ye had nearly explored every accessible location, and triggering tasks had become increasingly challenging. If the Xiao family could not yield any tasks, he would have to venture outside their domain. Dongzi chuckled wryly. The forbidden areas and secret chambers of the Xiao family are matters known only to the higher echelons. How could a mere servant like me possess such knowledge? Xiao Ye smacked his forehead, realizing that he could not even recall any unexplored locations from his own memory. Consulting Dongzi, a mere servant, seemed futile. It appeared that his eagerness to grow stronger had clouded his judgment. Clearly, the only option was to leave the Xiao family and seek tasks beyond their confines. Though, there is one place you have not visited. But I doubt you would be inclined to go. Dongzi's voice suddenly chimed in. Xiao Ye's interest piqued. What place is it? Do share. It is the slaughterhouse on the back mountain. The environment there is dreadful, filled with a foul stench that only the butchers can endure. Even us servants prefer to keep our distance. I doubt you would find it appealing, Dongzi explained. Take me to the slaughterhouse, Xiao Ye commanded. The butchers have notoriously bad tempers. Even if you go, they will not treat you kindly, Dongzi continued to advise. Enough talk. Lead the way, Xiao Ye retorted. The Xiao family, being a large clan with numerous descendants, required substantial livestock for sustenance. The slaughterhouse, a grim symbol of bloodshed, was situated in the most remote area of the back mountain, given its unpleasant odors and the surly dispositions of the butchers. A narrow path led to the back mountain, where the heat radiated, accompanied by waves of foul smells. At the path's end lay a sizable slaughterhouse, where the daily count of animals slaughtered ranged from 300 to 500. Upon Xiao Ye's arrival at the back mountain path, a wave of putrid air assaulted him, compelling him to scrunch his nose in distaste. Task initiated. Proceed to the slaughterhouse. Task reward. 1 vial of minor spiritual energy water. As anticipated, upon reaching this location, the divine equipment system promptly issued a task. Based on past experiences with the system, entering the slaughterhouse would likely trigger subsequent tasks. Are you truly going to enter? Dongzi asked, pinching his nose, his voice slightly altered. His greatest fear was not the foul odor but the butchers within the slaughterhouse. Accustomed to slaughtering livestock, they were fierce and formidable. Onward, Xiao Ye declared, refusing to engage in further discourse. He ascended the mountain path without needing Dongzi to lead. Before long, the path culminated at an open-air slaughterhouse, opposite which lay a pen housing 2 types of animals, gray-green feathered chickens and snow-white ducks, both common livestock. Old Wu. Your knife is sharp, but your arms lack strength. You barely managed to break the chicken's bones with a single stroke. How disappointing. A butcher berated. Uncle Wong, you're getting old. Your movements are sluggish. Perhaps it's time to retire, lest you hinder our progress. Who do you think you are, rookie? It's just a chicken. Do you want me to toss you into the blood of the livestock for a warm bath? The slaughterhouse buzzed with activity, butchers wielding their knives expertly, dispatching the animals with ruthless efficiency. Their techniques were honed, their gazes fierce, devoid of any compassion. Upon entering the slaughterhouse, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly caused Xiao Ye's heart to falter. He had never encountered such a visceral aroma. It felt as though he had stepped into a sea of blood, rendering him somewhat lightheaded. Hey, you two. This is a slaughterhouse. Do not wander in carelessly, or the stench will send you novice fools to your demise. A burly man, holding a knife and adorned with a blood-soaked apron, approached. His name was Uncle Wei, the proprietor of the slaughterhouse. He recognized Xiao Ye's attire as that of a Xiao family disciple but offered no deference. It was clear he did not welcome either Xiao Ye or Dongzi. To be honest, the blood-soaked atmosphere filled Xiao Ye with trepidation, for he had never taken a life before and had no desire to enter the slaughterhouse. Recurring task initiated. For every 20 chickens slaughtered, receive 1 vial of minor true energy water. For every 20 ducks slaughtered, receive 1 vial of minor spiritual energy water. Deadline, 10 days. At that moment, the divine equipment system unveiled its first recurring task, one that required Xiao Ye to engage in the slaughter of livestock. Damn it, what a fortuitous task. Xiao Ye laughed in frustration. Truthfully, he despised such a task, yet as the task king, he felt compelled to fulfill it. Moreover, as a recurring task, it presented an excellent opportunity to grow stronger in these final 4 days. I wish to join you. I aspire to become a butcher. Xiao Ye boldly declared to Uncle Wei. What? I must be hearing things. I have no need for novices here. If you wealthy young masters wish to play, do so elsewhere. Do not disturb our work, or there will be no meat for you today. Dongzi was taken aback by Xiao Ye's words, while Uncle Wei merely rolled his eyes, dismissing them before turning away. Aha. Old Wei, it seems another young master has come to disrupt our work. You best tread lightly, mind your tongue, lest they have you thrown out. Laughter erupted from the other butchers, clearly mocking Xiao Ye for his inability to withstand the stench and blood, questioning his suitability for the butcher's trade. You may enjoy the meat, but leave the slaughtering to the masters. Dongzi urged, I implore you, do not just about being a butcher. It is no easy task, and they are not to be trifled with. We should take our leave. I command you to procure a knife for me and secure a position as a butcher. Xiao Ye's tone shifted to one of serious authority. In that moment, he embodied a true master, exuding an undeniable aura that brooked no refusal. Dongzi had never seen Xiao Ye so resolute. Understanding the gravity of the situation from Xiao Ye's gaze, he proceeded to the slaughterhouse to negotiate with Uncle Wei on his behalf. Chapter 10. The butcher clutching a knife and adorned with a blood-stained yellow apron. Xiao Ye stood nervously before the slaughtering platform. This was the equipment Dongzi had painstakingly secured for him, surrounded by the mocking gazes of butchers and their unrestrained laughter. As Dongzi had rightly pointed out, butchers cared little for the status of a young master. Within the slaughterhouse, it was the butcher's trade that commanded the utmost respect. In their eyes, Xiao Ye remained but a novice. Young man, we have no time to play with you. This is a feathered duck. Kill it quickly and be on your way. Also, be careful with my knife. It's my treasure, one that money cannot buy. Uncle Wei held a feathered duck that weighed about 3 to 4 pounds. Though not large, it was quite nimble, its wings flapping powerfully. Without hesitation, Uncle Wei tossed the duck onto the slaughtering table and pointed at its neck, saying, one swift cut, clean and decisive. Do not give it a chance to struggle. As soon as Uncle Wei released the duck, it began to thrash on the table, sensing danger and putting forth every effort in a final struggle. Despite its feet being bound, its wings were strong, and it leaped high as if attempting to escape from the slaughterhouse. Huh, look at it, terrified. It doesn't even dare to grab the duck, yet pretends to be a butcher. Such was the life of a young master, accustomed to luxury, seeking to experience the hardships of the lower class for amusement. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong profession for such an endeavor. Hey rookie, just give up. Don't interfere with our work. The jeers of the butchers echoed in Xiao Ye's ears, but he gritted his teeth in determination. The overwhelming stench of blood was suffocating, and he had never slaughtered any livestock before. To claim he was not nervous would be a blatant lie. With a mission at hand, a task enthusiast, he could not retreat. This world ultimately required bloodshed. Today it was livestock, and he could afford to hesitate. But when it came time to kill Xiao Qin, would he still have the luxury of hesitation? Xiao Ye admonished himself, and a glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. The energy of a warrior surged within him as he locked onto the duck's wings, pressing it firmly against the table. as a third-tier warrior. This was a simple feat. However, the duck's struggle astonished him. That small body, faced with impending doom, unleashed an astonishing power and actually broke free of Xiao Ye's grasp on the third breath. Though livestock may be small, their strength can be formidable when confronted with the terror of death. The blade must be swift and precise, sparing the soon-to-be departed from unnecessary suffering. As a butcher, this is the most fundamental respect owed to the livestock, respect for the blade and for each life taken. It was hard to imagine such solemn words coming from the mouth of Uncle Wei, a butcher. Xiao Ye was taken aback. For butchers, slaughtering livestock was their daily work, a routine of severing countless lives. He had thought them heartless, yet they displayed such reverence for life, even the lives they personally took. Young man, I don't expect you to understand these words. Just get on with it and end your tedious experience. Uncle Wei's next words were a harsh blow. To him, butchery was merely a job, and Xiao Ye was just a privileged youth here for a fleeting experience. Respect for the blade, respect for the lives taken? Xiao Ye could not comprehend this notion at the moment. But he gleaned an important truth from the butchers. Even the weakest creature can unleash extraordinary power when faced with life-threatening peril. If one must kill, it must be done decisively and cleanly, never dragging it out, because the seemingly feeble creature on the brink of death may still mount a terrifying counterattack in its final moments. Swish. With a swift motion, Xiao Ye's blade struck cleanly. The duck's head was severed, and after a brief tremor, its body fell still. However, Xiao Ye quickly stepped away from the slaughtering table, experiencing the weight of ending a life for the first time. Outside the slaughterhouse, he retched violently. This rookie shows some decisiveness in his strikes, but can't even handle the blood of livestock. He'll surely become a timid and useless fellow. They scoffed. Huh. He is a young master. He'll eventually enter a sect to study. We have no right to judge. He might become a renowned figure who sweeps through the world in the future. What if one has no respect for the lives taken? Even if one slaughters the entire world, what then? Damn it, why are you back? As all the butchers laughed at Xiao Ye, he returned to the slaughterhouse after regaining his composure. His face was pale, yet a smile lingered on his lips. Facing their derision and discontented gazes, he merely smiled gently. Apologies, everyone. For the next 4 days, I intend to spend my time in the slaughterhouse. Of course, I will have someone prepare knives and an apron. If you don't mind, could I perhaps share in your meals? When Xiao Ye declared this, the butchers erupted in laughter, deeming it utterly impossible. They thought him to be merely joking, perhaps even rendered speechless by fear. Before long, Dongzi delivered knives and an apron, even bringing a makeshift slaughtering table to avoid disrupting the butcher's work. With decisive strikes, Xiao Ye slaughtered the second feathered duck, allowing it to flail for a moment beforehand. Following the kill, he again retched. Throughout the ordeal, the laughter of the butchers continued to fill the air. The word rookie echoed the most. Each time he was mocked, Xiao Ye merely responded with a smile. Yet, his tendency to vomit remained unmitigated. Finally, after slaughtering the 10th feathered duck, Xiao Ye felt merely queasy and did not vomit. This time, the laughter in the slaughterhouse diminished somewhat. Next, he turned his attention to the native chickens, swinging his knife with even greater decisiveness and speed. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, and he began to emit the unmistakable scent of a butcher, gradually acclimating to the foul odors of the slaughterhouse. The butcher's laughter faded, and Xiao Ye could sense that, for some reason, they were not mocking him maliciously. Rather, his presence seemed to bring a new topic to their lives. They clearly observed Xiao Ye's efforts and transformations, gradually realizing that he was a privileged youth capable of change. In the eyes of some butchers, Xiao Ye even possessed a talent for butchery. Young man, would you like to apprentice under me? Xiao Ye heard this from Uncle Wei, and in that moment, he firmly declined. It was not that he looked down on butchers. Rather, it was out of respect for their craft that he rejected the offer seriously. Had he dismissed it nonchalantly, he would have likely been expelled from the slaughterhouse long ago. Naturally, agreeing was out of the question. Even if Xiao Ye were to agree, the Xiao family would never permit him to become a butcher. Ding dong. Task completed. Received minor true chi water. Ding dong. Task completed. Received minor spiritual chi water. Ding dong. On this day, Xiao Ye slaughtered a total of 40 feathered ducks and 40 native chickens. He felt unsatisfied, yet in the eyes of the butchers, Xiao Ye was truly remarkable. He had vomited the first time he killed a feathered duck, yet he did not rest, continuing to slay 40 livestock in a single day. Though he currently sat to the side, trembling, his gaze was far more resolute than before entering the slaughterhouse. A faint scent of blood began to emanate from him. Now, should Xiao Ye be tasked with killing a person, he might not be able to do so without hesitation, but at the very least, he would not be unable to take action. Moreover, his gaze continued to harden, and the frequency of his trembling limbs slowed. A murderous aura was brewing within him. Seated in meditation, Xiao Ye habitually cultivated his true chi. having consumed both the minor spiritual chi water and minor true chi water. He truly intended to spend the night in the slaughterhouse, resting on a simple mat, finding it to be the most peaceful sleep he had experienced. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day. Clang, clang, clang. Without the crowing of roosters, only the sound of gongs echoed. When Xiao Ye opened his eyes, he found the moon still hanging high in the sky, yet the butchers had already begun their work. The Xiao family is numerous, and the quantity of meat consumed is considerable. Some little ones even require meat for breakfast. Thus, the butchers must rise early and toil late. Youngster, this is not your duty. You may continue your slumber. Uncle Wei, who oversees the slaughterhouse, has no authority to command Xiao Ye. Do I appear so feeble? Xiao Ye rose from his slumber, brandishing a cleaver, ready to commence his labor. At that moment, Uncle Wei presented him with a basket of steamed buns. The butcher's meals are not particularly lavish, but they will suffice, better than an empty stomach. With a bun clenched in his mouth, his left hand steadying a plucked duck and his right hand wielding the knife, Xiao Ye began his repetitive task anew. His movements quickened, his technique became increasingly refined, and the sanguine energy surrounding him gradually intensified. Meanwhile, the divine system in his mind seemed to be on high alert, issuing warnings intermittently. The frenzied journey of tasks had finally commenced. Continuously completing assignments and consuming minor essence and spiritual waters, Xiao Ye's cultivation progressed rapidly. And the time for the autumn hunt approached swiftly. In Xiao Ye's residence, Ling Luo and Ling Chong endured a seemingly eternal 3 days, each passing moment dragging on interminably. Under the night sky, the moon hung like a silver plate. Sister, can we truly rely on Xiao Ye? He has left us here while he pursues his own agenda. And even the servant remains tight-lipped. The hunt is but 2 days away. What shall we do? Ling Chong's face was etched with worry and skepticism. Finding Ling Zixin was of utmost importance, yet Xiao Ye appeared utterly indifferent, even absent. Ling Luo pursed her lips. I trust him. As a young master of the Xiao family, he would not deceive me, and moreover, his conflict with Xiao Qin has intensified for our sake. If he did not intend to assist us, why would he act so? Just as Ling Luo and Ling Chong conversed, an overwhelmingly bloody aura wafted in from outside. So potent that even before the door opened, they sensed its presence. How could a beast infiltrate the Xiao residence? The rich scent of blood suggested a recent struggle. Ling Luo and her brother exchanged glances, sharing the same thought. Creak. When the door swung open, as they prepared to strike, Xiao Ye stepped into the residence. His eyes bloodshot, resembling a ferocious beast, exuding an aura of bloodshed. Chapter 11. Techniques, Weapons. And strengthening Xiao Ye appeared as though he had just emerged from a bloody battle, yet a gentle smile graced his lips. Upon seeing the astonished Ling's siblings, he waved his hand and shrugged. What? Were you waiting for me? Even his smile, in the eyes of Ling Luo and Ling Chong, resembled a predator baring its fangs, instilling terror. Though they possessed some combat experience and had witnessed bloodshed before, they had never encountered such a fearsome aura. Was this still the dapper young master they once knew? The same Xiao Ye who was once jovial and devoid of malice? Ling Luo and Ling Chong were so taken aback that they stumbled over their words. I apologize. I've been dealing with some wild beast recently and haven't had a bath in days. Let us discuss matters after I've had a hot shower. Xiao Ye was aware of the fear he instilled at the moment. After greeting them, he retreated to the bathroom to draw water for a bath. Before entering, he reflected on the nickname the butchers had given him, the executioner. Brother, he has gone inside. What are you staring at? Ling Chong frowned, fixated on the bathroom door. Something is different, he murmured, his complexion grave. What do you mean different? Ling Luo asked, puzzled. His aura is stable, his speech natural, and his power has undoubtedly increased. Most importantly, it is his gaze. Previously, his eyes, while confident, held a hint of confusion and an indescribable emotion. Now, his gaze is sharp, devoid of uncertainty, resembling a hawk hunting its prey, quite terrifying. As Ling Chong spoke, he shuddered involuntarily. He had seen that expression in many mercenaries. A gaze forged through trials of life and death. What had Xiao Ye been through during these days? Chirp, chirp, in Ling Luo's arms. The spiritual rabbit also emitted a few sounds, seemingly frightened. Young Master Xiao, what have you done? Has your strength truly increased as my brother suggested? Worry flickered in Ling Luo's beautiful eyes. When Xiao Ye re-emerged before the siblings, he had donned a clean martial outfit. The scent of blood entirely vanished, and the menacing aura he had exuded upon entering was now gone. The only thing unchanged was his gaze, still sharp like a hawk soaring through the heavens, searching for its quarry. Apologies, I have been quite busy with preparations for the hunt. By the way, Dongzi should have delivered the hunting qualification token to you by now. Correct? Is there anything amiss? Xiao Ye's tone remained gentle. Had it not been for the change in his eyes, the siblings might not have perceived any difference in him. Ha, ha, ha. Young Master Xiao, you are too modest. We have no complaints. It's merely that we feared something might arise regarding the hunt in your absence, causing us some unease. Ling Chong maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, ever the sycophant in front of Xiao family members. Didn't Ti return? Xiao Ye grinned. Rest assured, I will not leave your sight tomorrow. You both should prepare. The hunt is upon us the day after. We must be in optimal condition. After all, besides searching for Ling Zixin, I also need to hunt. Xiao Ye's words instilled a sense of calm in the hearts of the Ling siblings. They observed him for a while longer, failing to identify any notable differences, and finally retreated to rest peacefully. Upon their departure, Xiao Ye took a deep breath. And with it, an aura of bloodlust subtly emanated from him once more. Uncle Wei was indeed correct. Bloodlust is truly difficult to suppress. I must cultivate my mind and temper my spirit. However, there are more pressing matters at hand. With a smile, Xiao Ye entered his bedroom. He had left the slaughterhouse a day early for a more significant purpose. In his chamber, Xiao Ye sat cross-legged on his bed and opened his character attributes. The warrior section prominently displayed his status as a level 4 warrior. Beneath it, the progress bar was entirely blue, just a step away from a breakthrough. In the Spirit Master section, his level was marked as a 3rd-rank Spirit Master, but the progress bar was only halfway filled. Due to time constraints, he could not balance his true energy and spirit energy. He needed one to reach at least level 5. Thus, he slightly slowed his spiritual cultivation. In his inventory, 3 slots were unlocked, one of which contained a bottle of minor true energy water, which Xiao Ye retrieved, just as he attained the level 4 warrior status. The divine system alerted him that advancing to level 5 warrior would grant him a beginner-esque gift package. This was the very reason Xiao Ye had departed the slaughterhouse. Having played countless games, he understood the potential treasures hidden within such packages. Firstly, there would be weapons and equipment. Secondly, there could be techniques and manuals. Regardless of whether one or both were included, Xiao Ye had to return to the residence. Taking a deep breath, he opened the last bottle of minor true energy water and drank it in one swift motion. As expected, his warrior cultivation broke through its bottleneck, reaching level 5 warrior. Ding dong. You have become a level 5 warrior and received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open the package? Yes. Upon opening the package, he was presented with the following technique options: Golden Bell Shield, Great Diamond Finger, and Cloud Swallowing Palm. Weapon choices included Xian Iron Sword, Xian Iron Battle Axe, and Xian Iron Kitchen Knife. Additionally, he received 5 minor gathering chi pills. Please select a technique and weapon. The contents of the package flooded into his mind. It contained 3 items: techniques, weapons, and minor gathering chi pills. After swallowing the minor gathering chi pill, the speed of absorbing true energy would accelerate, making it an essential item without the need for selection. However, for martial arts and weapons, there were 3 distinct options. The Golden Bell Shield was clearly a defensive technique. The Great Vajra Finger had an appealing name and formidable attack power, yet its cultivation would undoubtedly be challenging. The Cloud Swallowing Palm sounded promising, so he chose that. Having just played the butcher for a while, although the specialized knife was not precisely a kitchen knife, it was still quite different. He opted for the Dark Iron Kitchen Knife. Xiao Ye quickly made his selections, placing the 3 items into his inventory. He set aside the minor gathering chi pill for now, as he had no time to use it. The first item he took out was the Dark Iron Kitchen Knife. Activating the Equipment Enhancement System, the 8 trigram symbol appeared, rotating and enveloping the knife in a radiant glow. Equipment scanning in progress. Equipment: Dark Iron Kitchen Knife level. Yellow attributes: none spirituality, none durability, 0 task item, where will result in irreversible damage. The final note of the equipment scan served as a reminder to Xiao Ye. Evidently, task-acquired equipment had a limited lifespan and could only be discarded once worn out. Despite being a yellow-grade weapon, the Dark Iron Kitchen Knife was incredibly sharp and had a satisfying heft, making it a commendable choice among its peers. Aside from its less than aesthetic appearance, Xiao Ye returned the knife to his inventory, rubbed his palms together, and retrieved the Cloud Swallowing Palm manual. As he was about to open it, a voice from the system interrupted him. Would you like to learn the Cloud Swallowing Palm? Yes, Xiao Ye answered without hesitation. The moment he spoke, the manual transformed into characters resembling tadpoles, merging into Xiao Ye's mind. Instantly, all the knowledge regarding the Cloud Swallowing Palm was transmitted to him. Requiring no further study, he had mastered it to perfection. Ding! You have learned the Cloud Swallowing Palm. Cost: 100 gold coins. You currently have 560 gold coins. Xiao Ye was not overly pleased with the system's announcement. He had not received any prior warning before the deduction of 100 gold coins. However, the instantaneous acquisition of the technique was a clear advantage. It seemed that system-granted techniques could be learned instantly at the cost of gold coins. He pondered whether techniques obtained in the real world could also be learned in such a manner. Filled with excitement, Xiao Ye now possessed a weapon and a technique. not to mention being a level 5 warrior and a grade 3 spiritualist. With 3 thunder pearls gifted by Xiao Jun in his pocket, he felt no fear of Xiao Qin. True energy flowed through his body, gradually converging into his right palm. As the cloud-swallowing palms technique took form, mist began to swirl around his hand, and gusts of energy danced with the palm's wind. Surprisingly, a gentle breeze developed within the room, a result of the potent energy emanating from Xiao Ye's palm, vibrating the air around him. As he concentrated, he could distinctly feel the flow of true energy within him. It dissipated significantly but was not aimlessly scattered as during his casual practice. Instead, it was entirely focused in his palm. His gaze fell upon a wooden table half a foot away, upon which sat a teapot. With a focused glance, he unleashed a palm strike through the air, merging his energy with the gust, which transformed into a virtual palm imprint that sliced through the air. Boom! The teacup shattered, and to Xiao Ye's astonishment, the wooden table beneath it was utterly obliterated as well. This was merely a distant palm strike. He could only imagine the devastation if it impacted a living target. Xiao Qin, I am fully prepared for the hunt. Are you ready to receive my palm? The following morning, Xiao Ye rose early as usual to practice his techniques. Focusing on the cloud-swallowing palm, he practiced everything from the initial breathing techniques to the transmission of true energy, the amount of energy condensed, and the resultant force of the palm wind, meticulously honing each aspect. He also devoted attention to his body's movements and footwork, ensuring they perfectly complemented the cloud-swallowing palm. He considered how to optimize his steps for seamless execution and how the distribution of his muscles could facilitate unhindered strikes. All of this gradually enhanced Xiao Ye's strength. Dongzi, as per usual, arrived to deliver breakfast, but this time found himself captivated, unable to tear his eyes away from Xiao Ye's movements. When the Ling siblings awoke, they too were astonished by the scene before them. They noted that Xiao Ye's true energy was extraordinarily thick, although not on par with Ling Chong. He had clearly surpassed Ling Luo. Moreover, Xiao Ye's techniques were no longer mere flashy displays but lethal attacks. He was truly beginning to grow stronger. Time flew by, and before long, the annual Xiao Family Autumn Hunt had commenced. Chapter 12. The Xiao Family Hunt. The Xiao Family Autumn Hunt, held annually, has been a tradition for thousands of years, unwavering through storms and changes. Participants in the hunt must be under the age of 20, of course. Those too young are not permitted, with the primary age group typically being 14 to 20. For the young disciples, the Xiao Family Hunt represents both honor and trial. Each year, some disciples perish during the hunt, while others acquire survival skills that allow them to leave the Xiao family and forge their own paths. Whether by joining sects or becoming lone wanderers, returning one day with glory and achievements. As an ancient clan, the Xiao family has disciples scattered across the continent. Regrettably, for over 1,000 years, no remarkable talents have emerged from the family, leading to its gradual decline. This decline is not unique to the Xiao family. All families across the Zhenyuan continent are experiencing a trend of decay, primarily due to the rise of powerful sections. A family, in comparison to a sect, is inevitably at a disadvantage, and this widening gap has contributed to the family's downfall. Currently, the Xiao family continues to supply disciples to the major sects, for the resources of the sects are always more plentiful than those of any family. After each autumn hunt, the 5 major sects send representatives to the Xiao family to select those they deem to possess potential. Thus, the performance during the hunt indirectly influences the sect's choices. Consequently, the disciples of the Xiao family prepare thoroughly for the autumn hunt, with nearly everyone exerting their utmost effort. Some even scheme to eliminate rivals who pose a threat during the hunt. Such strategies are open secrets within the Xiao family, which turns a blind eye to them. They desperately need strong individuals to rise. Without harsh conditions, it becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate extraordinary talents. Today, the Xiao family's training arena gathered 87 young men and women, of whom 2 were not Xiao family disciples. The remaining 85 were dedicated members, filled with dreams and equipped for the hunt. The atmosphere in the plaza was solemn, as disciples carried their respective burdens, each armed with their chosen weapons. Some were skilled archers, bringing along bows and arrows. In short, everyone was heavily laden, unless they had reached the ranks of a martial master or spiritual master, in which case they could utilize a Qianquan bag, negating the need for such cumbersome gear. In stark contrast to these well-prepared disciples, Xiao Ye appeared remarkably at ease, carrying only a small bag, devoid of any weapons. This led Ling Luo and Ling Chong to believe he had forgotten his weapon, prompting them to remind him repeatedly, only to be met with Xiao Ye's assertion that he needed no weapon, that his bare hands were sufficient. Upon hearing this, both Ling Luo and Ling Chong rolled their eyes. However, as Xiao Ye was a young master, they could not insist otherwise. Scanning the disciples, Xiao Ye finally spotted Xiao Qin, who was equally clad in martial attire and appeared quite spirited, wielding a battle axe. Noticing Xiao Ye's gaze, Xiao Qin looked over. Upon locking eyes, a spark ignited between them. Instantly, Xiao Qin furrowed his brow, sensing something different about Xiao Ye, though he could not quite articulate what had changed. Upon encountering Ling Luo and Ling Chong, Xiao Qin's pupils constricted. However, in recent days, his temperament seemed to have improved significantly, and he did not exhibit overt anger. "Cousin, what are you looking at?" A boy around 14 or 15, with hair of a striking orange hue, glanced over with keen interest. His emerald eyes radiated an extraordinarily enchanting aura. His handsome visage and physique resembled a cheetah, brimming with explosive energy. "Oh, you must be Xiao Ye, right? Don't worry. Cousin, I've got this covered." The boy darted a glance at Xiao Ye, then patted Xiao Qin's shoulder, shrugging nonchalantly. His audacious remarks were clearly intended to be detrimental to Xiao Ye, and one could not help but admire his boldness. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, memories swirling in his mind until they finally unearthed information about the boy. Xiao Jian, the most esteemed disciple of the Xiao family in this generation, had already reached the 6th level of martial arts at the tender age of 10. How could this be? When Xiao Ye discovered this information, his pupils contracted once more. Xiao Jian appeared to be no older than 13, yet the data in his mind confirmed he was merely 10 years old, a 6th-level warrior at such a young age. And looking so mature, he was indeed a focus of cultivation within the Xiao family and also Xiao Qin's cousin. This youth intends to deal with me? A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Xiao Ye's eyes. He thought little of Xiao Qin, but if his opponent were Xiao Jian, then the situation would become quite troublesome. While Xiao Jian might not pose a threat at present, his innate talent promised to be formidable, should he choose to target Xiao Ye. The upcoming expedition to the ancient forest might necessitate a decisive and lethal response to eliminate him before he could fully develop. It was also startling to learn that Xiao Jian's mother belonged to the demon clan. No wonder he was so different from ordinary individuals. The expedition to the ancient forest was bound to be more complicated than anticipated. Observing the striking Xiao Jian, a sense of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Yu's heart. He could tell that despite Xiao Jian's youth and lingering boyishness, he likely lacked experience, which might be the only silver lining in this predicament. While Xiao Yu pondered, Xiao Qin scoffed and turned away to engage in a hushed conversation with Xiao Jian. Suddenly, 2 resounding crane calls echoed from the distant void, prompting the disciples to look up. They beheld 2 gigantic celestial cranes soaring through the sky, their wings outstretched. From afar, the cranes resembled ethereal dancers, their multicolored feathers glimmering in the sunlight, radiating a dazzling spectrum of light as they approached, a breathtaking sight, indeed. Such magnificent cranes, even grander than I had imagined. These were 2 celestial cranes raised by Elder Xiaoming, tasked with escorting disciples to the Xiao family's ancient forest for the past decade. While stunning, the cranes lacked any offensive capability. If I were to train magical beasts in the future, I would certainly opt for a saber-toothed leopard. The sight of the cranes was an enchanting experience for Xiao Ye, who was witnessing celestial cranes for the very first time. The beauty was so profound that he couldn't help but marvel, while beside him, Ling Luo was utterly captivated, completely enthralled by the 2 cranes. With a swish, a wave of azure surged forth, resembling a green silk scarf slicing through the heavens, and it was none other than Elder Xiaoming. Wielding a staff and standing upon the azure waves, he hovered between the 2 cranes, which chirped excitedly and danced around him. Xiaoming's expression remained impassive. As he summoned his spiritual energy, he soared alongside the cranes, ascending above the martial arts arena. In that instant, the martial arts arena was shrouded in darkness. Observing the cranes up close, Xiao Yu realized he had underestimated their size. The cranes measured at least 7 zhang in length, and when their wings spread wide, they nearly obscured the sun, a truly spectacular sight. As the cranes soared overhead, the disciples felt their blood boil. This was the outside world, vibrant and surreal, teeming with a plethora of magical beasts. Elder Xiaoming floated high above, in the midst of the 2 cranes, surveying the disciples. Anyone who met his gaze felt a tremor in their hearts, and a hush fell over the crowd. The Autumn Hunt is the Xiao family's annual grand event. Following the hunt, within a month, the 5 major sects will send representatives to select disciples. Some of you may remain in the Xiao family, while others will step beyond its gates to embrace the true world. The Xiaoming's voice was not loud. It resonated powerfully with the disciples, instilling clarity in their minds. This is the most crucial step in your lives. In the ancient forest, fairness does not exist. Only the true law of the jungle prevails. Your sole option is to take up arms and battle the magical beasts. From this moment forth, cast aside your entitled attitudes. You will face brutal slaughter. The autumn hunt will last for 10 days. During this time, no disciple may leave the Xiao family's ancient forest. For these 10 days, the ancient forest will be devoid of rules. It will be a test of skill, centered around hunting, and confronting magical beasts. Is there any question? After a brief explanation, Xiao Ming scanned the disciples once more. I have a question. The disciples had prepared extensively for the autumn hunt, and there should have been no doubt. Thus, the one preparing to speak drew countless gazes. It was none other than Xiao Jian. Speak. Xiao Ming's tone remained icy, even directed at a disciple under the Xiao family's careful cultivation. Hee, I just wanted to inquire about the mightiest magical beast in the Xiao family's ancient forest. Xiao Jian's youthful face burned with battle intent. He appeared ready to charge directly at the most formidable magical beast in the forest. Xiao Ming's brows furrowed, and a faint laughter rippled among the disciples, clearly indicating that they found Xiao Jian's question frivolous. No matter how powerful a magical beast may be, could he truly slay it? During the Xiao family's hunting season, the most powerful and lethal magical beasts will not appear. Among those that do, the strongest will be third-level magical beasts. With a single howl, it could spell your demise, so do not provoke it. Xiao Ming addressed Xiao Jian's query. Yet Xiao Jian's expression remained one of defiance. This young man harbored a fierce battle spirit, yet he was only a 6th-level warrior, daring to challenge the mightiest of magical beasts. However, his youth suggested he would be relatively easy to handle. Xiao Ye mused inwardly. With no further questions, we shall depart. The moment you step beyond the Xiao family, you will no longer receive its protection. Your future lies in your own hands. Water Cloud. As Xiao Ming summoned his spiritual energy, his staff emitted a soft chime, shimmering with violet light, ultimately unleashing 2 water serpents that unfurled like emerald clouds, cascading downward. Though referred to as clouds, they were indeed formed from condensed azure waves. The moment the water clouds descended, all disciples in the martial arts arena found themselves stepping upon them. Rise, Xiao Ming commanded, and the 2 clouds lifted, carrying over 40 disciples into the air, resembling true clouds as they floated upward. The mission was announced: ride the celestial cranes, with rewards including a bottle of minor spiritual water, a wind control scroll, 10 prestige points, and 10 gold coins. Chapter 13. The celestial outcast. The moment they stepped onto the water clouds, the divine equipment system issued a quest. Within the realm of divine equipment, the wind control scroll enhanced a character's speed by 10% for a quarter of an hour, proving to be immensely beneficial. While the disciples marveled at the water clouds beneath their feet, Xiao Ye's thoughts were already captivated by the quest. As for the water clouds, they were merely a form of spiritual technique employed by Xiao Ming, consuming relatively little spiritual energy, though accommodating over 80 individuals did require some skill. The 2 celestial cranes had settled into the void, no longer soaring but patiently awaiting the disciples. The water clouds ascended, soon aligning with the cranes. And then the clouds carried the disciples to their respective cranes. Xiao Ye and Ling Luo, naturally, found themselves on one crane, having always stood together, while Xiao Qin and Xiao Jian occupied the other. As their feet made contact with the crane's plush feathers, a warmth surged from beneath, accompanied by a hint of beastly aroma that was somewhat disconcerting. The celestial crane, being a magical beast, cannot possibly exude a pleasant fragrance. Though it possesses beauty, it carries its own unique characteristics. This particular scent made many disciples feel uneasy, including Ling Luo, while the spirit rabbit in her arms seemed to revel in it. As for Xiao Ye, having slaughtered livestock for 3 consecutive days, he had grown accustomed to the foul stench and the scent of blood. This minor odor was nothing to him. Suddenly, a series of fireworks erupted in the distance, cascading beautiful sparks into the void. Let us depart. With Xiao Ming's command, he stepped onto the azure waves, leading the way. The celestial crane unfurled its wings, and a refreshing gale whirled past as it soared into the sky. The crane flew with remarkable steadiness and astonishing speed, while the wind around them intensified, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. One by one, the disciples seated themselves, and Xiao Ye and Ling Luo were no exceptions. Prior to this, the rewards for their mission had already been distributed. Never had they breathed such fresh air. The sensation of flying was exquisite. Ling Luo took a deep breath of the crisp air, allowing her hair to dance in the wind, a radiant smile gracing her beautiful face. Xiao Ye felt a similar exhilaration. In his previous world, flight was only achievable through airplanes, but now, it was possible by riding the celestial crane. He envisioned a future where, with sufficient cultivation, he could soar through the skies on his own. This world truly suited him. He yearned to comprehend and experience it. This was the dawn of his existence. With a heart brimming with ambition, Xiao Ye had gradually acclimatized to this world, especially after the encounter at the slaughterhouse, which had ignited the innate fierceness within him. The majority of the Xiao family disciples were in a state of excitement, while those who had previously participated in the autumn hunt displayed a more tempered demeanor, devoid of the exhilaration of their first experience. Observing the spirited youths around him, Xiao Ye felt increasingly integrated into this realm. From their vantage point atop the celestial crane, they beheld a breathtaking vista of swirling clouds and majestic mountains and rivers below. The sensation of overlooking the vast earth and reveling in its beauty was immensely pleasurable and natural. As he collected his thoughts and redirected his focus to the celestial crane, Xiao Ye swiftly noticed an intriguing phenomenon. Among the disciples on the crane, many bore familiar faces. Even those unfamiliar were members of the same clan. Given the limited space, everyone was at ease, maintaining only a distance of about 3 feet from one another. Yet, there was a certain disciple from the Xiao family who occupied a realm of her own. Centered around her, within a radius of 10 feet. There was not a single disciple in sight. Everyone seemed to instinctively avoid her. Upon closer inspection, she turned out to be a young woman. Her stature was unremarkable, and as she sat cross-legged with her head bowed, her black hair barely concealed her cheeks. She appeared quite reserved, her hands positioned awkwardly, occasionally adjusting her garments. Noticing Xiao Ye's gaze, the young woman shifted her body to the right, deliberately avoiding him, which only piqued his curiosity further. Why did such a young woman from the Xiao family remain so unwelcomed? Judging by her demeanor, it was evident she was not arrogant or overbearing. What could be the reason behind this? Could it be that she bore some dreadful affliction? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Xiao Ye quickly rifled through his memories. Due to 2 years of despondency, his recollections of the Xiao family's events during that time were rather hazy, but he recalled certain details about Mu Qinger. This left him feeling rather vexed, yet with diligent searching, he managed to unearth some information regarding the young woman. Xiao Jia, a distant relative. Her parents were ordinary. And on the day she was born, a chilling wind swept through the house. Although both mother and daughter were safe at birth, the midwife tragically slipped and lost her life. Upon reaching this point in the tale, Xiao Ye could not help but chuckle bitterly. He had heard of many childbirth-related tragedies, but it was rare to hear of a midwife meeting such a fate. It seemed the stars had indeed conspired against them, due to the unfortunate circumstances surrounding her birth. Rumors spread that Xiao Jia was cursed, destined to bring misfortune to those around her. As fate would have it, when she was 3 years old, her mother was tragically bitten to death by a beast, leaving behind only her skeletal remains. At 5, her father, in a drunken rage, met his demise by swallowing a sword. The deeper he delved into her story, the more shocked Xiao Ye became. Though he had never believed in curses or spirits, Xiao Jia's tale was unsettling. At 8, her elder brother fell ill, consulting countless renowned physicians to no avail, and passed away a month later. Following that, the spirit cattle raised by the Xiao family collided with a wall and perished, while birds starved themselves to death. Relatives who came to visit either met with accidents or contracted terminal illnesses. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Ye's forehead. This was exceedingly eerie. Anyone or anything associated with Xiao Jia ultimately faced a grim fate. She had earned the moniker Heavenly Calamity Star, destined to live a solitary life. For proximity to her promised nothing but misfortune. This tale had circulated widely within the Xiao family, and some even sought to expel her from the clan. Thankfully, the family's leaders were more rational, not subscribing to the notion of her being a calamity, especially since she was among the few capable of sensing spiritual energy, allowing her to remain within the family. Even so, no one dared approach Xiao Jia, fearing they might invite disaster upon themselves. Thus, she remained isolated, never attending the martial arts arena, instead practicing her own spiritual energy in solitude. Previously, she had never revealed her cultivation and had never participated in hunts, but today, she stepped out of the shadows and into the fray, which undoubtedly explained the distance others maintained from her. In a world filled with anomalies, what was truly impossible? This situation was too uncanny. It would be wise to keep a safe distance. Xiao Ye thought to himself, as the mission was announced. The task of befriending Xiao Jia was assigned, with rewards of a small vial of true energy and 10 gold coins. Unexpectedly, the system had chosen this moment to issue a quest, leaving Xiao Ye's complexion pale with shock. "Are you all right, young Master Xiao?" Ling Luo inquired, noticing the sudden change in his expression, which had startled her into thinking something was amiss. "Just feeling a bit dizzy from the flight," Xiao Ye replied, waving his hand. His breathing slightly labored. Ling Luo and Ling Chong exchanged glances, shrugging simultaneously, believing Xiao Ye's dizziness was merely a result of the rapid flight. Truth be told, they too felt a touch lightheaded. Curses and other such nonsense. How could he possibly believe in such tales? Regardless of the task, he was determined to see it through. What harm could a mere girl pose? Xiao Ye's courage had been forged in the slaughterhouse. He constantly reassured himself that this world harbored no genuine curses. Everything was mere coincidence. The notion of the Heavenly Calamity Star was simply a ruse. Casting another glance at Xiao Jia's figure, Xiao Ye felt a weight in his heart. However, with the mission at hand, he could not afford to back down. To befriend someone, one could not harbor suspicion or wear a frown. Otherwise, the system would surely not acknowledge him. Xiao Ye endeavored to adjust his emotions. Keeping his gaze fixed on Xiao Jia, he noticed that she had not once lifted her head or spoken throughout the journey. Gradually, a flicker of compassion arose within him. What wrong had Xiao Jia committed? She had done nothing, yet had to witness her loved ones perish one by one, ultimately leading her to avoid others. In truth, she was the victim here. After a moment of internal struggle, Xiao Ye concluded that if he could traverse into another world, what was there to fear? With resolve, he brushed off his clothing and finally stood up, moving closer to Xiao Jia. When he was merely a foot away, he sat down, yet before he could speak, Xiao Jia seemed to sense his presence, rising suddenly and distancing herself. It was quite amusing. The celestial crane's back was limited in space, and as she moved, she inevitably drew closer to others. Consequently, the other disciples also stood up, shifting positions to maintain a distance of at least 10 feet from her. Intrigued, Xiao Ye found himself following suit, matching her movements. As Xiao Jia stirred, the other disciples followed suit, resulting in a state of unrest atop the crane. Everyone began to shift positions incessantly, all due to Xiao Ye. This commotion adversely affected the crane's flight, disrupting its formerly smooth glide, and gradually, the atmosphere became cacophonous. Xiao Ye, are you out of your mind? Can't you sit still for once? After finally having the chance to enjoy the scenery from the crane's back, why must you fidget? The hunt has yet to commence, and I need to collect my thoughts to remain in peak condition. Regardless of your status, it would be wise to behave yourself. A wave of indignation surged towards Xiao Ye, yet the disdainful glances were unmistakably directed at Xiao Jia. She kept her head bowed, having committed no fault, yet still endured the scornful glares. Hello, my name is Xiao Ye. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? In response to the disciples' discontented rebukes, Xiao Ye finally caught a glimpse of Xiao Jia's face. With the demeanor of a gentleman, he offered a faint smile and spoke words that sent a shiver through the disciples. Chapter 14. Arrival at the ancient forest. At his words, Xiao Jia trembled slightly, finally ceasing her movements and remaining stationary. Ever since she had been labeled as the heavenly calamity star, she had not exchanged a word with anyone, and others would avoid her whenever possible. If they could not evade her, they would flee. No one dared to approach her, let alone speak with her. Gradually, she grew accustomed to this isolation. Even in the presence of those who did not intentionally avoid her, she would quietly withdraw. She had even forgotten what it felt like to converse with others, much less to be greeted by Xiao Ye's warm smile. The disciples cast sidelong glances, aware of Xiao Ye's notoriety within the Xiao family as the one who had been sold out by a woman after attempting to steal elixirs, leading to his downfall. In truth, Xiao Ye's reputation was hardly commendable. He had narrowly escaped expulsion from the Xiao family, surviving primarily due to the influence of his father, the family patriarch. Xiao Ye, it would be best if you kept your distance from Xiao Jia. You've wallowed for 2 years. You may not be aware of certain matters. If you seek a partner in your endeavors, I fear you've made a grave mistake. Xiao Jia is not the one you should choose. Sure enough, after a brief lull, numerous disciples cautioned Xiao Ye from afar. As members of the Xiao family, they bore no grudge against him and did not consider him a rival. Their friendly warnings were merely displays of concern. Yet their words carried an undercurrent of fear towards Xiao Jia as they maintained their distance from her, unwilling to encroach upon her space. Though their remarks might have seemed innocuous, they pierced the heart deeply. However, when Xiao Ye turned to Xiao Jia, he noted her lack of overt reaction. She remained silent, seemingly detached from the world around her. Did she not care? From the subtle tightening of her delicate fingers, Xiao Ye discerned that she indeed cared. Xiao Jia? A lovely name, but what? Do you look down upon me? Is it too much to ask to befriend you? With every admonition he received, Xiao Ye increasingly perceived Xiao Jia as merely an ordinary girl. Xiao Jia did not respond but instead turned slightly, presenting her back to him. This gesture elicited a bitter smile from Xiao Ye. It appeared that this task would not be easily accomplished. All eyes on the crane remained fixed on Xiao Ye and Xiao Jia, fearful that their interaction might escalate into further disturbance. Xiao Ye shrugged and glanced at Ling Luo and Ling Chong, who wore looks of perplexity. Being outsiders, they were unaware of the circumstances surrounding Xiao Jia. Yet the expressions and words of the disciples indicated that approaching her was fraught with peril. Before we reach the ancient forest, I have no intention of leaving. Let us maintain our distance, Xiao Ye declared, gesturing for Ling Luo and Ling Chong to join him. Though sensing the awkwardness of the situation, the siblings complied, opting to sit half a step away from Xiao Jia, behind Xiao Ye. Thus, the trio became the closest individuals to her, while Xiao Jia remained isolated in her own world. With her back turned to them, she kept her head down, lost in her thoughts, leaving no one aware of her internal musings. At last, tranquility returned to the crane. And this minor episode did not hinder their journey as they continued towards the Xiao family's ancient forest. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the fresh air invigorated their spirits. The ancient forest lay approximately 30 miles from the Xiao family estate, and at the crane's speed, they would arrive in just a short while. During this brief interlude, Xiao Ye found it daunting to achieve his goal of befriending Xiao Jia. Merely getting to know someone seemed an insurmountable challenge. The more difficult the endeavor, the more exhilarated Xiao Ye became. He relished the process of completing tasks, particularly those that posed a significant challenge. Much like a geometry problem, a mathematics enthusiast delights in both the problem-solving process and the satisfaction of arriving at a solution, often losing track of time in the pursuit of resolution. To Xiao Ye, the task at hand represented a conundrum to solve, and he savored every moment of it. If the tasks were perpetually simple, the joy would dissipate. Currently, Xiao Jia was his challenge, and conquering this task was his source of pleasure. A curse? The heavenly calamity star. Do you genuinely believe in such nonsense? If you do not, why concern yourself with others' opinions? You are a normal person with the right to pursue a fulfilling life. You came to partake in the autumn hunt, did you not, to alter your destiny? Throughout the journey, Xiao Ye remained undeterred, despite his every utterance eliciting no response from Xiao Jia, as if his words were mere whispers in the wind. This was a test of resolve, and Xiao Ye would not yield. Through his dialogue, Ling Luo and Ling Chong gradually grasped the situation's context. Initially apprehensive, they sought to distance themselves, particularly Ling Chong, who moved away to maintain a respectful distance. Ling Luo lingered out of an awkward sense of duty. Ling Luo observed Xiao Jia intently, and gradually, she began to perceive that Xiao Jia was not malevolent. Rather, she seemed intent on not burdening others. She was a good girl, having merely encountered unfortunate circumstances. Now, she felt no fear. Miss Xiao, perhaps I lack the right to interject, but I believe Xiao Gongzi's words hold merit. You cannot alter others' perceptions, yet you possess the power to transform yourself and carve out your own path. Unable to restrain herself, Ling Luo spoke up. As she was not a member of the Xiao family and had no acquaintance with Xiao Jia, she felt unqualified to offer counsel. Yet as a woman, she could not suppress her empathy. After her remark, seeing Xiao Jia remain unresponsive, Ling Luo sighed and lowered her head, choosing silence. Thank you. After a prolonged silence, a barely audible voice, faint as a whisper, drifted through the air. Both Xiao Ye and Ling Luo were keenly aware that Xiao Jia had spoken. Her voice was dry and somewhat stilted, likely due to her prolonged silence. While speaking, she still faced away from Xiao Ye and Ling Luo. Although she remained still, the invisible barrier around her seemed to have lessened. She no longer exuded the same impenetrable aura. Completing this task would not be straightforward. It would require patience. After much effort, it was only when Ling Luo spoke that Xiao Jia offered her gratitude. It remained unclear whether her thanks were directed at Xiao Ye or Ling Luo. As they were all women, there was a certain camaraderie that lessened any barriers. Nevertheless, winning over Xiao Jia would not be a matter of mere words. Thus far, this had proven to be the most formidable task. Of course, ahead lay higher-level challenges that would far surpass ordinary endeavors. In the distance, the horizon revealed an expanse of towering trees, an immense forest finally coming into view. This woodland was encircled by murky waters deeper than 5 fathoms, teeming with fearsome aquatic beasts. To wander into these waters would render one a mere prey, easily devoured by the lurking monsters. Above the river, there exists a stone bridge, approximately 2 zhang wide and 5 zhang above the ground, seamlessly linking land and forest. Legend has it that this bridge was constructed by the ancestors of the Xiao family, connecting to the ancient forest of the Xiao lineage. For generations, this stone bridge has remained open, only to be sealed completely during the autumn hunting season each year. Gazing down, one can observe dozens of formidable warriors from the Xiao family guarding the entrance, preventing anyone from passing through. However, should one possess the ability to traverse the air, no one could hinder their passage. The crisp, melodious chirping of birds resonates, as if welcoming the disciples of the Xiao family, echoing gracefully through the void. The birds glide low over the water's surface, scarcely a zhang above, resembling aerial dancers who trace exquisite arcs above the water. Suddenly, with a splash, a massive creature, akin to a shark, erupts from beneath the surface. Leaping over a zhang in height, its gaping maw, wider than half a zhang, revealing sharp fangs that glisten ominously in the sunlight. In a swift motion, the monstrous fish engulfs 10 birds mid-flight, crashing back into the water and sending up a towering spray of water over 10 zhang high. What manner of beast is this? Its leaping prowess exceeds that of a shark. Xiao Ye's pupils constrict as he notices the surrounding disciples, their eyes gleaming with excitement, though a few maintain their composure. This creature is none other than the common first-tier aquatic magical beast, the red-tailed shark. Their tails are crimson. And their most terrifying aspect is not their exposed teeth but the incredible force they unleash when their tails detach from their bodies. An experienced disciple elucidates the identity of the giant fish, confirming it to be a first-tier magical beast. For those witnessing such a hunt for the first time, the shock is beyond imagination. In truth, the red-tailed shark is not particularly fearsome. Mercenaries frequently hunt them, and my elder brother has slain 5. Upon seeing Xiao Ye's eyes light up with excitement, Ling Luo proudly lifts his head, eager to boast. Oh, Brother Ling has hunted red-tailed sharks? Xiao Ye's gaze shifts to Ling Chong with keen interest. Ling Chong sheepishly scratches the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. Hee. It was merely luck. If the red-tailed shark's tail had detached, I might not have been able to withstand it. Ultimately, the best way to subdue a magical beast is to slay it before it resorts to its last resort. Ling Chong, clearly proud of his accomplishments, is mindful to exhibit humility in the presence of the Xiao heir. As they approach the Xiao ancient forest, their flight descends, the crane swiftly gliding downward. At that moment, all disciples rise to their feet, comprehending that the true hunt is about to commence. Upon touching the ground, they will no longer be under the Xiao family's protection. Most of the disciples have never engaged in combat, nor taken a life, as the ancient forest serves as both a training ground and a potential nightmare for the Xiao lineage. Is it finally beginning? Xiao Ye slowly rises. Feeling the invigorating breath of nature enveloping him, his blood surging with excitement. After countless virtual slayings of magical beasts and games, he is finally poised to experience it firsthand. Chapter 15. Entering the ancient forest, the bridge is too narrow for the cranes to land. They pause mid-flight, remaining half a zhang above the bridge. Xiaoming glides over the azure waves, turning to survey the eager faces of the disciples. His voice devoid of emotion, yet resonating. Deep within the Xiao ancient forest lies a red boundary line. It symbolizes danger. Disciples lacking confidence should refrain from crossing it. From this day forth, you shall remain in the ancient forest for 10 days. When 9 pillars of yellow smoke ascend, it signifies the end of the hunt. Upon seeing the yellow smoke, you will have 1 hour to exit the forest. After that, you must return to the Xiao family on your own. Commence. As usual. Xiaoming coldly outlines the rules, and with a command, the disciples leap from the bridge, landing soundlessly upon its surface. Xiao Ye, Ling Luo, and Ling Chong follow suit, alongside the nearly invisible Xiao Jia. Swish. As they touch down, a peculiar wind rushes past their ears. Looking up, they see that about 1/3 of the disciples have opened umbrellas, including Xiao Qin. Young Master Xiao, is it raining? Ling Luo queries, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Xiao Ye scratches his head, uncertain of the situation, jesting, perhaps these young masters fear getting tanned and are using them for shade. Just as Xiao Ye concludes his sentence, a barrage of water arrows unexpectedly shoots up from beneath the surface, soaring over the 5-zhang high stone bridge, tracing elegant arcs through the air before cascading down. The sudden turn of events leaves many disciples flustered. Who would carry an umbrella during the autumn hunt? Even if they had one, it is too late to deploy it now. Curiosity engulfs the disciples as they wonder why some had prepared umbrellas the moment they touched down. Had they foreseen such an occurrence? The water arrows pierce the air, creating stunning rainbows that stretch across the entire bridge. Xiao Ye braced himself for a soaking. But at that moment, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy emanates ahead. To his astonishment, Xiao Jia seems to have conjured a pale blue staff from nowhere. At this moment, the staff gleams with brilliance as spiritual energy rapidly coalesces. Xiao Jia's delicate fingers gesture, and a soft blue force manifests above the heads of Xiao Ye, Ling Luo, Ling Chong, and Xiao Jia, spreading forth to unite into a protective blue barrier, resembling a crystalline shield hovering above them. As the water arrows crash down, most of the disciples on the bridge are drenched. But Xiao Ye and his companions remain completely dry, thanks to Xiao Jia's timely intervention. What extraordinary spiritual energy! Her abilities allow her to materialize such power in the blink of an eye. She is formidable. Xiao Ye is utterly astonished, and as he glances at Xiao Jia again, a newfound admiration glimmers in his eyes. Possessing such strength yet exhibiting restraint, indifferent to mockery and scorn, and harboring no desire for revenge, what manner of woman is she? Thank you, Miss Xiao. Ling Luo and Ling Chong express their astonishment at Xiao Jia's prowess. Xiao Jia dismisses the barrier with a flick of her fingers, and, grasping her staff, strides confidently into the Xiao ancient forest. Her movements are swift, and upon closer inspection, it appears as though she is gliding above the ground, utilizing some form of spiritual technique. What a curious girl. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Ye cannot help but shrug. He reflects that among the many young women he has encountered, none have matched the uniqueness of Xiao Ye. Ribbit. Suddenly, a cacophony of croaking frogs erupts around them. Glancing about, they discover countless water frogs floating upon the surface, croaking as if performing their own symphony. These hospitable water frogs always greet us with their water arrows. Hiki. It's simply a matter of getting accustomed to it. They mean no harm. I find the water arrows akin to a cleansing ritual. Without such ambience, the hunt might lack excitement, one of the experienced Xiao disciples remarks. Yet, as you are aware, the temperature and humidity within the ancient forest can be quite oppressive, and getting drenched is far from ideal. Regardless, such experiences are inevitable. Let us proceed. A little hardship for these junior disciples will be beneficial, another seasoned Xiao disciple declares. Discarding his umbrella and swiftly transforming into a hunter, making his way toward the ancient forest. Regarding the hospitable nature of the water frogs, Xiao Ye remains noncommittal. The hunt has commenced, and he casts aside his myriad thoughts. This journey into the forest will not be easily accomplished. The task was announced. Enter the ancient forest and collect 5 rabbit lip mushrooms, with a reward of a bottle of spiritual water and 10 gold coins. The divine equipment system continued to issue ordinary tasks. Let us go. Xiao Ye pressed his lips together and, accompanied by the Ling siblings, advanced toward the ancient forest. The forest loomed large, standing on the stone bridge. The sensation was not yet overwhelming, but as they drew nearer, the ancient and wild aura intensified, as though the forest itself had come alive. The oppressive atmosphere, akin to a beast surveying its domain, weighed heavily on their hearts, making Xiao Ye feel as if the forest were a slumbering monster. Xiao Gongzi, allow me to lead the way. This is not my first foray into the ancient forest. I have some experience. Ling charged to the front of the group. As a 5th-level warrior, he often joined expeditions into the forest, whether for hunting or foraging for spiritual herbs. Do you know about rabbit lip mushrooms? Xiao Ye inquired. Indeed, I do. Rabbit lip mushrooms are not too common in the forest and are favored by 6-legged spiders. I know a place to the south of the forest where they can be found. Ling replied earnestly, unaware of Xiao Ye's motives for asking. He understood that being allowed into Zhao's ancient forest was a rare opportunity. Let us head to the rabbit lip mushrooms first. Don't worry, it won't take long. Moreover, finding Ling Zixin's presence will also require some time. We must proceed methodically. Xiao Ye's words were met with agreement from the Ling siblings. They were indeed eager to locate Ling Zixin, yet the vastness of the ancient forest posed challenges. They had to tread carefully. Failure to find Ling Zixin could result in their demise. The rich scent of foliage enveloped them as the trio finally stepped into the ancient forest. Instantly, they felt a chill in the air. The forest, surrounded by seawater, was damp and, combined with the lush trees, created an atmosphere thick with cold energy, significantly lower in temperature than the outside world. For warriors, such cold was easily manageable. However, the drenched disciples were likely feeling quite uncomfortable. Once inside the forest, the disciples scattered, for the expanse was too great, and whether they would reunite within 10 days remained uncertain. Maintain steady breathing and keep your eyes peeled. Every step must be taken with caution. Do not underestimate the ancient forest. Even a single insect here can claim your life. Ling, possessing some experience, wielded his weapon to clear the path while advising Xiao Ye and Ling Luo on what to watch out for. Xiao Ye's gaze was sharp. He spotted towering ancient trees and pairs of gleaming eyes hidden among the branches, sensing the lurking dangers. The Xiao family's ancient forest was indeed fraught with peril, as the creatures that inhabited it had developed various means of concealment. The moment they stepped into the forest, it was clear they were at a disadvantage. Vigilance was paramount. Xiao Bai, have you sensed sister's presence? Ling Luo gently stroked the spirit rabbit in her arms, inquiring every so often as they progressed. The spirit rabbit had thus far detected nothing, yet its mental energy was heightened, indicating the forest's inherent danger. Stop! Ling abruptly raised his hand, halting Xiao Ye and Ling Luo, his gaze fixed on the ground ahead. The ground was damp, covered with leaves, showing no apparent signs of danger. What's wrong? Xiao Ye furrowed his brow. Ling gestured for silence, then drew a dagger from his robe, slightly channeling his inner energy. He crouched low, preparing for a moment before springing forward like a cheetah, plunging the dagger into the earth. With a squelch, the dagger pierced the ground, revealing a spray of blood. Ling exhaled in relief as he picked up the dagger, now adorned with a leaf and showing a flat, hexagonal shape with a small green horn, peculiar indeed. This is a mimic leaf insect, indistinguishable from an actual leaf to the naked eye. They emit a strange odor, somewhat reminiscent of durian, and can be detected upon closer inspection. Their horn contains a toxin that can numb the nerves and may attack humans. As he spoke, Ling severed the horn from the mimic leaf insect, carefully wrapping it in sandpaper before placing it into his pack, grinning foolishly. The horn can be used as medicinal material and can fetch a good price. Naturally, such trifles held little value for Xiao Ye. Ling, you're too modest. Wealth knows no rank. I envy your ability to leverage your knowledge and skills for profit. It seems I have much to learn from you. Xiao Ye spoke sincerely, recognizing the vast amounts of knowledge he still needed to acquire. He was no genius, nor did he possess any innate abilities. Rather, he was an ordinary person who needed to observe and learn. Let us move. Ling gradually relaxed, realizing that in this ancient forest, he was the leader. Xiao Ye was merely a humble apprentice. Mastery was built upon incremental knowledge. Do you see those mushrooms with 3 leaves clustered together? Those are rabbit lip mushrooms. Through the dense foliage, indeed, clusters of red mushrooms came into view, aptly named for their resemblance to a rabbit's lips. What characteristics does the rabbit lip mushroom possess? Is it poisonous? Xiao Ye inquired, his lips pursed as he contemplated the task at hand. It's not poisonous, nor is it nutritious, and it tastes terrible. Only the 6-legged spiders relish it. It's their exclusive food source. Do not worry about the rabbit lip mushrooms. Instead, be wary of the 6-legged spiders. They could be lurking around us, ready to pounce at any moment. As Ling spoke, Ling Luo shuddered, instinctively hiding behind Ling, her head bowed low, fearing the possibility of a spider dropping from above. A chill gripped Xiao Ye's heart. The thought of spiders feasting on mushrooms was bewildering. Fortunately, he was not one to fear spiders, or else Ling's warnings might have intimidated him. I'm going to collect a few rabbit lip mushrooms, Xiao Ye declared. Oh, Xiao Gongzi, do exercise caution with the 6-legged spiders. Though you possess strength, their speed is formidable in a burst. Ling cautioned. Xiao Ye nodded, carefully parting the leaves as he scanned his surroundings for any signs of danger before cautiously advancing. His eyes remained narrowed, vigilantly searching for spider webs to ascertain the 6-legged spider's positions. Unbeknownst to him, his breathing had grown somewhat labored. He was acutely aware of his nervousness, struggling to regain his composure. This was the consequence of inexperience. In such an environment as the ancient forest, anxiety would naturally arise, causing alterations in his breath. Once his breathing changed, his energy would become erratic, making him vulnerable to detection and hindering his ability to react optimally in unforeseen situations. Brother, do you find Xiao Ye Gongzi peculiar? He once had a foundation, yet after neglecting it, he appears to have forgotten everything upon resuming training, behaving like a complete novice. Observing Xiao Ye's demeanor, Ling Luo recalled the incident with the uncontrolled spirit flame, her brows furrowing in confusion. Do not underestimate him. He has chosen to forget everything and start anew. This is the method of rebirth through fire, allowing him to transcend his previous limitations. He is quite intelligent and learns rapidly. You will notice his breathing improves second by second. Ling did not share Ling Luo's skepticism. His insight was sharper. Recognizing that despite Xiao Yu's seemingly harmless fade, he was a quick learner with extraordinary adaptability and daunting potential. Really? Ling Luo gazed at Xiao Ye's retreating figure, skepticism flickering in her eyes. Xiao Ye's mental focus remained razor-sharp as his breathing gradually calmed. In his mind, he was fully alert, ready to draw forth the mystical iron kitchen knife at a moment's notice. Within him, the vital energy flowed steadily, and the spiritual essence pulsed, poised to merge with the crimson flame spirit bracelet. The rabbit-lipped mushroom lay before him, and Xiao Ye slowly crouched down, confirming once more that the surroundings were devoid of any anomalies before turning back to commence his harvesting. Ding! The task was completed, earning him a vial of minor spiritual essence and 10 gold coins. The next task was issued: slay the 6-legged spider, with rewards of a freezing scroll, 10 reputation points, and 10 gold coins. At the instant he completed the task, the system promptly presented another quest. Simultaneously, a fierce wind howled from behind, enveloping Xiao Ye in a chilling aura of murderous intent. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him, a wave of cold rising from his heels causing him to tremble. Be careful! From a distance, Ling Chong and Ling Luo shouted in unison. A cold sweat trickled down Xiao Ye's forehead, and he sensed that his legs had turned to jelly. Before he could ponder further, visions of the slaughterhouse flashed through his mind, graphic images of bloodshed and the resolute finality of ending lives. As the memories flooded back, Xiao Ye felt that there was nothing left in this world to fear. A fervor ignited within his veins. He pivoted suddenly, only to find a shadow lunging towards him from above. 6 gleaming spears aimed at his forehead, piercing through the air. Before him stood a massive spider, 4 feet in length, with 3-foot-long legs, covered entirely in black fur. Was this truly a spider? The moment he laid eyes upon the 6-legged creature, Xiao Ye nearly spat blood. He was not one to fear spiders due to their terrifying appearance, which was insignificant in size. Yet, when Ling Chong mentioned the 6-legged spider, he could hardly have anticipated such a colossal beast. The spider's 8 single eyes darted about, while its 6 long legs bristled with thick fur, each strand emanating a chilling light, sharp enough to instill dread. Xiao Ye was certain that in an instant, his body would be impaled by those legs. The entirety of his observations was completed in a heartbeat, and he was astonished at how acute his perception had become. Without a moment's delay, Xiao Ye summoned all the vital energy within him. As a 5th-level warrior, his energy manifested as radiant blue beams, surging forth like waves, gathering in his right palm. The vital energy dispersed, forming ethereal clouds that floated around his hand. A gentle breeze encircled him, lifting his dark hair as he gazed at the looming 6-legged spider. Suddenly, his vital energy erupted, his feet pounding the ground with such force that it stirred up a cloud of dust, and with a sweeping motion of his palm, he unleashed a strike through the air. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the gathered energy coalesced into a gust of wind that shot forth like a cannonball. Swift. Unprecedentedly swift. In that instant, the 6-legged spider reacted, raising its 4 legs to shield itself. Yet, the gust tore through those hairy limbs, reducing them to mere pulp. And the residual force struck its abdomen, launching it high into the air. Squealing distinctly, the spider emitted a pained cry as its body soared before crashing into a large tree. The tremendous impact caused the tree to sway violently, and the 6-legged spider was reduced to a puddle of mush upon the trunk, meeting an untimely demise. Puffing heavily, Xiao Ye gasped for breath as the vital energy surged within him, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Gazing at the spider's remains, he received a notification that the task was complete, and his palm tingled, his thoughts becoming somewhat disordered. Why was it so simple? Was this truly a magical beast? This was no mere beast. Ling Chong and Ling Luo approached Xiao Ye, both displaying expressions of astonishment at the power of his strike. Even Ling Chong would require considerable preparation for an attack of such magnitude. After all, it was merely an ordinary 6-legged spider, one that could at best be considered a formidable predator. When a 6-legged spider evolves into a magical beast, it becomes exceedingly fearsome, beyond comparison to a red-tailed shark. No one dares provoke it without the strength of an 8th-level warrior or higher. Ling Chong explained like an elder, and although Xiao Ye initially accepted the knowledge humbly, upon Ling Chong's conclusion, both he and Ling Luo froze, their lips parting slightly, eyes bulging as they fixated on something behind Ling Chong. When a 6-legged spider evolves into a magical beast, does it gain additional eyes? Ling Luo's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, with each additional pair of eyes, it signifies another stage of evolution, rendering it even more terrifying. Ling Chong nodded, then paused in confusion, asking, "How do you know?" "Run." A loud shout erupted as Xiao Ye and Ling Luo simultaneously turned and fled. In that instant, Ling Chong finally grasped the unfolding situation, charging forth like a frenzied bull. Hiss. Behind them, a 6-legged spider, 8 feet long with 10 eyes and a body of brown, emitted a bizarre roar, pursuing them like a whirlwind. This creature is a veritable tempest. With its 6 legs, we cannot outrun it. Damn it, what bad luck. This is merely the outskirts of the forest. How could a magical beast appear here? Ling Chong did not look back, fully aware of the danger lurking behind them. The 6-legged spider was incredibly swift and had long been adapted to sprinting through the ancient woods. Evading it was nearly impossible. How formidable was the stamina of the 6-legged spider? Would they be able to shake it off? Xiao Ye felt a blaze ignite within his dantian. Though he should be terrified, he found himself inexplicably exhilarated, not even comprehending why. Never think of matching a magical beast in endurance. Their survival conditions are far harsher than those of humans. Most do not grow up under parental care. They confront the laws of the jungle from a young age. Just look at their eyes when they kill. There is no hesitation whatsoever. We have little chance of escaping it. Let us see if we can locate any disciples of the Xiao family nearby. The more of us there are, the more the magical beast will fear us. It's no use. Brother, it's too fast. Think of something quickly. Ling Luo glanced back at the 6-legged spider, realizing it was closing in rapidly, resembling a demon ready to tear them apart. Don't look back. Run for your lives. If it comes to that, we'll have to confront it, but even so, we must find a narrow space where it cannot move freely. The 3 fled desperately, pursued by the magical 6-legged spider, traversing the Xiao family's ancient forest. Engulfed by the terror of death, a new task was issued: Icebound magical beast, with a reward of a spiritual eye pill and 10 gold coins. Suddenly, the divine equipment system announced a quest, causing Xiao Yu's heart to leap in excitement, not from fear, but from a surge of exhilaration. Tasks ignited a fervor within him. To fulfill them, he would become fearless, undaunted even by magical beasts. Today, Xiao Ye was determined to confront a magical beast. Brother Ling, the trees ahead are denser. Let us take down this behemoth there. Xiao Ye licked his lips, resolutely declaring. Take it down? Xiao Ye, you can't be serious. Just driving it away would be a blessing. Seeing the fierce determination in Xiao Ye's gaze, Ling Chong realized he was not jesting. The respect he had always shown for Xiao Ye transformed into a newfound camaraderie and astonishment. Chapter 17. The Great Battle with the Magical Beast. What is there to fear? If we are to act, let it be a grand endeavor. This creature has pursued us long enough. It is time it pays the price. Xiao Ye licked the corner of his mouth, embodying the demeanor of a true butcher, his menacing expression startling Ling Luo. Ling Chong was equally taken aback. Feeling a shiver run down his spine at the mere sight of the six-legged spider, he could hardly fathom why Xiao Ye would wish to slay it. Ling Luo, follow your brother. I shall restrain the creature, and you seize the opportunity to strike. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye halted momentarily, lagging slightly behind, then veered to the right and fled. The six-legged spider's target was evidently Xiao Ye, who had witnessed the creature slay its offspring. As a beast, it possessed an innate desire for vengeance. Its massive legs, resembling long spears, pierced the forest floor, leaving small craters in their wake. The spider moved with remarkable swiftness, closely trailing Xiao Ye, its spears descending dangerously close, each strike threatening to impale him. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. A row of towering trees stood ahead, with narrow gaps between them, too constricted for the spider's colossal form to navigate. The howling wind behind him signaled that the six-legged spider was perilously close, its spear striking mere inches away from Xiao Ye. Dust swirled around him as the spear struck the ground, and his heart raced. He sensed the chilling breath of death. It sent reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, a stark and visceral reality. Had it not been for his training in such grim environments, this aura might have overwhelmed him, leading to dire consequences. Did you see that? For his first encounter with a magical beast, he remained resolute, undeterred by its murderous intent and presence. His adaptability was truly astonishing. Nearby, a great tree concealed Ling Chong and Ling Luo, who observed Xiao Ye's harrowing escape, their breath shallow from the intensity of the moment. If mere spectators felt such dread, how much more would Xiao Ye, the one in the fray? Ling Luo doubted she could have maintained such composure. Xiao Ye sprinted, twisting his body just in time to slip between the trees, believing he had reached safety. However, as he turned, he saw several deadly streaks flash by. The tree before him was cleaved into numerous fragments, the smooth cuts indicating a swift and brutal strike before it toppled. Xiao Ye's eyes widened in shock as the six-legged spider sharpened its deadly legs and leaped, landing directly in front of him. A chilling gust, laden with dust, swept over him. Without a moment's pause, the spider's hind legs anchored to the ground while its forelegs rose, striking towards Xiao Ye like four lethal spears. He felt as though he were facing four adversaries simultaneously. His energy surged throughout his body, and he dodged with fervor. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as a spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a gaping wound that bled profusely. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated his energy into his palm. Swallowing Cloud's palm, he unleashed a powerful strike, his energy surging forth. Yet, the six-legged spider was quicker. It retracted its legs instantly, akin to a swordsman, delivering a flurry of strikes that dissipated Xiao Ye's palm attack into nothingness. So formidable! Xiao Ye's pupils contracted. This six-legged spider was far superior to the previous one. With enhanced speed, strength, and reflexes, its prowess had escalated to an entirely new level. He was no match for it. He had opened his pack and gripped an ice scroll, now awaiting a moment, an opportunity when the spider would be distracted. With a furious roar, the spider lunged forward. Xiao Ye retreated 2 steps, trapped with nowhere to escape. Just then, a shadow darted in from the right, Ling Luo, wielding a sharp sword. "Giant spider, witness my might," she shouted. In that instant, as the spider's attention shifted, Ling Chong descended silently from above, bringing his axe down hard onto the spider's back. A torrent of blood erupted from the wound, the spider's face contorting in agony, a terrifying sight. Lotus 3 strikes. Ling Chong channeled all his energy, his axe resembling a blossoming lotus as it aimed for the spider's back. In an instant, the spider's hind leg lifted, seemingly aware of Ling Chong's movements without turning its head, and struck out to block the 3 strikes. Though its legs lost some hairs in the clash, Ling Chong narrowly avoided having his head pierced, sustaining only a scratch on his neck as he was propelled backward. The spider, enraged by its injury, abandoned its legs and opened its gaping maw, lunging for Ling Chong. The stench was overpowering, and yellowish saliva dripped onto him, making him feel as if death were imminent. At that moment, a chilling aura surged from the front. Xiao Ye had leapt high into the air, clutching the ice scroll, its icy glow intensifying, radiating a penetrating cold that seemed to seep into his bones. "Taste this. Ice scroll, explode," he commanded, slamming the scroll against one of the spider's legs. The scroll detonated, unleashing a wave of frigid light that rapidly enveloped the spider's limb, swiftly freezing it in place. When the spider was immobilized, its gaping maw was mere inches from Ling Chong, its frozen visage still terrifying enough to instill fear. Is everyone all right? Xiao Ye rose from the ground, clutching his bleeding arm, casting a glance at the stunned Ling Chong and the pale-faced Ling Luo. I'm fine, brother. How about you? Ling Luo struggled to her feet. Although she hadn't directly collided with the spider, the clash of their swords had transmitted a terrifying force, leaving her uncertain if her hand had been fractured. Only then did Ling Chong catch his breath, recalling how close he had come to being devoured by the spider. The thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Xiao Ye, refrain from such reckless actions in the future. We nearly perished, he admonished, eyeing the frozen spider with lingering trepidation. I found it quite exhilarating. Xiao Ye laughed heartily. Even as the notification of task completion echoed in his mind, a spirit eye pill added to his pack. Ling Luo and her brother exchanged exasperated glances, wishing to chastise Xiao Ye for his reckless bravado. Hurry and tend to your wounds. The blood will attract other beasts. If more magical creatures arrive, we'll be in even greater peril, Ling Chong urged, swiftly retrieving a vial of powder to sprinkle on his wound, then tearing a strip of fabric to bind it. The entire process was seamless and efficient. May I borrow your powder? Xiao Ye asked, his wound still bleeding. He attempted to control the bleeding with his energy, but the residual energy from the six-legged spider rendered his efforts futile. You don't even have any healing ointment? Ling Chong exclaimed, rolling his eyes as if confronted with a rare creature. How could the son of the Xiao family lack such a basic supply? Xiao Ye shot him a look of annoyance. He had no knowledge of healing ointments, only familiar with basic remedies, but had yet to complete his task to procure them. Ugh, this powder stings. It feels like salt on my wound. He grimaced as the pain surged through him. This is merely a low-grade healing ointment, effective solely for its medicinal properties, indifferent to the pain it inflicts. Ling Chong shrugged, as if reproaching Xiao Ye for not bringing a superior remedy. A bitter medicine, indeed. But the blood almost ceased flowing in an instant. Xiao Ye attempted to bandage himself, though it was far from aesthetically pleasing. At least it was functional. What are you doing, Lingo? After tending to his wound, Xiao Ye was startled to find Ling Chong raise an axe and approach the six-legged spider from behind. Without uttering a word, he swung the axe, infused with a trace of true energy, striking at one of the spider's long legs. A shattering sound echoed as all six of the spider's long limbs were severed. With a resounding thud, the frozen six-legged spider crashed to the ground, shattering into fragments alongside the ice. Upon closer inspection, even the flesh within the spider had been encased in ice. Damn, those 6 legs are quite valuable. How could the insides be frozen as well? This will be hard to sell. Ling Chong cast a glare at Xiao Ye, as if blaming him for wasting precious resources. He was internally astonished. Xiao Yu's previous action was not merely a technique, but some form of spiritual artifact capable of instantly encasing the 6-legged spider in ice, completely immobilizing it from the inside out. Indeed, the disciples of the ancient clan possessed treasures beyond measure. Ling Chong thought to himself, discarding the spider legs without inquiring further into Xiao Ye's abilities. The so-called freezing scroll sealed frigid energy within, and the moment that energy erupted, lacking sufficient energy to protect the body would result in being completely encased in ice from the inside out. Xiao Ye was well aware of this from his gaming experience, and thus felt no surprise. I'm tired. I should replenish with some elixirs. Xiao Ye exhaled, naturally consuming a pill, swallowing it without hesitation. Outsiders might think it a restorative elixir, but in truth, it was the recently acquired task reward, Spiritual Eye Pill. Chapter 18. Clue. As the spiritual eye pill entered his mouth, it instantly transformed into a stream of spiritual energy, rushing down Xiao Yu's throat. The energy then vibrated, merging into his meridians and flesh, ultimately gathering in his eyes. In that moment, 2 flickers of spiritual flame danced within his gaze, appearing and disappearing. As Xiao Yu focused his energy, merging it with his sight, the scenery before him rapidly retreated, his vision expanding dramatically. He could discern a small stream a mile away with remarkable clarity. As he adjusted his gaze further, he could even see the toads within the stream and ants upon the tree branches. His eyes, under the influence of the spiritual eye pill and combined with spiritual energy, achieved a level of vision unattainable by ordinary individuals. Given the existence of the spiritual eye pill, there must also be other elixirs such as the giant strength pill, muscle strengthening pill, and bone shrinking pill from the game. I must continuously trigger tasks, as the sights and events I encounter are essential for task activation. The acquisition of the spiritual eye filled Xiao Ye with exhilaration. With his divine equipment system, he could procure items and abilities unattainable in this world. With diligent management, this world could transform into his personal gaming adventure. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Have you sensed your sister's presence? Just as Xiao Ye was adjusting to the spiritual eye, the spiritual rabbit in Ling Luo's arms began to squirm restlessly, suddenly breaking free and bounding into the depths of the forest. Follow it. The three exchanged anxious glances, and without needing Ling Chong's reminder, they swiftly pursued the spiritual rabbit. Xiao Bai, this is the ancient forest, do not act recklessly. Just guide us, don't run off. Ling Luo shouted urgently. Aware that the rabbit's way of leading was perilous and could easily attract beasts, the rabbit seemed to understand, gradually slowing its pace until Ling Luo cradled it once more, its little mouth chirping incessantly, indicating the direction with its head. Following the rabbit's indication, Xiao Ye summoned a portion of spiritual energy, narrowing his vision as it pierced through the trees, revealing a distant battle. Rather than a battle, it appeared a beast was ensnared within a barrier of light, within which sword energy surged. Outside the barrier sat a disciple of the Xiao clan, seated in meditation, holding a small red flag while chanting incantations. His robust true energy infused the flag, transforming into sword energy that struck down a fierce beast trapped within the barrier. The beast, now a mere shadow of itself, struggled in its final throes, certain to perish shortly. A formation? Xiao Ye's pupils constricted. If he was not mistaken, the Xiao clan disciple was employing a small-scale formation. Based on Xiao Ye's understanding, such formations required a foundation and energy conversions, making it impossible for one person to execute. Yet here was a disciple of the Xiao clan, single-handedly using a formation to vanquish a beast. Upon closer inspection, the disciple appeared quite mature, over 20 years old, suggesting he was not present for the autumn hunt, but likely had been in the ancient forest prior to it. The formations Xiao Ye was familiar with were from the game, differing from the arrangement in this world. Thus, he could not comprehend the layout of a small formation executed by a single individual. Xiao Gongzi, have you discerned something? Ling Luo and Ling Chong were poised to approach quietly, but upon seeing Xiao Ye's expression, they exchanged puzzled glances. There is a skilled Xiao clan member ahead hunting magical beasts. The scent detected by the rabbit likely originates from there. Let us investigate. By the way, do not speak a word. Leave everything to me, Xiao Ye declared, leading the way without needing the rabbit to guide him. His tone was peculiar, leaving Ling Chong and Ling Luo bewildered as to what had transpired. Only Xiao Ye understood that if the scent detected by the rabbit truly belonged to that Xiao clan expert, then Ling Zixin must have had contact with him. Could her disappearance be the result of this individual's malevolence? If so, the situation would be dire, as Xiao Ye and his companions would stand no chance against such a formidable opponent. A mournful howl pierced the air, sharp and jarring, sending chills down the spine at merely the sound. This was the cry of a magical beast, stronger than the six-legged spider. Ling Chong's complexion paled, his experience allowing him to discern the formidable strength of the beast merely from its cry. Xiao Ye's mood grew heavy as he cautiously advanced, his gaze filtering through the leaves until he finally beheld a clearing ahead. At that moment, the Xiao clan disciple had just eviscerated the beast, extracting a magical core from its brain. In that critical moment, he noticed Xiao Ye and his companions. As he turned to look, his piercing gaze felt like daggers, deeply piercing Xiao Yu's heart, nearly rendering him breathless. The glance was fleeting, but upon perceiving the cultivation levels of Xiao Ye and his companions, the disciple's expression relaxed, though he still regarded Ling Chong and Ling Luo with heightened scrutiny. Clearly, he had discerned that Xiao Ye was a disciple of the Xiao clan, while Ling Luo and Ling Chong were merely outsiders. Do not approach. Do not even think about claiming my prey. Leave this place. The disciple was straightforward, calling out harshly as Xiao Ye and his companions were still 5 paces away. The three halted, and Xiao Ye managed a faint smile, sensing the profound waves of true energy emanating from the individual before him. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately clasped his fists, saying, "Disciple Xiao Ye, merely passing through this area. May I inquire your name, esteemed senior?" Xiao Ye? Upon hearing his name, the man's expression shifted slightly. "You are Xiao Jun's younger brother, Xiao Yu?" "Oh, you know my brother?" Xiao Ye's spirits lifted. From the man's words, it seemed he shared a favorable relationship with Xiao Jun. Indeed, that fellow is a swift executioner. Hunting magical beasts is as effortless for him as eating. At the mere scent of his presence, the beasts flee in terror. The man chuckled, his tone noticeably warmer. "Since you are Xiao Jun's brother, allow me to offer a word of caution." Suddenly, his expression grew grave. In recent months, the ancient forest of the Xiao clan has been rather unusual. Many magical beasts that once roamed deep within have migrated to the outskirts. This hunting expedition may prove perilous. You should avoid it if possible. "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoxin." Xiao Ye was taken aback, while Ling Chong and Ling Luo's expressions also shifted subtly. According to the man's words, it was highly probable that Ling Zixin encountered magical beasts upon entering the ancient forest, leading to her disappearance. "Ah, thank you for the reminder," Xiao Ye chuckled lightly. clasping his hands in a gesture of gratitude, his gaze continuously scrutinizing Xiao Zhan in search of any clues. That is my sister's ring. How did it end up in your possession? Just as Xiao Ye contemplated whether to inquire further, Ling Luo suddenly stepped forward, pointing at Xiao Zhan's middle finger and questioning him with an accusatory tone. This girl. Xiao Ye cast a disapproving glance at Ling Luo, while Ling Chong pulled her back, clearly aware that Xiao Zhan possessed formidable strength. Even if Ling Luo had made an observation, such impulsiveness was unwarranted. Yet, at that moment, Ling Luo was unyielding. That was Ling Zixin's ring, and why would it be with Xiao Zhan? Had he done something to her? Xiao Zhan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression darkening, not for any other reason, but due to Ling Luo's confrontational demeanor. It was essential to remember that the man before them was a true martial master. Should he choose to act, he could easily eliminate all three of them. For a mere junior to speak so boldly to him, who would feel at ease in such a situation? My apologies, this girl is merely overly concerned for her sister. Xiao Ye thought, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He quickly forced a smile, attempting to ease the tension. He refrained from asking any questions, as he understood the dire consequences of angering Xiao Zhan. It is but a ring. There is no need for subterfuge. I am only returning it out of respect for your brother. Xiao Jun otherwise, with the girl's attitude, killing her would merely leave behind a cold corpse. With a cold snort, Xiao Zhan removed the ring and tossed it directly to Xiao Ye. I found this at a small waterfall in the middle of the ancient forest. There are signs of a struggle and some torn clothing. It is likely left by the person you are searching for. Do not blame me for not warning you. Based on the signs of the conflict, your friend is in grave danger. The enemy she faces is at least my equal, if not stronger. If you continue to act so recklessly, you will surely meet your demise. Remember my words. The ancient forest has changed. Take care of yourselves. With that, Xiao Zhan vanished like a shadow through the trees, leaving no trace behind. He has the suspicion of having harmed my sister. We cannot let him escape. Ling Luo bit her lip, seemingly ready to pursue him. This is absurd. Before Xiao Ye could roll his eyes at her, Ling Chong sharply reprimanded, given Xiao Zhan's strength. It would be effortless for him to kill us three. If he had indeed harmed Zixin, he would not care to silence us. Why waste his breath and leave a potential threat behind? Ling Chong's stern words quelled Ling Luo's fervor, causing her to lower her head. She was already intimidated by Ling Chong, and his rebuke only heightened her fear. Enough. Let us not waste words. Allow the spirit rabbit to scent the ring and lead us to that waterfall. We must move, Xiao Yu interjected, determined to restore order, as he had no desire to engage in quarrels with the siblings. Young Master Xiao, this matter may involve powerful martial masters or formidable magical beasts, which poses great danger. This is a matter for our Ling family. Your willingness to guide us into the ancient forest is already a great favor. We shall handle this ourselves, Ling Chong declared. His words reflected his curiosity. Given the gravity of the situation, Xiao Ye should be fearful, yet he was remarkably proactive. Did he perhaps harbor feelings for Ling Luo? Was he attempting to impress her? Ling Chong couldn't help but ponder, and even Ling Luo shared a hint of such thoughts. Enough talk. The ancient forest is fraught with peril. I cannot afford to act recklessly alone. Furthermore, having become involved, I am determined to see this through to the end. Let us hasten our journey. Spirit Rabbit, come here and sniff. Xiao Ye's display of righteousness moved the siblings profoundly, nearly prompting them to bow in gratitude. Little did they know, Xiao Ye's motivations were not for their sake, but for the sake of his own mission. Chapter 19. Xiao Jian possessing a divine equipment system. Xiao Ye merely needed to remain concealed, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash his talents and achieve remarkable feats. Unlike anyone else, Xiao Ye was not one to risk his life before his wings had fully developed. For him, however, the mission was an integral part of existence. Bestowed upon him by the heavens, the ability to complete tasks was to be utilized and savored. Each time he accomplished a mission, he felt fulfilled and exhilarated. Perhaps his life encompassed more than mere tasks, but a life devoid of missions was incomplete to him. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he would never abandon his mission. Moreover, when confronted with the six-legged spiders and faced with danger, he felt genuine fear, yet simultaneously experienced a thrill. Even he could not ascertain why he felt this way, but it brought him immense comfort and enjoyment. It was exhilarating. This world, indeed, suited him perfectly, offering both tasks he cherished and newfound sources of interest: crisis and the resolution of crisis. Every aspect compelled Xiao Ye to reject a life of seclusion. To hide away like a fool for decades only to emerge invincible held no appeal. He would not squander this rare opportunity for transcendence. Determined to live according to his own desires, pursuing what he found exhilarating and fulfilling, the spirit rabbit, having scented Ling Zixin's ring, finally discerned the direction and led the trio toward the waterfall mentioned by Xiao Zhan. As Xiao Zhan had indicated, The ancient forest had undergone a transformation. The wild beasts were scarcely seen, replaced instead by traces and scents of magical beasts. Of course, not all magical beasts were as ferocious as the six-legged spiders. The perimeter still contained numerous ordinary first-level beasts. Some magical creatures feared humans and would deliberately hide, while others were gentle and would not attack unless provoked. There were even herbivorous beasts that showed no interest in humans, and some weaker creatures that would not flee in panic if encountered. A multitude of factors were at play. But this did not imply a lack of danger, for the majority of magical beasts possessed formidable aggression and prowess. At that moment, Xiao Ye and his companions were in the highest state of alert. Xiao Ye occasionally employed his spiritual vision, successfully averting several crises. Yet within his spiritual vision, he also observed other members of the Xiao family engaged in battles with magical beasts, some victorious, some fleeing, and others slain. The upheaval in the ancient forest had imposed unprecedented pressure on the disciples. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. However, signs of magical beast activity diminished, while wild beasts began to emerge. What on earth was happening in this ancient forest? In any forest, wild animals typically inhabit the periphery. Only powerful magical beasts prefer the depths, where spiritual energy is abundant. Ling Chong, drawing on his experience, analyzed the changes within the Xiao family's ancient forest. The territorial instincts of beasts are strong, and once a boundary is established, they would never allow other creatures to approach. Thus, in the vicinity of the strongest beasts, there would undoubtedly be no signs of magical beast activity. Could it be that the leader of the magical beasts in the ancient forest had expanded its territory, driving other beasts away? As he spoke, even Ling Chong shook his head. While territorial instincts were indeed robust, beasts were also content and would not blindly expand their dominion. Moreover, the current number of magical beasts on the periphery was not excessively high compared to the entirety of the Xiao family's ancient forest. They were but a drop in the ocean. Brother Ling, this is not the time for such ruminations. Locating Ling Zixin must be our priority. The sky is beginning to darken, and we should find a place to rest temporarily. Traveling at night is unwise. As twilight descended, the ancient forest became the most active domain for magical beasts, making travel perilous. They needed to find a place to rest. Let us gather some firewood. Even magical beasts have a strong fear of flames. Among the group, Ling Chong, being the most experienced, led the way. After collecting a sufficient amount of firewood, they finally found a reasonably sized clearing. Utilizing his true energy, Ling Chong easily ignited a fire. As night descended, the temperature within the ancient forest plummeted once more. The biting cold wind seemed to threaten to encase one in ice, and only by leaning against the campfire could one feel a semblance of comfort. The mournful howls of beasts echoed through the night, resounding with unusual clarity. Occasionally, blood-red eyes would flicker in the shadows, as Ling Chong had remarked. Beasts are inherently fearful of flames. With only 3 in their party, the magical creatures dared not approach recklessly. It was only when the trio let down their guard that the beasts would strike, regardless of the fire's presence. Let's eat something first. I'll take the first watch, and when my time is up, I'll wake you both. You two can work together for the second watch, Ling Chong casually stated, retrieving his pack to begin his meal. In the ancient forest, the only sustenance available was dried provisions, though one could also consume items like the avoidance pills, which eliminated the need for food. Xiao Ye quickly entered a meditative state. Prior to this, he had consumed the small amounts of spiritual energy and true energy water from his pack and had checked his attributes. His martial artist status remained at level 5. With a slight progress in the blue bar, while his spirit master status held steady at 3rd tier, with more than half of the progress bar filled. Examining his pack, he found only a black iron vegetable knife occupying its 4 slots. Confirming his status, Xiao Ye settled into meditation, beginning to absorb true energy. He had gradually become accustomed to this method of physical cultivation, which proved far more effective than mere sleep. Just 1 or 2 hours of this practice equated to 4 hours of rest. The spiritual energy within the ancient forest was approximately double that found in the Xiao family grounds, and this was merely the periphery. The deeper one ventured, the denser the energy became. It was no wonder that some adept practitioners favored cultivating in the remote mountains and forests. The reasoning was sound. The processes of absorbing true energy, consolidating it, and enhancing one's cultivation had become second nature to Xiao Ye. Before long, it was time to change shifts. Gazing into the inky darkness of the ancient forest, Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement. Ling Luo stayed close to him. Whenever their distance exceeded 10 feet, she would become anxious. Despite his lack of experience, Xiao Ye possessed remarkable adaptability. After enduring trials in the slaughterhouse, his courage had grown immensely, whereas Ling Luo was somewhat lacking in comparison. As dawn broke, the howls of magical beasts gradually faded, and the trio extinguished the campfire. continuing their journey. With spiritual sight and utmost caution, they navigated through the forest relatively unscathed, though they did manage to slay a weaker magical beast. Ling Chong bore a minor wound on his left shoulder, but it was nothing serious. However, Xiao Ye's brow suddenly furrowed as he perceived a battle through his spiritual vision. He recognized one of the combatants, Xiao Jian. He had been with Xiao Qin previously, but was now alone and severely injured, blood dripping from his sword hand. His adversary was a crimson wild boar, a first-tier magical beast, significantly weaker than the six-legged spider, but still formidable. Injured, Xiao Jian struggled mightily, and the blood that coated him would soon attract other beasts, putting him in peril. Just an enemy. If there's a magical beast to handle it for me, then. A task prompt appeared. Rescue Xiao Jian, with rewards of a small golden bell scroll, 2 bottles of spiritual energy water, and 10 gold coins. Xiao Ye contemplated bypassing the situation, allowing Xiao Jian to fend for himself, but at that moment, the divine equipment system issued a mission, compelling him to assist Xiao Jian. With enticing rewards. Xiao Gongzi, what's wrong? Ling Luo had grown accustomed to Xiao Ye's sudden halts, knowing they often indicated imminent danger or the presence of magical beasts. Whenever such moments arose, they would take alternate routes to safely evade peril. The siblings exchanged glances, both curious about how Xiao Ye could so accurately sense danger. Was he gifted with clairvoyance? Someone's in distress. I must help, Xiao Ye declared, dashing forth without hesitation. Ling Luo and her brother exchanged knowing looks, drawing their weapons and following closely behind. Clang! The blade's aura flickered as it struck the back of the crimson wild boar, but the creature's formidable defenses absorbed the blow. The force sent the green-eyed youth wielding the sword flying, crashing into a tree trunk and spitting blood, utterly disheveled. Struggling to rise, Xiao Jian stood straight, his sword hand steady despite his labored breathing. He fixed his gaze upon the crimson wild boar with unwavering resolve, igniting a fierce determination within him. Haha, a first-tier magical beast, and I might perish at your hands. So be it. I have only myself to blame for my lack of skill. But even in death, I shall take you down with me. With a resounding cry, Xiao Jian concentrated all remaining sword energy into his blade. The humming aura of the sword shimmered, and even the crimson wild boar became cautious. Yet, the allure of its prey was too strong. The wild boar would not retreat. Come at me. Madness filled Xiao Jian's expression. In that moment, he had already prepared himself for death, knowing his remaining true energy would only wound the beast. While his own fate was sealed, he was still so young, brimming with arrogance and self-importance. He had charged forward without a hint of humility. After several battles, it was too late for him to withdraw when he realized his stamina was waning. This brazen attitude could have been tempered within the Xiao family's ancient forest, after all. Xiao Jian's prowess was evident. Yet, the Xiao family had not anticipated the changes in the forest. The myriad magical beasts surrounding it meant that a personality like Xiao Jian's was bound to lead to his demise. Which beast dares to target a disciple of the Xiao family? Just as this critical moment unfolded, a thunderous shout accompanied by 3 figures burst forth from the trees. Leading the charge was Xiao Ye, with Ling Chong and Ling Luo flanking him, their weapons glinting ominously. The moment they appeared, they unleashed their strongest auras, locking onto the crimson wild boar. In that instant, the wild boar felt a sudden wave of dread wash over it. With a terrified grunt, the crimson wild boar cast one last greedy glance at Xiao Jian before turning and fleeing. You? Xiao Jian, ready for death, could scarcely believe that his savior would be Xiao Ye, the very person he had once sought to confront and provoke. Chapter 20. Not simple ding-dong. Task complete. Rewards received: 1 small golden bell scroll, 2 bottles of spiritual energy water, and 10 gold coins. Upon completing the task, Xiao Ye glanced at the battered Xiao Jian but said nothing, instead exchanging a knowing look with Ling Luo and turning away. Xiao Jian frowned deeply. His injuries rendered his complexion pale as he watched Xiao Ye and his companions depart. Yet, surprisingly, he did not hesitate or feel burdened, instead displaying a hint of nonchalance. Thank you for saving me. I will remember this kindness. I, Xiao Jian, am not ungrateful, though I had intended to confront you due to matters involving Xiao Qin. There is no need for pretense. You are now my benefactors. Xiao Jian's unexpected composure caught Xiao Ye off guard. He had anticipated that Xiao Jian would feel awkward, guilty, or perhaps even feign indifference. Instead, he offered immediate thanks, despite having previously provoked Xiao Ye publicly with malice. This young man, while brash, possessed a genuine spirit. A smile crept onto Xiao Ye's lips. He had expected Xiao Jian to be a formidable adversary, but now he saw him in a different light. Perhaps they could even become friends in the future, as enmity seemed unlikely. Xiao Ye, you all must be cautious. Xiao Qin has mentioned laying ambushes within the ancient forest, and he seems to possess some method to ensure you fall into his trap. Though the trio had distanced themselves, Xiao Jian's warning resonated in their minds. Could he truly deceive them at this moment? There was no reason for such an act. It would pose no threat to Xiao Ye and his companions, but rather serve to aid them. Xiao Qin was Xiao Jian's cousin, and their relationship was evidently strong, at least prior to entering the ancient forest. The reasons for their separation remain shrouded in mystery, yet there is a substantial likelihood, around 90%, that Xiao Jian's assertion holds truth. It is understandable that Xiao Qin would seek to confront us, but how could he possibly set an ambush within the vast expanse of the ancient forest? The area is so extensive, devoid of any obligatory paths. How could he lay a trap? Xiao Ye's thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. He had never doubted that Xiao Qin intended to take action against him, but such hostility could only manifest at the moment of their encounter. How could he orchestrate a surprise attack? Was it possible he had implanted some tracking device on Xiao Ye? This is not the year 2020. Such advanced technology does not exist here. Clearly, some hidden secret lies beneath the surface. How could Xiao Qin ascertain the path that Xiao Ye and his companions would take? Even Xiao Ye himself had no knowledge of the route he would follow before entering the ancient forest. But then, a thought struck him. Xiao Ye's pupils constricted as he froze in place, a flicker of realization crossing his face, though he could not be certain. Young Master Xiao, what have you deduced? The Ling siblings, equally perplexed, shared Xiao Ye's confusion. Before entering the forest, they too were unaware of the path they would take. Why then did Xiao Qin possess such knowledge? If all this were merely a fabrication spun by Xiao Jian, it would make sense. However, Xiao Jian had just been rescued by them, and given his character, he would not resort to deceit, nor was it necessary. A twitch at the corner of Xiao Ye's eye signified the rapid churn of thoughts in his mind, each hypothesis a fragment assembling into a coherent narrative, ultimately revealing a daunting truth. If this were indeed the case, then Xiao Qin posed a significant threat. Xiao Ye's tone grew darker than ever before. Young Master Xiao. What transpired? Ling Luo could no longer contain her curiosity. It felt as though a thick fog enveloped her, waiting to be unraveled. Xiao Yu cast a glance at Ling Chong and Ling Luo, then spoke. If my calculations are correct, Xiao Qin should be at the small waterfall, lying in wait for us. The small waterfall? You mean? Ling Chong's pupils narrowed, as comprehension dawned upon him, shock mingling with a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. Do not be hasty. The situation may not be as straightforward as we presume. If our conjecture holds, then Xiao Qin must at least be aware of, or have witnessed, Ling Zixin's confrontation at the waterfall. Xiao Ye continued. It is precisely because he knows that Ling Zixin is engaged in battle at the waterfall, and is aware that you are searching for her, that he anticipates you will inevitably arrive there. Thus, the waterfall has always been our unavoidable route, one that he has long foreseen. If Xiao Qin knew of Ling Zixin's struggle at the waterfall and understood that the Ling siblings were in pursuit of her, he would naturally set an ambush there, confident that he would encounter Xiao Ye and his companions. Are you suggesting that Xiao Qin is responsible for Sister Zixin's demise? Ling Luo's beautiful eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Xiao Ye's arm. It is not necessarily that he caused her death. He may merely be a witness or an informed party. Consider this. Why would Xiao Qin reach out to you after Ling Zixin's disappearance? There is evidently a connection here. Upon thorough analysis, Ling Zixin's vanishing cannot be divorced from Xiao Qin. The Ling siblings were left in shock, recalling how Xiao Qin had contacted their family during their direst moments, igniting a spark of hope amidst their despair. At that time, they had been immensely grateful to Xiao Qin. Even when he later demanded that Ling Luo make sacrifices, they had considered it with gratitude until they encountered Xiao Ye. In hindsight, the circumstances surrounding Xiao Qin's timely appearance seemed quite coincidental, as it should not have been the case. Cursed Xiao Qin, why would he harm my sister? Ling Chong's fist collided violently with a tree trunk, sending a cascade of leaves fluttering down. Their family, merely a small clan, held no standing against the Xiao family, and there was no reason to have offended them. Yet, all tragedies began with Ling Zixin. We have yet to clarify the situation. Do not jump to conclusions. I feel this matter is more intricate than it appears. Ultimately, we must proceed to the waterfall, confront Xiao Qin, and demand clear answers. Xiao Ye's mind was still fraught with unanswered questions. If Xiao Qin was indeed involved, what was his motivation? Was it solely to possess Ling Luo? Xiao Yu had been acutely aware of Xiao Qin's demeanor when he had taken Ling Luo from the martial stage. Though angered, he did not appear devastated, indicating that his feelings for Ling Luo were not profound. He could not have orchestrated an elaborate scheme to eliminate Ling Zixin. And who, then, was the one responsible for her demise? According to Xiao Zhen's account, that individual possessed formidable strength, surpassing even Xiao Zhen, and could not possibly be Xiao Qin. The trio resumed their journey, their spirits burdened. Even the spirit rabbit nestled in Xiao Ye's arms fell silent. Their singular focus was on reaching the waterfall to uncover the truth of what had transpired. As night descended, They drew remarkably close to the waterfall but were compelled to pause for a brief respite. Throughout that night, no conversation passed between them. Their expressions were fraught with an unprecedented gravity. Tomorrow, they would face the waterfall, where Xiao Qin lay in ambush. Would there be others aiding him? The unknown loomed ahead, a palpable threat, and perhaps they would meet their end at the waterfall, or possibly unveil the truth. All awaited the dawn, and until then, tranquility eluded them. With Ling Zixin's fate intertwined in this matter, the Ling siblings could not remain calm. Xiao Ye was not fearful but rather in deep contemplation about how they might survive. This new world lay before him, a splendid life just beginning, and he could not allow himself to perish within the ancient forest. Simultaneously, their mission must continue. It must be said that the forthcoming peril was daunting, yet the necessity to confront it ignited a thrill within Xiao Ye. This excitement was inexplicable, yet it was undeniably real. Within the confines of the divine armament system, the mysterious iron kitchen knife gleamed with brilliance, while the small golden bell scroll promised protection, potentially saving him in a critical moment. On his right wrist, the Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet was in optimal condition, both true and spiritual energies fully saturated. At that moment, Xiao Ye was at the pinnacle of his capabilities. As dawn broke, the orange clouds painted a breathtaking canvas across the sky. The sounds of beasts faded, replaced by the melodious chirping of birds. Ling Chong led the way, with Xiao Ye and Ling Luo flanking him, the spirit rabbit lowering its head to guide their path. The trio traversed the ancient forest. This was now their third day. Finally, at a certain moment, a faint sound of flowing water reached their ears, causing their expressions to shift instantly to one of seriousness. As they proceeded cautiously, the sound of water swelled, culminating in a roaring crescendo, accompanied by a refreshing mist that invigorated the senses. Before them lay a small waterfall with a drop of no more than 10 feet, beneath which a tranquil pool of water flowed, tapering into a mountain stream that wound into the distance. In front of the waterfall stretched a clearing, sparsely populated with a few weeds, devoid of lush vegetation. The entire area was shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal beauty. Aside from the sound of water, no other noises permeated the vicinity. The trio meticulously surveyed their surroundings, detecting no anomalies. It appeared that no ambush lay in wait. Those are fragments of my sister's clothing. Ling Luo's keen eyes immediately spotted a small piece of purple fabric amid the clearing, stained with blood, a testament to its presence despite the fierce winds. Upon seeing the fabric and the bloodstains, the atmosphere grew heavy with dread. A glance around revealed that the signs of struggle had faded significantly, nearly obscured by the passage of time. Everyone, tread cautiously and approach slowly, Xiao Ye signaled, and the three advanced deliberately toward the fabric. The winds howled relentlessly beside the waterfall, mingling with the cacophony of splashing water, making it difficult to maintain a heightened sense of vigilance. However, the three individuals remained cautious as they swiftly approached the fragments of clothing. The spirit rabbit in their arms was already restless, with just a bit more sniffing. It could undoubtedly locate Ling Zixin, while also detecting the scent of their adversaries. Ling Luo, pick it up, Xiao Ye instructed, while he and Ling Chong kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Ling Luo bent down, preparing to retrieve the pieces of fabric. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The fierce winds that had been howling by their ears abruptly ceased, and a radiant light burst forth from the pool, transforming into a golden beam that shot towards the trio at an inconceivable speed. Chapter 21. Feigning weakness, the golden light dispersed, morphing into a deadly arrow aimed directly at Ling Chong. It seemed the wielder of the arrow understood that Ling Chong was the strongest among the three. If he could be subdued, Xiao Ye and Ling Luo would pose no threat. The attack was exceedingly sudden and swift, nearly instantaneous. By all logic, Ling Chong should have been unable to react in time. However, unbeknownst to the enemy, the trio had anticipated an ambush prior to entering this location, and they were on high alert. Even the fastest arrow could not achieve a surprise attack under such circumstances. Battle axe, shatter, Ling Chong bellowed, forcefully slamming his battle axe into the ground. The earth trembled, and a surge of true energy erupted from the axe, forming a protective wall of energy that shielded Ling Chong. The sharp arrowhead collided with the energy wall, producing a mournful wail as it expended its energy and fell to the ground. Just as the first arrow landed, a second arrow emerged, piercing the water's surface and racing towards Ling Chong. With his battle axe in hand, surrounded by swirling true energy, Ling Chong stepped forward, sweeping the axe to deflect the arrow. He moved like a shooting star, traversing the distance in an instant. Before the third arrow could be unleashed, he leaped high into the air, true energy erupting from his axe. Lotus Blossom Triple Slash. 3 successive axe strikes detonated in midair like blooming lotus flowers, each blow stronger than the last, coalescing into a powerful wave of true energy that struck towards the water's surface. The force generated ripples, followed by a thunderous explosion as the water erupted, sending sprays soaring 5 zhang high. A dark figure shot forth from the torrent, crossing the void with a battle axe smaller than Ling Chong's, rushing towards him with intent. It was Xiao Qin, his expression stern and his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Clutching his battle axe, his true energy coiled around him like venomous serpents, stronger than Ling Chong's. Having emerged from the water, he swung his axe at Ling Chong with a speed and force reminiscent of a sharpened blade, exuding a chilling aura. The two warriors, one at the 5th level and the other at the 6th, faced an undeniable disparity in strength, with Ling Chong having previously expended a significant amount of true energy. He found himself at a disadvantage as their clash commenced. Xiao Qin, why did you ambush us? We are both disciples of the Xiao family. Do you intend to harm me? Do you realize that your grandfather is the Grand Elder and my father is the family head? What will you do when they learn of this? Elder Xiaoming is watching just outside the ancient forest. How will you face him? Xiao Ye's questions rang out, resolute yet tinged with an undercurrent of fear. He spoke deliberately for Xiao Qin's benefit, who assumed he was merely a 1st-level warrior. By sowing doubt in Xiao Qin's mind, he aimed to create an illusion of fear, thereby strengthening their position in the battle. Xiao Ye, how unfortunate that you are the son of Xiao Zhan. Your elder brothers are formidable and worthy of respect, yet here you are, a mere waste of space. Xiao Qin's laughter was maniacal, his expression twisted. For the past 2 years, his resentment regarding Mu Qing'er had festered, and now it erupted recklessly. Do you think Qing'er chose you because she liked you? It was merely because your status made it easier for her to obtain the 9 nether soul calming pill. The one she truly loves is me. You are nothing. As he spoke, Xiao Qin's eyes turned blood red. After 2 years of torment, you should have been expelled from the Xiao family, subjected to humiliation under my designs, and ended your life. Yet you refuse to relent, clinging on and attempting to take what is mine. Xiao Ye, our feud is now a matter of life and death. Today marks your end. With a thunderous declaration, Xiao Qin warned, Ling Chong, step aside. I will overlook the past, and in return, I will assist you in finding Ling Zixin and look after Ling Luo. To hell with you. Do you think I would fall for your deceit? Ling Zixin's disappearance is tied to you, and you shall not succeed today. Ling Chong's fury ignited, for prior analysis had already confirmed Xiao Qin's involvement in Ling Zixin's vanishing. Moreover, the sequence of arrows had clearly been aimed at eliminating him. To concede now would be sheer folly. As if exposed by Ling Chong's accusations, Xiao Qin's pupils contracted, and his expression twisted into one of malevolence. He had initially planned to ambush and annihilate the trio, but despite the failure of his arrows, he still believed he could easily dispatch a 5th-level fighter, a 3rd-level fighter, and a 1st-level fighter with his 6th-level prowess. You seek your own demise. Xiao Qin's lips curled into a cruel smile as he unleashed his battle axe, striking with relentless ferocity. Ling Chong struggled to defend himself, his grip on the axe becoming numb from the force of the blows, retreating with no power to retaliate. Xiao Yu observed the battle while Ling Luo stood to the side, her sword ready, her red lips biting down in determination, a rare glint of killing intent shining in her beautiful eyes. Ling Chong, with your feeble skills, how can you compare to the techniques of the Xiao family? Since you refuse to see reason, allow me to test you with the intermediate technique I have just mastered. Xiao Qin's cold laughter echoed as he swung his battle axe, clashing with Ling Chong's weapon. The immense sound of their collision sent Ling Chong flying. At that moment, Xiao Qin threw his battle axe like a dart, spinning towards Ling Chong's neck. The attack came swiftly. Ling Chong barely managed to evade by arching backward, but as he regained his bearings, Xiao Qin advanced, his true energy surging with ferocity. With true energy swirling around him, Xiao Qin's hair moved as if caught in an unseen wind. His fists, imbued with true energy, resembled the jaws of a ravenous wolf, crashing down upon Ling Chong. True energy shield. In that fleeting moment, Ling Chong had no choice but to gather his energy to protect himself. Wolf Fang Kill. Xiao Qin's dual strikes were like 2 ferocious wolves pouncing at Ling Chong. Ling Chong's feeble shield was as thin as paper before the onslaught, pierced effortlessly. A punch struck Ling Chong's chin and another slammed into his chest, causing him to spit blood and soar backward. At the same instant, the battle axe that had been thrown returned to Xiao Qin's hand. He gripped it tightly, following Ling Chong's trajectory as he fell, delivering a devastating blow. This was a lethal strike, a strike meant to end Ling Chong's life. Look out. In a moment of desperation, Ling Luo brandished her sword, the blade slicing through the air with a resounding clash as she blocked Xiao Qin's axe. The immense force propelled her petite form backward. Due to Ling Luo's timely intervention, Xiao Qin was forced to withdraw his attack, and both Ling Chong and Ling Luo crashed to the ground. Ling Luo fared better, but Ling Chong's face flushed with pain as he coughed up blood, temporarily incapacitated. 2 zhang away, Xiao Qin steadied himself, wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed Ling Chong, and then turned his gaze to the fearful expression on Xiao Ye's face. A cruel smile creeping onto his lips. Xiao Ye, your protector is no more. What will you do now? Will you take your own life? Or will you kneel and beg for mercy? Xiao Qin advanced step by step, relishing the fear on Xiao Ye's face. The axe in his hand hummed excitedly in response. Xiao Qin, we are both disciples of the Xiao family. Enough of this nonsense. I am a disciple of the Xiao family, while you are merely a waste of the Xiao family. Do not insult the Xiao lineage. Xiao Ye, filled with dread, continuously retreated, while Xiao Qin's strides grew ever more rapid. He had witnessed enough of Xiao Ye's true nature, and the memories of 2 years prior ignited a fierce wrath within him. You cannot kill me. I am the son of the family head, the scion of the Xiao clan. Xiao Ye's voice trembled slightly, yet his left hand discreetly gathered true energy, while his right hand infused the crimson flame spirit bracelet with spiritual essence. He understood that even now, he was no match for Xiao Qin. The only hope for victory lay in feigning weakness to lower his guard before unleashing a sudden counterstrike. For this purpose, Ling Chong must be incapacitated, so he refrained from attacking before Ling Chong was injured, persistently interrogating Xiao Qin, ultimately revealing boundless terror. The family head son? Huh. Carry that self-righteous honor with you to hell. Xiao Qin's pace quickened, true energy fully channeled into his battle axe. He resembled a cheetah, fixated on a frail rabbit, needing only a single swipe to extinguish its life. Yet before slaying the rabbit, he yearned to witness its expression of terror and despair. To savor this moment he had awaited for 2 long years. The animosity accumulated over these years erupted at this instant. The sharp battle axe loomed above Xiao Ye's head, descending towards his brow. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ye perceived the fury in Xiao Qin's eyes, the resentment radiating from him, as well as the determination to drive him to his demise. But what of it? To Xiao Ye, Xiao Qin was merely an adversary, or rather, a chicken or duck destined for slaughter. He could not conjure even a shred of pity. Die! In Xiao Qin's frenzied roar, Xiao Ye's right hand, empowered by the crimson flame spirit bracelet, erupted with brilliant light, as an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy cloaked the heavens. Spirit flame explode. The spirit flame from the bracelet transformed into a fiery streak, hurtling towards the battle axe like a venomous serpent. Impossible? Xiao Qin felt his battle axe momentarily halt, thwarted by the spirit flame. Surprised, he prepared to channel true energy, yet a perilous aura emanated from Xiao Ye, as a gust of wind heralded the arrival of an impending palm strike. Swallowing cloud palm, the forceful gust of energy, coupled with robust true energy fluctuations, rivaled even Ling Chong's full-force strike. Impossible. How can you be a 5th-level warrior? How could you possibly master such a formidable technique? No, it cannot be. Xiao Qin could not fathom that the 1st-level warrior he deemed a mere waste, whom he believed he could easily vanquish, had suddenly launched a powerful counterattack after feigning fear. In that instant, his mind nearly ceased functioning. Yet, being a 6th-level warrior, he unleashed a torrent of true energy from the battle axe, shattering the spirit flame's restraint and raising the axe's backside to shield himself. Clang! With a sharp sound, Xiao Ye's palm struck the battle axe, and the explosive true energy coursed through the weapon, crashing into Xiao Qin's chest. Like a kite severed from its string, Xiao Qin was sent flying. A spray of blood scattering into the void, propelled 3 zhang away, the battle axe sparking against the ground before finally halting his retreat. Chapter 22. Into the ancient forest his feet had reached the edge of the pool, his complexion remarkably pale, with blood at the corners of his mouth. An excruciating pain rendering him unable to stand upright. After 2 years, he had once again been defeated by Xiao Ye, ironically, despite being stronger than Xiao Ye this time. He found himself in such a wretched state. He felt a deep sense of resentment, unable to comprehend why he had failed. The only answer was the swiftly approaching figure of Xiao Ye, wielding a glimmering kitchen knife, his gaze resembling that of a butcher eyeing livestock awaiting slaughter. In Xiao Ye's eyes, Xiao Qin perceived no hesitation, no doubt. He was akin to a butcher, and Xiao Qin was merely the livestock he intended to butcher. Wordless, he employed the swiftest and most ruthless methods against Xiao Qin, his silent gaze seemingly mocking Xiao Qin, deriding him for his earlier verbosity. He had squandered precious time with idle chatter instead of seizing the opportunity to swiftly conclude the battle, thereby denying his adversary any chance to recover. Xiao Qin suddenly felt as if he had become a fool in Xiao Ye's eyes. He could not accept this, for he had always regarded Xiao Ye as a fool, especially in moments of fear, when Xiao Qin perceived him as a coward, a useless entity. Yet now, that waste had transformed into the most resolute hunter, poised to strike. Swift, precise, and ruthless, his coordination of movement and body had ascended to a high realm. This was no feat achievable by a novice. Xiao Qin finally grasped that he had been thoroughly deceived. With a forceful chop, Xiao Ye swung down, but Xiao Qin sidestepped. The obsidian kitchen knife grazing his shoulder, igniting sparks upon the ground, before he swiftly countered upward. The blade tore through Xiao Qin's shoulder, leaving a gaping wound. As Xiao Ye wielded the knife like a butcher, targeting Xiao Qin's vital points, one hit would ensure his demise. The terrifying scent of blood assaulted Xiao Qin, enveloping him in death's embrace, as Xiao Ye's relentless assault, combined with the spirit flame from the Crimson Flame spirit bracelet, intensified the pressure on him. Dancing along the edge of the pool, defending himself, Xiao Qin's true energy was nearly depleted, and coupled with the injuries to his abdomen and shoulder, he was on the brink of losing his fighting capability. He recognized that if this continued, he would inevitably perish at Xiao Ye's hands. Yet at this moment, Xiao Ye showed no sign of relenting. His attacks became increasingly fierce, leaving Xiao Qin no opportunity to escape. He held the battle in his hands, forcing Xiao Qin to retreat step by step, the knife gleaming coldly, as a requiem of hell unfolded. Xiao Ye remained silent, unyielding, his relentless assault conveying everything. The oppressive aura he radiated left Xiao Qin breathless. Xiao Ye, I will not lose. Do you think this will be enough to kill me? Ha! Just wait. In 7 days, you will never escape the Xiao family's ancient forest. Clang. The battle axe swept across, and with his last ounce of strength, Xiao Qin blocked Xiao Ye's assault. The true energy of a 6th-level warrior was indeed formidable, sending Xiao Ye stumbling back a step. In that moment, Xiao Qin leaped into the pool, swiftly swimming towards the opposite shore. Pursue? Xiao Ye shook his head. His swimming skills were poor, and he had expended much true energy to confront Xiao Qin. Despite Xiao Qin being injured, he surely retained some true energy. Blindly chasing after him could very well lead to falling into Xiao Qin's trap. Moreover, this was the ancient forest, given Ling Chong and Ling Luo's injuries. Pursuing Xiao Qin would endanger both siblings. Young Master Xiao, we must not let him escape. My sister's disappearance is tied to him, Ling Luo shouted, rushing forward. Do not rush, Xiao Ye replied, the kitchen knife now gone. He slowly exhaled, regaining his composure before continuing. Finding Ling Zixin is our top priority. The spirit rabbit has picked up her scent. We will locate her soon. At that time, we will uncover the truth. If Xiao Qin is indeed involved, we will certainly find him. For now, we must tend to our injuries, rest briefly, and then set out again. Given Xiao Qin's injuries, he poses little threat in these 7 days. Xiao Ye appeared remarkably calm at this moment. Although he had not slain Xiao Qin, he had at least wounded his vitality, and he had gained some awareness of his own abilities. The combination of the Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet and the Obsidian Kitchen Knife, along with his true energy cultivation and the Swallowing Cloud Palm, ensured that even in a direct confrontation with Xiao Qin, he would not be immediately defeated, but rather possess enough strength to escape. As for outright defeating him, that would have to wait until his true energy cultivation reached a higher level as a 6th-level warrior. Xiao Qin was no longer a formidable opponent. Brotherling, how are your injuries? Ling Chong leaned against a tree, having staunched the bleeding with a healing ointment. His chin and chest were bandaged, a clear indication of his pain. Fortunately, after a brief respite, he felt he still possessed some combat strength. Ling Chong gasped heavily, drinking water frantically. His jaw was misaligned from the blows, and his chest bore serious wounds. Maintaining his peak condition was no longer feasible. In the coming 7 days, he would recover as best as he could, but he must find Ling Zixin. Has the spirit rabbit picked up the scent? Xiao Ye turned to Ling Luo and inquired. Yes, the direction has been found, but it leads deep into the ancient forest. The scent isn't very distinct. It seems quite far away. I can't understand it. My sister isn't a formidable warrior, so why would she venture so deep into the ancient woods? Ling Luo brushed the fur of the spirit rabbit, her delicate features etched with worry as she gazed into the unfathomable depths of the forest. From the waterfall's vantage point, it was evident that Ling Zixin had been in a struggle. Xiao Zhen had mentioned that her opponent was extraordinarily powerful, and a faint trace of her aura lingered in the depths of the forest. What had transpired on that day? The truth was about to reveal itself. It was far too early to abandon hope. Xiao Ye offered a word of comfort to Ling Luo before settling down in a meditative posture, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. At that moment, his mind was consumed by queries about the identity of Ling Zixin's adversary and the extent of their power. Was Ling Zixin still alive? Would they encounter this foe as they ventured deeper into the ancient forest? The multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind rendered Xiao Ye restless. Once he had restored his inner energy, he promptly rose to survey the area. The ground bore the scars of a fierce battle. the evidence clear and unmistakably marked by Xiao Ye and his companions, with only a few indistinct traces suggesting the struggle between Ling Zixin and her opponent. The most notable was an irregular black mark. Rather than being purely black, the area around it had slightly sunken, with rounded edges showing signs of corrosion. Could this be from a magical beast? Xiao Ye pondered, recalling that such corrosive substances often stemmed from magical creatures. However, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of human involvement, as some techniques imbued with corrosive properties also existed. The enemy had evidently employed minimal tactics, swiftly overpowering Ling Zixin. Having analyzed the subtle signs of battle, Xiao Ye turned to Ling Luo and asked, "What level of warrior is Ling Zixin?" "7th level warrior," Ling Luo replied. "What? A 7th level warrior? Stronger than Ling Chong by such a margin?" Xiao Ye was taken aback, having presumed Ling Zixin to be comparable to Ling Luo, only to be astonished by her true strength. "Huh. My sister is exceptionally gifted and possesses great talent and cultivation. She has garnered the family's attention and is seen as a beacon of hope for our clan," Ling Chong interjected, having risen without anyone noticing. There was a glimmer of admiration in his eyes as he spoke of Ling Zixin. Compared to Ling Luo, Ling Zixin's talents eclipsed hers significantly. If the family were to sacrifice someone for their interests, it would undoubtedly be Ling Luo, while Ling Zixin would receive their utmost support. Subduing a 7th level warrior in an instant, the road ahead will be fraught with challenges. This truly is a daunting task, Xiao Ye sighed, foreseeing the dangers ahead. Yet, at this juncture, there was no question of retreating. The three of them circumvented the waterfall and began their descent into the ancient forest. Upon crossing the waterfall, they quickly spotted the red line marked by the Xiao family. Crossing this line signified their entry into the depths of the forest, where magical beasts typically refrained from venturing beyond it. However, the outer edges of the forest were already teeming with magical creatures, though not as densely populated as the deeper regions. Each of them entered the ancient woods with their own intentions, and as they did, an unusual silence enveloped the forest. Initially, they assumed the quiet was due to a decrease in wildlife, but as they ventured deeper, their confusion grew. After traversing 5 miles, even Xiao Yu's keen vision failed to detect any magical beasts. It was as if the creatures had fallen into a deep slumber. The area was eerily deserted, devoid of even birds or other wildlife. The spirit rabbit continued to guide them, its senses heightened upon entering this desolate expanse, even displaying signs of fear, attempting to escape Ling Luo's grasp on several occasions. "Little White, do you sense something terrifying?" Ling Luo constantly reassured the spirit rabbit, which nodded earnestly in response to her inquiries. Clearly, it had detected an impending danger that only beasts could sense, while Xiao Ye and the others remained oblivious. Should they proceed? There was no need for hesitation, but the underlying threat made them cautious as they advanced slowly into the depths. As darkness descended, the trio discovered a pool of blood near a tree, the edges lined with white powder, confirmed to be healing ointment. The clarity of the bloodstains suggested they had been freshly shed, likely belonging to Xiao Qin. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows, increasingly convinced that this matter was connected to Xiao Qin. How far does the spirit rabbit indicate? The oppressive atmosphere compelled Xiao Ye to exercise greater caution. Approximately 10 miles. "My sister's aura is lingering there," Ling Luo communicated, having gleaned information from the spirit rabbit despite not understanding its words. 10 miles. Xiao Ye's expression grew serious as he infused his vision with spiritual energy, peering into the distance. Though he could not see 10 miles ahead, he discerned faint gray mist a mile away, thick with the stench of blood and scattered animal corpses littering the ground. Chapter 23. Shadows of the Ancient Forest. While not a battlefield strewn with corpses, the area did contain numerous bodies, all seemingly intact without any visible wounds, as if they had succumbed to poison. Xiao Ye's pupils constricted, a wave of urgency crashing over him. Ding. Task difficulty has exceeded expectations. Continuing the task will yield additional rewards, 1 minor advancement pill and 50 reputation points. The sudden task notification startled Xiao Ye. The mission to find Ling Zixin was classified as a major task, with rewards including a minor red potion and a minor blue potion, along with 3 slots in the inventory and access to the refining system. Such rewards were already substantial, particularly the unlocking of the refining system, which would undoubtedly enhance Xiao Ye's means of survival. However, upon detecting the mist and the corpses of magical beasts, the system had amplified the rewards, indicating that this mission was far from trivial. "Xiao Ye, have you discovered something?" The gravity of his expression weighed heavily on Ling Luo and her brother. "Yes. The situation is quite perilous. Let us rest for the night and investigate further tomorrow." Xiao Ye nodded solemnly, refraining from elaborating. The siblings did not press for details, and with nightfall upon them, they could not continue their journey. They promptly gathered firewood, Unlike before, the surrounding area was devoid of beastly roars, blood-red eyes, or any signs of life. It felt like a realm of death, with only the three of them remaining. The silence was unnerving. A chilling wind whispered past their ears, instilling an uncomfortable feeling as if a venomous serpent were watching them from behind. This night promised to be restless. The gray mist and the corpses of magical beasts were too distant for Xiao Ye to ascertain the situation. Yet, he understood that the influx of magical beasts at the forest's edge was intricately linked to the scene unfolding before him. The oppressive night slowly began to wane. Yet the sun failed to grace the world with its warmth, obscured by thick clouds, as if something dreadful lurked that instilled fear. This marked the fourth day of their foray into the ancient forest, the temperature notably low, with the air thick with dust, making even breathing laborious. The spirit rabbit bared its teeth in fear while nestled in Ling Luo's arms, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. With unease gripping them, the three resumed their journey, soon arriving at the misty area. Upon witnessing the mist and the lifeless beast within it, the expressions of Ling Luo and her brother mirrored the deep concern etched on their faces. Not only had the beasts perished, but even the fallen magical creatures lay lifeless, their bodies devoid of any wounds, suggesting a death induced by the inhalation of the mist. As Ling Chong spoke, a surge of true energy suddenly pulsated from his palm, propelling itself into the fog. The true energy traversed the void unimpeded, circling a few times before exhausting its vigor and vanishing. At that moment, Ling Chong's brow furrowed even deeper. What has Brother Ling discovered? Xiao Ye inquired eagerly. Ling Chong hesitated to respond immediately, instead gritting his teeth, summoning his courage, and resolutely stepping into the mist, slowly inhaling a breath. This act astonished both Xiao Ye and Ling Luo. The composition of the mist remained unclear, and it was likely toxic. Ling Chong's recklessness seemed excessive. Indeed, the mist was composed of a certain refined energy. It was not toxic but possessed the ability to devour life force. This was a common tactic employed by the demon sect, and the mist was still in its nascent stage, easily countered with a small amount of life-prolonging powder. True to his experience, Ling Chong quickly unraveled the identity of the mist, and as he spoke, he retrieved a jade vial, poured a small amount of powder into his mouth, and then tossed the vial to Ling Luo. The continent of Xingyuan is home to 5 major righteous sects, all of which are recognized as legitimate due to the non-acceptance of demonic practices. Thus, regardless of their strength, the demon sect remains unacknowledged by the populace. Besides the 5 righteous sects, the demon sect is also notably powerful, albeit fewer in number and employing gruesome cultivation methods, rarely revealing themselves. Brother Ling implies that there is a disciple of the demon sect here? Xiao Ye asked in astonishment after consuming the life-prolonging powder. Ling Chong and Ling Luo wore expressions of grave concern. If indeed a disciple of the demon sect lay hidden within the Xiao family's ancient forest, and had ties to Ling Zixin, then her fate would be dire. The disciples of the demon sect practice bloody methods, treating men and women alike with indifference. They kill without hesitation. Young Master Xiao, we should abandon this endeavor. Let us cease our search for Zixin, Ling Chong suddenly declared. Surprisingly, this time, Ling Luo merely bit her red lips, her face filled with reluctance, yet she refrained from arguing. Previously, she had been adamant about finding Ling Zixin, allowing no room for dissent, but now she chose silence. The siblings had both sensed the terrifying consequences of continuing and understood they could no longer press on. However, Xiao Ye could not concede. The mission was paramount, and he was determined to press forward, even at the cost of his own life. You may leave. I will handle this alone, Xiao Ye insisted stubbornly. You needn't go to such lengths. This matter concerns life and death. You possess a promising background and boundless prospects. The situation with Zixin ultimately bears no relation to you. Why pursue this perilous path? Ling Chong blocked Xiao Ye's way, perplexed by his obstinacy regarding Ling Zixin. Young Master Xiao, please reconsider. It is possible we may never find Sister Zixin again, and if you become embroiled in this, our family will bear the burden of guilt for eternity, Ling Luo interjected, attempting to persuade him. While she was unwilling to abandon Ling Zixin, she could not risk the lives of her brother and Xiao Ye. Faced with the siblings' objections, Xiao Ye stood resolute. You are mistaken. My pursuit is not merely for Ling Zixin. Have you forgotten that Xiao Qin is deep within that mist? He's a disciple of the Xiao family, intertwined with Ling Zixin's fate and the disciples of the demon sect. If we do not investigate this thoroughly, we shall leave a potential calamity unaddressed. I will manage this. You should depart. His words struck a chord, for even though Xiao Ye had shifted the focus of his reasoning, it was compelling and justifiable. His true aim was Ling Zixin, yet he artfully redirected the rationale for proceeding to Xiao Qin, presenting an almost flawless argument. Ling Luo and her brother exchanged glances, then regarded Xiao Ye's determined gaze, realizing they could neither halt him nor had the right to do so. For the sake of the Xiao family, he was willing to risk his life and delve into the mist. Ling Zixin was their sister, bound by blood. Could they truly abandon her? The siblings' expressions shifted between uncertainty and resolve, ultimately finding their conviction. Since young Master Xiao possesses such audacity, we shall accompany you to the end and uncover the identity of this schemer. Even if it leads to our demise, we must uncover the truth. Having made their decision, they resolved not to regret it. Now, we shall begin our descent into the mist. Let us first release the spirit rabbit to wait at the perimeter of the ancient forest, for it cannot withstand the mist. Once their determination was settled, Ling Luo set the spirit rabbit free. The three figures commenced their advance into the depths of the mist. Within the fog, the ground was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, visibility reduced to a mere 5 paces. The surrounding atmosphere was heavy with malevolence, devoid of any breeze, and the trees had begun to wither. Inside the mist, an eerie silence prevailed, life seemingly extinguished. Endowed with spiritual sight, Xiao Ye led the way, proceeding with utmost caution, suppressing his breath and taking minuscule steps, fearful of creating any noise. Suddenly, he gestured for the Ling siblings to halt, bending down to observe a series of footprints. The soil here is quite loose, making it easy to leave tracks. Look at this row of footprints. They are clearly recent, and there is a drop of blood. Presumably belonging to Xiao Qin, Xiao Ye deduced. Young Master Xiao, look over there. There are additional footprints, differing in size from Xiao Qin's, and they appear to have been left some time ago. Ling Luo pointed to the right front, where another distinctly different series of footprints had emerged. Ling Luo's observations remained superficial, but upon seeing those tracks, both Xiao Ye and Ling Chong's expressions turned grave. Xiao Qin's prints sank approximately half an inch into the ground, quite pronounced. In contrast, the distant footprints merely left a layer of dust on the surface, the depressions in the ground very faint. This indicated that the individual who walked there moved with remarkable speed and agility, suggesting substantial strength. To achieve such a feat without intent, the opponent was at least a martial master. Clearly, Xiaozhen's assessment was accurate. The enemy was indeed formidable. Ling Chong's analysis mirrored Xiao Ye's, affirming the enemy's strength and proximity, indicating a potential lair ahead. The crisis loomed ahead. Xiao Qin awaited just beyond the threshold, and the mission lay ahead. There could be no retreat, only advancement. Let us proceed with caution, moving slowly. As long as we do not disturb the disciples of the demon sect, we should remain safe, Xiao Ye instructed, gesturing for the three to lower their heads and tread lightly. Ahead stood a small artificial hill, approximately 3 meters high. Its surface vegetation long withered, resembling an irregularly shaped boulder. Beneath the hill, a small cave exuded mist continuously, revealing itself as the source. Centered around the hill, the mist thickened. The cave appeared to yawn open like the maw of a monstrous beast, exuding a chilling aura. The three of them concealed themselves behind a large tree, gazing toward the cave while holding their breath, aware that a powerful adversary lurked within, and Ling Zixin and Xiao Qin could very well be inside. Brother Yang, you must avenge me. They must not leave alive. A furious roar suddenly echoed from within the cave, unmistakably belonging to Xiao Qin. After a moment of silence, another voice emerged, lacking the expected sarcasm, and instead sounding remarkably upright and youthful, likely belonging to someone of similar age to Ling Luo. Brother Xiao, do not be hasty. We are currently amidst the Xiao family's hunt. Should any blunder occur, I shall find no peace within this ancient forest. The individuals you mentioned can be dealt with at any time. There is no need for urgency. Yet, it seems you are rather unconcerned about the furnace matter. After all this time, only 3 women have been drawn. Is that not somewhat inadequate? As these words reached Xiao Ye and the Ling siblings, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from the siblings. Chapter 24. Vengeance. Calmness is essential. To seek revenge, one must first preserve their own life. The sudden revelation was utterly unbearable. The person they had desperately been searching for, Ling Zixin, had long been ensnared by Xiao Qin, becoming a vessel for the minions of the demonic sect. If it were oneself in such a predicament, witnessing the murder of loved ones, one might well unleash an uncontrollable fury akin to that of the Ling siblings. Yet, they had to steel themselves, urging each other to suppress their murderous intent. For within that cave resided disciples of the demonic sect. Should their presence be discovered, the 3 of them would surely meet their demise. You are right, brother. Sister. Contain your anger. Remember, we still have a score to settle. Ling Chong spoke through his tears, his teeth clenched, eyes bulging with rage, bloodshot and brimming with fury. If not for a sliver of rationality, he would have already stormed into the cave. I understand. Ling Luo sniffled, her eyes reddened, tears cascading down her cheeks. Prior to her venture into the ancient forest, Ling Zixin had informed Ling Chong and Ling Luo that she had received a lucrative business proposition, necessitating her trip. Little did they know, this would be her last, as she had been deceived by Xiao Qin and transformed into a vessel for the demonic sect's disciples. The notion of a vessel implies an abominable fate, one typically resulting in death or an existence reduced to mere puppethood, devoid of consciousness. This was a fate far more cruel than death itself. The hopes of the Ling family had thus been extinguished, and vengeance was imperative. The siblings were consumed by their hatred, yet for the sake of retribution, they managed to restrain their murderous intent to the bare minimum. Vessels were required to be female martial artists under the age of 20, and such daring souls who would venture alone into the ancient forest were exceedingly rare. Even if there were any, they were typically sheltered by various clans or sects, unlikely to take such risks. Brother Yang, I have done all I could. Xiao Qin's voice echoed from the cave, his confidence waning as he spoke, revealing a hint of fear and desperation, as if the person he faced was far beyond his station. Just do your best. I bear you no ill will. You are gravely injured, so rest here while I gather some herbs. I shall return in half an hour to let you try the healing methods of the demonic sect's disciples. Thank you, Brother Yang. A slender figure, akin to a phantom, drifted out of the cave. This was a handsome youth of approximately 15, with black hair swept back, holding a feather fan and moving with an ethereal grace. He emanated a righteous aura, appearing quite amiable. Yet, beneath his gentle facade, a flicker of ferocity lurked, difficult to perceive. Could this person be a disciple of the demonic sect? As they beheld his appearance and demeanor, doubts arose within Xiao Ye and the others. They could hardly fathom that this seemingly charming and radiant youth had any association with the demonic sect. Had they not overheard the conversation within the cave, they might have mistaken him for a son of some noble family. Upon exiting the cave, the youth oriented himself, unfurling his feather fan with a flourish and, after a gentle wave, began to stride away, swiftly vanishing from sight. This individual was stronger than they had anticipated, at least a third-tier martial artist, Xiao Ye noted, his gaze sharpening. Xiao Qin limped out of the cave, his expression twisted in rage as he watched the youth retreat. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, Yang Shua, do not mistake me for a fool whom you can manipulate. Once you have absorbed enough of that dark energy, I shall eliminate you and seize your power, proving that I, Xiao Qin, am the ultimate victor. Xiao Qin's malevolence seeped through his words. He was plotting against the disciples of the demonic sect. Should he act upon his intentions, how different would his methods be from theirs? With your corpse, entering the 5 major sects will be much simpler. After venting his frustrations, Xiao Qin's face contorted in discomfort, clutching his chest in apparent agony. You little beast, no matter how long you endure, I shall ensure your ruin. His fists clenched, eyes gleaming with malice. He soon retreated back into the cave. Damn this cave, the dark energy is suffocating. As he entered, Xiao Qin's complaints echoed faintly. During this expedition into the ancient forest, Xiao Qin had originally planned to ambush Xiao Ye and Ling Chong, then deliver Ling Luo to the disciples of the demonic sect. In the midst of their harvesting, he intended to strike and slay them, afterwards utilizing some forbidden technique to absorb their strength, returning triumphantly to the Xiao family with the body of a demonic sect disciple. The corpse of a demonic sect disciple would surely elevate Xiao Qin's standing within the Xiao family, and with the slight display of strength he had intentionally revealed, he would easily be chosen by the 5 major sects when they sought disciples. Xiao Qin's plans were meticulously crafted, but he had underestimated Xiao Ye, never anticipating him to be a 5th-tier martial artist, nor that he would possess such restraint. Even in the moment before wounding him, Xiao Ye had feigned fear, allowing Xiao Qin to lower his guard, leading to his eventual downfall. Within the cave, Xiao Qin simmered with frustration, while outside, the Ling siblings suffered no less. Their beloved sister had been deceived, ultimately becoming a vessel for the demonic sect. This blow was perhaps even more painful than what Xiao Qin endured. The most agonizing aspect was that they had done nothing wrong, yet were forced to bear such profound suffering. Xiao Ye, keenly observant, had been fixated on the direction the demonic sect disciple had departed since their exit, and now felt confident that the disciple had indeed left. With a deep breath, Xiao Ye gripped his iron knife tightly, turning to the tear-streaked faces of the Ling siblings. We cannot confront the demonic sect disciple at this moment, but we cannot let this matter rest. Now that Xiao Qin is gravely injured and nearly powerless, he has conspired with the demonic sect, tarnishing the reputation of the Xiao family. I will kill him. Moreover, he is a key figure in the demise of Ling Zixin. I assume you will not let him go either. At this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Ye's eyes. Xiao Qin had previously plotted to disgrace him and expel him from the Xiao family, intending to eradicate him entirely. He felt this betrayal keenly, and the ambush in the ancient forest had transformed Xiao Qin into his arch-nemesis. For such a bitter enemy, Xiao Ye's sentiment was clear. While you are down, I will take your life. The final blow shall be mine. Ling Chong's aura radiated with lethal intent. Let us go. Xiao Ye took the lead in the trio. Confirming that the demonic sect disciple was no longer nearby, rushed toward the cave, their powerful energies swirling around them like a cyclone. Xiao Ye's intention to slay Xiao Qin was secondary. His primary objective was to fulfill his mission. However, for the Ling siblings, who harbored a blood feud with Xiao Qin, their energies were charged with genuine fury. The three surged forward, an ominous chill enveloping them as if they had entered a graveyard, sending shivers down their spines. In an instant, they plunged into the cave, scanning their surroundings but paying no heed to the environment as they charged toward the astonished Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, you wretched dog! You have harmed my sister. Pay with your life. Xiao Qin, return my sister's life. Ling Chong and Ling Luo cried out in fury, their weapons ablaze with wrath as they lunged forward. Xiao Ye, silent yet resolute, unleashed a ferocious assault upon Xiao Qin. How could you possibly find this place? No, I don't know what you are talking about. Ling Zixin's fate has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. You scoundrel. I am a disciple of the Xiao family, the grandson of the elder. What do you intend to do? Xiao Qin's composure shattered as he faltered, panic coursing through him. It had only been a day since the ambush at the waterfall, and the fear still gripped his heart. He had thought that reaching the cave would ensure his safety with the protection of the demonic sect disciples, never expecting that Xiao Ye and the others would pursue him here. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of weapons sparked bright flares in the dimness, and Xiao Qin, heavily injured and incapacitated, struggled to wield his battle axe. Under the relentless assault of Xiao Ye and the Ling siblings, his arms, legs, chest, and abdomen bore wounds, blood pouring forth. His face twisted in terror, as if he had encountered a ghost in the dark cave. His eyes, filled with fear, seemed to shrink deeply before bulging out in exaggerated disbelief. Lotus Blossom triple slash. In a fit of rage, Ling Chong unleashed 3 swift axe strikes, sending Xiao Qin crashing to the ground. A piercing scream escaped Xiao Qin's lips as Ling Luo's sword plunged mercilessly into his thigh, the agonizing pain contorting his features, sweat pouring down his forehead. This strike is to reclaim a bit of interest for my sister. With a swift motion, the sword severed Xiao Qin's right leg, blood gushing forth, staining the ground crimson. His wretched howls echoed, the pain forcing the sound from deep within his clenched teeth. At this moment, he was engulfed not just in fear, but in endless suffering. I am a disciple of the Xiao family. My grandfather is the elder of the Xiao clan. You cannot kill me. He will seek vengeance. To hell with that. In a fit of fury, Ling Chong severed Xiao Qin's remaining leg. Observing Xiao Qin's torment, Xiao Ye remained emotionless, calmly stating, "Let us end this quickly. It's not safe here. Brother Yang, save me. Please, save me." Even as he lost his legs, Xiao Qin continued to scream, his noble identity now rendered worthless in the face of death. Sister, step back. Ling Chong raised his axe high, preparing to use the blunt side to crush Xiao Qin, avenging his sister. Xiao Yu silently stepped aside, and Xiao Qin's eyes reflected unprecedented fear and despair. He had never imagined he would meet such a tragic end. Even a swift death would have been preferable. Just as the axe was about to descend, a chilling wind swirled in from the cave's entrance, and a white figure glided into the darkness with a swift grace, creating a sound that split the air. Swish, swish, swish. The white figure darted past, and Xiao Ye, Ling Chong, and Ling Luo felt an immense force strike them from behind, propelling their bodies like cannonballs against the hard stone wall, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the afterimage faded, when they managed to lift their heads, they beheld a graceful youth standing mere feet away. The young man fanned himself with a feathered fan, his left hand resting against his back, a gentle smile playing on his lips as his gaze swept over the suffering Xiao Qin, finally landing with interest on Ling Luo. "Haha, brother Xiao. It seems you have presented me with a fine furnace." His smile was soft, yet his tone was a chilling echo, piercing and sharp. Chapter 25. The Demon Yang Shua. Brother Yang, please save me. Quickly. No, first kill them. Cut their flesh piece by piece. I want to see them suffer. Xiao Qin clung desperately to the last vestiges of hope, his words laced with venom. Yang Shua, however, paid no heed to Xiao Qin, his attention fixed on Ling Luo as if she were a pet, nodding occasionally. Cough, cough. Xiao Ye struggled to suppress a cough, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Both he and Ling Luo had been struck from behind. The force behind the blow was not overwhelming, yet it contained an immense power that coursed through their veins, threatening to shatter their meridians had they not possessed the protection of a 5th-level warrior's energy. So powerful. Observing the smiling, warm Yang Shua, Xiao Ye realized he was no match for him. Even resistance was futile. Yet he could not resign himself to death. His new life had only just begun, and he could not perish here. He was a task-oriented individual, with a vibrant path ahead and a divine gear system. Yang Shuo exuded no overt pressure, yet an invisible weight instilled profound fear in Xiao Ye and the others, as if they were facing a true demon. All three were gravely injured. Although the blow had not claimed their lives, it had nearly stripped them of their combat abilities, highlighting the stark disparity in strength. You wish for me to use you as a furnace? Suddenly, Ling Luo bit her lip and stood tall, her eyes reflecting a profound understanding of life and death. Emboldened as she met Yang Shua's gaze. Oh, this is intriguing. Yang Shua chuckled. Indeed, I intend to use you as a furnace to drain your energy. Soon, you will become one of the 3 dried corpses on the cave wall. Are you afraid? Following Yang Shua's gaze, they noticed 3 desiccated bodies nailed to the left wall. Seemingly drained of blood, reduced to mere skeletons shrouded in human skin. Their features were unrecognizable, but their frail forms suggested they were 3 women. Ling Luo and Ling Chong's eyes fixated on the corpse on the far right, recognizing it as their sister, Ling Zixin. Sister. Tears streamed down Ling Luo's face as she beheld Ling Zixin's tragic state. Sister? Ha ha ha, Brother Xiao. I never imagined you had the ability to procure a pair of sister flowers for me. For a furnace, the energy of sisters is indeed amplifying. I must thank you. Yang Shuo laughed, his smile turning slightly sinister. Brother Yang, all I do is for you. You must avenge me, kill them at once. Despite the excruciating pain in his legs, Xiao Qin's only desire was revenge. No. Ling Luo cried defiantly, her eyes steady as she glared at Yang Shuo. You may use me as a furnace, but I have one condition. Wretched harlot, what do you presume yourself to be? You are merely a puppet destined to become a furnace, your soul forever beyond redemption. How dare you set conditions with Brother Yang? Kill them. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Xiao Qin's voice grew increasingly shrill, wishing he could cast a scornful glance at Xiao Ye and the others. Though the pain in his legs was overwhelming. What condition? Speak, I'm listening. Yang Shuo evaded Xiao Qin's demands, instead turning his full attention to Ling Luo. Intrigued by what she might propose. Let me kill him, and I will willingly become your furnace. Ling Luo pointed at Xiao Qin, her intent unmistakable. Wretched harlot, you think you can sow discord between me and Brother Yang? Startled by Ling Luo's audacity, Xiao Qin lashed out, then forced a strained smile at Yang Shuo. Brother Yang, we have collaborated for months. I have provided you with 3 furnaces diligently. You have seen it for yourself. Enough of this chatter. Kill them and claim your furnace. Xiao Qin's voice trembled, uncertain of Yang Shuo's unpredictable nature, fearing he might resort to something truly mad. Ha! How amusing. Yang Shuo's repeated amusement plunged Xiao Qin's heart into despair, his fears surging once more. At that moment, Yang Shuo suddenly regarded Xiao Qin with a pitying gaze, as if observing a beast. Xiao Qin, did you believe that by providing me with a few furnaces, you would earn my trust? Then, when my power grows, you would strike me and seize my strength? Your naivety is laughable. That devouring demon record in your possession, you didn't think you fortuitously stumbled upon it in town, did you? Ha! Yes, that's the expression. That panic-stricken look of bewilderment. Indeed, I deliberately left the devouring demon record behind. It is merely a fragment, incapable of cultivation. I only sought to use you to provide me with furnaces. By the end of his statement, Yang Shuo's countenance had turned utterly monstrous, while Xiao Qin was left speechless, devoid of pain or rage, only a vacant stare as he stood frozen in place. Yang Shuo's words grew more menacing. Like a true demon, now that you have lost your legs, you are of no further use to me. Do you know? Killing you would sully my hands. With these words, his gaze shifted to Ling Luo. The sinister expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a warm smile. I ordered you to kill him not because you are qualified to negotiate terms, but purely as a means to an end. Go ahead. Upon hearing these words, the only thought that surfaced in the minds of Xiao Qin and the others was demon. At first glance, when they encountered Yang Shuo, he appeared to be a paragon of virtue, his demeanor maintaining a smile even after he made his move. He bore no trace of a demonic disciple. Yet within him lurked a formidable demon. He had orchestrated a web of schemes against Xiao Qin, controlling everything from the start. While those who thought they were outsmarting him were, in fact, being manipulated by him. He was a man of unspeakable treachery, employing extraordinarily cruel methods. Just look at those 3 desiccated corpses. Their horrific demise was entirely at Yang Shuo's hands. Moreover, his attitude towards Xiao Qin was one of utter disdain. He regarded him as less than a dog, believing that killing Xiao Qin would tarnish his own hands. At that moment, Xiao Ye was devising a plan, refusing to give up. While he was fixated on Ling Zixin's lifeless body, the system notification finally arrived. Level task completed. Reward: 1 small blue potion, 1 small red potion, 1 advancement pill, 3 inventory slots, 50 reputation points. and the unlocking of the crafting system. Note, the crafting system is in its initial phase, capable only of producing yellow-grade equipment. Crafting will enhance proficiency, allowing for upgrades to the crafting system. Additionally, one can spend a significant amount of gold to instantly elevate their level. The level task issued was to eliminate Yang Shuo, with rewards including a small gathering spirit formation scroll, 1 marrow cleansing pill, 20 bottles of medium spiritual water, 20 bottles of medium true chi water, 10 small blue potions, 10 small red potions, 100 reputation points, and the unlocking of the fusion martial system. The continuous notifications brought a stream of favorable news, which would greatly impact Xiao Ye's future development. How could he resign himself to perish here? Looking back at Yang Shuo, Xiao Ye was momentarily stunned. Yang Shuo's body seemed to emit a faint glow, a blood cloud hovering above his head, reminiscent of a formidable boss in a game. It appeared that defeating him could yield a plethora of equipment. Xiao Ye licked his lips, finally grasping why there was no task to kill Xiao Qin. It was because Xiao Qin was unworthy of his efforts. His true target was Yang Shuo. The level task was indeed rich in rewards, and he now eagerly anticipated the benefits that awaited him upon defeating Mu Qinger and completing the level task. Xiao Ye discreetly opened his inventory, clutching the small red potion and the small golden bell scroll in his hand. Severely injured as he was, consuming the small red potion should restore him, and utilizing the small golden bell scroll might allow him to escape the cave, granting him a sliver of hope. However, what of the Ling siblings? There was only one small golden bell scroll, and it could not be shared. Forgive me. Rest assured, I shall avenge you in the future. Xiao Ye's heart was already contemplating the worst-case scenario. He was not a deity, unable to reverse fate. Given the current situation, if he could not save the Ling siblings, he would not foolishly remain to meet his demise. Xiao Qin, you scoundrel. You harmed my sister. Today marks your end. Just as Xiao Ye grasped his last means of survival, a flash of sword light appeared before him. Ling Luo's sword plunged mercilessly into Xiao Qin's throat, ending his life. The favored grandson of the eldest elder of the Xiao family left his life forever in the ancient forest of the Xiao clan. He perished under Yang Shuo's machinations, consumed by his own greed, and fell victim to the frenzied pursuit of Xiao Ye and the others. In truth, he was the true loser of this conflict, having suffered a crushing defeat in his rivalry with Xiao Ye, failing to win either of the two women. In his contest against Yang Shuo, he had been outsmarted from the beginning, ultimately meeting a tragic end in the cave. After avenging Ling Zixin, Ling Chong and Ling Luo felt a slight reprieve. Yet they were still faced with an unprecedented crisis, while Xiao Ye prepared for a desperate final stand. Thud. Yang Shuo closed his feather fan, waving his hand lightly, sending a surge of true chi that propelled Ling Luo several feet away. I'm sorry, but you are not worthy of becoming a furnace. So it is time for you to die. Today, my mood is good, so I will grant you a swift end. You shall not feel much pain. Yang Shuo coldly regarded Xiao Ye and Ling Chong, as if observing insignificant creatures. Unbeknownst to them, he had seized a black longsword, taking a couple of steps forward, raising the sword high. Now is the moment. Small golden bell scroll. In an instant, Xiao Ye threw the small golden bell scroll. As it flew from his hand, it transformed into a golden protective barrier, enveloping Yang Shuo within. Run. At that very moment, Xiao Ye swallowed the small red potion. His stamina and injuries instantly rejuvenated, and he seized Ling Chong and Ling Luo, racing away with the speed of the wind. Chapter 26. A life hanging by a thread. The small golden bell scroll was a single-target protective skill, effective only for the user. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Xiao Ye cleverly applied it against his enemy, transforming it into a cage to ensnare him. It must be said, this was a remarkable combat instinct. Even Xiao Ye himself was unaware of how he made such an astute choice in that critical moment. Bang, bang, bang. As the protective barrier encased Yang Shuo, his sword sliced through the air repeatedly, infused with an overwhelming wave of true chi, striking at the barrier with relentless force. The barrier trembled, resembling a copper bell, and it was evident that it would not contain Yang Shuo for long. Old Master Xiao Ming is just 3 miles away. We must escape, Xiao Ye shouted, dragging the injured Ling Luo and Ling Chong as they stumbled out of the cave. Knowing that Old Master Xiao Ming was outside the ancient forest, he uttered a grand deception in such a perilous situation, all for the sake of survival, to intimidate Yang Shuo into refraining from pursuit. Truly, the ancient clan of the Xiao family possesses some capabilities, but a mere barrier cannot contain me. Yang Shuo? Within the barrier, the sword energy surged as Yang Shuo maintained a sinister smile. However, that smile was chilling as he watched Xiao Ye and the others flee the cave, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. Young Master Xiao, you should escape on your own. Do not let us hinder you. Just outside the cave, Ling Luo had already fallen to one knee, and at that moment, Ling Chong supported her and spoke these words to Xiao Ye. Ling Luo was frail. Unable to withstand Yang Shua's attack, she could not run. However, Ling Chong, being a robust 5th-level martial artist, still had some strength left. And escaping alongside Xiao Ye posed no issue. Brother, you should leave too. You must avenge me and sister. Ling Luo wept, fully aware that she could not escape. What foolish talk is this? Zixin is gone. You are my only sister. How could I possibly leave you behind? Come here. I will carry you. We are in this together. Ling Chong stubbornly lifted Ling Luo onto his back. In that moment, the ferocity and severity that once defined his gaze had vanished, replaced by a brother's love for his sister. This expression, previously reserved for Ling Zixin, was now directed towards Ling Luo, who had always thought Ling Chong did not care for her, and thus had feared him. Yet today, Ling Chong disregarded the peril to his life, determined to save Ling Luo. In the face of death, Ling Luo felt warmth enveloping her. For the first time in her life, she experienced her brother's affection. I'm sorry. Because you are not as clever as Zixin and lack her talent, I had to be stricter with you, so that you could grow and catch up to Zixin. Remember, you will always be my sister. We are bound by blood. As if sensing Ling Luo's confusion, Ling Chong softly explained as he began to run, despite his own injuries, stubbornly carrying Ling Luo. Young Master Xiao, why are you not fleeing? Ling Chong carried Ling Luo on his back, consuming a considerable amount of time. However, they soon discovered that Xiao Ye remained stationary. Of course we must leave, but we require more time. In Xiao Ye's hand, unbeknownst to him, he had grasped a silver thunder bead, the size of a marble, with serpentine electric currents coiling around it, an item bestowed upon him by Xiao Jun for self-defense. With a surge of true energy coalescing in his palm, the thunder bead instantly erupted with a dazzling silver light, releasing a ferocious energy akin to that of a martial master. Run! Xiao Ye hurled the thunder bead directly at the rocky ceiling of the cave, turning to flee alongside the Ling siblings in a desperate dash. With a thunderous boom, the thunder bead detonated against the stone wall, creating a gaping hole, while massive boulders, ensnared by the electric serpents, tumbled down, effectively sealing the cave's exit. Simultaneously, the trio made their escape along the path they had come. Young Master Xiao, do you believe we can truly escape? Will that demon refrain from pursuing us due to your threat? Ling Luo inquired amidst the mist. Xiao Ye offered no reply. His right hand tightly gripped a black iron kitchen knife, while his left hand clutched the remaining 2 thunder beads. His actions conveyed to Ling Luo the grim reality of their slim chances of escape. The might of Yang Shua was indisputable. The small golden bell scroll and the falling stones could only delay him momentarily. Their sole hope lay in distancing themselves and relying on the confusion Xiao Ye had created upon their departure. If Yang Shua were deterred by fear of unseen powerful allies behind them, they might grasp a slender opportunity for survival. Yet, the odds were decidedly against them. Reflecting back, why had Yang Shua returned? It was evident he had discerned their presence upon leaving. He had no intention of gathering herbs, but rather aimed to lure Xiao Ye and his companions into the cave. With Yang Shua's strength, he could have easily dispatched the 3 of them, yet he chose a more convoluted approach. He was clearly wary of any formidable forces that might stand behind Xiao Ye. Thus, allowing them to enter the cave eliminated any potential future threats. Xiao Ye, possessing the analytical prowess to deduce such reasoning, recognized Yang Shua was no fool. With a resounding crash, a distant explosion echoed behind them, accompanied by the sound of numerous falling stones, followed swiftly by a chilling wind that signaled their pursuers' rapid approach. As anticipated, Yang Shua was indeed in pursuit. His speed was astonishing, and the formidable true energy surrounding him instilled a deep-seated terror, especially the frigid, sinister aura that emanated from within, rendering resistance inconceivable. Young scion of the Xiao family, I have changed my mind. I shall not kill you. Instead, I will refine you into soul demons, condemning your souls to eternal suffering. His cold words drew nearer, the scent of death permeating the air. Although they were still a distance away, the feeling of despair crept into the hearts of Xiao Ye and his companions, urging them to flee relentlessly. The icy wind whipped past their ears as Xiao Ye sensed the explosive energy erupting behind him. He turned abruptly, only to find Yang Shua leaping high into the air, his black sword resembling a reaper's scythe, descending with lethal intent. This strike was drenched in bloodlust, impossible to withstand. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye launched a thunder bead, its electric serpent sparking wildly as it soared into the air. The Xiao family's ancient lineage had provided them with numerous such trinkets. At that moment, Yang Shua appeared slightly disheveled, his attire stained with blood, yet a sinister smile remained etched on his face, a smile that was both grotesque and terrifying. Faced with the thunder bead, Yang Shua did not dare to underestimate it. His internal true energy surged violently, merging with the black sword in his grasp. In an instant, A massive black strike erupted from the blade, cleaving towards the thunder bead. With a thunderous boom, the strike pierced through the bead, cleaving it in two. Yet, the bead detonated in the void, its violent energy substantially diminishing the force of the strike. Yang Shuo immediately activated his true energy shield, propelling him away from the thunder bead's explosion. On the other side, the weakened strike still carried a terrifying devouring force, aiming towards Xiao Ye and his companions. The strike glimmered with lethal intent, and Xiao Ye found himself cornered. In that moment of crisis, fear dissipated, and he summoned his spiritual energy. The Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet ignited with spiritual flames, infusing into the black iron kitchen knife. The blade shimmered with fiery brilliance, the vibrant flames merging with the tumultuous true energy, causing the flames to surge to an impressive height. Wielding the blazing black iron kitchen knife, Xiao Ye summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful counterstrike. The clash between the knife and the strike produced a whirlwind of energy, erupting violently. Although the thunder bead had drained much of the strike's potency, it still possessed immense power. As the explosion occurred, Xiao Ye felt a heavy pressure in his chest, a mouthful of blood erupting forth. He sensed that the impact had shattered his palms, and his hands trembled uncontrollably, nearly dropping the kitchen knife as he staggered back several steps. The chilling wind enveloped him as Yang Shuo approached like a venomous serpent, his long sword swirling through the air, poised to slice at Xiao Ye's arm. He did not intend to kill Xiao Ye, rather, he sought to sever his arm and subsequently refine him into a soul demon. Xiao Ye was powerless to resist. The residual force from the earlier clash left his meridians in disarray. Just as Yang Shuo's sword was about to sever his arm, a battle axe suddenly emerged from behind. Clang! The weapons collided, sparks flying as Ling Chong's axe produced a sharp crack, only to be severed by Yang Shuo's sword. Yet Yang Shuo's black blade continued its descent, intent on severing Xiao Ye's arm. It was over. Xiao Ye's mind was alert, but his body was beyond his control. At that moment, he possessed no means of escape, lamenting his lack of strength and skill. Young scion of the Xiao family, it is time to pay the price. Suddenly, a look of horror flashed in Yang Shuo's eyes as, in that instant, his black sword was mere inches from Xiao Ye's arm, yet he abruptly withdrew it. At the same moment, a massive fireball, half a foot in diameter, surged from behind, carrying a wave of intense heat directly towards Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo retracted his sword in time, and the blade emitted 10 glimmers of light to counter the fireball. However, the 10 rays of sword energy were ultimately crushed by the fireball, which then collided violently against Yang Shuo's protective true energy. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air as Yang Shuo was propelled 10 paces back, his body scorched black, his garments riddled with smoldering holes. Who is it? Yang Shuo's eyes darkened, the smile that once graced his lips vanished, replaced by a terrifying ferocity that radiated the true bloodlust of a disciple of the demon sect. Fire Dragon Bullet, answered Yang Shuo with a hoarse voice, followed by the emergence of a colossal fire dragon, roaring as it surged forward. Behind the fire dragon, a woman clad in a spirit master's robe, holding a blue staff with her dark hair obscuring her face, sprinted swiftly. As a spirit master, her speed surpassed that of ordinary warriors, exhibiting remarkable agility. Xiao Jia. Upon sighting her, Xiao Ye and his companions simultaneously exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 27. Overwhelming power. The fire dragon roared to life, exuding immense heat that dispelled the surrounding malevolence. Behind the fire dragon, Xiao Jia moved with the grace of a shooting star, enveloped in a radiant aura of spiritual energy, resembling a divine being. Crouch, she commanded softly, and without hesitation, Xiao Ye and his companions suppressed their shock and promptly obeyed, dropping to the ground. In that very moment, Xiao Jia swiftly positioned herself in front of the trio, while the fire dragon charged towards Yang Shuo. Faced with the approaching fire dragon, Yang Shuo's expression turned grave, as his martial true energy erupted forth, coiling around him and infusing into his sword. His demeanor transformed into one of fierce determination, his bones cracking ominously as he seemed to grow in stature. With a firm grip on the sword, strands of genuine energy coursed along the blade, extending outward by a few inches. Yang Shuo raised his sword, its light flickering as he unleashed a series of 3 strikes, culminating in the manifestation of a sword aura at the tip. As the fire dragon drew near, the sword's edge pointed forth, and the sword energy surged. The magic-slaying sword aura collided with the fire dragon, sending shockwaves through the air, distorting the space around them, and resulting in the explosive scattering of trees, earth, and debris. Spirit Shield. Xiao Jia's staff emitted a radiant blue glow, coalescing into a protective barrier before her. All the chaos rocks with splinters, and the remnants of the explosion, was absorbed by the Spirit Shield. Yet, even so, crouching behind Xiao Jia, Xiao Ye felt the fierce winds slicing through him like blades. If the aftermath of the explosion was this formidable, how much more devastating was Yang Shuo, who stood at its epicenter? Xiao Xiaojia's prowess was undeniable. She was undoubtedly a spirit master, but to what rank? Caution was warranted. A sharp cry from Ling Luo broke the tension as a streak of sword light shot forth from the explosive mist. Yang Shuo, wielding his sword infused with genuine energy, appeared like a ferocious beast, his eyes blood-red, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and the blade trailing a long sword aura aimed directly at Xiao Xiaojia. As a spirit master, Xiao Xiaojia was meant to engage from a distance, however. In her quest to protect Xiao Ye and the others, she advanced rather than retreated, bringing herself into imminent danger. Xiao Ye tightened his grip on the iron vegetable knife, yearning to assist, yet he found himself unable to summon any genuine or spiritual energy. He had reached his limit. Yang Shuo approached, his menacing sword energy instilling fear. And recognizing that Xiao Xiaojia was not an easy opponent, he unleashed his full might, his expression twisted in fury, sparing no words, and striking with lethal intent. As crisis loomed, Xiao Xiaojia remained unervingly calm. She dissolved her spirit shield, clenched her left fist, and a golden glimmer shone from her middle finger. It was a spirit ring. Xiao Xiaojia had been prepared. At that moment, the spirit ring activated, and facing Yang Shuo's blade, she charged forward with her bare hands. Spirit ring Overlord punch. As she unleashed her fist, a burst of golden light erupted, and an illusory lion emerged from the spirit ring, roaring mightily as it surged forth. The collision of her punch and the sword light produced a thunderous sound, sending Yang Shuo hurtling through the air like a kite caught in a storm. In that instant, his expression was one of utter disbelief. He had never anticipated that a spirit master could send him flying in close combat. The energy behind that punch was terrifyingly potent, and it dawned on him that this young woman was at least a fifth-rank spirit master, far beyond his capabilities. As thoughts of retreat flickered in his mind, a fiery glow flared before him as Xiao Xiaojia's staff spun rapidly, conjuring palm-sized spirit fireballs that rained down upon him. Every escape route was sealed, and although he was injured, he still had some genuine energy left. These fireballs wouldn't claim his life, but he could not afford to linger, for that would surely spell his doom. His gaze swept across Xiao Ye and the others, filled with an unprecedented malice. Xiao family brat, consider this day my misfortune. I shall repay this grievance in the future. With that declaration, Yang Shuo unleashed his sword energy, fighting while retreating, preparing to flee. 6 pulse diamond lock. Xiao Xiaojia's icy voice rang out once more, and 6 beams of golden light shot forth with incredible speed, locking onto his wrists, ankles, waist, and neck before Yang Shuo could react. The immense force slammed him against a tree, and despite his struggles, he found himself firmly pinned, unable to escape. The 6 points of restraint bore down upon him like golden bracelets, rendering him immobile. From a distance, a violent surge of spiritual energy approached, without hesitation. Xiao Xiaojia began to channel an even greater technique, one that seemed destined to obliterate Yang Shuo. Fear flickered in his pupils as he regarded the girl before him. Her seemingly innocent demeanor belied the terrifying ferocity she displayed in battle, devoid of hesitation. What was this overwhelming aura? The relentless attacks, abundant spiritual energy, and mastery of combat. Who had bestowed such prowess upon her? Was she truly the elder spoken of by Xiao Ye and the others? Such a young age, and yet she wielded significant influence within the ancient Xiao clan? Yang Shuo had no time for further contemplation. Before him, a flaming spirit sword had taken shape in Xiao Xiaojia's delicate hand. If Yang Shuo endured its wrath, he would surely be reduced to ashes. The energy continued to flow, and from behind, Xiao Ye watched in astonishment as Xiao Xiaojia's fragile form concealed such terrifying strength. She was already a formidable spirit master, and her combat skills were far from novice. This was not her first encounter with battle. She had been biding her time, growing stronger, waiting for the moment to finally partake in the Xiao clan's hunt. She had never given up. She had merely awaited the opportunity to prove that she was not a cursed being destined to be at the mercy of fate. She possessed her own life, and she was a spirit master. Xiao Xiaojia, explosive flame spirit sword. Go. The fire sword tore through the air, creating a massive wave of flames that surged forward, igniting the very fabric of space itself. In the face of such overwhelming force, even Yang Shuo at his peak would struggle to withstand it. Let alone with his injuries and being ensnared by Xiao Xiaojia's spiritual arts, he seemed to have no choice but to await his demise. At that moment, Xiao Ye even contemplated rushing in to save Yang Shuo, for he was his target, the one he was tasked to eliminate. If he fell to Xiao Xiaojia, what would become of his mission? Would the fusion martial system be sealed away forever? Just as Xiao Ye was consumed by worry, a chilling wail echoed from afar. and a dark mist surged from the direction of the cave, approaching with astonishing speed, blocking Yang Shua's path. As the mist dispersed, it transformed into a green gourd, emanating an ominous aura, as if teeming with countless malevolent spirits. 7 Fiends Treasure Gourd, 100 Ghost Offering. A bizarre smile crept onto Yang Shua's terrified face. And as he spoke, he spat a mouthful of blood upon the gourd. Instantly, the roars from within intensified tenfold, and waves of dark energy coalesced into vengeful spirits that burst forth from the gourd to meet Xiao Jia's explosive flame spirit sword. Bang! 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 The onslaught of spirits was engulfed by the flames of the explosive sword, which was unstoppable. Yet, as the fierce spirits perished, the sword's power waned. In the end, it seemed tainted, extinguishing into a stream of dark energy. The 6-pulse diamond lock remained intact on the tree, but Yang Shua had vanished. The 7 Fiends Treasure Gourd spun in place before shooting away like a comet, and from a distance, Yang Shua's voice echoed back. This battle today, Yang Shua shall remember. When next we meet, I will personally settle the score with you, Spirit Master. Even in defeat, Yang Shua did not rage or threaten revenge. He bore the burden alone. Despite being a villain, Xiao Ye could not help but acknowledge him as a figure of integrity, strength, and spirit. Such a foe was indeed worthy of being vanquished. With Yang Shua's retreat, the expressions of Ling Luo and her brother turned grave, while Xiao Ye quietly exhaled in relief. For this left him an opportunity to complete his mission. Before him, the aura surrounding Xiao Xiaojia dissipated, and a faint trace of blood marred her left hand. In this battle, she had driven Yang Shua away with overwhelming force. Had it not been for her desire to protect Xiao Ye and the others, she would not have been injured, nor would she have given Yang Shua the chance to escape. Xiaojia, I never expected it would be you to come here. I am immensely grateful to you for this favor, and I shall remember it always. Xiao Ye expressed his gratitude earnestly to Xiaojia. His life had been saved by her, and given the perilous nature of their recent mission, it was indeed fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Xiaojia lowered her head, tending to her wounds, and then gathered her spiritual energy. 3 streams of azure energy shot forth from her staff, merging into the bodies of Xiao Ye and his companions. As the energy entered their bodies, a refreshing sensation coursed through their veins, alleviating their pain and hastening their recovery. This was a healing spell, consuming a significant amount of spiritual energy, leaving Xiao Jia's complexion notably pale. Yet, a rare smile graced her lips as she finally lifted her gaze, her watery eyes meeting Xiao Yu's. In that moment, he could only think, so beautiful. It was not merely her face, but the depth of her enchanting eyes. Those were the most exquisite eyes Xiao Ye had ever seen, bar none. Can we be friends? Such words unexpectedly fell from Xiao Jia's lips. Though her face was partially obscured by her dark hair, Xiao Ye sensed her sincerity. Ha! You saved my life. So my life is yours. But that's not the reason. I have considered you a friend long before this. Xiao Ye chuckled, and at that instant, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, signifying the completion of the task to befriend Xiao Jia. Chapter 28. The Forging System. Xiao Jia nodded solemnly. Ling Luo and Ling Chong, after benefiting from the healing spell, managed to stand with difficulty. All 3, aside from Xiao Jia, felt as if they had survived a great tribulation. They had indeed faced life and death circumstances and never anticipated that Ling Zixin would ultimately be implicated with the forces of the demon sect. That person is formidable. Xiao Jia reminded them. Yang Shua was not only powerful but also possessed a mature mindset. He would repay any grievances. She feared that Xiao Ye and the others might inadvertently encounter Yang Shua in the future, which would spell trouble. Evidently, Xiao Jia had much to convey. But after years of silence, she found herself at a loss for words. After a brief respite, Xiao Ye regained some strength, and the surrounding mist began to dissipate. The fog was the result of Yang Shua's machinations. Once it cleared, the magical beasts would soon realize their presence and return. Thus, this place was no longer safe. Let us head to the cave. We must retrieve the bodies. The 4 made their way towards the cave. Though they spoke of retrieving the corpses, Xiao Ye's true intent was to investigate the cave. Would Yang Shua have left behind any items? Might there be something revealing about him? Xiao Ye had to proceed with caution against such a formidable adversary. Before the cave, debris lay strewn about, revealing only a small entrance, evidently forced open by Yang Shua. The stones surrounding the entrance bore clear signs of damage. Inside, it was pitch dark, but Xiao Jia's staff flickered with light, casting a flame that illuminated the cave. Xiao Ye felt a twinge of envy. He too desired a staff to wield. The interior was somewhat cramped and damp, and the body of Xiao Qin lay on the ground, blood staining the earth. Xiao Jia, rather than recoiling, chose to ignore the sight, as if the lifeless form were nothing more than a beast, devoid of any connection to her. Ling Luo and Ling Chong rushed to retrieve Ling Zixin's body, while Xiao Ye and Xiao Jia scoured the cave. Aside from the oppressive atmosphere, there was nothing of note. It appeared Yang Shuo possessed a spatial bag. The 7 fiend treasure gourd had likely been brought here to create the mist. Xiao Ye sighed, having hoped to discover something, only to find the cave empty. Sister, your death is so tragic. Ling Luo wept as he cradled Ling Zixin's body. Since childhood, she had cared for him deeply. Their bond was profound, and now, with her suddenly departed from this world, it was no wonder he felt such sorrow. Witnessing this, Xiao Ye found himself envying Ling Zixin. In this world, who would shed tears for him? In his previous life, he had lived too blandly. In this new existence, he intended to embrace life fully and create something extraordinary. A task was issued. Utilize the forging system to condense an external avatar. The rewards included 2 bottles of minor true chi water, 2 bottles of minor spiritual chi water, an initial spirit staff, 20 gold coins, and 10 reputation points. Suddenly, the divine equipment system issued a task. At that moment, Xiao Yu's gaze fell upon the lifeless forms of Ling Zixin and her companions, while his thoughts delved into the divine equipment system, intertwining with the forging system. In an instant, a torrent of information regarding the forging system flooded his mind. Overall, the forging system bore a striking resemblance to those found in games, merely altered by the environment. For instance, the super divine weapon he was about to forge, his external avatar. Though termed a divine weapon, it would only attain such status upon reaching the highest level. In its initial form, it could not be considered a divine weapon. Furthermore, the current forging system was still at its most rudimentary level, capable of only producing yellow-grade equipment, including the external avatar. His gaze swept across the 3 corpses, finally settling on Ling Zixin. Her flesh and soul had been refined, leaving only a lifeless shell. But had she truly perished? Was there perhaps a remnant of her soul or consciousness? If so, through the forging system, could she be transformed into Xiao Ye's external avatar? According to the game's mechanics, should the external avatar grow sufficiently powerful, she could one day return to her original form. Ling Luo, Ling Chong? If there remains even the slightest chance for Ling Zixin, would you be willing to try? Of course, such a chance was exceedingly slim. Perhaps less than 1 in 1,000. With that, Xiao Yu exhaled. Xiao, what did you say? Ling Luo halted his tears, and both he and Ling Chong stared at Xiao Ye, disbelief etched on their faces. Xiao Ye awkwardly shrugged. I mean, there may still be a chance for Ling Zixin, albeit 1 less than 1,000th, and it would require a lengthy period of time. If you agree, she would temporarily exist as a weapon, potentially aiding me in vanquishing many foes. Of course, this opportunity may not be worth pursuing, so the choice is yours. After all, she is your kin. To forge her corpse into an external avatar would mean obeying Xiao Ye's commands. Given his current trajectory, it seemed inevitable that his path would be stained with blood, for sparing lives was not an option. If Ling Zixin were to gain a chance at survival, she would need to serve as Xiao Yu's weapon for an extended period, during which she would not recognize Ling Luo and Ling Chong, rendering them strangers. The siblings dried their tears, and Xiao Ye's gaze conveyed the seriousness of his words. Glancing at Ling Zixin, she had become a mere shell, devoid of blood, with no signs of life, a sight that was heart-wrenching. If there existed a possibility of survival, even a 1 in 10,000 chance, the siblings would not relinquish it. To take a step back, even if Xiao Yu could restore Ling Zixin's body to a more normal state, Ling Luo and Ling Chong would be content. They could not bear to witness the skeletal remains before them. They yearned for Ling Zixin's original visage. The siblings exchanged a glance, no words needed, for their decision was made. Xiao young master, we do not know what you intend to do, but if what you say is true, we are willing to try. Anything is better than this. Up until this moment, Xiao Jia had yet to utter a word. She is a 5th grade spiritual master, possessing some remarkably magical healing techniques. However, regarding Ling Zixin's current condition, she finds herself utterly powerless, unable to restore even a fraction of Ling Zixin's vitality. At this moment, Ling Zixin can be said to be completely devoid of life, with no chance of survival. Xiaojia is filled with curiosity, pondering what Xiao Yu plans to do and whether his words hold any truth. Has Xiao Yu perhaps mastered some extraordinary technique? Well then, I require a bit of personal space. Please stand guard outside and ensure that no one disturbs me. I should be able to resolve this swiftly. In truth, there are 3 corpses, and he could easily opt for either of the other 2. However, during the previous battle, Ling Chong had intervened at a crucial moment to shield him, thereby preserving his hands. Xiao Ye does not consider himself a hero, yet he understands gratitude and values repaying kindness. Only by being free of guilt can one sleep soundly, whether in this life or the past. Xiao Ye wishes to owe nothing to others. Xiao Ye and the others exited the cave, and before leaving, the Ling siblings repeatedly sought confirmation from Xiao Ye, expressing their disbelief in how he could possibly bring the deceased back to life. Xiao Ye gathered several large stones, pushing them to block the cave entrance from prying eyes. He then collected some firewood, stacked it together, and ignited it using the Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet, bringing light to the cave. Under the flickering flames, Ling Zixin's corpse appeared grotesque. She was devoid of flesh, reduced to mere bones and human skin, indicating she was utterly lifeless. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye activated the artifact refining system. As he inhaled deeply, the mark of the 8 trigrams re-emerged on his forehead, casting a beam of light downward. The primary artifact refining system has been activated, consuming 10 gold coins. Please place the item beneath the divine light of the artifact refining system and use your consciousness to input the refining procedure. As he initiated the system for the first time, Xiao Ye felt a slight perspiration on his palm. Ling Zixin's corpse was placed under the divine light of the artifact refining system, and Xiao Ye commanded, "Initiate system scan." The system began scanning the item. Corpse. Level low. Soul power 0. Spirituality 0. Consciousness deeply sealed. Does it meet the item conditions? Yes. Required auxiliary material, a drop of essence blood. Please add the auxiliary material and then initiate the refining procedure. A series of notifications emitted from the refining system, and Xiao Ye took particular note when it mentioned consciousness. To his surprise, her consciousness had not completely dissipated but was in a deeply sealed state. It seemed that unsealing this would require a prolonged transformation, but at least there was hope. Xiao Ye muttered to himself, following the steps from the game. He bit his finger, letting a drop of essence blood fall onto Ling Zixin's corpse. Auxiliary material added. Please input the refining procedure. To refine the external avatar, retaining her sealed consciousness and repairing her body, Xiao Ye entered the refining program. The program was accepted, and the artifact refining system commenced its work. Before completion, the item must remain under the divine light. The process is estimated to take half an hour. Under the divine light's illumination, wondrous rays, akin to healing beams, began to merge with Ling Zixin's corpse. To the naked eye, her corpse gradually became more corporeal, flesh reforming and her breath slowly returning. A being once deemed irretrievably dead was gradually reviving. Even the mightiest of beings in the Xinyuan continent would be left speechless upon witnessing such a spectacle. This extraordinary feat is beyond the realm of this world, achievable only by the artifact system. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, the artifact refining system was far more formidable than he realized. Along with the forthcoming fusion martial system and the various systems soon to be unlocked, which would grant him unimaginable powers. This is the artifact system, or more accurately, it should be termed a divine level system. Chapter 29. External Avatar Beneath the Divine Light. Ling Zixin's flesh had been fully restored, revealing her impressive figure before Xiao Ye. During the battle, much of her clothing had been torn, and now her restored form was largely exposed, her prominent curves vividly etched in Xiao Ye's vision. It is undeniable that Ling Zixin possesses an extraordinary physique, though her skin still appeared somewhat pale, gradually regaining its luster. Her face, with delicate features, especially her high, elegant nose and her eyebrows resembling exquisite ink paintings, was strikingly beautiful. In terms of appearance, Ling Zixin surpassed Ling Luo by a significant margin, and regarding physique, Ling Luo had yet to mature, placing them in entirely different realms. With her beauty and form, Ling Zixin could easily be deemed a rare gem among women. Now, this stunning beauty lay almost bare before Xiao Ye, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not moved. However, Xiao Ye had encountered women in his past life and considered his self-control to be quite commendable. Despite his lingering gaze, he refrained from any inappropriate actions towards Ling Zixin. Gradually, her complexion regained its radiance, and her delicate form began to show signs of vitality. At a certain moment, Ling Zixin stirred, her eyes snapping open. With her enchanting beauty and impressive stature, Ling Zixin possessed a pair of rather melancholic eyes, leaving one to wonder if this was her true nature or a result of her transformation. In that instant, Xiao Ye distinctly sensed a connection of consciousness with the woman before him, a bond that, while not strong, felt vaguely familiar. This was far from the concept of an external avatar, which is supposed to be entirely under one's control, executing any desire with a mere thought. Yet, Xiao Ye felt no such control. The only connection he sensed was akin to having an additional guardian. As the divine light on his forehead faded, the voice of the artifact refining system echoed in his mind. The external avatar refining has been completed. Initiating system scan. Scanning. Item. External avatar. Level yellow. Soul power 20. Consciousness deeply sealed. Strength 7th level warrior. Skill Protect Master. Loyalty, 100%. Consumption, 0. A series of information flooded his mind, and before Xiao Ye could issue any commands, Ling Zixin had already risen gracefully, taking a few steps and donning the clothing of a nearby corpse. She even tidied herself up a bit before stealthily moving behind Xiao Ye, silent and ghost-like. You possess autonomous behavior, yet my control over you is remarkably weak. What could be the reason? Xiao Ye turned to gaze at Ling Zixin, but upon doing so, she promptly shifted direction, slipping back behind him. She remained silent, standing there. And Xiao Ye could perceptibly sense that should any danger approach him, Ling Zixin would undoubtedly place herself in front of him without hesitation. The yellow-level external avatar seems to be of a low grade. Fortunately, it possesses the ability to cultivate autonomously. I can already sense the energy within you resonating with me. My true qi is rapidly increasing. This realization thrilled Xiao Ye. The external avatar still holds a connection to his consciousness, allowing him to feel the true qi flowing within Ling Zixin. Influenced by this energy, his own strength would soar. Conversely, if Xiao Ye's power surpassed that of Ling Zixin, she too would gradually enhance herself due to the energy resonance. The external avatar has many mystical abilities, and the artifact refining system offers numerous advantages. The superior artifact system can even unlock various game systems for him. Phew, the hunt will soon conclude. Upon returning to the Xiao family, sects will come to recruit disciples, and I must enter the Xian sect. As for Yang Shuo, I have no news of him for now, and I am not his match. I shall seek opportunities in due course. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Ye contemplated how to arrange matters with Ling Zixin. With her protective skill, she would follow him unceasingly, which could sometimes prove inconvenient. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Since the artifact refining system revived Ling Zixin, although he refined an external avatar, did it not mean he had effectively equipped her? Moreover, the equipment forged through the refining system should be considered a system item. Is it permissible to place it in the backpack? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Ye licked his parched lips and opened his backpack. In an instant, Ling Zixin disappeared from behind him and materialized within the confines of the backpack. She resembled a warrior from a game, quietly awaiting her summons. Excellent. Xiao Ye could not help but clench his fists. With another thought, Ling Zixin appeared behind him, akin to a guardian, standing watch over him. I am aware you lack consciousness at this moment, but your sister and brother will undoubtedly struggle to contain their emotions, regardless of what transpires. Please try to restrain yourselves and avoid appearing too indifferent, Xiao Ye cautioned, though he knew it was futile. Clearly, Ling Zixin would not respond. At this juncture, Xiao Ye had no choice but to lead Ling Zixin towards the cave exit. Sister, Zixin. As expected, upon seeing the unscathed Ling Zixin, Ling Luo and Ling Chong could not restrain their emotions. They yearned to embrace her, only to be met with her unyielding avoidance. At one point, Ling Zixin nearly retaliated against them. Her cold demeanor was unbearable for Ling Luo and Ling Chong, yet they understood the price Ling Zixin had paid. She had acquired a chance at rebirth, but this meant she must temporarily serve as Ling Fan's weapon, devoid of emotions and unrecognizing of anyone. Master Xiao, please take care of my sister as best as you can. If possible, let her undertake fewer tasks, Ling Luo pleaded before Xiao Ye. I have already stated that for Ling Zixin to gain the opportunity for revival, you must accept the current circumstances. She is not heeding my commands. Whenever I am in danger, she will fight tooth and nail to protect me. This is unchangeable, and thus, I cannot be of assistance, Xiao Ye coldly rejected, his tone far chillier than before. He needed Ling Luo and Ling Chong to grasp that having made a prior decision, they should not push for more now. Xiao Ye was neither a charitable benefactor nor an omnipotent deity. He had his own life and path to follow, and his existence was not solely revolving around the two siblings. Beasts are approaching. We must leave, Xiaojia, who had remained silent, perceptively sensed the impending danger and felt compelled to remind Xiao Ye that they needed to depart swiftly. As the mist dissipated, the beasts began to return. Ling Chong and Ling Luo were injured, and Xiao Ye was not at his peak condition. Although Xiaojia was powerful, if surrounded by a horde of beasts, even she would be unable to protect everyone. There are still 5 days left. My hunt has yet to commence. Let us carve a path through, Xiao Ye declared. With this, the group gathered their composure and commenced their journey back. This time, they would evade crises while simultaneously seeking opportunities. Xiaojia, capable of single-handedly confronting beasts, was restricted to using only minor spiritual techniques at Xiao Ye's insistence, for engaging in combat would create tremendous fluctuations, easily attracting other beasts. During this time, Xiao Ye took out his initial spiritual staff, and every night, he would consult Xiaojia to learn some basic spiritual techniques. Xiaojia was unbothered by this. However, Ling Zixin's constant presence proved to be quite troublesome. Xiao Ye began to delve into spiritual techniques, albeit at a rudimentary level. Yet he approached it with utmost seriousness and excitement. Upon learning of Xiao Ye's dual cultivation of martial and spiritual arts, Xiao Ye maintained her composure outwardly, but internally, she was profoundly astonished. She had thought she was the deepest secret within the Xiao family, only to discover that Xiao Ye, the youngest son of the clan leader, had managed to conceal his dual cultivation as well, a feat few could achieve. Thus, as the four of them returned, they began to hunt beasts. Their targets, however, were not magical beasts, but rather ferocious wild animals. After all, the most formidable among Xiao Ye and his companions were merely fifth-level martial artists, and Xiao was compelled to refrain from utilizing her full strength. Provoking magical beasts without cause would be tantamount to courting death. During their return, the divine equipment system continuously issued tasks. Xiao Ye consumed the small true energy water and small spiritual energy water he had obtained. And with the influence of his external avatar, his true energy cultivation finally reached the peak of a fifth-level martial artist, while his spiritual energy attained the pinnacle of a third-tier spiritualist. With just a few potions, he could achieve a breakthrough. Upon returning to the Xiao family, he planned to ingest a small advancement pill, which would enable him to ascend yet another level. The prospect of becoming a seventh-level martial artist and a fifth-tier spiritualist was now within his grasp. In the blink of an eye, only one day remained until the Xiao family's hunting expedition. Outside the ancient forest, Xiao Ming led a team alongside two celestial cranes, awaiting the disciples who would soon emerge from the woods. Meanwhile, within the ancient forest, the disciples prepared for their final, frenzied efforts. Due to prior disturbances in the forest, magical beasts had retreated to the periphery, resulting in several disciples being hunted. Many chose to conceal themselves to survive. Undoubtedly, the disciples' gains were meager. Fortunately, as the latter half of the hunt progressed, magical beasts gradually disappeared from the outskirts, allowing the disciples to loosen their restraints. In this final day, they would make a bold push. The Xiao family's hunting criteria did not require an abundance of prey. Rather, the measure of success was the scent of blood and the transformation in their aura and gaze as they emerged from the ancient forest. This was what the Xiao family valued and the essence of their hunting endeavors. Roar! A roaring gray bear swatted a Xiao family disciple away with a single paw. The sound of breaking bones echoed as the disciple screamed, crashing into a tree trunk, blood spilling from his mouth, his pain overshadowed by a profound terror in his eyes. The gray bear, now fully engaged, charged swiftly towards the disciple, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, locking onto its prey. As it closed in, the gray bear leaped high, its claws slashing through the air, aiming for the disciple's forehead. The disciple felt an icy dread envelop him, paralyzed by the aura of death, trembling in fear. Unable to retaliate, lacking even the courage to grasp his weapon. In that critical moment, a chilling breeze surged from behind, akin to lightning, as a deadly kitchen knife hurtled towards the disciple. Chapter 30. The hunt concludes clang. The flying knife sparked brilliantly against the gray bear's claws, the dense, true energy shattering the bear's talons, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. A shadow whipped past the Xiao family disciple, transforming into a young man mid-leap. Surrounded by swirling true energy, his eyes were calm and frigid, emanating a faint scent of blood as he wielded the gleaming kitchen knife with grace. Swish! The knife danced through the air, its cold light slicing through the bear's fur with remarkable speed. Before touching down, the youth suddenly executed a nimble maneuver, locking the gray bear's right shoulder with his left hand enveloped in true energy. In an instant, the bear felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon its shoulder, and despite its powerful limbs, it found itself unable to move. A torrent of violent true energy surged forth, and the youth bore a cold smile as he summoned a cloud of mist in his palm, the concentrated true energy radiating an unprecedented aura of death. Even the ferocious gray bear displayed profound fear in its eyes. It could not comprehend why the youth, who had moments ago wielded the kitchen knife, had now left his hands empty. Boom! The gray bear and the youth crashed to the ground simultaneously, akin to a colossal boulder plummeting, producing a resounding thud that reverberated through the earth. The youth's feet sank slightly into the ground, having rendered the gray bear motionless. This was none other than Xiao Ye. His swallowing cloud palm had become even more refined, its potency vastly enhanced alongside his increasing strength. Even Xiao Ye was taken aback by this revelation. How could they possibly know that Xiao Ye had harnessed the skills acquired through the system's learning, instantly grasping the essence of those techniques and achieving mastery at its pinnacle? Such peak skills, when fueled by sufficient vital energy, could unleash devastating power. The higher Xiao Ye's strength became, the more exponentially the force of his swallowing cloud palm would surge. What once shattered a six-legged spider could now effortlessly pierce through a gray bear. Xiao Ye's raven hair swayed without the slightest breeze, and his eyes glimmered with a ruthless coldness. After 3 days of slaughter in the slaughterhouse and the ancient forest, he emanated an aura befitting a killer. Not only could he slay fierce beasts, but he could also approach human lives with an icy tranquility. With a resounding crash, Xiao Ye's swallowing cloud palm struck the gray bear's chest, creating a gaping wound. The bear fell to its knees, lifeless at that moment. At that instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through, intertwining with leaves and carrying an ominous aura. A swift black shadow darted through the tempest, charging towards Xiao Ye. Be careful. The rescued disciple of the Xiao family recognized the approaching figure as another gray bear, the vengeful father of the slain beast. Its strength surpassed that of its predecessor, and in its wrath, it prepared to ambush Xiao Ye, whom it perceived to be in peril. However, as the disciple shouted a warning, Xiao Ye merely cast a sidelong glance at the massive bear without taking any action, causing the disciple to feel a surge of terror. At that moment, a melodious yet predatory howl echoed from behind, as if it was a beast announcing its presence. A whirlwind erupted, kicking up clouds of dust that suggested the approach of a formidable creature. With incredible speed, a figure emerged from the storm, standing resolute before Xiao Ye as the dust settled, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an air of melancholic ferocity. As the gray bear lunged with its lethal claws, the woman clenched her fists, letting out a low growl as she struck with blinding speed, her fist colliding with the bear's furry face. The sight left the Xiao family disciple dumbfounded. More astonishing was the fact that the bear, towering at 8 feet, crashed heavily to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Blood poured from its 7 orifices as its eyes rolled back. It had met its demise. The sheer power of a single punch had vanquished the bear, and the assailant was a beautiful, melancholic woman. This tableau left the Xiao family disciple utterly astonished. Alas, I was outpaced once more. From behind, the Ling siblings rushed forward, witnessing the 2 slain gray bears, and they sighed in unison. Behind them, Xiao Xiaojiao walked leisurely, her feet seemingly gliding above the ground like a phantom. Just moments ago, she had been at a distance, yet now stood beside Xiao Ye. Thank you for saving me, the Xiao family disciple said, propping himself against a tree as he wiped the sweat from his brow, unsure whether it was from fear or the spectacle of Xiao Ye and Ling Zixin's display. After slaying the gray bears, the 4 did not even spare him a glance. They swiftly stored the bear's claws and vanished like a gentle breeze from sight. Once they departed, the disciple wiped his brow again, gazing at the direction in which Xiao Ye had left, his eyes filled with incredulity. I never expected my savior to be him. Wasn't he said to be crippled? And didn't the earlier assessment place him at merely a first-level warrior? The vital energy I sensed just now was at least peak 5th level. And what of Xiao Xiaojia? Isn't she supposed to be the heavenly calamity star? The disciples' mutterings were lost on Xiao Ye and his companions, who had no desire to hear them. Xiao Ye had grown proficient in slaying fierce beasts, executing his actions with speed, precision, and decisiveness. Yet, at times, Ling Zixin would unexpectedly intervene, swiftly resolving matters with a single punch if he hesitated. Initially, this frustrated Xiao Ye, but over time, it evolved into a training method for him, using Ling Zixin to enhance his speed in vanquishing beasts. The Ling siblings observed this closely, and while they struggled to accept Ling Zixin's behavior at first, they gradually adapted. At least they understood that there was still hope for Ling Zixin's revival. As long as that remained true, they could accept whatever Xiao Ye chose to do. As they neared the exit, with the night marking their final rest in the ancient forest before departing, Xiao Ye felt a pang of regret as he addressed Ling Luo and Ling Chong. I can no longer take you back to the Xiao family. We must part ways for now. The siblings exchanged glances, and Ling Luo bit her lip, determination flashing in her eyes. Young Master Xiao, I know that upon returning to the Xiao family, you will join a sect for deeper cultivation, but I too will not fall behind. I will find a sect to join, and when we meet again, we will still be friends, correct? Xiao Ye shrugged lightly. Honestly, I'm quite tired of being addressed as Young Master Xiao. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Xiao. As for the future, there are too many uncertainties. I cannot promise anything. At least, as long as we respect each other's interests, you will always be my dear sister. Yes, Brother Xiao. Since discovering Ling Zixin's corpse, this marked the first time Ling Luo had smiled. After their journey through the ancient forest, she silently vowed to train diligently, if only to avenge Ling Zixin. Ling Chong shared her sentiments. Although the Ling family could not compare to the Xiao family, with effort, the siblings could certainly join a respectable sect. In this world, nothing is beyond imagination. Everything hinges on one's willingness to act. Little Jia, we are sisters, right? Ling Luo turned her gaze towards the silent Xiao Xiaojia. Xiao Xiaojia nodded and unexpectedly spoke. I will join the Ziyun sect alongside Xiao Ye. Though her words were brief, they caused Xiao Ye to pause in surprise. You too wish to join the Ziyun sect? The Ziyun sect possesses the finest spiritual resources, Xiao Ye explained succinctly. However, it was peculiar. She didn't need to justify her decision to Xiao Ye. The Ziyun sect is one of the 5 great sects. Joining is a straightforward affair. Why would Xiao Ye feel compelled to clarify? Xiao Ye dismissed his thoughts with a light-hearted shrug. Then we shall be companions. But I advise you to keep your distance. I intend to confront someone at the Ziyun sect. If I am not mistaken, this person is quite formidable, and being too close could prove perilous. His tone was casual yet serious. The individual he meant to confront was Mu Qing'er. It was important to note that Mu Qing'er had been a member of the Ziyun sect for 2 years. If she had progressed, even slightly, she would possess a fearsome backing. I am the Heavenly Calamity Star, Xiao Ye stated simply, as always. Haha, a fine title indeed. Let us see who will outlast whom. Xiao Ye laughed heartily. Stop thinking about killing. My sister is still with you, and you must ensure her safety. Ling Luo and Ling Chong chimed in with laughter. Suddenly, a white flash darted past as a spirit rabbit leaped from the underbrush and landed in Ling Luo's arms, its tiny head nuzzling against her chest. Thus, on their final day in the ancient forest, the 4 of them shared laughter and joy as they hunted down several fierce beasts, eventually arriving at the day of parting. Farewells are always bittersweet. Before reaching the exit, they had already begun to disperse. The Ling siblings chose to remain behind to further hone their skills. While Xiao Ye and Xiao Jia encountered an increasing number of Xiao family disciples, all of whom were stained with blood, the scent of carnage wafting from them. As usual, Xiao Jia and Xiao Ye found themselves naturally distanced from one another. At this moment, the disciples began to engage in conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes encountered during the hunt. The glaring sunlight filtered through the trees, bathing the faces of the disciples in its warmth. Upon catching sight of the stone bridge, a profound sense of relief washed over all the disciples, including Xiao Ye. On the opposite side of the bridge, Elder Xiao Ming awaited them, accompanied by 2 majestic cranes. The stern-faced Elder Xiao Ming mustered a rather unsightly smile, which served as a welcome for the returning disciples. Chapter 31, The Sword-Embracing Villa One by One. The disciples stepped onto the stone bridge. Having emerged from the ancient forest hunt, they felt no fatigue. On the contrary, their faces radiated satisfaction, clearly indicative of a fruitful endeavor. The cranes, seemingly welcoming the returning Xiao family disciples, let out a harmonious cry that resonated like a celestial melody above the bridge. Xiao Ye and Xiao Jia walked at the rear of the group, observing their jubilant peers pass by, and for the first time, Xiao Ye felt a genuine sense of reality. Since arriving in this world, despite his efforts to adapt, he had yet to experience authenticity. It was only during the perilous journey through the ancient forest that he gradually comprehended the reality of mortality within this realm. The sensation of being enveloped by death was terrifying yet undeniably real. Life necessitates authenticity, and at least for now, Xiao Ye found himself in an unprecedented state of well-being. Xiao Ye, a voice called from behind, and Xiao Jian, bandaged and injured, approached him. Xiao Jian bore significant wounds, his body almost entirely wrapped in bandages. Yet he wore a smile. In his gaze, Xiao Ye discerned a hint of maturity. It seemed that the trials of the past few days had imbued Xiao Jian with a deeper understanding of life. However, Xiao Jian's proximity made Xiao Jia uneasy, prompting her to instinctively distance herself from him. Xiao Jia, you needn't compare me to those timid disciples. I only believe in myself. Tales of the heavenly disaster star are mere fabrications. I remain indifferent to such superstitions, so you need not avoid me, Xiao Jian declared. He had long noticed Xiao Jia walking alongside Xiao Ye, the latter being his savior. Without Xiao Ye, he would have perished at the hands of a ferocious beast. Having tasted death, he was unperturbed by the notion of a heavenly disaster star. Xiao Jia merely hummed in response, yet she maintained her distance from Xiao Jian, indicating that she was not easily approachable. Regardless of your experiences in the ancient forest or any discussions you wish to have, remain silent and stand within the designated area, Elder Xiao Ming commanded. Having already marked the boundary on the opposite side of the stone bridge where the disciples were to assemble quietly, soon 60 disciples gathered within the confines, the majority being punctual. They understood that not all the disciples could return, and some would inevitably meet their demise in the ancient forest. Elder, the number of returning disciples seems alarmingly low. Out of 83 disciples, only 60 remain? A guard whispered to Elder Xiao Ming, who frowned in response. His gaze swept over the assembled disciples before drifting to the now deserted entrance of the ancient forest, his expression darkening with concern. Historically, the death toll among Xiao family disciples during ancient forest hunts ranged from 3 to 5, with a maximum of 7 fatalities in one instance. Such losses were manageable for the Xiao family, as a significant number of casualties would constitute a considerable blow. Out of the 83 participants, 2 were not from the Xiao family, leaving 81. However, only 60 returned, including 1 non-Xiao family member. This indicated that 22 Xiao family disciples were unaccounted for. The ominous yellow smoke was already beginning to rise, signifying that they had 1 hour before evacuation. Traditionally, within that hour, no more than 3 disciples would emerge from the ancient forest. Thus, the anticipated death toll was alarmingly high, potentially exceeding 20. The disciples, noticing Elder Xiao Ming's grave expression, grew anxious. One stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute, and reported, "Elder, the events in the ancient forest were most peculiar. For reasons unknown, the outskirts were overrun by magical beasts, and it was not until the 5th day of the hunt that they began to retreat." Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao Ming's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He beckoned the disciple closer for further inquiry and dispatched 3 Xiao family warriors, each at least 3rd-tier martial masters, into the forest for reconnaissance. After concluding his inquiries, he refrained from saying much more to the remaining disciples, understanding that he did not wish to incite panic. What was done was done. The fallen disciples could not be revived. However, the situation required thorough investigation, and it was imperative to ascertain the list of the deceased. Before long, an hour passed. Only 2 disciples emerged from the ancient forest, indicating that a total of 20 disciples had not returned. Among them, a few may have been trapped in certain locations, awaiting rescue, but the majority would have met their end in the Xiao family's ancient forest. Xiao Ye and Xiao Ye comprehended the gravity of the situation. With Xiao Qin involved, they felt it prudent to remain silent. The hour had arrived, and preparations to return to the Xiao family commenced. Elder Xiao Ming suddenly raised his voice, commanding attention. With a flourish of his staff, a wave of energy swiftly swept across the faces of those present. In that instant, everyone felt invigorated, as though they had just bathed, their accumulated fatigue dissipating entirely. What a powerful healing technique! Xiao Yu sighed in relief, glancing at Xiao Ye, who exhibited a spark of admiration in her eyes for Elder Xiao Ming's prowess. Just then, following Elder Xiao Ming's widespread healing, a series of piercing sounds filled the air behind them. The crowd paused, instinctively looking up, and was met with a deluge of swords, descending like a rain of blades, aimed at the Xiao family disciples. Gather, protect. In that fleeting moment, Elder Xiao Ming reacted swiftly, commanding the 15 warriors beside him to draw their weapons and shield the disciples. They were well trained, their robust internal energy surging forth, ready to withstand the onslaught of the descending sword rain. Ice blue barrier. Elder Xiao Ming struck his staff against the ground, channeling his spiritual energy into a pale blue wave that quickly expanded, forming a protective shield around all the Xiao family members. As the sword rain descended, the oppressive sword aura caused the ice blue barrier to sway precariously. Just as the blades were a mere yard away from the barrier, they suddenly dispersed like fish encountering a mountain, swirling around the shield and rotating slowly, their sharp edges facing downward. The number of swords exceeded 300, each imbued with a fierce spirit and overwhelming sword energy, sending shivers down the spines of those within the barrier. The sudden assault caught the disciples off guard, leaving them paralyzed with shock, while Elder Xiao Ming and the other warriors turned their gaze toward the northern void. Following their line of sight, 2 massive silhouettes soon came into view, accompanied by 2 resounding roars that reverberated through the heavens and earth. These were 2 colossal creatures flapping their fleshy wings, boasting enormous mouths akin to hippopotamuses, robust wings reminiscent of hawks, and legs as sharp as blades. They soared through the sky, exuding a murderous aura, revealing themselves as extraordinary 2nd-tier magical beasts known as the sky-drifting beasts. Upon the backs of the sky-drifting beasts stood 5 formidable warriors, their bodies enveloped in swirling sword energy, standing tall and surveying the ground with emotionless gazes, emanating an air of supremacy. On the left sky-drifting beast stood a young man with a handsome visage, wielding a longsword. His countenance bore a fierce expression, as if he harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the Xiao family disciples below, his gaze darting about in search of a target. Those from the sword-embracing villa, the disciples remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet Elder Xiao Ming immediately recognized the origins of their adversaries. In Xiao Ye's mind, fragments of information regarding the Zongjin Manor surfaced. This manor, primarily focused on sword training, is renowned for its formidable sword chi. It is said that once a practitioner reaches the rank of martial master, they can control 10 precious swords, and upon attaining the rank of Grand Martial Master, they can wield 50. With a total of 10 individuals present, at least 300 swords hovered ominously around them, indicating that many among them were likely Grand Martial Masters, if not even stronger beings. Zongjin Manor is a burgeoning force, whereas the Xiao clan has languished for ages as an ancient lineage. A long-standing conflict exists between the two, rooted in Zongjin Manor's persistent desire to eliminate the Xiao clan and utilize their name to revitalize their own reputation. Regrettably for them, the Xiao clan has proven to be a tough adversary, compelling Zhongjian Manor to resort to petty tactics, as they are not yet bold enough to confront the Xiao clan directly. However, today, Zhongjian Manor dispatched such formidable warriors, directly approaching the outskirts of the ancient forest. Before even meeting, they had already ensnared everyone in their grasp, exuding an unmistakable aura of hostility. Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, sensing that Zhongjian Manor's actions were anything but trivial. The young man's searching gaze suggested he was seeking someone. Was he specifically targeting Elder Xiaoming? Listen, people of the Xiao clan, I demand the brother of Xiao Jun be handed over. Do so, and I assure you no harm will come to the rest of your clan, the young man declared, perched high above on the floating beast. His deep voice was laced with threats and commands. At that moment, Xiao Ye's brow furrowed tightly, and countless gazes, including that of Xiao Ming, turned towards him. Zhongjian Manor had mobilized such force for Xiao Ye. In that instant, Xiao Ye felt a wave of powerful true qi locking onto him. The strength of Zhongjian Manor's warriors focused their sights upon him. He felt as though a colossal weight bore down on his shoulders, rendering him breathless under the oppressive aura. This was merely a pressure. Should they choose to strike, he had no hope of resisting. Yet, despite the overwhelming situation, Xiao Ye lifted his head and met the young man's gaze directly. He discerned that the youth was the leader, and judging by his appearance, he was merely a 7th to 8th rank martial artist. We are strangers. What business do you have with me? Xiao Ye searched his memories, but found no connection to the youth. He did not even know who the young man above was. Humph. Indeed, we are strangers. And you lack the qualification to know me. Xiao Jun severed my brother's arm. Today, I shall take you back to Zhongjian Manor for my brother to deal with. The young man's hawk-like eyes glistened with rage and murderous intent. He issued a cold snort towards all the Xiao disciples. I only seek the brother of Xiao Jun. The rest of you are irrelevant. Either step aside or hand him over. Otherwise, none shall be spared today. As he uttered his final words, the surrounding swords unleashed a fierce, killing intent, penetrating Xiao Ming's icy blue shield and locking onto Xiao Ye and the other disciples. In that moment, Xiao Ye felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His soul trembled as the breath of death seeped into his very marrow. The surrounding swords hummed ominously, rotating slowly, evidently manipulated by the formidable figures atop the floating beast. The situation was dire. Surrendering Xiao Ye would dissolve the peril, and all eyes were fixated upon him. Nevertheless, Xiao Ye stood resolute, confronting the youth of Zhongjian Manor. He felt the oppressive atmosphere and the murderous intent, yet for reasons unknown, a fierce determination surged within him. His resolute gaze filled with defiance. Whoever dares to provoke me shall face fatal consequences. A sudden surge of ferocity welled up in Xiao Ye's heart, surprising even himself. Once merely a task-oriented individual, absorbed in gaming, he had encountered numerous obstacles in reality, but had never felt the need for violent solutions. Yet today, he found himself involuntarily contemplating the need to slay the young man, perhaps influenced by his surroundings, or perhaps it was simply his true nature. In the realm of gaming, he was a ruthless character. Those who dared to cross him paid dearly. In his subconscious, he believed that the game world surpassed reality. And now that he had entered this otherworldly realm, reminiscent of a game, his instincts urged him to unleash himself and dominate this world. Let me act as I wish, to think and do as I please. After drifting through life aimlessly, in this lifetime, I shall seize control of my destiny. A door opened before Xiao Ye, revealing a vast and boundless horizon. Humph. What does Zhongjian Manor think of my Xiao clan? Regardless of whether Xiao Ye is one of us or merely a guest, he shall not be surrendered. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted beside Xiao Ye, as Xiao Jian, with his emerald eyes ablaze, pointed skyward. Indeed, how could a disciple of the Xiao clan be easily handed over to outsiders? Do you think mere intimidation can deter us? Another furious shout came from a disciple whom Xiao Ye had previously rescued. One by one, the disciples steeled their resolve, even in the face of death. They refused to betray Xiao Ye. Witnessing the steadfast expressions on his fellow disciples, Xiao Ye felt a flicker of surprise. His previous impression of Xiao Qin had led him to believe that all in the Xiao clan shared his ruthless disposition, devoid of any sense of belonging, even eliciting feelings of aversion. Yet at this moment, the disciples stood united against the looming threat of death, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Xiao Ye. While it was true that Xiao Jian and another disciple led the charge, the unity displayed by the others suggested a camaraderie that transcended fear. Was this what it meant to belong to a family? It seemed he would have to adapt to this reality. A smile crept onto Xiao Ye's lips as he looked upward once more. I know not who you are, nor do I understand the grievances between my second brother and you. What I do know is that this is the ancient forest of the Xiao clan, our territory. Your grand entrance has certainly been noticed. The elders of the Xiao clan are en route, and you cannot linger here much longer. Xiao Ye proclaimed loudly. The 9 formidable figures remained unmoved, but a flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes. Though fleeting, it was perceptible to both Xiao Ye and Xiao Ming, indicating that the youth was inexperienced and could not maintain his composure under pressure. Xiao Ming also felt astonished. He had never paid attention to Xiao Ye before and was unaware of his cleverness in discerning the young man's apprehensions, corroborated by the expression on the youth's face. If this individual were to mature, he would undoubtedly become a cunning adversary. Humph. Enough with the empty words. I have not come here empty-handed. If you refuse to surrender Xiao Ye, then all of you shall perish. The young man's eyes blazed with fury as he whispered something to a middle-aged man beside him. If I am not mistaken, you must be Wei Tianyi, the youngest son of Lord Wei. Your father has long arranged for you to enter the Ziyun sect. You should focus on your cultivation, for your future is boundless. Elder Xiao Ming interjected suddenly. Yet, you now provoke the Xiao clan. And I suspect this act has not received your father's approval. This must be a command of your own making, correct? Think carefully. Once you strike, there will be no turning back. The consequences of this action are beyond your imagination. As expected of a cunning old fox, Elder Xiao Ming's words were sharp and incisive, each syllable piercing Wei Tianyi's heart. The relationship between the Xiao and Wei families was already fraught with tension. Even a minor misstep could lead to catastrophic repercussions, especially considering Wei Tianyi led this contingent. Should conflict arise, the aftermath would be beyond his control. Xiao Ming's words, under normal circumstances, could undoubtedly intimidate Wei Tianyi, if not force him to retreat, at least instilling a sense of tension and concern within him. However, Wei Tianyi merely responded with a cold smile. And with a sweeping motion of his hand, the surrounding swords spun violently, releasing a chilling aura as they surged forth, aimed at the disciples of the Xiao clan. Despite their utmost efforts to protect themselves, the icy blue shield could fend off the sword beams but not the penetrating sword chi. No matter the cost, they had to safeguard their disciples. Xiao Ming solemnly commanded, and the 15 martial artists of the Xiao clan raised their weapons, their formidable true energy swirling around them, forming a protective barrier around all the disciples. Eliminate them, leaving no survivors. If that Xiao Ye is not captured alive, then let them all perish. And bring their corpses back. Wei Tianyi commanded with a sinister expression, yet he refrained from engaging directly. With his limited strength, while he could manipulate the flying swords, it would bear no significant impact on the battlefield. Moreover, being mentally connected to the swords, he risked injury or even death should he falter. As the rain of swords descended, the true extent of the overwhelming pressure only became apparent to the disciples when the swords approached and struck the icy blue shield. The oppressive force was suffocating. Fortunately, they had all been through the trials of the ancient forest hunt, their hands stained with blood, allowing them to maintain a semblance of composure amidst the crisis. Under the guardianship of the stronger warriors, the disciples gripped their weapons, ready to retaliate at a moment's notice. Xiao Ye held a dark iron kitchen knife, with Ling Zixin standing resolutely in front of him, unwilling to budge. Xiao Xiaojiao wielded her staff, her expression frosty, and for reasons unknown, her gaze towards Wei Tianyi was filled with an air of lethal intent. Bang, bang, bang. The swords relentlessly clashed against the icy blue shield, creating ripples that spread around the barrier. Elder Xiao Ming invoked his incantations, channeling spiritual energy into the shield, his face pale but unwavering in his resolve. As he had predicted, the sword chi began to penetrate the icy blue shield, targeting the disciples within. The strong warriors swiftly wielded their weapons, their powerful true energy counteracting the sword chi, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. The countless swords, numbering at least 300, surged forth in a unified formation, their collective strength amplifying with each assault, each strike more potent than the last. Although Xiao Ming's icy blue shield managed to block the swords, the effort was commendable as it was solely his undertaking. The shield had begun to crack, albeit slightly, yet it was inundated with relentless sword chi. If this continued, within 10 breaths, the shield would surely shatter. Elder, the sword chi is overwhelming. We can hardly withstand it. Be cautious. The ferocity of the sword chi was too much for the 15 warriors to fully contain. In an instant, a strand of sword chi broke through the defenses, piercing into the ranks of the disciples. A sense of crisis enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, 2 swords and a knife were raised to fend off the oncoming sword chi, executed by the disciples of the Xiao clan. Together, this sword chi is not too formidable. With our combined strength, we can nullify it. We will form a triangle to shield against the sword chi, alleviating the pressure on our elders. A more seasoned disciple, having reached the 8th level of martial prowess, bellowed, prompting a resonant response from the others. The disciples clustered together in groups of 3, forming a triangular formation to counter the sword Qi. Xiao Ye, Xiao Jia, and Xiao Jian formed one triangle, while Ling Zixin unhesitatingly positioned herself before Xiao Ye, embodying the spirit of a heroine. As the sword Qi surged, the pressure on the icy blue shield intensified, enveloping them in a tempest of sword energy. The disciples fought valiantly, and with the support of the 15 martial masters dissipating the majority of the sword Qi, they managed to hold firm for a moment despite the overwhelming odds. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed as a disciple's shoulder was struck by sword Qi, causing their sword to clatter to the ground, rendering them powerless. The triangular formation faltered, and at that moment, 3 strands of sword Qi hurtled towards the exposed gap, bringing with them a palpable sense of impending doom. Everyone held their breath. These 3 strands of sword Qi were lethal. Spiritual shield. A voice rang out from the rear, followed by a pale blue light that shot forward, materializing into a protective barrier just in time to intercept the 3 strands of sword Qi. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword Qi collided with the spiritual shield, partially penetrating it, and sending shivers of fear coursing through the onlookers. Fortunately, the sword Qi struggled momentarily before dissipating entirely within the protective barrier. With a collective sigh of relief, the expressions of the crowd turned slightly peculiar as they recognized the savior, Xiao Ye, the so-called heavenly solitary star. Thank you. The 3 disciples murmured their gratitude, lips pressed together in acknowledgement. Xiao Jian, go assist them, Xiao Ye instructed, sending Xiao Jian away while he observed the grim visage of Xiao Ming, whose icy blue shield was on the verge of collapse. Soon, they would face an unrelenting storm of swords. Truth be told, there was no escape. Once the icy blue shield shattered, certain death awaited them. Chapter 33. The clan leader focus your efforts. Break their shield and annihilate them, leaving none alive. Wei Tianyi commanded with a sinister demeanor, arms crossed. Instantaneously, all the swords retracted, colliding rapidly in the air before merging into a single entity. In their wake, over 300 swords appeared to shimmer as if phantoms, clanging together before ultimately transforming into a colossal sword stretching 10 spans in length. The gigantic sword, surrounded by an aura of menacing sword Qi, was further enveloped by layers of swirling true energy, the 2 forces converging at the tip of the immense blade. The transformation was instantaneous, as 9 powerful warriors aligned their middle and index fingers, assuming a sword-stabbing stance, their energies blending seamlessly. Their expressions were grave, clearly. This maneuver was not one they executed with proficiency. Unity of the celestial sword. Go. All 9 pointed simultaneously, unleashing their ferocious true energy upon the giant sword. In response, the colossal blade ignited with a terrifying intent to slay, vibrating ominously as the surrounding space erupted with a resounding blast before descending like a meteor. As the giant sword sliced through the air, it generated a powerful gust, creating whirlwinds of air that swirled around its tip, seemingly attempting to impede its descent. The onslaught of sword Qi rained down, as if the very heavens had descended upon them. Full defense. Elder Xiaoming gritted his teeth, channeling the remainder of his spiritual energy into the icy blue shield. The previously trembling barrier instantly revitalized, restoring its integrity. It turned out he had been conserving his strength all along. Xiao Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Xiao Ming had reached his limit, but it appeared he had been feigning weakness to mislead the opponent. It was undeniable that Xiao Ming's act was masterfully executed. So much so that even the 9 formidable warriors remained oblivious, inadvertently prompting Wei Tianyi to issue a correct command. Faced with the colossal sword, Xiao Ming had no choice but to exert all his strength, yet he was acutely aware that even at full capacity, he would be unable to withstand the force of this gathering of 9 powerful energies. Xiao Jia, can you assist in maintaining the icy blue shield? Xiao Ye sensed the energy emanating from the giant sword and immediately turned to Xiao Jia with a furrowed brow. No. The icy blue shield is too advanced for me to touch. I can only muster a lower-level spiritual barrier. With that, Xiao Jia's staff began to radiate a dazzling light, summoning a new barrier to envelop the disciples. All the disciples gazed upwards at the colossal sword, the pressure it exuded making it difficult to breathe. Boom. The sword's tip plunged downward, crashing violently against the icy blue shield, causing the ground to tremble. Centered around the shield, the earth erupted, collapsing into the abyss. The ground within a radius of 5 paces sank approximately 5 inches, under the immense onslaught of energy. A colossal white spot abruptly appeared on the surface of the ice blue shield, from which cracks spread outwards like a spider's web. Get down. The final command was issued just in time before the ice blue shield shattered with a deafening bang. The great sword descended, instantly obliterating Xiao Jia's spiritual barrier. its blade thrusting fiercely into the ground, stirring up a tempest of true energy. Xiao Ye and the others shielded themselves as the spiritual storm erupted. Their bodies were hurled into the air like kites. The swirling mud and sand battered against them, akin to being pierced by daggers, inflicting excruciating pain. With true energy surrounding him, Xiao Ye's eyes widened in shock as he observed the massive sword tremble violently, transforming into over 300 sharp blades that shot into the void, gathering power anew. The disciples fell one after another, with Xiao Ming and 15 other formidable warriors sustaining the most severe injuries, blood trickling from their lips and their garments torn with numerous wounds. Gather. Despite their dire circumstances, Xiao Ming promptly issued instructions. The disciples barely had time to react when the sound of swords resonated through the air like a hellish symphony. Subsequently, blades imbued with murderous intent surged forth. The onslaught arrived too swiftly. Xiao Ye and his disciples, still reeling from the previous shock, faced an attack that seemed undoubtedly fatal. Your corpse will be mine. Wei Tian pointed at Xiao Ye, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Xiao Ye clenched his fists, attempting to summon the true energy and spiritual force within him. However, the earlier explosion had inflicted significant damage, and with the excessive consumption of true energy for the shield, he found himself unable to muster power. I cannot die like this. Gazing upon the rain of swords, Xiao Ye felt a surge of defiance, yet he remained powerless. The myriad of blades sliced through the sky, carrying with them an aura of impending death. Each disciple of the Xiao clan was targeted by 2 blades, and even the mere aura of those swords was enough to slay them. The remaining blades aimed directly at Xiao Ming and the other strong members of the Xiao clan, seeking to eradicate all disciples in a single strike. In Xiao Ye's eyes, 5 blades rapidly magnified, revealing that he had drawn the attention of Zhongjian Villa, who seemed to have a particular focus on him. While other disciples faced 2 blades, he was uniquely targeted by 5. It was evident how fierce Zhongjian Villa's intent to eliminate him truly was. Divine Gear System, think of something. Xiao Ye, feeling utterly helpless, could only place his hopes on the system within his mind. Yet, the Divine Gear System offered no response, clearly not being omnipotent. Although Xiao Ye had garnered many benefits, they did not encompass everything. The blades loomed before him, less than 10 yards away, and at the brink of death. The air around him suddenly swirled with a violent wind, as if time had momentarily suspended. The descending blades halted in midair, no matter how they swayed. They could not advance an inch. All sword energy coiled around the blades, unable to be unleashed. How was this possible? The surviving disciples, their hearts racing, were equally astonished, as was Wei Tian, whose eyes widened in disbelief. The 9 powerful beings atop the escape beast, including Elder Xiao Ming on the ground, directed their gaze towards the distant horizon. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye turned to follow Elder Xiao Ming's gaze and beheld a middle-aged man with graying temples, standing majestically in the air. Clad in simple cloth, his hands clasped behind him, he emanated an overwhelming aura of true energy. His murky eyes gazed ahead, exuding an air of dominance as he soared through the clouds like an imposing peak, radiating an aura of majesty. In Xiao Ye's spiritual vision, everything appeared so vividly real. The pressure emanating from the middle-aged man weighed heavily upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Xiao Zhan. The name of this nearly invincible figure surfaced naturally in Xiao Ye's mind. Patriarch, Elder Xiao Ming, and the martial masters instantly wore expressions of relief. With the appearance of Xiao Zhan, they exhaled deeply, and 2 of them even sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state to recuperate. The Patriarch has arrived. The disciples' faces also brightened with smiles, while Xiao Ye rose, his gaze instinctively drawn to Xiao Zhan. The middle-aged figure seemed to possess an enchanting power that captivated everyone's attention. This was the head of the Xiao clan, Xiao Zhan. He approached with an air of calm, having traversed a distance of 100 feet in the blink of an eye, now hovering above Xiao Ye and the others like an indomitable fortress. The blades writhed violently, emitting mournful cries. The 9 powerful beings on the escape beast struggled to maintain their grip on their swords, their bodies trembling not out of fear, but from the exertion of trying to reclaim the swords connected to their minds. Xiao Zhan floated serenely in the void, his immense presence halting all the blades in their tracks. His ability to hover effortlessly showcased that he was at least a formidable warrior of the king level, and judging by his demeanor, his strength surely surpassed that. Xiao Zhan, what do you intend to do? Wei Tian, emboldened by ignorance, called out defiantly despite the fear etched on the faces of those around him. Xiao Zhan did not respond, his gaze sweeping over the Xiao disciples and momentarily lingering on Xiao Ye, sending him an implicit signal of reassurance. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan extended 2 fingers and pointed at the blades below, then curled his fingers upwards. In such a simple gesture, the myriad of swords redirected their course, soaring into the void like dark rays piercing the heavens, converging above Xiao Zhan's head. Once all the blades had gathered, Xiao Zhan waved his hand, and with a resounding explosion, the over 300 swords disintegrated into nothingness, their fragments vanishing like smoke into the ether. With a series of coughs, the 9 warriors from Zhongjian Villa spat blood, casting fearful glances at Xiao Zhan before they sank into a meditative posture, regulating their true energy to stabilize their internal injuries. This maneuver had severed their mental connection with the swords and had been executed with such ferocity that it rattled their spirits. If they did not rectify this in time, their power would regress, leaving them incapable of making further progress. Wei Tian, now pale with fear, struggled to maintain his composure. Return and inform the Villa Master that amongst the younger generation, the competition is fair, dictated by fate. Today, I shall spare you as an apology for my son's overzealous actions. Should you persist in this entanglement, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. His words were terse, indicating he had no intention of slaughtering the people of Zhongjian Villa entirely. He had numerous considerations, and with his status, if he were to kill the young master of Zhongjian Villa as the head of the Xiao clan, it would undoubtedly incite widespread conflict. A scenario unfavorable for the Xiao family. Humph. Xiao Zhan, do not think your age grants you immunity. My Zhongjian Villa does not fear you. You have failed to discipline your son, who resorted to using hidden weapons during the duel, cruelly severing my brother's arm. Zhongjian Villa will not let this slide. Despite trembling in the face of Xiao Zhan's overwhelming pressure, Wei Tian's defiance surfaced, unwilling to yield even as fear gripped his heart. Using hidden weapons? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye found it utterly laughable. Although he had only encountered Xiao Jun on 2 occasions, he knew well that Xiao Jun would never engage in such despicable acts. Clearly, the opposing side sought to deflect blame and forcefully place the fault upon Xiao Jun. Wei Tian, in his desperation to secure his own life due to Xiao Jun's actions, was now publicly insulting him. This was beyond tolerable. Chapter 34. The Duel of Death. Xiao Ye's heart surged with murderous intent. Upon hearing Wei Tian's words, the disciples of the Xiao family were filled with indignation. They were uncertain whether Xiao Jun had committed the act, yet being publicly mentioned, their expressions soured. Xiao Zhan remained composed, impervious to the impact of Wei Tian's remarks. Unable to provoke Xiao Zhan, Wei Tian's gaze shifted menacingly towards Xiao Ye, who, without waiting for him to speak, let out a cold snort. So, you are Wei Tian? I care not for your status as the young lord of Zhongjian Villa. Today, having laid hands upon the Xiao family, you must be prepared for death. My father may have spared you, but I, Xiao Ye, do not possess such magnanimity. Be ready. Xiao Ye's sudden proclamation was imbued with confidence. He stood tall, meeting Wei Tian's gaze with an air of defiance and ferocity. Even Xiao Zhan inclined slightly, taken aback. At this moment, Xiao Ye did not conceal his true energy, and Xiao Zhan sensed it clearly. This son, whom he had nearly given up on, had unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of a 5th-level warrior, which was quite surprising. Even more puzzling was the faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from Xiao Ye. What could this signify? Indeed, Xiao Ye had no intention of hiding his spiritual energy. There was no need to do so. He had acquired certain means of self-preservation. And upon returning to the Xiao family, the sect elections awaited him. To enter Xian's sect, he could not afford to conceal his full capabilities. Since concealment was no longer an option, he chose to display his prowess openly. Wei Tian was momentarily taken aback. His words that had been on the tip of his tongue were effectively thwarted by Xiao Ye's audacity. He scrutinized Xiao Ye, realizing that this did not align with the intelligence he possessed. Among Xiao Zhan's 3 sons, he found himself wary of the eldest and second sons, believing that Xiao Ye would be the most manageable. Thus, he had come to avenge his brother, only to discover that the 1st-level warrior he had anticipated was now a 5th-level warrior. Yet, what did a 5th-level warrior matter? Wei Tian was a 7th-level warrior. Dealing with Xiao Ye would be effortless. A cold smile crept across his lips as he taunted, "Boy, you may be formidable now, but mark my words. As long as you remain sheltered under the Xiao family's wing, should you encounter my people from Zhongjian Villa outside, your life will meet its end. Beast of the sky, retreat." With his derisive words, Wei Tian attempted to withdraw on his beast. "Wait," Xiao Ye called out, halting him. "What can you do? Your father dares not kill me. How could you?" Wei Tian grew bolder, convinced that Xiao Zhan's reservations rendered him fearless. He was eager to see if the Xiao family would indeed dare to spare his life today. Talking is exhausting. "Father, could you assist me in ascending?" The gathered crowd was perplexed by Xiao Ye's request, yet when he addressed Xiao Zhan, there was little pretense in his tone. He had begun to adapt to life in this world, to the Xiao family, and to his own identity and status, while also adjusting to his kin. "Are you certain it's necessary?" Xiao Zhan felt elated by Xiao Ye's true energy and intended to conduct a thorough examination upon their return. However, he did not wish to become entangled with Wei Tianyi just yet. Given Wei Tianyi's status, he was unworthy of such engagement, and Xiao Zhan's approach was indeed prudent. Yet, in Xiao Ye's eyes, Wei Tianyi held equal standing, and he found it difficult to embody the calmness and composure of his father. Yes, I am certain, Xiao Ye affirmed with a resolute nod. Excellent determination, Xiao Zhan murmured in approval. With a flick of his sleeve, true energy coalesced beneath Xiao Ye's feet, forming a vortex that lifted him into the sky. This vortex was remarkably stable, far surpassing Xiao Ming's crane, showcasing the prowess of a true master. Xiao Zhan's capabilities were indeed extraordinary. In no time, Xiao Ye found himself beside Xiao Zhan, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security. This feeling was delightful, yet it did not satisfy him. As Wei Tianyi had stated, Xiao Ye was not one to remain eternally sheltered beneath another's wings. Locking eyes with Wei Tianyi, Xiao Ye's true energy radiated around him. Wei Tianyi, you are a disciple of Xiyun's sect, and I shall soon join its ranks. You seek vengeance for your brother, and I yearn to avenge today's affront. Thus, everything is conveniently arranged. Once we reach Xiyun's sect, we shall engage in a life-and-death duel to resolve this matter. Do you have the courage? Xiao Ye's voice had grown steady, and the system had not issued a task regarding Wei Tianyi. His actions were purely for retribution. A life-and-death struggle is not to be confused with a duel. The former is a fight for survival. Xiao Ye's utterance of life-and-death struggle caused Xiao Zhan to momentarily pause. Aware that his son was still 2 levels beneath Wei Tianyi, an undeniable disparity. The disciples below gasped, their fists clenched, though Xiao Zhan had decisively quelled the enemy. The Xiao family had still been subjected to indignity. Particularly, Wei Tianyi's mention of hidden weapons was a direct affront to the Xiao family, and these grievances could not be rectified through Xiao Zhan's intervention. If only Xiao Ye could defeat Wei Tianyi openly and slay him before all, the matter could be resolved. However, such an act could not transpire here, for it would incite conflict between the Xiao family and Zhongjian Villa, with dire repercussions. In Xiyun's sect, however, the situation would differ, as long as both parties agreed to a life-and-death duel. Even if Xiao Ye were to slay Wei Tianyi, Zhongjian Villa would find no justification for retaliation. As for provoking Xiyun's sect, that was out of the question. Being one of the 5 great sects, Xiyun's sect was not a foe that Zhongjian Villa could afford to antagonize. Xiao Ye's choice of method and venue was impeccable. The only lingering doubt was whether he was truly a match for Wei Tianyi. Xiao Zhan refrained from voicing objections, choosing to trust in his son. He had never regarded his offspring as worthless, nor believed they would seek their own demise. If he dared to challenge, he undoubtedly possessed the means to succeed. A life-and-death struggle? Boy, can your words be trusted? Wei Tianyi scoffed. Why should I take the words of a Xiao family member seriously? Should I foolishly await you in Xiyun's sect? As he sneered, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Wei Tianyi's eyes. His defeat today was a significant blow to his pride. He dared not provoke Xiao Jun or Xiao Ye's elder brother, nor could he challenge Xiao Zhan, leading him to unleash all his wrath upon Xiao Ye. Whether you believe me is your concern. When the time comes, I shall extend the invitation for a life-and-death duel. If you lack the courage, you may refuse. Xiao Ye shrugged, his biting retorts matching Wei Tianyi's disdain. Sharp-tongued, Wei Tianyi's countenance darkened. We shall see if you are worthy of entering Xiyun's sect. I will not easily let today's event slide. Wait and see. With that, the beast of the sky unfurled its wings, transforming into 2 streaks of light that vanished into the horizon. Their arrival had been swift, as was their departure. Yet they had not anticipated Xiao Zhan's sudden assault. Ye, what are your thoughts on today's events? Xiao Zhan inquired softly, glancing at the departing Wei Tianyi. His voice was low enough for only the 2 to hear. Xiao Ye was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, they came to provoke us. Not merely concerning my second brother. Zhongjian Villa likely aims to escalate this situation. There must be some hidden agenda. Oh, how did you deduce that? Xiao Zhan's surprise indicated that Xiao Ye's insights held merit. Xiao Ye seized the opportunity to elaborate. Before they attacked, Elder Xiao Ming clearly warned them of the consequences. Yet, Wei Tianyi showed no hesitation in initiating the assault. He is not a shrewd strategist. His audacity suggests he must have received some prior authorization. Their intention here is to fabricate a pretext to annihilate us, thereby provoking the Xiao family and manipulating subsequent events. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ye added, it seems they have a plan in motion. Indeed, it appears you have not squandered the past 2 years. Xiao Zhan let out a hearty laugh and gently squeezed Xiao Ye's shoulder. Not bad. Your physique is quite robust, and your gaze is sharp, though perhaps a bit too fierce. Upon our return, I shall examine your health and discuss the matters concerning the Zhongjian Villa with you. Simply stay by my side. I will handle everything that follows. Xiao Zhan was in good spirits. Any parent would surely feel a swell of pride witnessing their child excel as he did. "Father, please set me down. My friends are below, and I wish to join them," Xiao Ye remarked at that moment, motivated not by mere desire but by the intense, fiery glare of Ling Zixin below, who was brimming with murderous intent. As Xiao Ye's external manifestation, she was too distant to fulfill her protective duty. And had she possessed wings, she might have launched herself directly at Xiao Zhan. "Very well," Xiao Zhan chuckled, and a swirling gust of wind gently lowered Xiao Ye to the ground. In that instant, Ling Zixin rushed forward like a ferocious beast, vigilantly scanning her surroundings. This left Xiao Ye feeling somewhat helpless, though he was relieved that everyone bore injuries and was gradually gathering, awaiting orders. Elder Xiao Ming soared upwards to converse briefly with Xiao Zhan, both bearing slightly solemn expressions, indicating that Elder Xiao Ming was reporting what he perceived as anomalies. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Ye had already reported these matters, thus gaining the upper hand. Xiao Ye, though Wei Tianyi is arrogant, he possesses notable skill, and his sword energy is formidable. Challenging him may be a rash decision, Xiao Jian cautioned quietly as he approached Xiao Ye. "Perhaps," Xiao Ye shrugged, noticing that Xiao Jia had silently appeared behind him, her pallor suggesting she was somewhat unwell. "Xiao Jia, are you injured?" Xiao Ye inquired with concern. "I sustained a cut from sword energy on my shoulder, but it's nothing serious. I'll recover once I use my sword energy," she replied softly. How could she have been injured given her strength? Reflecting back, it seemed she had shielded him when the ice blue barrier shattered. So she was hurt because she had come to his aid. Chapter 35. Return to the Xiao family. A warm current surged through Xiao Ye's heart. Xiao Jia offered a warmth akin to that of family, despite being slightly younger than him. "Rest well upon our return, with your abilities. Entering the Ziyun sect will be no issue. Once there, allow your elder brother to protect you, haha." Xiao Ye playfully patted Xiao Jia's delicate shoulder. The suddenness of the gesture made her flinch instinctively, yet she ultimately chose to accept it, nodding gently and silently standing behind him. With two resonant cries, the celestial cranes sounded, and the disciples sequentially boarded the cranes, each harboring their own emotions as they began their journey back to the Xiao family under the guidance of Xiao Ming and Xiao Zhan. Along the way, Xiao Ming informed the disciples that upon their return, they were all to head to the pharmacy for a thorough examination, with Xiao Zhan escorting them. The disciples felt reassured and began to close their eyes, perhaps reminiscing about their time in the ancient forest or pondering the events at the Zhongjian villa. Xiao Ye's gaze pierced through the clouds as he observed Xiao Zhan soaring ahead. At that moment, Xiao Zhan was not merely floating. He was gliding upon Elder Xiao Ming's water waves, utilizing them to fly. Xiao Zhan had no need for such means. He possessed the ability to soar freely, surpassing Elder Xiao Ming's method in both speed and comfort. Yet he chose to do so. Why? "Recently, my father's health has been deteriorating, unable to withstand any further blows. If he were to be expelled from the Xiao family, it would bring shame upon him, and I fear he could not bear it." The words spoken by Xiao Jun surfaced involuntarily in his mind, combined with Xiao Jun's grave expression at that time and Xiao Zhan's current demeanor, clearly affirming the truth of those words. Xiao Zhan's physical condition was not as robust as it appeared. Ding dong. A task has been issued. Join the Ziyun sect and receive a minor life-prolonging elixir and 10 gold coins. Continuing the task. Bestow the minor life-prolonging elixir upon Xiao Zhan to receive a bottle of intermediate true energy water, a novice title, a meditation scroll, and 20 gold coins. The divine equipment system suddenly issued a task, momentarily catching Xiao Ye off guard. The emergence of the continuation task was particularly striking. He distinctly remembered that in the game, continuation tasks were essentially reward tasks that posed minimal challenges yet yielded significant rewards. To initiate a continuation task, one must first trigger a hidden task, indicating that Xiao Ye had activated a notably difficult hidden task. How does one activate it? Through careful analysis and reflection, he deduced Xiao Zhan's declining health, thus initiating this task. In essence, my thoughts and analyses can indeed influence task activation. Xiao Ye mused, pursing his lips. This was a fruitful revelation, and with it came new items, task titles, and the meditation scroll. The task titles conferred certain attribute enhancements. Equipping a task title would grant additional attributes, with the increase in power corresponding to the strength of the individual, an exceedingly formidable presence. The meditation scroll, once activated in the game, would transport the spirit into a unique space, leading to extraordinary transformations upon awakening, whether in strength or spiritual power. Thus, the scroll was a rare treasure. A continuation task yielding both a title and a meditation scroll was indeed immensely tempting. And completing it simply required delivering the minor life-prolonging elixir to Xiao Zhan, no barriers to entry. Of course, before that, Xiao Ye needed to accomplish the task of joining the Ziyun sect, a task that posed little challenge for one with his dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts. The celestial cranes swiftly arrived at the Xiao family estate, and the disciples, including Xiao Ye, hurried to the pharmacy for examination. There, apothecaries were on hand, dedicated to alchemy and healing. All disciples bore varying degrees of injuries, and even Xiao Jia was instructed to remain in the pharmacy for treatment. Xiao Ye had several wounds on his abdomen, but thanks to the small red elixir he had previously consumed, he was largely unscathed. After receiving a few bottles of medicinal pills tossed to him by the apothecary, he left the pharmacy. Xiao Zhan granted him half a day's time to recuperate. After that, he was to meet with Xiao Zhan, clearly for a thorough examination to ascertain what had transpired with Xiao Ye. Despite his exhaustion, upon returning to his courtyard, Xiao Ye's first act was not to rest, but rather to secure Ling Zixin within his spatial pouch, so she would no longer follow him like a bodyguard. Only then did he take a refreshing bath and subsequently check his task attributes, confirming his peak status as a level 5 martial artist and a third-tier spiritualist. What is this? While merely attempting to check his status, Xiao Ye discovered a blood-red orb prominently displayed in the center of the task attributes. This orb was filled with blood, though the uppermost part bore a minute white fissure, suggesting it was not entirely full. With a mere thought, the divine equipment system informed Xiao Ye that this represented his life force, currently at 95%. Previously, there had been no life value. Now it had manifested. Much to Xiao Ye's astonishment, yet upon reflection, it became clear. Inside the cave, after consuming a bottle of the small red elixir, it was likely that the elixir had activated his life value. If his life value were to reach 0, Xiao Ye would be as good as dead. Thus, the life value within his attributes equated to his vitality. Why is there no energy value? Xiao Ye murmured, then shook his head. The divine equipment system was merely a game world, and he was the sole character within it. He could unlock every facet of the game world, but had to reside in the real world. The combination of both realms endowed Xiao Ye with extraordinary abilities. As for the myriad functions of this game world, he would need to gradually unlock and comprehend them. Reflecting on the 3 inquiries he had previously posed, Xiao Ye felt he had squandered a precious opportunity. Those 3 questions, if utilized wisely, could have provided him with a deeper understanding of the divine equipment system, facilitating better choices and actions. Nevertheless, maintaining an air of mystery was part of the thrill of undertaking tasks. With matters having reached this point, it was best to focus on the present. Xiao Zhan is to meet me, and it is certain that he will scrutinize my physical condition. Whether the divine armor system will be discovered remains a pressing concern. Should it be uncovered, I must prepare an adequate response in advance. Xiao Ye's expression turned serious. His understanding of the divine armor system is minimal. He can easily sense its existence, but can others perceive it as well? This has long been a source of confusion for Xiao Ye. He is acutely aware that should anyone with ill intentions learn of his unique existence, it would incite a deadly desire to seize it, posing a grave danger. Thus, this matter must be clarified. Previously, it was a knot in Xiao Ye's heart. But now that Xiao Zhan is set to inspect, it serves as a considerable aid. However, Xiao Ye must be prepared, for once Xiao Zhan discovers the truth, he will undoubtedly pursue answers. So, how should he respond? Naturally, the ideal outcome would be for Xiao Zhan to remain oblivious. The divine armor system does not genuinely reside within my physical form. If it did, my body would have long since burst apart. It should be an abstraction, or a consciousness, or perhaps a portal through which I can sense its presence. Xiao Ye pondered deeply, striving to comprehend the nature of the divine armor system. Yet it is alarmingly easy for him to perceive it. With but a thought, the system vividly materializes in his mind, without impediment or any formalities. The more accessible it is, the more uncertain Xiao Ye becomes about how to conceal it. Even if outsiders were to detect something unusual, they should not be able to grasp the entirety of the divine armor system. I am the sole player within this system. I am its key, and others should be unable to unlock it. If any anomalies are discovered, I will attribute them to the sudden effects of the Yijin Dan. Xiao Ye's eyes brightened, yet his brow furrowed. While this provides a plausible excuse, it would implicate Xiao Jun. If Xiao Zhan learns of the Yijin Dan, he will not easily let it go. There is no alternative. Should it indeed implicate him, I shall compensate him in the future. After much contemplation, Xiao Ye felt that this justification was sound. Although he feels somewhat guilty towards Xiao Jun, there is no other course of action. Of course, these considerations are merely the worst-case scenario. The best outcome would be for Xiao Zhan to remain unaware of the divine armor system. If he cannot uncover it, then neither can anyone else, and moreover, Xiao Ye would not be foolish enough to allow anyone to examine his body. With clarity of thought, Xiao Ye next contemplated the matter concerning Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin's demise in the ancient forest is beyond reproach. It is not the fault of others. However, The location of his death was the cave where Yang Shuo resides, and the traces of battle and residual energies could easily lead back to him. Xiao Jia cannot evade responsibility either, as it was Ling Luo who struck down Xiao Qin. A thorough investigation would indeed be significant. As the grandson of the Grand Elder, this matter would not simply fade away, and Xiao Ye's task is to suppress it. How to suppress it? Xiao Ye endeavored to recall all information regarding the Grand Elder, although he has had limited interaction with him. He remembers that the Grand Elder is a person who values face and is exceedingly stubborn. The Grand Elder is fiercely protective of his family in his eyes. Even if his kin heir, it is not for others to judge. Anyone who dares to interfere would earn his wrath. Yet, if his family commits a transgression, he will undoubtedly mete out strict punishment, albeit discreetly, as family shame must not be aired publicly. Furthermore, while he is protective, the Grand Elder has another paramount characteristic. He is devoted to safeguarding the reputation of the Xiao family. The notion of the ancient clan is deeply ingrained, and the Grand Elder takes pride in it, permitting no one to insult the Xiao family, not even his own kin. Anyone who dares to utter a word of disrespect towards the Xiao family would surely face severe repercussions from the Grand Elder. If the Grand Elder were to discover that Xiao Qin's death was due to collusion with the demonic sect, a sinister smile crept upon Xiao Ye's lips. Chapter 36. Father and Son in the Xingyuan continent. The demonic sect is deemed a nefarious path, scorned by the masses. Any association with them would attract collective condemnation, resulting in a complete loss of reputation. The Grand Elder harbors an intense loathing for the demonic sect. All disciples of the Xiao family are under strict orders to avoid any ties with them, under penalty of having their cultivation stripped and being expelled from the clan. The ancient clan of the Xiao family cannot tolerate any connection to the demonic sect. If Xiao Qin allied with Yang Shuo and harmed female warriors, the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be enraged if he learned of this. The Grand Elder would not wish for this matter to be publicized. Thus, it is imperative to negotiate with him discreetly, so he will not thoroughly investigate Xiao Qin's case, even if he knows that Xiao Qin was not the one who ultimately delivered the fatal blow. Contemplating this, Xiao Ye devised a rough plan. He cannot broach the subject himself and must have someone else present, with Xiao Zhan being the most suitable choice. With a plan in mind, Xiao Ye consumed several healing pills and sat cross-legged on his bed for a brief respite. When Xiao Ye emerged from the courtyard, he had donned a pristine white martial outfit. His handsome features were accentuated by a pair of cold, profound eyes, endowing him with a heightened aura. Through trials of life and death, one's demeanor invariably transforms. Despite Xiao Ye's youth, he is destined to grow. The ancient clan of the Xiao family is rife with taboos, all buried underground, protected by numerous restrictions, with the sole entrance situated at the clan leader's residence. In the central area of the Xiao family lies an ancient palace covering over an acre, circular in shape, entirely enclosed save for a large door at its base, with no windows whatsoever. It is said that the palace was constructed using a rare breathing stone, which allows for the circulation of air even in a fully sealed environment, and sunlight can penetrate through the stone, illuminating the interior. The entirety of the Xiao territory is unguarded, save for this palace, which is fortified with formidable defenses, both visible and hidden, making it inaccessible to ordinary disciples. Xiao Ye's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the guards, but Xiao Zhan had previously informed them. Upon scanning with their spiritual energy, they detected no threat, and thus the stone door, resembling a full moon, swung open to admit Xiao Ye. Upon entering the palace, a warm sensation enveloped him, and the rich spiritual energy was invigorating. The interior was not the expected darkness, but rather as bright as the outside world. Xiao Ye was somewhat familiar with the palace, and finding Xiao Zhan's office was not a daunting task. However, this is a critical site for the Xiao family, and Xiao Ye cannot wander freely. Soon, a guard approached, silently signaling for Xiao Ye to follow closely before setting off. Xiao Ye understood the palace's etiquette. Upon entering, it is best to maintain silence, refraining from unnecessary questions or comments. Following closely behind the guard, though he heard little noise, he noticed many individuals bustling about. As a family, there are numerous affairs to manage, and most of those handling them are not cultivators, but rather intelligent disciples without cultivation talent. Everyone was absorbed in their tasks, and few noticed Xiao Ye. Suddenly, the atmosphere ahead grew exceptionally quiet. Xiao Ye observed that the moving disciples became noticeably tense. A chilling aura emanated from the front, inducing discomfort in all. Xiao Ye distinctly felt the leading guard slow his pace, his body trembling slightly, as if overwhelmed by an insurmountable fear upon sensing this presence. Soon, an emaciated old man appeared on the path ahead. Clad in gray linen, the old man stood tall. approximately 6 feet 3 inches, his gaunt frame revealing the contours of his skeletal structure, as if his skin were stretched taut over his bones. He possessed a pair of strikingly large eyes, somewhat vacant, with deeply set sockets that bore a hint of ferocity. The Grand Elder. Upon the sight of the gaunt elder, who emanated an aura of undeniable authority, Xiao Ye's mind conjured the identity of this figure. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Xiao clan. The Grand Elder's presence loomed over all, as imposing as his stature, as he walked calmly, his gaze seemingly fixed on the ancient tome in his hands. Yet Xiao Ye felt as though he were the object of that scrutiny. This sensation of being observed enveloped everyone present. It was an oppressive force, an intangible pressure that weighed heavily upon them. In that moment, Xiao Ye could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his own heart. Although he bore no enmity towards the Grand Elder, the death of Xiao Qin was undeniably linked to him, and thus, a sense of trepidation gnawed at Xiao Ye. As he brushed past the Grand Elder, he keenly sensed the fleeting glance cast from the Elder's peripheral vision, a moment that struck him with the force of a mountain. A formidable being, capable of slaying with a mere glance. The Grand Elder's power was inscrutable, yet his aura was undoubtedly terrifying. Upon passing the Grand Elder, both Xiao Ye and the guard before him exhaled in relief. The guard turned back for the first time to ensure Xiao Ye was following closely before continuing on. The palace comprised 3 levels, and the guard led Xiao Ye to a chamber on the 2nd floor, then waited outside. To the left outside the room, Xiao Ye noticed another guard, indicating that there were likely other guests within. "Ye-er, come in," called a voice from within. It was Xiao Zhan. At once, the barriers surrounding the room were lifted, not by the opening of a stone door, but by the emergence of a pale blue energy veil. This was a spirit energy gate crafted by a spirit master, capable of obstructing all external inquiries. Unless one entered, the inner workings of the room would remain a mystery. Of course, if one were a powerful spirit master, there existed means to breach this gate, hence an additional layer of true chi barriers was implemented, serving as a double safeguard. Xiao Ye took a deep breath and stepped through the spirit energy gate. Before him unfolded a study exceeding 3 zhang in both length and width, furnished with a square wooden table and shelves lined with ancient books, a clear office space. Seated at the head of the desk was Xiao Zhan, while opposite him stood a tall figure with a resolute visage, Xiao Ye's second brother, Xiao Jun. Upon Xiao Ye's entrance, a grim smile crept across Xiao Jun's face, a smile ill-suited for him, more befitting a cold-hearted assassin. Considering the man before him had severed the arm of the Sword Mountain Manor's master's son, a chill coursed through Xiao Ye. Did he not fear retribution? "Ye-er, come and sit." Xiao Zhan gestured for Xiao Ye to take a seat beside Xiao Jun. Only then did Xiao Ye notice a chair behind Xiao Jun. Yet he chose to remain standing. He pressed his lips together, standing resolutely beside his brother, refusing to sit. Both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Jun paid little mind to this strange occurrence, nor did they urge Xiao Ye to take a seat. Through the excavation of memories, Xiao Ye understood. Xiao Zhan was an exceedingly strict father, enforcing rigorous discipline upon his 3 sons from a young age. The 3 brothers harbored a deep-seated fear of Xiao Zhan, feeling as though they were sitting on needles in his presence. How could they possibly relax enough to sit? 2 years prior, after Xiao Yu had stolen the 9 nether soul-settling pill, Xiao Zhan had paid a heavy price to safeguard him, and thereafter, Xiao Ye had succumbed to despair. Although Xiao Zhan had not voiced it, since that incident, he had ceased to visit Xiao Ye or encourage his training, instead allowing him to languish in self-pity. At that time, Xiao Ye might have felt abandoned by Xiao Zhan, yet his perspective had shifted. He now believed that Xiao Zhan was observing him in silence, concluding that he was beyond salvation and thus had relinquished him to his own devices. What kind of resolve would it take for a father to abandon his son? Xiao Zhan would not act so decisively unless absolutely necessary. And there were likely deeper reasons behind it, such as Xiao Zhan's own injuries. "I have some matters to attend to. You may make yourselves comfortable," Xiao Zhan remarked, sifting through numerous documents as the head of the household, burdened with many responsibilities. Xiao Ye and Xiao Jun stood upright, waiting foolishly. So busy. Yet he must also examine my health. As a father, perhaps he falls short, but at least he is making an effort. Xiao Ye mused, growing curious about his mother's whereabouts. In his memories, there was no mention of her, and throughout his life, no one had ever brought her up. How peculiar. If Xiao Ye's mother were a mere mortal, why would that be the case? If she had passed away, why had no one ever paid homage to her? He pondered, but ultimately concluded it was not his concern and chose to dismiss the thought. Release all defenses. I need to assess your body. Xiao Zhan finally concluded his tasks and turned his gaze back to Xiao Ye. Without preamble, he delved straight into the matter. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye nodded in response. In an instant, a surge of spiritual power emanated from Xiao Zhan, swiftly penetrating Xiao Ye's crown and entering his body. A warm current coursed within him, devoid of discomfort, yet he felt as though he had become transparent. Before Xiao Zhan, he held no secrets. Xiao Zhan's expression grew serious, while Xiao Jun remained silent, the atmosphere in the small room thick with tension. The true qi and spirit qi had been detected. Xiao Ye felt acutely aware that both the true qi cluster and spirit qi cluster within him had been uncovered by Xiao Zhan's probing power. Notably, when the spirit qi cluster was identified, Xiao Zhan appeared momentarily taken aback, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, yet it carried an air of confusion. The entirety of Xiao Yu's bones, flesh, and meridians came under Xiao Zhan's scrutiny. The divine artifact system remained untouched, and Xiao Yu could sense this clearly. Gradually, Xiao Zhan began to withdraw his spiritual power, restoring control to Xiao Ye's body. You have discovered that spirit qi resides within you, and it will naturally increase over time. Regrettably, you are unable to perceive it or absorb it independently. When did this all begin? Xiao Zhan's query, filled with incredulity, caught Xiao Yu off guard despite his preparation. Chapter 37. A profound conversation. Xiao Zhan articulated with unwavering confidence the changes in Xiao Ye's body regarding spirit qi. His assurance devoid of any pretense, as if it were a matter of course. Xiao Ye found himself questioning whether, had he not consumed the minor spirit qi water, would he truly have experienced the phenomena Xiao Zhan described? Unable to perceive spirit qi, yet possessing a capacity for its autonomous increase, Xiao Ye scoured his memories, but found no explanation for this peculiar occurrence. Although Xiao Yu understood that the spirit qi within him was a result of the minor true qi water, Xiao Zhan remained unaware of its existence, attributing Xiao Ye's transformation to other reasons that Xiao Ye was oblivious to. Half a year ago, this change began. Xiao Ye fabricated a grand deception. Aligning with Xiao Zhan's perspective, at least the matter of spirit qi required no further justification. Analyzing Xiao Zhan's tone, it was evident he believed he understood the source of Xiao Ye's transformation and was certain Xiao Ye found it perplexing. Both father and son harbored their own secrets. Xiao Ye possessed the clearest comprehension of the spirit qi within him, while Xiao Zhan, by sheer coincidence, had intertwined his thoughts with those of Xiao Ye. In this scenario, Xiao Ye deemed it prudent to let events unfold naturally, perhaps unearthing some hidden truths in the process. Half a year, the growth of the spirit qi seems somewhat sluggish. Perhaps it is due to its nascent state, Xiao Zhan remarked, furrowing his brow, indicating his dissatisfaction with the amount of spirit qi Xiao Yu possessed. Then, Xiao Zhan continued. You need not worry about the spirit qi within you, nor should you suppress it. Allow it to develop and flourish, and then learn spiritual techniques. You must devote all your energy to the cultivation of your true qi. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I shall reveal to you the reason behind the emergence of spiritual energy within your body. Indeed, Xiao Ye felt a shiver run through him and nodded in agreement. It seems this body indeed harbors some secrets. However, the naturally occurring spiritual energy that Xiao Zhan mentioned has yet to materialize, indicating it may be a matter of chance. Consequently, his consumption of the minor spiritual energy water to enhance his spiritual energy becomes quite reasonable. In the future, Xiao Zhan would entirely shield him from troubles concerning spiritual energy within the family, which is undoubtedly a positive development. Now then, let us turn our attention to the Zhongjian Villa and the recent events. As Xiao Zhan spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Jun, understanding the unspoken message. Xiao Jun first patted Xiao Ye on the shoulder, as if to apologize for the earlier altercation, before continuing. According to the intelligence relayed by elder brother, Zhongjian Villa has secretly allied with the Lu family, intent on completely eradicating the Xiao family. Xiao Jun divulged this weighty information and added, my confrontation with Wei Tianzhong, in which I deliberately severed his arm, was to investigate this matter further. The outcome has confirmed that elder brother's intelligence is at least 90% accurate. Wei Tianzhong, brother of Wei Tianyi, had a confrontation with Xiao Jun that was preordained. Xiao Jun's act of severing Wei Tianzhong's arm was entirely at the behest of Xiao Zhan. As they sought to observe Zhongjian Villa's reaction, Zhongjian Villa, undeterred, dispatched a team for retaliation, not only to flaunt their audacity but also to incite a significant conflict. Their intention was to sacrifice Wei Tianyi, thereby providing a seemingly legitimate rationale to obliterate the Xiao family. It is crucial to note that the Xiao family maintains connections with the 5 major sects, whose disciples are interwoven within the Xiao lineage. Any unwarranted assault on the Xiao family would not go unchallenged by these sects, making success in their endeavor unlikely. However, should they fabricate a plausible justification, the 5 sects would find it difficult to intervene, for Zhongjian Villa is not without its own disciples within these influential sections. Wei Tianyi, now under orders and empowered by his father's authorization, was unleashed to act without concern for the consequences. Little did he know, he had become a pawn in Zhongjian Villa's game. As the young master of Zhongjian Villa and a disciple of the Xian sect, his death at the hands of the Xiao family would ignite a war in an instant. Why, one might wonder. Would the Lu family ally with Zhongjian Villa when the Xiao family holds no grievances against them? The performance orchestrated by Xiao Zhan and Xiao Jun has cast Xiao Ye and Wei Tianyi into a deadly opposition. For Xiao Ye, this matter is of little consequence. As a member of the Xiao family, he recognizes the necessity of uncovering certain hidden truths. Conflicts between families are inevitable in the Xiao family. As an ancient lineage that has stood for over a millennium on the Jinyuan continent, has accumulated its share of enmities that cannot be easily resolved. In this current familial strife, the grievances are minor. The true motive lies in the pursuit of gain. Xiao Zhan remarked, "Do not be misled by the perception of our decline. Despite being an ancient clan, the resources of the Xiao family are enough to entice any family. Even the 5 major sections. Should the 5 sects be given a reason or sufficient incentive, they would not hesitate to eliminate the Xiao family. Does this not place us in a precarious position?" Xiao Ye exclaimed in alarm. Precarious is an understatement. It is akin to sitting on pins and needles. Xiao Jun replied gravely, "For now, there is no need for concern. We have endured such circumstances for years. Those who once sought our demise have failed. And so too will Zhongjian Villa in the Lu family," Xiao Zhan said with a sly grin, his eyes shifting back to Xiao Jun's son. "You could have joined any of the 5 major sects, yet circumstances compel me to keep you within the family. Will you hold this against me? Father." Xiao Jun knelt on one knee. "I have toiled in my cultivation since childhood to restore the glory of the Xiao family. While the sects offer a favorable environment and resources, they are not my destined path. I wish to stay and dedicate myself to practice. With effort, I believe I can achieve greatness." Xiao Jun's severing of Wei Tianzhong's arm has made joining a sect a potential invitation for retribution, endangering his life. He must remain with the Xiao family and fight alongside Xiao Zhan, where his character and talent can indeed make a difference. However, this situation burdens Xiao Ye, who, as he approaches entry into a sect, faces considerable challenges. The disciples of Zhongjian Villa and the Lu family will not let him go easily, should the opportunity arise. They may even seek to eliminate him. In this regard, both Xiao Zhan and Xiao Jun are deeply concerned. As for Xiao Ye's elder brother, who has already been in the sect for some time and has achieved some degree of success, it would be more difficult for Zhongjian Villa and the Lu family to target him, thus alleviating some worries. Year. While your innate talent for true qi may not match that of Juner, the naturally growing spiritual energy grants you the potential for dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts. Should you one day master the fusion of true qi and spiritual energy, your future will be boundless. Father, you need not say more. I cannot remain in the Xiao family. I must join the Xian sect, and I will not yield an inch on this matter." Before Xiao Zhan could finish his sentence, Xiao Ye resolutely interrupted him. Xiao Ye understood that Xiao Zhan, concerned for his safety, wished for him to stay within the Xiao family. However, the vastness of the Jinyuan continent is fraught with unknown challenges, and he would not relent. Having traversed into this world, he cannot live a life of mediocrity solely for the Xiao family. He has his own path to pursue, and no one can compel, suppress, or command him. He is a bird of the heavens, needing to spread his wings and soar. The expansive world is his ultimate sanctuary. Xiao Ye's unwavering resolve caused Xiao Zhan to furrow his brow. In this situation, remaining in the Xiao family would indeed be the wisest choice. Yet everything hinges on Xiao Ye's willingness. "Father, I support our third brother's decision to join the Xian sect. Mu Qing'er is a burden on his heart. And unless this issue is resolved, his future achievements will be limited. Moreover, our Xiao family possesses a low level of expertise in spiritual arts, far inferior to that of the Xian sect. Remaining with the Xiao family will only constrain his abilities," Xiao Jun stated, aligning himself with Xiao Ye. However, Xiao Jun harbored a lingering concern. The Yezhen pill he had given Xiao Yu that day had likely gone unused. So why had Xiao Yu not informed him about his cultivation level at that time? Could it be that he, as the second brother, had been too cold and stern, causing his younger brother to refrain from deeper conversations with him? Regardless, he is his dear brother, bound by blood, a connection that cannot be altered. Observing his 2 sons, Xiao Zhan, after a brief internal struggle, sighed. "Very well, the path you choose is yours. As long as you do not regret it, I have no further objections." This conversation led Xiao Ye to acknowledge that his relationship with Xiao Zhan and Xiao Jun had grown closer. He sensed a glimmer of familial affection and did not resist, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Deep within, he yearned for a genuine home, for true kinship, and it appeared that such a desire was not beyond reach. "Father, there is one more matter I must report to you." Seizing the opportunity as Xiao Zhan and Xiao Jun paused their discussion, Xiao Ye spoke up earnestly. "Speak." Xiao Zhan replied, his expression serious, drawing the attention of both him and Xiao Jun. It pertains to the recent ancient forest hunt. I believe you have received some information and will soon investigate thoroughly, but there is one aspect that must remain confidential, Xiao Ye stated. The outskirts of the ancient forest have recently been overrun by magical beasts due to a disciple from the demon sect who has deployed a peculiar mist, driving the beasts toward the forest's periphery. Oh, a disciple of the demon sect? This aligns closely with my suspicions. Since you are aware of this, it seems you have encountered the disciple, Xiao Zhan nodded. Indeed, and I fought against him, nearly losing my life, were it not for Xiao Jia's timely rescue. Xiao Ye felt a lingering fear as he continued. These matters are not the crux. The crux lies in Xiao Qin's demise within the cave of that demon sect disciple. The reason Xiao Qin found himself there was due to his collusion with this disciple. If this news were to spread, it could spell trouble for us, especially with the elder. At this point, Xiao Ye wisely refrained from elaborating, choosing instead to observe the changing expressions on Xiao Zhan's face. Does Xiao Qin's death have anything to do with you? Xiao Zhan's gaze bore into Xiao Ye, exuding an intimidating aura. To some extent, yes, Xiao Ye admitted, a chill running through him. He was confident that Xiao Zhan understood the necessary actions to take. The collusion between the Xiao clan's disciples and the demon sect was a grave matter. If publicized, it would provide the Sword Mountain Manor and the Lu family with a pretext for attack, and even the 5 great sects would not look kindly upon the Xiao clan. Chapter 38, 7th Level Warrior. 5th Rank Spiritualist. Xiao Zhan was acutely aware of the animosity between Xiao Ye and Xiao Qin. The significant information Xiao Ye had just revealed sounded like a report, yet it harbored deeper implications. I will handle this matter. As for the grudge with Xiao Qin, it ends here. Can you manage that? Xiao Zhan took a deep breath, realizing he had to tackle this issue himself. Otherwise, the elder would surely take Xiao Ye's life, and the Xiao clan would be thrust into peril due to Xiao Qin's alliance with the demon sect. I harbor no intention of instigating conflict. If they do not provoke me, I have no desire to contend with them, Xiao Ye shrugged. He could deal with Xiao Qin but not with his parents, let alone the elder. Xiao Zhan had numerous matters to attend to. After resolving this issue, the father and son exchanged no further words, and both Xiao Jun and Xiao Ye exited the residence. It was palpable that Xiao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Originally at peace, Xiao Ye felt a sense of release as he left the small dwelling. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Zhan had imparted an overwhelming sense of authority upon him. Third brother. Let us go, Xiao Jun called out, and 2 guards immediately stepped forward to lead the brothers. During their journey, there was no exchange of words. At this moment, Xiao Jun exuded a chilling aura, a stark contrast to his compliance in front of Xiao Zhan. This demeanor was natural, devoid of any pretense. Before long, the 2 brothers had departed the palace. Third brother, in just these few days, I owe you a debt of gratitude twice over. Being brothers, there is no need for further words. I will remember this, Xiao Jun said, intending to discuss matters in detail with Xiao Ye. However, being less articulate, he pondered for a long time and ultimately said nothing further, instead handing Xiao Ye a cloth bag. From eldest brother? Xiao Ye inquired as he accepted the bag, weighing it and deducing it likely contained books. In his memory, Xiao Ye's eldest brother possessed a gentle temperament, often wearing a smile, speaking softly, and caring for Xiao Ye in myriad ways. It was not unusual for him to bring back items. Second brother, I am feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall return first. Xiao Ye replied, stowing the bag and taking his leave, retreating to his courtyard. At this point, the major affairs had been settled, and the surging true energy and spiritual energy within Xiao Ye indicated they could no longer wait to break through. After such prolonged preparation, it was time to ascend to a new realm. With the advancement pills in hand, he aimed to break through 2 levels today, which bolstered his confidence to confront Wei Tianyi in a life-and-death struggle. 7th level warrior and 5th rank spiritualist. With the remaining days, Xiao Ye needed to diligently study a few manuals, and he wondered how Wei Tianyi could possibly compare. Summoning Dongzi, he closed the courtyard door, instructing Dongzi to stand guard outside and to deny entry to anyone, before settling down cross-legged on his bed. With a deep exhale, Xiao Ye expelled the stagnant energy, centering himself to achieve tranquility. The swirling true energy and spiritual energy within him gradually calmed, and his breathing became steady and measured. For a 5th level warrior, true energy must be significantly compressed to ascend to the 6th level. This requires the formation of a small current within the true energy. This task was not particularly difficult. Once the true energy was compressed sufficiently, a breakthrough could be achieved. The spiritual energy was even simpler, as transitioning from 3rd to 4th rank merely required an explosive surge of spiritual energy followed by a recoalescence, refining the energy further to complete the breakthrough. The quantities of true and spiritual energy were more than adequate, Xiao Ye's focus now centered on condensation and breakthrough. A process that was not overly complex, but demanded a calm mind to reach the pinnacle during the ascent, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Every breakthrough necessitated caution. Even if the process seemed simple, one could not afford to be careless. This was common knowledge throughout the Zhenyuan continent. Yet many were arrogant and unwilling to adhere to this principle. Having traversed here, as a task-oriented individual, Xiao Ye understood the importance of meticulousness, never shirking from the minutiae. With preparations complete, Xiao Ye directed all his focus into the true energy, merging his consciousness with the blue energy sphere. The tranquil true energy began to rotate slowly in sync with his awareness. With each rotation, the true energy appeared to shrink, only to be replenished rapidly with fresh true energy, expanding the sphere once more. Rotate again, shrink, add, and expand. The 4 steps proceeded methodically as the speed increased, with the true energy merging into his flesh and meridians, resulting in a minor transformation that notably enhanced Xiao Ye's strength, agility, and even his senses. Suddenly, at the core of the true energy sphere, a concentrated surge exploded, emitting a piercing shriek that could rupture eardrums. The erupted true energy swiftly transformed into a dragon-like current, racing through the sphere. The dragon symbolized the current. With its movement, the output and absorption of true energy accelerated, even enhancing its quality. As his eyes opened, a faint blue glow flickered within his pupils, a testament to the recent breakthrough that he had yet to fully suppress. Soon, the blue hue was subdued, and Xiao Ye took a deep breath. A bead of sweat formed on his brow, and a smile graced his lips. A 6th-level warrior was considerably stronger than a 5th-level warrior. The emergence of true energy currents would gradually turn the sphere into a vortex. He eagerly anticipated what kind of true energy a martial master would possess. Accessing his character attributes, the warrior level unmistakably shifted to 6th level, while he remained a 3rd-rank spiritualist. Seizing the moment, Xiao Ye closed the attributes and delved into the spiritual energy sphere. Instantly, the sphere began to boil, rapidly swirling before condensing. With each compression, the size of the spiritual energy sphere diminished, yet its richness intensified. With a resounding boom, the spiritual energy sphere erupted, quickly returning to tranquility. Though it remained a singular mass of energy, the spiritual energy aura enveloping its surface was evidently more refined. Taking a deep breath, he withdrew his focus and opened his character attributes, confirming his advancement to the 4th-rank spiritualist stage. With his strength surging, Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the initial spirit staff, reciting the incantation to channel the spiritual energy into the staff. Instantly, a flicker of flame emerged before him, rapidly expanding. "Little fireball," he exclaimed softly as the flames around the flicker coalesced, ultimately forming a fireball the size of a palm, hovering in the air. While the fireball did not emit overwhelming heat compared to the fiery spirit of the Crimson Flame Spirit Bracelet, it appeared significantly more stable and, at first glance, quite weak. Yet, one should not be deceived by its appearance. The little fireball was a potent offensive spell. Its exterior served as a barrier, while the true concentrated flames lay within. Once the fireball detonated, its power would exceed that of the spiritual flames by at least 5-fold. The fireball was a cohesive entity, whereas the spiritual flames were dispersed. To obliterate the fireball, one must annihilate it entirely, unlike the spiritual flames, which could be damaged in parts. With a precise gesture, Xiao Ye commanded the fireball to orbit above his head, showcasing the finesse of spiritual techniques. Every spirit technique is intricately connected to its master, allowing the master to manipulate the speed and direction of its attacks. Naturally, the higher the level of the spirit master, the more adept they become at such control. As Xiao Ye struggled to manage a small fireball, he felt his internal spirit energy waning, yet he managed to maintain control. He summoned his spirit energy, and with a flick of his initial spirit staff, the fireball dispersed into streams of energy, merging back into the staff and returning to Xiao Ye's body. Spirit energy is the most vital force for a spirit master. Not every spirit technique can be effectively utilized. Techniques can condense or disperse, and once in use, they can be recalled with minimal loss, almost negligible. Finally, Xiao Ye could manipulate the fireball with ease, but that was still insufficient. Given the current circumstances, he could conjure at most 2 fireballs, and without the aid of true energy, their offensive power would be too weak. Xiao Ye murmured to himself, in the early stages, spirit masters cannot compete with martial artists, but once they break through to the spirit master realm, their strength significantly increases, providing an advantage over martial artists of the same rank. Particularly, the formidable output of a spirit master is ideally suited for a decisive strike. For Xiao Ye, the divine equipment system is his treasure, and the dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts is the path he has chosen for combat and cultivation. This is his advantage. Maintaining and expanding it are matters he constantly contemplates. After all, even with exceptional talent, if one does not strive, an ordinary person could still cultivate to surpass him. Utilizing talent, diligently cultivating, and seeking the most suitable methods is the true path. Regardless, spirit energy can only be cultivated through water spirit energy. Its speed is certainly no match for true energy. Thus, he resolved to cultivate to the martial master realm first, and only then would he discuss matters of strength. Xiao Ye licked his lips and produced a brownish pill, roughly the size of a fingernail, surrounded by a layer of red light. Its scent somewhat pungent. This was a minor advancement pill, capable of elevating one's cultivation by a small tier, enhancing both true energy and spirit energy levels. In the Xingyuan continent, such a pill is indeed priceless and utterly non-existent. Xiao Ye acquired this pill through the divine equipment system, as it is impossible to concoct such a pill due to the unknown principles behind it. Even if one knew, the materials for its creation are unattainable. As a 6th-level martial artist and a 4th-tier spirit master, with his progress bar at a blank stage, consuming the minor advancement pill at this moment is undoubtedly optimal. A 5th-level martial artist has a basic package, and a 5th-tier spirit master should similarly possess a package. With a lick of his lips, Xiao Ye opened his mouth and swallowed the minor advancement pill. Ding! He became a 5th-tier spirit master and received a basic package. Should he open the package? A task was issued, to be unlocked upon reaching the 6th-tier spirit master, granting him a basic magic egg. Just as Xiao Ye prepared to open the basic package immediately, the divine equipment system issued a task, unveiling a new item, the magic egg. Chapter 39. The water prison of the 6th layer. The so-called magic egg primarily serves to incubate magical beasts, which will hatch when the time is right, allowing the master to subdue them. However, for Xiao Ye, he was not particularly keen on obtaining the magic egg. Firstly, the magical beast that emerges from the egg is uncertain, and secondly, some magical beasts can indeed be troublesome, causing significant issues even if they are powerful. They typically possess their own consciousness and agency. Even when enslaved, complete control over them is unattainable. Of course, the abilities of magical beasts are undeniably formidable, and they are all capable of evolution, making them a powerful asset for Xiao Ye. At the very least, no matter how mischievous a magical beast may be, it would not turn against its master. Most importantly, this is a task. As a task, Xiao Ye must fulfill it without requiring further justification. Delaying the opening of the basic package is merely a test of patience. While he indeed needs spirit techniques, they are not absolutely essential. He could wait to see what his elder brother brings back for him. Xiao Ye set the basic package aside in his inventory and retrieved a cloth bag, preparing to open it when an unmistakably potent spirit energy suddenly enveloped the courtyard. Young master, Elder Xiaoming has arrived. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows as he heard Dongzi's reluctant report from outside. Despite having instructed that no one was to disturb him, Elder Xiaoming, as the second elder of the Xiao family, could not be obstructed by a mere servant. The second elder must have sustained significant injuries from the previous battle. It was puzzling that he sought Xiao Ye instead of resting. As Xiao Ye pondered, he stood up. After all, Elder Ming was the second elder, and such respect must be given. The door swung open, and Dongzi stood respectfully to the side as Elder Ming held a purple orb staff, appearing like an ordinary middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. He did not release any spirit energy, nor did he soar through the air. He even retracted the pressure associated with his rank, presenting himself as an ordinary visitor. Xiao Ye observed this keenly, his thoughts racing as he realized that Elder Ming was not there to cause trouble. Disciple Xiao Ye greets the second elder. Xiao Ye smiled warmly, stepping forward to show respect as a junior. Elder Ming nodded, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Ye with a hint of peculiarity. In less than a day, this young man's power had surged so dramatically that even his aura had improved. Perhaps the family head had employed some extraordinary means? His astonishment flickered in his eyes. Yet Elder Ming's serious demeanor remained tinged with a hint of coldness. Xiao Xiaojia is an exceptional spirit master, but alas, our Xiao family has limited resources to cultivate her. I am aware of your close relationship and wish to ask for your assistance. Elder Ming stood firm, bypassing pleasantries to address the matter at hand, holding a somewhat antiquated book in his hand. Please, Elder, speak freely. I shall do my utmost. Xiao Ye felt a shiver of seriousness at the second elder's request, not daring to be negligent. After all, Elder Ming was a powerful spirit master. Without him, Xiao Ye would have perished at Wei Tian's hands outside the ancient forest. From another perspective, Elder Ming had saved his life. Moreover, as a highly respected elder, particularly with his status as a spirit master, he held considerable influence within the Xiao family. This spirit technique was something I acquired earlier, but due to certain restrictions, I cannot cultivate it. I hope you will pass it on to Xiao Ye. I trust it will be beneficial to her. As he spoke, Elder Ming released a stream of spirit energy, transforming into an invisible force that lifted the book, floating towards Xiao Ye. Elder Ming's gaze lingered on the book, clearly holding it in high regard, yet he chose to entrust it to Xiao Ye. Entrusting it to Xiao Ye signifies his esteem for her. But why not give it directly to her instead of relaying it through Xiao Ye? Given Xiao Ye's character, she would not easily accept gifts from others. Especially not from the second elder himself. She would undoubtedly refuse. Furthermore, Xiao Ye held a unique position within the Xiao family, making direct contact with her inappropriate for the second elder. Xiao Ye quickly pieced together the situation, reaching out to take the ancient text on spirit techniques. Just as he was about to say something, Elder Ming had already stepped onto the azure waves, soaring into the air. He came and went in a hurry, completing his business without a moment's pause. Such was the serious nature of Elder Ming. As Xiao Ye watched Elder Ming depart until he vanished, the elder's voice resonated once more in his mind. The sect will begin accepting disciples earlier. Starting tomorrow, various sects will come to recruit. In 3 days, the Ziyun sect will arrive. The individuals sent by the Ziyun sect traditionally accept only one disciple, and they have already chosen. You would do well to consider another sect, and also convey this news to Xiao Ye. If I am not mistaken, she has likely chosen the Ziyun sect as well. This message did not reach Dongzi's ears, but echoed solely in Xiao Ye's mind. Elder Ming was subtly reminding both him and Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye's aspiration to join the Ziyun sect is no secret. And given that the Ziyun sect is renowned for its mastery of spirit techniques among the 5 major sects, Xiao Ye's likelihood of choosing it is high. The elders sent by the Ziyun sect only accept one disciple? Xiao Ye furrowed his brows, aware that the Ziyun sect, as one of the 5 major sects, had a rigorous selection process for disciples. Countless young aspirants, believing themselves to be exceptionally gifted, traversed mountains and rivers to reach the Ziyun sect. Yet only a scant few were accepted. Some leveraged their backgrounds or sought alternative avenues, but not all were successful. The sect's primary method for recruiting disciples involved dispatching core figures each year to various locations for this purpose. The most significant resources naturally came from prominent families. Aside from them, one had to rely on their own journeys to find opportunities. It was unheard of to recruit merely one disciple. And Xiao Ye was perplexed by the peculiarities of the elder visiting the Xiao family. If only one disciple was to be accepted, he could easily return home, believing there would be other opportunities. The only question was whether he was worthy enough to be chosen. It seemed he would have to give it his all this time. Xiao Ye had no intention of retreating. Joining the Ziyun sect was imperative. Since a representative was visiting the Xiao family, it indicated that there was still a chance. Otherwise, they would not have taken the trouble to come. Spiritual techniques? Clutching the ancient tome on spiritual techniques from Elder Xiao Ming, Xiao Ye greedily licked his lips. All were worth learning. If Xiao Ye could master them, so could he. Dongzi, continue guarding. I need to retreat for a while, Xiao Ye declared, locking the door once more. He would certainly pass the tome to Xiao Ye, but Elder Xiao Ming had not strictly forbidden Xiao Ye from perusing or learning. They were all disciples of the Xiao family, after all. With the beginner-esque gift pack temporarily unopened, the ancient tome from Elder Xiao Ming, combined with the items his elder brother had brought back, would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for Xiao Ye. Faced with obstacles in joining the Ziyun sect, he resolved to become immensely stronger, determined to be accepted by the elder from the Ziyun sect. On his bed, Xiao Ye opened the ancient tome on spiritual techniques, and the chaotic, intricate characters and spiritual energy manipulations immediately greeted his eyes. Setting aside the convoluted texts and illustrations, the first thing he noticed and could easily remember was the title of the tome, The Sixfold Water Prison. Although he could not comprehend the cultivation methods of the Sixfold Water Prison at first glance, he discerned that it was divided into 6 realms. Each realm, from the first to the 6th, offered significant enhancements in power. The cultivation process progressed from simple to complex, however. Even the first realm's cultivation method eluded Xiao Ye after a lengthy study. Damn, no wonder Elder Xiao Ming couldn't cultivate, he thought. Although the tome contained an abundance of text, diagrams, and incantations, its disordered layout rendered it incomprehensible. How could one possibly cultivate under such conditions? The name Sixfold Water Prison sounded appealing, but the complexity of its cultivation methods made mastering it within 3 days seem utterly fanciful. He might not even be able to grasp the basics. The divine equipment system could assist him in instantly learning the cloud-swallowing palm. Perhaps this spiritual technique could as well. Xiao Ye's thoughts once again reached out to the divine equipment system, transmitting his intentions, yet he received no response. He did not give up. Instead, he allowed his consciousness to navigate the divine equipment system, searching. He encountered numerous sealed functions. This was a vast gaming world. Yet it had sealed away too many powerful abilities. Everything before him appeared gray and inaccessible. Suddenly, a glimmer caught Xiao Ye's eye. His consciousness investigated, revealing an unsealed, thatched cottage where a bald monk stood. The monk, with a benevolent expression and white hair, chanted a Buddhist mantra with his left hand while holding a gleaming golden staff in his right. He donned a robe, and above his head were 3 glaring characters, Skill Master. Indeed, it was as such. Xiao Ye's spirits lifted. The ability to learn skills instantly could not have originated from the divine equipment system, but rather from the Skill Master. Unbeknownst to him, this Skill Master had already unlocked the seal. It seemed he must periodically explore the gaming world. Otherwise, he might miss the unveiling of various functions. His thoughts projected towards the Skill Master, and immediately, the monk's distant voice resonated. Benefactor, would you like to learn a skill? Yes, Xiao Ye replied without hesitation. You lack a skill book, thus cannot learn. The old monk promptly dismissed him. My skill book is in the outside world. May I still learn? Xiao Ye inquired. Yes, but learning skills from the outside world incurs double fees. You must first initiate a skill scan to confirm the skill level and determine the cost. Each scan consumes 30 gold coins. Would you like to initiate the skill scan? How outrageous! Xiao Ye exclaimed, his eyes widening. Shouldn't a monk, known for compassion, value gold coins so highly? Could you perhaps offer a discount? Xiao Ye found himself bargaining with the gaming world, a scenario that would surely amuse any onlooker. Even the old monk nearly raised an eyebrow, thinking, such a miserly player is a rarity indeed. Scan or not, the Skill Master's tone remained calm, showing no inclination to haggle. Xiao Ye glanced at the fewer than 700 gold coins in his possession, then at the Skill Master's stern expression, finally sighing in resignation. Fine, scan it. Skill scan initiated, consuming 30 gold coins. Buzzing sounds filled the air. The familiar 8 trigrams symbol emerged on Xiao Ye's forehead, and a beam of white light shot out, illuminating the 6-fold water prison. Xiao Ye's heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 40. Movement and Fragmented Copper Piece Skill Name. 6-fold water prison. Level, from yellow to heavenly. Suitable profession, Spiritual Master. Minimum learning requirement, 5th tier Spiritualist. The scan completed swiftly, and the system's voice echoed. Currently, you can learn the first realm, which requires 400 gold coins. Would you like to learn? The price startled Xiao Ye, who had painstakingly accumulated 680 gold coins through relentless quests, only to see 30 spin on the scan. Now, learning would cost him an additional 400. If he chose not to learn, he would waste 30 gold coins, but if he did learn, he would be left with only 250 coins, a sum he found rather unappealing. Previously, learning the Cloud-Swallowing Palm, also a yellow level skill, cost 100 gold coins. According to your pricing logic, it should be 200, not 400. Xiao Ye was acutely aware of the importance of gold coins. He loathed the idea of wasting even one. Reflecting on the cost of learning the Cloud-Swallowing Palm, he felt he could not part with his gold so readily. Answering questions will cost 10 gold coins, came the response. The more he cherished his gold, the more the old monk seemed to raise his prices, stating that inquiries required payment first. Xiao Ye, though reluctant to part with 10 gold coins, realized he could not rid himself of his confusion without clarity. 10 gold coins. Here you go, he resolved. The Cloud-Swallowing Palm was merely a low-tier yellow-level skill included in the beginner's gift pack, hence its low learning cost. The first realm of the 6-fold water prison, though also yellow level, was upper tier. It could not be compared to the Cloud-Swallowing Palm. To master it, the monk would expend considerable energy, hence the higher cost. After the Skill Master's explanation, Xiao Ye's gold coins were deducted. The monk fell silent, resembling a statue, awaiting Xiao Ye's final decision. Upper tier yellow level? I understand now. Very well, I shall learn the 6-fold water prison. Enlightened by the Skill Master's elucidation, Xiao Ye made his decision without hesitation. The Skill Master, taken aback, pondered, this miserly character has suddenly become so generous. Could it be that he suffered a head injury in childhood, leading to a split personality? The skill learning commenced, and characters floated from the 6-fold water prison, absorbed by the golden light emanating from Xiao Ye's forehead, melding into his mind. Unlike before, the ancient tome in his hands did not vanish, for it belonged to the real world and would not disappear like the Cloud-Swallowing Palm. Within his mind, the knowledge of the 6-fold water prison rapidly coalesced, revealing its wondrous application methods in the swift interchange of various spiritual energies and incantations. Though it was an upper-tier yellow-level skill, its intricacies were astonishing. Given Xiao Ye's innate talent for spiritual techniques, it would take him several years to even grasp the basics. Elder too relinquished this technique, yet his reluctance was palpable. And at this moment, Xiao Ye began to comprehend his sentiments. The The six-fold water prison indeed constituted a formidable spiritual technique. However, its arduous training dissuaded many from pursuing it. Xiao Ming lacked the luxury of time for cultivation and thus entrusted the technique to Xiao Ye, partly as a gesture of goodwill and partly to gauge her innate talent for spiritual arts. This was a dual-purpose strategy. After absorbing all knowledge of the first-fold water prison, Xiao Ye had mastered the technique to its zenith, yet he could barely wield it with the spiritual energy at his disposal. Once the first-fold water prison ensnares its target, the adversary becomes incapacitated, their strength coalescing, rendering them unable to breathe. However, this would also deplete all his spiritual energy, and he could only maintain the first-fold water prison for approximately 3 breaths. A smirk graced Xiao Ye's lips, thus. For a 5th-rank spiritualist to employ the first-fold water prison would indeed be tantamount to self-destruction. Yet endowed with true energy, he could unleash an attack upon binding the enemy. The benefits of dual cultivation in martial and spiritual arts are immeasurable. Mastering the first-fold water prison equates to possessing a secret weapon. With dwindling gold coins, it became imperative to earn more. The temptation to instantaneously learn skills was overwhelming, and mastering them alongside their profound meanings was an advantage not easily attained through mere cultivation. Composing himself, Xiao Ye resolved to set aside the six-fold water prison for now, preparing to pass it on to Xiao Ye the following day. As for the subsequent 5 folds of the six-fold water prison, they had already been acquired by the skill master after scanning, and Xiao Ye merely needed to amass sufficient gold coins to enhance his abilities there. Naturally, to elevate the skill's rank, one must first meet the requisite spiritual energy standards. Failing to do so would render the next tier of skills unreachable. Extracting the fabric pouch sent by his elder brother, Xiao Ye swiftly opened it. Inside lay a pristine martial skill manual, atop which rested a fragment of a copper plate, its surface adorned with indistinct engravings, appearing rather unremarkable. Alongside these items was a note tucked within the pages of the book, which Xiao Ye retrieved and began to read softly. Third brother, should you open this letter, I hope you will promise me one thing. Forget Muchinger and return to your true self. I do not wish to elaborate on this matter. You must come to your own understanding. Just remember, regardless of circumstances, you and I are bound by blood as brothers. Enough of unnecessary words. You have seen the items within the pouch. The martial skill is one I procured from the market, named the Roaring Wind Steps. Not particularly advanced, but easy to learn. Proving quite useful in combat. Heed my advice and practice diligently. The copper plate was an accidental find, seemingly holding secrets. After 2 years of research, I have yielded no results, so I return it to the sect. If it serves you, keep it. If not, give it to father. Third brother, the world is far larger and more splendid than you can imagine. I shall not persuade you, but perhaps when you leave the Xiao family, you will understand that Muchinger is merely a fleeting light in your life, not worth clinging to. Enough said. I trust you will contemplate wisely. Train well, and I look forward to our reunion. Take care. Xiao Ding. Upon finishing the note, Xiao Ye felt the warmth of Xiao Ding's affection. Though merely words, lacking extensive description, the brotherly love was unmistakably conveyed. The Roaring Wind Steps, evidently he had martial skills to practice over the next 3 days. A smile crept onto Xiao Ye's face as he chose not to immediately delve into the Roaring Wind Steps, instead directing his attention to the copper plate. This fragment, merely the size of 2 fingernails, bore an intricate yet indistinct engraving, obscured further by rust, rendering it inscrutable. Neither true energy nor spiritual energy seemed to affect the copper plate. As for water or fire, it likely would prove ineffective, or else Xiao Ding would not have sent it back. He must have attempted numerous methods to unveil the copper plate as secrets, yet did not discard it, indicating that he perceived it held significance. With my current knowledge, I would not discern its mystery. However, with the divine artifact system, the solution appeared straightforward, albeit requiring 10 gold coins, a sum I hesitated to part with. Sighing, Xiao Ye activated the crafting system and initiated a scan. The Bagua imprint re-emerged, its light enveloping the copper plate. Scanning in progress. Item, copper plate. Level, none. Soul power, 0. Spirituality, 0. Consciousness, deep sleep. Does it meet item conditions? Non-crafting item. Scan complete. This object is a fragment. Further information cannot be obtained. Please collect more fragments and rescan. The copper plate, not being a crafting item, held the most significant revelation for Xiao Ye. Its consciousness was in deep sleep. He recalled that Ling Zixin's consciousness was deeply sealed. This deep seal and deep sleep are entirely different states. Sealing requires gradual unbinding, while the so-called sleep, once awakened, leads to complete consciousness. Living beings can slumber. This humble copper plate possesses consciousness and lies in a state of deep sleep. There must be profound mysteries concealed within it. Attempting to place the copper plate into the pouch yielded failure. Items not modified by the divine artifact system cannot be stored in the pouch, only carried on one's person. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye cleared his mind of distractions and focused on the roaring wind steps. The martial technique indeed proved far more comprehensible than spiritual arts. Devoid of intricate energy arrangements or bizarre incantations, this seemed learnable. The roaring wind steps, a method of movement, was not particularly advanced, suitable for novices in agility. For Xiao Ye, it served as an excellent introductory skill, facilitating physical coordination. Having endured the slaughterhouse and life-and-death battles, Xiao Ye possessed combat experience. Yet, he had to admit that his agility was exceedingly crude, utterly disorganized in the outside world. Combat for a martial artist hinges on speed, precision, and ferocity, without proficient agility. Achieving success is impossible. This technique was indeed simple. It appeared he would be able to employ it in 3 days. There was no time to waste. Tonight he would commence his training. As he opened the door, a cool night breeze greeted him. Dongzi, clad in thin garments, stood guard outside like the most loyal servant. Xiao Ye smiled and said, Dongzi, you may return to rest. You need not come to the other courtyard for the next 3 days. Yes. Dongzi understood that Xiao Ye was granting him a reprieve, and feeling grateful, he refrained from unnecessary chatter, promptly retreating. He recognized that the third young master of the Xiao family had truly returned. He required solitude to cultivate. Some matters are best attended to without thanks, questioning, or refusal, for any action could consume the third young master's time. This was something Dongzi would not permit. He was merely a servant, performing the duties expected of him, and nothing more. It seemed prudent to bestow some benefits upon him before departing. Xiao Ye mused inwardly, activating the true energy within him. The true energy of a 7th-rank martial artist coursed through his body in mere moments, and then he stepped out, moving like the wind, his agility becoming indistinct. Initially, Xiao Ye's movements required frequent pauses for adjustment, occasionally losing balance. However, with practice, his agility grew increasingly refined. By dawn, the courtyard appeared deserted, save for a wisp of green smoke drifting in the breeze. Chapter 41. Transference. Xiao Ye's hazy agility allowed him to cover short distances with each fleeting motion, yet his actions transformed swiftly. In one moment, he faced forward. In the next, he pivoted left, advancing 3 steps before retreating 1, first shifting to the right side, and then to the left. This series of movements, though seemingly uncomplicated, hinged on coordination and speed. Panting, Xiao Ye halted, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. The roaring wind steps required true energy support. Although the consumption was minimal, failure to master its application would lead to unintentional depletion of true energy. After a night of practice, Xiao Ye could only claim to have just begun to grasp the Luofeng steps. Mastery would require time, experience, and diligent effort. With only 2 days remaining, he decided to hand over the 6-fold water prison to Xiao Ye, uncertain of her current condition. Xiao Ye recalled how Xiao Ye had injured her arm because of him. She always gave him the impression of needing protection, yet in critical moments, it was she who leaped forward to safeguard him. He found it difficult to evaluate Xiao Ye. But one thing was certain, he regarded her as a friend or even a sister. As Xiao Ye departed from the courtyard, he transformed into a gentle breeze, swiftly employing the Luofeng steps. Time was limited. Even while traveling, he intended to engage in training. Xiao Ye's residence was not within the family compound. As she belonged to a collateral branch, to reside in the Xiao family, one needed to achieve something noteworthy or make some significant contribution. As a collateral disciple, one could freely choose their dwelling and report it to the Xiao family for registration. Naturally, a number of houses had been constructed around the foot of the Xiao family's mountain, within a 10-mile radius, and this area was often referred to as Xiao Town. Here, collateral members could apply for free housing, and many vendors from other cities came to set up stalls, making Xiao Town quite lively over time. Before leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Ye specifically inquired about Xiao Ye's address. Due to the rumors surrounding her as a heavenly disaster, it was easy to obtain her location, which was also relatively straightforward to find. After all, as a heavenly disaster, few wished to approach her, rendering her home rather remote. Situated at the far western edge of Xiao Town, in an area seldom frequented by people. Upon arriving at Xiao Town, Xiao Ye was greeted by a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. The streets bustled with foot traffic, shops and stalls abounded, and transactions unfolded rapidly. Xiao Town, albeit small, was equipped with all the essentials: equipment shops, elixir pharmacies, weapon stores, trading posts, and accessory boutiques. Patrols of Xiao family disciples ensured the security of the bustling town. As the third son of the Xiao family, Xiao Ye could easily be recognized within the family estate, yet in Xiao Town, he was merely an ordinary figure, largely unrecognized by the collateral members. Generally, Those who lingered in Xiao Town were rather unremarkable, relying on the Xiao family's protection. After all, capable collateral members could easily establish their own influence and thrive in the city. However, whether collateral or direct descendants, when the Xiao family required their assistance, they would typically lend a hand, and the Xiao family would also extend help when they needed it. This exemplified the familial ties within a large clan. During his time in the Zhenyuan continent, this was Xiao Ye's first encounter with a lively town. Compared to his original world, it lacked some of the opulence and rigidity, yet overflowed with vibrancy and freedom. He found this atmosphere appealing. Traveling westward, he slowed his pace slightly, intending to acclimate to the town's life and gradually integrate into this new world. As the crowd thinned, the path ahead became uneven, and buildings grew sparse until, eventually, the ground was overrun with weeds. Occasionally, someone would pass by in haste, swiftly disappearing from view. The houses lining both sides were mostly abandoned, and those that weren't were uninhabited. The far western area resembled a forsaken ruin. Upon rounding a significant bend, a small flower garden emerged before him. The garden, roughly 2 zhang in circumference, was lush with green grass and vibrant flowers, occasionally graced by fluttering butterflies. Enclosed by bamboo fencing, not far behind was a small vegetable plot, where hundreds of green sprouts peeked out, exuding vitality. To the right of the vegetable patch stood a quaint wooden cabin, aged yet remarkably clean. In the small courtyard before the cabin sat a woman, meditating in the air, surrounded by shimmering spiritual light, her eyes gently closed as she cultivated her energy, radiating tranquility. From afar, Xiao Ye observed Xiao Ye, noting how the energy emanating from her seemed to harmonize with the surrounding environment, causing the plants in the flower garden and the vegetables in the field to sway gently. It was as if the flora were breathing in sync with her. And Xiao Ye felt an illusion that, through the infusion of spiritual energy, the plants had grown a little more vibrant. Is this the essence of spiritual cultivation? It must feel sublime to merge with nature. Watching this scene, Xiao Ye couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. As he pondered, his aura slightly leaked, causing Xiao Ye's energy to disperse almost instantaneously. Her spiritual eyes opened, radiating a piercing gaze. When she recognized Xiao Ye, the fierce intensity in her eyes vanished, replaced by a softer gaze that quickly buried itself in her dark hair. Xiao Ye floated gracefully to the ground, opening her door. She did not invite Xiao Ye into her home but approached him instead. Without uttering a word, she merely nodded, a silent greeting. If she treated Xiao Ye this way, one could only imagine how she interacted with strangers. It was likely that any unfamiliar face would be swiftly deterred by her gaze, making it difficult even to draw near, let alone engage in conversation. Jia, how's your injury? Xiao Ye asked with a smile, his gaze settling on her previously wounded shoulder. Remarkably, it seemed that she had recovered well in just a day. I have healing spiritual techniques. I am already restored, Xiao Ye replied softly. Her words sparse, yet significantly improved since their initial encounter. Xiao Ye shrugged, presenting the six-fold water prison. This spiritual technique was entrusted to me by the second elder. Please accept it. Xiao Ye lowered her head, gazing at the six-fold water prison in Xiao Ye's hand. At first, she appeared completely indifferent. But when her eyes fell upon the worn cover adorned with characters, she trembled slightly. In an instant, her delicate hand shot out, seizing the six-fold water prison with surprising speed, catching even Xiao Ye off guard. He had anticipated that she might refuse it multiple times, and he was prepared with arguments. Yet she accepted it so decisively, almost snatching it away. Xiao Ye had also seen the characters on the cover of the six-fold water prison and found nothing unusual. However, Xiao Ye's immediate discernment indicated that her talent for spiritual energy cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Did that elder truly say it was for me? Xiao Ye did not open the ancient tome, but gently caressed its cover, a hint of trepidation in her demeanor. She feared she might have misheard. Yet she felt an unwavering determination to possess the six-fold water prison. Xiao Ye was entirely unaware that the six-fold water prison's 6 realms ranged from the yellow level to the celestial level. Merely observing the spiritual characters on the cover indicated that this technique was far from ordinary. For a spiritual master, the allure of the six-fold water prison was nearly irresistible, especially for someone like Xiao Ye, who devoted herself wholeheartedly to cultivation. The second elder mentioned it. As for whether he will retract it, I cannot say. Xiao Ye waved his hand and added, by the way, the sect's recruitment has commenced early. I heard that a sect has already come today, and Ziyun's sect will arrive in 2 days. This time, the elder from Ziyun's sect will only accept 1 disciple, and he advised you to consider other sections. Xiao Ye spoke these words leisurely, continuously observing Xiao Ye, who showed no signs of surprise or disappointment in response to this news. And what about you? Xiao Ye inquired. Me? Xiao Ye chuckled. No matter what, I must join Ziyun's sect. If I cannot succeed this time, I will go directly to their mountain gate and find a way. I will become a disciple of Xian's sect. His resolute declaration revealed his determination. Xian's sect had too many missions, and he was willing to employ any means necessary to gain entry. I understand. What do you mean by understand? Aren't you considering switching to another sect? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Xiao slightly lifted her head, parting her red lips to reveal 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Her smile radiated brilliance. I am just like you. Such simple words conveyed her unwavering determination. In truth, Xiao Ye's inquiry was quite unnecessary, given Xiaojia's capabilities. The likelihood of Ziyun's sect dismissing her was exceedingly slim. Xiao Ye, your spiritual energy has increased again. You can now learn higher-level offensive spiritual techniques. Xiaojia suddenly remarked as she retracted her 6-fold water prison. Xiao Ye paused, realizing that she was clearly offering to teach him new offensive techniques. Had it not been for his commitment to practicing the Luo Feng step, he would have eagerly accepted the opportunity, but time was of the essence. In just 2 days, the sect will begin recruiting disciples, so prepare well, Xiao Ye said, suddenly recalling something. By the way, if anyone inquires about Xiaoqin, just claim ignorance or simply ignore the question. Xiaojia obediently nodded. The matter concerning Xiaoqin was irrelevant to her, and she was not privy to the specifics. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Xiao Ye chose to advise her thus. We shall meet in 2 days. I hope we can both smoothly enter Xian's sect. Focus on your training. I shall take my leave. With that, Xiao Ye stepped back onto the path of the Luo Feng step, retracing his steps. Xiaojia's eyes sparkled as she carefully retrieved the 6-fold water prison, returning to her small room like a child who had just received a cherished toy, shutting the door behind her as she fervently began her research. Chapter 42. The winds of change. This girl's spiritual energy had grown even stronger than during the time of Gulen. As Xiao Ye departed, he felt a sense of astonishment within. Although his strength did not match Xiaojia's, his perceptive abilities were commendable. He had noticed her increase in spiritual energy, marveling silently at her progress without voicing it. It was remarkable that this girl, long dubbed the Heavenly Calamity Star and having witnessed the demise of her loved ones, had not allowed her heart to twist in darkness. Her temperament was notably steady. She would not easily succumb to anger, even in the heat of battle. Nor would she falter due to nerves. She was a girl of exceptional composure and an extraordinarily talented spiritual master. This was achieved without resources. Once she entered Xian's sect and gained access to abundant training resources, her achievements would be unfathomably formidable. It was no wonder the second elder held her in such high regard. As Xiao Ye traversed the Luo Feng step, thoughts of Xiaojia occupied his mind until he smiled gently, dismissing the matter from his consciousness. Regardless of Xiaojia's talents, they were her own, and did not directly concern him. He needed to concentrate on preparing himself to face Xian's sect. Upon re-entering Xiao family town, Xiao Ye sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Many disciples of the Xiao family had gathered, animatedly discussing something, while others hurried in groups towards the Xiao family estate. Observing this unusual scene, Xiao Ye speculated that the townsfolk must have received news regarding the sect's recruitment of disciples. Hey, have you heard? The sect's recruitment is happening sooner than expected. First sects have already arrived at the Xiao family today and are currently gathering disciples at the martial arts arena. Everyone is rushing to the Xiao residence. Really? The recruitment usually takes place 10 days after the hunt concludes. Why the urgency this time? Xiaodong, you're always in the know. Didn't you inquire about it? To be honest, I did uncover some details. Would you like to hear them? Come on. Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us what you know. We'll treat you to a good meal later. The surrounding chatter was rather overwhelming, mostly aligning with Xiao Ye's suspicions. However, upon hearing this particular conversation, he immediately halted, straining to listen. Traditionally, the major sects would come to recruit disciples at the Xiao family about 10 days after the hunt, but this time it was occurring almost immediately after. For Xiao Ye, unaware of the underlying reasons, there was little to contemplate. Yet, the Xiao family disciples might possess the knowledge he lacked. Could it be that the recruitment was advanced for a significant reason? Contemplating this, Xiao Ye focused his spiritual energy into his ears, while his hearing had notably improved. It was slightly clearer than before. Xiao Dong appeared to be a well-informed individual, and under the persuasive pressure of his peers, he finally relented. You all know, right? Our righteous sect and the demonic sect are separated by a small city called Weiyang Town. This location has been a battleground between the two factions for years, resulting in countless strong warriors losing their lives. Recently, both sects devised a plan to resolve the territorial dispute of Weiyang Town once and for all. What plan? The group's interest surged at the mention of such an important matter. The newcomers' championship between the righteous and demonic sects. The competition allows disciples under the age of 20 to participate. If the righteous disciples win, Weiyang Town belongs to the righteous path. If the demonic disciples win, it goes to the demonic faction, Xiao Dong disclosed cautiously. Is that so? I've heard the demonic disciples train at an astonishing rate, which could be detrimental to the righteous sect based on age. The demonic sect indeed possesses strength, but our righteous sect has the advantage in numbers. Thus, various sects are scouring for exceptionally talented individuals who might defeat the demonic disciples. Regardless, the division of Weiyang Town would be mutually beneficial for both factions. Hisses. The clash between the righteous and demonic sects will stir the winds of change across the Xingyuan continent again. Hehe. This happens periodically, for the strong. It's quite an entertaining affair. Let us go, let us hurry to join the sect. Who knows, perhaps it'll be me who defeats the demonic disciples. This news reached Xiao Ye's ears with a profound impact, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Whether in the realm of games or reality, conflict was an inevitable aspect. Where there was strife, there was passion, and without it, what purpose did cultivation serve? Was it merely to strengthen the body? It was becoming increasingly intriguing. Yang Shuo was also a disciple of the demonic sect, though he seemed to have surpassed the age limit. Furthermore, with the newcomers championship underway, both sides would undoubtedly seek to eliminate formidable opponents. It was indeed time for the Xingyuan continent to experience a minor upheaval. In high spirits, Xiao Ye made his way back to the Xiao family estate. As anticipated, the path was crowded with Xiao family disciples, all rushing towards the estate. The atmosphere among the crowd was vibrant, and amidst the throng, Xiao Ye continued to practice the Luofeng step. Practicing the Luofeng step in an open space compared to amidst a crowd was entirely different. In an open area, there were no targets. One could practice freely. Yet even with mastery, it remained mere illusion. In real combat, mistakes would inevitably arise. Any skill, any technique, can only be truly mastered through practical experience. The crowd posed a challenge for Xiao Ye. He had to navigate through the throng swiftly while obscuring others' vision. This proved to be quite difficult. Despite his foundational knowledge of the Luofeng step, moving through the crowd often led to complications, forcing him to pause and readjust every 10 breaths. Excuse me, coming through. Mistaken identity. While practicing, Xiao Ye inevitably collided with others. He preferred to avoid entanglements, usually flashing a smile before swiftly moving on. The disciples, brimming with enthusiasm for their journey to the Xiao estate, did not bother to confront him. Of course, there were occasionally hot-tempered individuals who attempted to reprimand him. In such instances, Xiao Ye would unleash the pressure of his 7th-level warrior aura, causing the irate individual to retreat like a turtle, stepping back in surprise. Xiao Ye continued onwards, but he also encountered disciples who were stronger and equally irritable. In those moments, he offered no smile. Instead, he quickened his pace to escape, ignoring the furious shouts behind him as he pressed on. At this moment, the opposing party typically opts to concede, for they are all disciples of the Xiao family, and there is no need to pursue trivial conflicts. Moreover, their thoughts are preoccupied with matters of the sect. Why would they squander their vital energy in such circumstances? Practical combat serves as the finest form of training. As Xiao Ye navigated through the crowd, his understanding of the Luofeng step had significantly advanced, and his movements grew increasingly fluid. Gone was the previous steadiness, replaced by a newfound sense of freedom and spontaneity. His agility became ever more ethereal, to the point where he eventually clasped his hands behind him, effortlessly weaving through the throng. Surely my comprehension is of a higher caliber. Xiao Ye mused with a hint of vanity, suddenly inspired to visit the training grounds and observe the sect's recruitment of disciples. Originally, Luofeng step required diligent practice. However, after training amidst the crowd, remarkable progress had been made, marking a genuine entry into the path of cultivation. It was a welcome opportunity to catch his breath and witness the recruitment process, which was certainly not a bad endeavor. Today, the Xiao clan was particularly lively, with disciples flocking from all directions towards the training grounds. Above the arena, majestic flying beasts hovered, each bearing a distinct appearance, their backs adorned with banners inscribed with various characters. From left to right, they represented Tianwu Gate, Spirit Serpent Temple, Sunset Abode, and Sunluo Palace. This signified the presence of 4 sects, each accompanied by a small temporary platform featuring testing stone tablets and other artifacts for assessing strength and cultivation levels. Naturally, there were also several formidable sect masters, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The platform of Sunluo Palace was surrounded by a throng, creating an impenetrable barrier of bodies. As one of the 5 major sects, their arrival on the first day had stirred considerable excitement. Disciples brimming with confidence, or even a modicum of it, set their sights on Sunluo Palace. Nevertheless, the The other 3 sects were equally bustling, with long lines of eager disciples. Each sect employed different methods for recruitment, utilizing their unique testing artifacts, yet they all shared a common trait. Even if one passed all artifact tests, they still had to undergo a personal evaluation by the sect envoy, who would ultimately determine their eligibility for admission. Aside from Sinluo Palace, the other 3 platforms had already witnessed 3 to 5 excited Xiao family disciples, who had evidently passed all tests and earned their place within the sect. Xiao Ye stood at a distance outside the training grounds, activating his spiritual sight to observe the platform of Sinluo Palace. 3 figures stood upon the platform. The most imposing was an elderly man with a black beard, whose robust stature resembled a towering mountain, dominating the scene. His brows were furrowed, and a stern light flickered in his eyes, his feet anchored as firmly as a 1,000-pound jack. Xiao Ye sensed that even if he expended all his vital energy, he could not budge this man even a step. Behind the elder stood 2 seemingly refined young individuals, each exuding a formidable aura, one of whom was even a martial master, both under the age of 18. Clearly, these 2 were disciples previously recruited by Sinluo Palace. And thus far, none of the Xiao family disciples had passed their tests. The platform of Sinluo Palace was quite simple. At its center was a drawn circle, surrounded by various metallic artifacts, forming a rudimentary testing array. At this moment, a Xiao family disciple within the array gritted his teeth and trembled, suddenly collapsing to his knees. Unqualified, the black-bearded elder waved his hand, and the array's light dissipated. The Xiao family disciple bowed and, looking dejected, descended the platform. This marked the 30th failure. Not a single disciple had passed the array's test. Sinluo Palace is one of the 5 major sects. It's not so easy to join. However, our Xiao family is filled with talent. Surely someone will pass the test, the disciples murmured in low voices. I'll give it a try. Just then, a confident voice pierced through the crowd. A youth with short orange hair and striking green eyes strode boldly onto the platform. This was none other than Xiao Jian. Chapter 43. Under attack at this moment, Xiao Jian had not yet recovered from his injuries, bandages still wrapped around him, a testament to the severe wounds he had sustained during the expedition in the ancient forest. Nevertheless, he held his head high and ascended the platform with unwavering confidence. He possessed a unique background, exceptional talent, and, most importantly, he was only 10 years old. The demon race and the demon sect are 2 distinct concepts. The demon sect comprises humans, while the demon race consists of powerful beasts that have transformed into humanoid forms. Xiao Jian's mother belonged to the demon race, indicating that his physical prowess differed from that of ordinary individuals, as evidenced by his extraordinary eyes. As Xiao Jian stepped onto the platform, the other Xiao family disciples fell silent. He was the focal point of the current generation's training. If he could not gain admission to Sinluo Palace, then the hopes of the others would be dimmed. This body seems to be a bit strained, Xiao Ye observed from afar, his thoughts calm. Xiao Jian was strong-willed and unyielding, a remarkable individual. However, given his severely injured state, passing Sinluo Palace's test would not be a simple feat. Predecessor, I am ready, Xiao Jian declared as he stepped into the center of the array, cupping his hands in respect towards the black-bearded elder. Even in this tense moment, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The elder remained impassive, but a glimmer of keen interest flickered in his eyes. He then pointed, causing the metallic artifacts surrounding the array to emit a brilliant white light, enveloping Xiao Jian. As the light made contact, Xiao Jian's body trembled slightly, and a grave expression washed over his face, as if all his strength had been tautly drawn, rendering him rigid. Time passed slowly. Xiao Jian's state began to deteriorate, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, veins bulging from the exertion. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Below, the disciples held their breath. For the one being tested was Xiao Jian. The tension was palpable among all disciples, including Xiao Ye, who focused intently, curious about the final outcome of this test. He can hardly hold on, one disciple whispered, his voice barely audible, yet clear to others. He has done remarkably well. Thus far, he has endured the longest, hasn't he? Some disciples began to express their regret, as if they could already envision Xiao Jian's impending failure. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths. After Xiao Jian held on for another 30 breaths, the disciples were stunned. Despite his visibly faltering state, how could he endure to such an extent? Suddenly, the bandages on Xiao Jian's body could no longer withstand the pressure and tore apart, blood oozing from his arms, thighs, and shoulders. Yet, against all odds, Xiao Jian continued to persist, refusing to be defeated by the pain. As the sight of his bloodied form met the eyes of many disciples, some turned away, unable to bear the spectacle. At that moment, however, Xiao Jian's lips curled into a twisted smile. At this level, I can endure until death, he not only smiled but Under immense pressure, even managed to speak, his voice raspy and indistinct. Everyone had anticipated his imminent collapse, yet he still found the strength to smile and speak. This truly astonished everyone present. The black-bearded elder remained as steady as a mountain, showing no sign of surprise at Xiao Jian's exceptional performance. Instead, at one moment, he unleashed another surge of vital energy, intensifying the brilliance of the array. Instantly, the pressure on Xiao Jian doubled, his knees buckled, and his back nearly crashed to the ground. Is this all? Xiao Jian gritted his teeth and gradually straightened his legs, puffed out his chest, and ultimately regained his upright stance, despite the contorted expression on his face and the continuous stream of blood flowing from his wounds. Xiao Jian's stubborn demeanor left the disciples below in a state of alarm, as they contemplated the possibility of his body bursting from the strain, succumbing to an untimely demise. Was this perseverance not sufficient? They thought, gritting their teeth. Yet, it was evidently inadequate. Xiao Ye remained relatively indifferent to Xiao Jian's determination. Mere perseverance, devoid of potential, would yield limited achievements in the future. If one could not present anything of merit to the Sanluo Palace, such relentless effort would ultimately be futile. This world is unforgiving. Without innate talent, one is destined to be overlooked. Perhaps one could alter their fate through hard work, but the Grand Sects would not entertain such considerations. Each disciple consumes their resources, and those lacking talent consume the most yet achieve little, while the gifted require minimal resources to attain great success. This is the nature of sects. They are not charitable institutions. Those who strive may one day blossom, yet such possibilities are not within the sect's purview, as the odds are exceedingly slim. During the time it takes for one to cultivate their talents, they can utilize resources to foster the success of more disciples. The true purpose of this formation is to elicit some hidden potential. Xiao Ye's keen perception has already discerned a glimpse of the formation's intricacies. At this moment, everyone awaited to see if Xiao Jian could pass the test, whether the exceedingly stern envoy of Sanluo Palace would accept him. Xiao Jian's perseverance had reached its zenith. He relied not on his body, but on sheer willpower, unwilling to concede. Such was his character. He was acutely aware that his body was on the brink of collapse. Yet his pride forbade him from yielding. Despite this, the elder with the black beard remained unmoved, the test proceeding mercilessly. Xiao Jian's labored breaths grew louder. His physique could no longer withstand the pressure, gradually bending downward. A collective sigh of regret filled the air for Xiao Jian. However, just as he was about to fall, a shadow suddenly emerged from his back, fleetingly vanishing into his body. Though few had witnessed it, Xiao Yu certainly did. This left Xiao Yu momentarily stunned. The elder's eyes finally sparkled with intrigue. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the light of the formation, swiftly moving from his position to catch the faltering Xiao Jian, channeling a robust surge of true energy into him to stabilize his injuries. At this moment, Xiao Jian's consciousness was fading. He trembled, parting his lips, vaguely inquiring, "Did I pass? What is your name?" The elder asked, his gaze filled with approval. "Xiao Jian," he declared, his voice resonating with confidence during registration. But as soon as he finished, his form slumped, consciousness slipping into a profound stupor. From this day forth, Xiao Jian would be a disciple of Sanluo Palace. The elder's triumphant shout ignited cheers among the Xiao clan disciples. Xiao Jian's unwavering spirit had finally led him to triumph in the test. It seemed that Sanluo Palace was not akin to the Hall of Yama, offering a genuine opportunity for entry. Thus, as Xiao Jian succumbed to slumber on the high platform, more disciples from the Xiao clan eagerly stepped forward to undergo the test. What was that shadow? It felt overwhelmingly powerful. Xiao Ye pondered as he observed the slumbering Xiao Jian, akin to a child, replaying the earlier scene in his mind. The offspring of demons and humans are bound to possess extraordinary talents. This was Xiao Jian's affair, and there was no need for further contemplation on his part. As long as he does not become an adversary in the future, let him be. Xiao Jian should feel fortunate. It was precisely due to the expedition in the ancient forest that he and Xiao Ye resolved their conflicts. Otherwise, at this moment, Xiao Ye might have harbored murderous intentions. A 7th-level warrior paired with a 5th-grade spiritualist could easily dispatch Xiao Jian. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Ye shifted his focus to the other high platforms. Although these sects were unfamiliar to him, their recruitment processes were notably rigorous. After all, resources within sects are finite, and they cannot afford to squander them. They must select the best candidates. Naturally, the requirements of these sects were considerably lower than those of Sanluo Palace. "Xiao Ye, are you not going to give it a try?" A teasing voice called from behind. Turning to look, he found the Xiao clan disciple he had rescued in the ancient forest, now smiling amiably at him. "I'm merely observing. My true goal has always been Xian's sect." Xiao Ye shrugged casually. "Is it because of her?" The disciple inquired, referring to Mu Qing'er. "You placed too much importance on her, in my eyes." She is merely a stepping stone, Xiao Ye retorted before turning away. To be honest, he was not particularly close to this individual and felt no need to waste words. Having observed the recruitment processes of the sects, it was time to return to his courtyard for cultivation. As he departed, the disciple muttered to himself. Spending 2 years in obsession over Mu Qing'er, now aiming to join Xian's sect, it must be for her. The confusion and bewilderment on his face would go unanswered. In Xiao Ye's past, Mu Qing'er was a goddess, everything. Yet in the present, she was merely a manipulative figure, ascending through the ranks by exploiting men. She possessed strategy, talent, and intellect, making her a formidable opponent. Navigating the path with the wind step technique, Xiao Ye approached his courtyard. The moment he opened the door, a sudden jolt of unease surged through him, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping him. Almost simultaneously, a gust of wind swirled behind him, accompanied by a fierce surge of true energy that struck with lethal intent. The sudden attack was as cold as a venomous serpent. Overwhelmed by the impending peril, Xiao Ye's hair stood on end, and he immediately activated the wind step technique, darting forward swiftly before veering left, his body arched backward. Just as he completed this sequence of movements, a shadow skimmed across his abdomen, slicing through the air like a dagger. The formidable true energy, even without direct contact, made him feel as though his belly had been lacerated, a faint sting radiating through him. Who dares? Having narrowly evaded the threat, Xiao Ye retreated 3 steps, roaring as the shadow altered its trajectory, charging straight at him, a fist the size of a sandbag, brimming with surging true energy, barreling towards his head. Chapter 44. She comes from Sinluo Palace. The attack was sudden and executed with remarkable speed, leaving Xiao Ye little room to breathe. The powerful true energy rushing toward him was akin to a roaring tiger, exuding an aura that instilled dread. Swallowing Cloud Palm, Xiao Ye had no time for contemplation. Even as he gathered only half the strength of the Swallowing Cloud Palm, he had to execute it swiftly, for the attack was already upon him. Bang! The clash of palm wind and fist sent shockwaves through Xiao Ye's hand, as though his bones were fracturing, his palm tingling with numbness, momentarily losing control. A tremendous force surged through his palm, reverberating throughout his body. The impact rattled him, nearly inflicting internal injury. His feet, now grounded, could no longer maintain stability, causing him to slide backward, leaving 2 clear trails in his wake. The soles of his feet felt as though they were ablaze, a fiery sting accompanying each movement. Despite this, Xiao Ye kept his gaze fixed on the shadow as he retreated. He understood that his opponent was far superior, necessitating an exertion of 200% of his strength to counter. A moment of distraction could spell his doom. It must be said that Xiao Ye performed admirably, yet in an instant, he lost sight of the shadow. At that moment, his retreat halted abruptly, without a shout, without panic, and without unnecessary movement. Xiao Ye deftly produced his initial spirit staff, converging all his spiritual energy into 3 small fireballs that materialized and floated to his left, rear, and above, sealing those 3 directions. His own vital energy was concentrated to the right and ahead, while his spiritual perception had already activated, entering a state of optimal vigilance. Suddenly, a voice of surprise floated through the void, seemingly astonished by the small fireball conjured by Xiao Ye. At that moment, the shadow appeared once more, and this time, the fluctuations of its vital energy were even more intense as it launched a direct attack from the front. Is it a woman? Xiao Ye deduced from the astonished voice. However, at this moment, he cared not whether the opponent was female or beastly. Facing the fierce assault, he gritted his teeth, controlling 3 small fireballs to explode towards the shadow. Simultaneously, he coalesced the Swallowing Cloud Palm with his left hand, drew the Xiantai kitchen knife with his right, and executed the Luo Feng step with a forward advance rather than retreating. He knew he could not afford to fall back. In terms of speed, he could not compare to his opponent, and in terms of strength, he was leagues behind. To retreat now would mean relinquishing his defense and exposing his back to the enemy, a certain path to death. The only glimmer of hope lay in taking the offensive, using the most powerful and fierce attack to confront the shadow before him. The 3 fireballs, under his mental control, transformed into 3 beautiful arcs in the void, ultimately converging and charging towards the shadow. Swallowing Cloud Palm, Xiao Ye unleashed a fierce gust of palm wind, following closely after. At the same time, he used the Luo Feng step to vanish from his original position, suddenly appearing to the right of the shadow, bringing the knife down. In his eyes, the shadow resembled a plump duck, and this strike was aimed at slaying it, leaving no breathing room. This move by Xiao Ye could be considered a shift from defense to offense. Although it was exceedingly forced, even a desperate gamble, the performance was indeed commendable, especially with the 3 overlapping fireballs, whose attack power was formidable. The output of a spirit master was powerful, The 3 attacks combined instantly drained all of Xiao Ye's spiritual energy. As for the sixfold realm water prison, the truth was that Xiao Ye wished to employ it. But he could not seize the opportunity, for each time the shadow closed in, it brought forth a terrifying lethal intent, rendering Xiao Ye unable to utilize the water prison in such circumstances. Without being able to lock onto a target, he could not strike. Gripping the Xiantai kitchen knife, the last remnants of his vital energy merged into the blade, causing it to hum with a resonant sound as currents of energy swirled around it, forming a chilling blade aura of about an inch in length. Without any flourish, this knife sliced directly towards the shadow. The small fireballs, swallowing cloud palm, and Xiantai kitchen knife, 3 attacks, were almost perfectly coordinated from 3 directions, forming a stunning pincer maneuver. Yet, the shadow merely unleashed a violent explosion of vital energy, a torrent akin to a tidal wave, pushing outward in all directions. Before this overwhelming force, the fireballs were instantly reduced to ashes, not even having the time to unleash their residual power. The swallowing cloud palm was likewise dissolved by the tidal wave of energy, and as for Xiao Ye, he was hurled away the moment he swung his knife. The hard-fought counterattack, which had been launched with great difficulty, was effortlessly dismantled before the shadow, failing even to reveal its true form. Xiao Ye's body swayed like a leaf in the wind, and he found it curious that such a fierce attack should have killed him instantly. Why did he feel merely the impact without sustaining significant injury? This puzzled him. At that moment, the shadow before him gradually dispersed, revealing a young woman clad in a white martial attire, exuding a strikingly handsome aura. She had short hair that grazed her ears, her forehead adorned with a purple scarf. Though she was undeniably attractive, she radiated a masculine vigor, presenting an impression of handsomeness rather than beauty. Notably, she bore a large sword on her back, which, as observed by Xiao Ye's spiritual perception, must weigh at least 50 pounds. All of this was perceived by Xiao Ye before he touched the ground, and as he neared the ground, his vital energy had barely begun to recover. He executed a few Luo Feng steps in midair to counteract the backward momentum. Though not particularly graceful, he landed steadily. At this moment, both his vital energy and spiritual energy were depleted, leaving him unable to continue the fight. The woman ceased her attack entirely. She could have easily ended Xiao Ye's life in numerous ways, yet she chose to stop. Initially, Xiao Ye thought she might be an acquaintance testing him, but upon rifling through his memories, he found no information about her. Who is she? Xiao Ye pondered. At this moment, if he were to shout words like assassin or killer, the Xiao family would immediately be alerted, and countless experts would rush to this location. Though he could not guarantee that the woman would kill him before help arrived, for some reason, Xiao Ye felt unusually calm. The sense of danger had already dissipated. At the moment he was knocked away without injury, he had confirmed his safety. What could have brought his sister here? Surely, she did not merely come to offer guidance to a junior? Xiao Ye exhaled deeply, taking a step forward, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke politely. Though the woman had initiated the surprise attack, it was now framed as a moment of instruction. Her eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence as they scanned Xiao Ye, and her serious expression softened slightly. You and your elder brother have a different story. It seems you have hidden quite deeply, even deceiving him. The woman's red lips parted, her voice notably androgynous. If one were to listen without seeing her, it would be difficult to distinguish her gender. Elder brother? Xiao Ye's eyes brightened. So, sister is a friend of my elder brother? The woman shrugged with a maturity that belied her youth. I am merely entrusted by your brother to check on you. It seems his concerns are unwarranted. With your appearance, you could easily take down a few tigers. How could you possibly be in decline? With that, she declared her departure, not even offering a farewell, as she turned to leave. Such decisiveness caught Xiao Ye off guard. However, with his spiritual perception still active, he noticed a flicker of concern in her eyes when she mentioned Xiao Ding, well concealed yet unmistakably captured by Xiao Yu. Is my elder brother doing well? Xiao Yu called out as she brushed past him. One could clearly sense the woman's body pause for a moment. But it was only a brief hesitation as she continued walking away from the estate. Your elder brother possesses great talent and is well regarded by the sect, holding a significant position in the Sun Luo Hall. You need not worry. Take good care of yourself, as this is your brother's only request of you. The woman paused briefly before adding, that Luo Feng step was acquired by your brother at considerable cost. Cultivate it well, and do not let his efforts go to waste. With that, she vanished without a trace. You have yet to answer my question directly, Xiao Yu mused, frowning as he gazed in the direction she had departed. A sense of foreboding gnawed at him. The woman had indirectly revealed the current status of Xiao Ding's life, yet she had not uttered a single positive word. The underlying implications, which Xiao Ye had failed to grasp before, were now crystal clear to him. It appeared that Xiao Ding was not faring as well in the Sin Luo Hall as he had imagined. If previously Xiao Yu had no impression of Xiao Ding, After opening the package, reading the letter, and receiving the Luofeng step and the copper piece, Xiao Ye's heart had already begun to recognize Xiao Ding. While he could not make any bold claims, it was certainly acceptable to regard him as a friend. It seemed the Luofeng step was not free after all. With a sigh, Xiao Ye closed the gate of the courtyard and sat cross-legged to recover. Now, even knowing that Xiao Ding faced difficulties, he could not offer assistance. For he was far too weak, barely able to look after himself. How could he help others? Empty words were futile. The path forward lay in diligent cultivation and self-improvement. Only when he had the capacity to help would he extend his hand. This was the most practical approach. As for the woman's earlier ambush and probing, Xiao Ye did not take it to heart, for she bore no ill intent. It appears that Xiao Ding is genuinely concerned for himself, which is why he dispatched her to investigate the matter. However, the manner in which she conducted herself was rather unexpected, resulting in the earlier scene. It was precisely due to the revelation of his dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts that the woman felt compelled to share so much with him. Perhaps, deep within her heart, she harbored the hope that Xiao Ye could decipher the implications of her words and, one day in the future, assist Xiao Ding. Regrettably, he neglected to inquire about her name. He would seek to learn it tomorrow, with the arrival of the Sunluo Palace to recruit disciples from the Xiao family. This should not prove difficult. If all else fails, he could consult Xiao Jian. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Ye began practicing the Luofeng step in the courtyard. Chapter 45, Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder. The early recruitment by the sect had significantly reduced the time available to Xiao Ye by approximately 7 days, making it a rather tight schedule for him. His initial plan was to utilize around 10 days for intensive cultivation, solidifying his strength before joining the Ziyun sect, and then engage in a life-and-death battle with Wei Tianyi, aiming to vanquish him in one decisive strike. However, circumstances had changed dramatically. The acquisition of the water prison of the 6th level and the Luofeng step had rendered Wei Tianyi no longer a match for Xiao Ye. At this moment, Xiao Ye did not regard Wei Tianyi as a threat. Furthermore, the early recruitment by the sect had thwarted Xiao Ye's intention to learn additional martial arts techniques from the Xiao family, leaving him with no choice but to concentrate on mastering the Luofeng step. Any further skills would have to be acquired through tasks or obtained from the Ziyun sect. Xiao Ye immersed himself in cultivation as if he were engaged in a game, displaying an unwavering determination. He would not rest until he reached the brink of exhaustion. Even after taking a break, he would resume his practice, relishing the repetition. For him, cultivation was not merely a task but akin to leveling up in a game. One must continually strive for improvement to grow stronger. Each incremental enhancement in strength was an exhilarating achievement for Xiao Ye. As he progressed, he summoned Ling Zixin, intending to utilize her presence to practice the Luofeng step. Naturally, Ling Zixin was uncooperative. She merely followed behind him, unaware that this was precisely how Xiao Ye intended to hone his skills. He aimed to use the Luofeng step to prevent Ling Zixin from slipping behind him. It is worth noting that Ling Zixin was also a 7th-level martial artist, with a more profound energy and superior speed compared to Xiao Ye. In moments of safety, she instinctively took refuge behind him. Xiao Ye employed the Luofeng step, persistently thwarting Ling Zixin's attempts to position herself behind him. This challenge ignited her competitive spirit, prompting her to use her energy to evade Xiao Ye's defenses. No combat was necessary. It was a contest of agility and speed, with Ling Zixin's movements entirely dictated by her will. Such fluidity made her difficult to counter. And despite Xiao Ye's application of the Luofeng step, he found himself repeatedly outmaneuvered by Ling Zixin. Again, the more this occurred, the more exhilarated Xiao Ye became. Pressure served as a rapid catalyst for improvement. Aimless solitary cultivation would yield limited accomplishments. However, with Ling Zixin as a sparring partner, the practice resembled real combat, significantly benefiting his mastery of the Luofeng step. Time seemed to slip away in the midst of cultivation, much like the fleeting hours spent engrossed in a game. At last, only 1 day remained before the Ziyun sect's arrival, and Xiao Ye remained enraptured in his practice within the courtyard, while the Xiao family buzzed with excitement. The sequential arrival of the sects ignited the enthusiasm of the Xiao family disciples, and with each selected disciple, their fervor intensified. Naturally, a majority of disciples were not chosen, leaving them with a sense of regret. However, the harsh reality dictated that they could only wish well for those who had joined the sect, hoping they would achieve great things and one day return to contribute to the Xiao family's resurgence. Given the significance of the sect's recruitment, while it did not require excessive grandeur, maintaining safety and stability was paramount. Consequently, the Xiao family deployed substantial manpower and resources, including the 2nd Elder, 3rd Elder, and Xiao Jun. Originally, Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder were also supposed to focus their minds on the recruitment, yet they were preoccupied with other matters. These matters included the death toll of disciples in the ancient forest and the appearance of disciples from the demon sect within the same area. Additionally, there was the death of Xiao Qin. Within the Xiao family's council chamber, Xiao Zhan wore a grave expression as he sat in the main seat, while the emaciated Grand Elder occupied the seat to his right, his countenance cold and his eyes glimmering with a profound killing intent. He had received confirmation of Xiao Qin's death in the ancient forest, which struck the aged Grand Elder like a bolt from the blue. His immediate thought was to uncover the cause of his grandson's death and seek vengeance. However, just as he prepared to investigate the circumstances, an even more shocking rumor reached him, claiming that Xiao Qin had colluded with disciples of the demon sect to harm innocent women of the righteous path. This revelation nearly overwhelmed the Grand Elder. If Xiao Qin had died due to his lack of skill, the Grand Elder would mourn for him and seek retribution. But the notion that Xiao Qin had conspired with disciples of the demon sect was a disgrace to the Xiao family's reputation. Had Xiao Qin lived, the Grand Elder would have felt justified in executing him for such treachery. Moreover, the Grand Elder was aware of the collusion between the Sword Shadow Manor and the Lu family, plotting against the Xiao family. Should the news of Xiao Qin's involvement with the demon sect leak, it could unleash a storm of repercussions that might even lead to the Xiao family's annihilation. Wretched beast. The Grand Elder's bony hand slammed against the table, releasing a cold breath that seemed to lower the temperature of the meeting room by several degrees. I have raised him with strict discipline since childhood, hoping he would one day restore the glory of the Xiao family's ancient lineage. I believed he had matured, showing promise in his cultivation, and I even prepared a path for him to enter the 5 great sections. Tears welled in the Grand Elder's eyes as he lamented. To think he would succumb to the seductions of the demon sect, endangering countless lives. Alas, a sigh escaped him. Laden with myriad thoughts and emotions, having lost his grandson, the Grand Elder felt as though his heart were being torn asunder. Learning of his grandson's collusion with the demon sect ignited a furious blaze within him. Yet, he also understood that Xiao Qin's death was likely not the work of the demon sect disciples, as their collaboration had only recently begun, and he still held value. Furthermore, should a disciple of the demon sect slay Xiao Qin while hunting within the Xiao family, it would be a glaring exposure of their presence. There remained undisclosed truths surrounding Xiao Qin's death, yet at this moment, the Grand Elder could not pursue further inquiries. Instead, he needed to conceal this matter, ensuring that no one learned of Xiao Qin's collusion with the demon sect. In other words, a fabricated reason for Xiao Qin's death must be constructed, and the truth must remain obscured. After all, he is my grandson, the apple of my eye. Now, I can only allow him to die without clarity. I too feel sorrow for the events surrounding Xiao Qin. Given the current situation, Grand Elder, may you find solace in your grief. The recruitment by the sect is ongoing, with various sects arriving at the Xiao family in succession. Regarding this matter, I have implemented a complete lockdown. Only a handful are privy to the truth, and it will not be disseminated. I summoned you today to discuss how we shall handle this situation. Was this approach appropriate? Xiao Zhan sighed with regret, seeking to comfort the Grand Elder while also engaging in consultation. The Grand Elder understood Xiao Zhan's intentions. He wished to bury this matter entirely and seek the Grand Elder's assent. With no alternative path available, the truth behind Xiao Qin's death could no longer be pursued. For the sake of the Xiao family, the Grand Elder had no choice but to acquiesce. The family head need only ensure a complete information lockdown, then ascertain the identity of that demon sect disciple, eliminating him if possible to silence any loose ends. I shall manage the remaining affairs. Our Xiao family suffered significant losses during this expedition to the ancient forest. We cannot endure further turmoil and must temporarily suppress this matter. Do you agree, family head? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan nodded. In truth, the Grand Elder had no choice. Even if he harbored inner turmoil, he must suppress it, lest the Xiao family's interests be sacrificed. Then it is settled. The Grand Elder, reluctant to elaborate further on the matter, suddenly shifted the conversation. This child, Xiao Ye, seems to have made remarkable progress lately. When I encountered him a couple of days ago, his demeanor and essence appeared as though he had undergone a profound transformation. The authentic energy he possesses is quite formidable. Perhaps the family head has administered some miraculous elixir to him? The Grand Elder's mention of Xiao Ye stemmed from their earlier encounter within the palace, where he had observed something unusual about the boy. But the timing had not been right to inquire further. Having lived for so many years, discerning the potential of a junior was typically a trivial matter for him. Yet Xiao Ye remained somewhat elusive, as if shrouded in a veil. This disciple of the Xiao family, who had once stolen family elixirs for a woman and subsequently languished for 2 years, was not particularly favored by the Grand Elder. In his eyes, anyone who jeopardized the family's interests deserved severe punishment. Thus, he had contemplated expelling Xiao Ye from the Xiao family, and with Xiao Qin's subtle insinuations. The testing incident had ensued. To the Grand Elder's surprise, Xiao Ye had achieved the rank of a level 1 martial artist during the test. However, given his status and numerous obligations, it was impossible for him to pay special attention to Xiao Ye, especially with the expedition to the ancient forest on the horizon. He had set the matter aside. Little did he anticipate that his grandson would perish in the ancient forest while Xiao Ye returned alive, and with his strength significantly enhanced. Even his entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable shift. The Grand Elder felt compelled to attribute this achievement to Xiao Zhan, surmising that he must have invested considerable resources to transform Xiao Ye. Xiao Zhan, amused yet silent, was inwardly elated. Xiao Ye's transformation was indeed the most gratifying development over the past 2 years. As for the Grand Elder's assertions, he remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Even Xiao Zhan was baffled by Xiao Ye's growth, as if he had suddenly become an entirely different person. Perhaps Xiao Ye had been cultivating in secret for a long time? In the Grand Elder's eyes, Xiao Zhan's silence was an affirmation, providing a plausible explanation. Do not blame me for my candor. While elixirs are beneficial, they can also restrict one's inherent potential, so it is prudent to use them sparingly. In my opinion, it would be wiser to entrust Xiao Ye to the Third Elder. This could lead to even greater accomplishments for him in the future. The Grand Elder spoke casually, referring to the Third Elder of the Xiao family, a clever strategist rather than a formidable warrior. He excelled in tactics and diplomacy, handling all external affairs for the Xiao family. To the family, the Third Elder was akin to a military advisor, by suggesting that Xiao Ye follow the Third Elder. The Grand Elder effectively dismissed Xiao Ye's martial aspirations, advocating for a transition from martial to scholarly pursuits. Undoubtedly, a hint of disdain lingered in the Grand Elder's words. Yet he genuinely intended to offer Xiao Zhan some advice. He had already concluded that Xiao Ye had consumed some form of elixir, rendering his potential null and void, and that further cultivation would be futile. Hearing these words, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of discomfort. However, he was aware that he had not provided Xiao Ye with any elixirs, and Xiao Ye's potential remained intact. There is no need for the Elder to concern himself with this matter. Now that we have reached a decision regarding the disciples of the demon sect, let us expedite our actions to resolve this issue, for the upcoming selection of disciples will undoubtedly become increasingly hectic. Xiao Zhan smiled, effectively issuing a dismissal. Chapter 46. Farewell to Xiao Jian within the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan found it exceedingly easy to conceal the matter of Xiao Qin's collusion with the demon sect, as only Xiao Ye and Xiao Jun were aware of it. Of course, Ling Luo and Ling Chong were also privy to this knowledge, but within the ancient forest. They had promised Xiao Ye to bury the issue entirely, and he believed there would be no complications. The greatest burden had, in fact, been placed upon the Grand Elder. Ironically, Xiao Ye had thrown a dilemma to Xiao Zhan, who had then passed it on to the Grand Elder, resulting in the Elder bearing all the losses. Especially considering he had just lost his grandson. The death of Xiao Qin had undoubtedly grieved the Grand Elder, yet one must not forget that Xiao Qin had parents, who were far more formidable. This was primarily due to Xiao Qin's mother possessing some influence within the Jinyuan continent, rendering her not entirely reliant on the Xiao family. Now that Xiao Qin had perished without any investigation into the truth, this was utterly unacceptable for his parents. If Xiao Zhan were to intervene, Xiao Qin's mother would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly, showing no leniency towards him. Yet now, it was the Grand Elder stepping in. Despite any grievances Xiao Qin's parents might harbor, they would have to suppress their feelings, as the Grand Elder was indeed Xiao Qin's grandfather, and given his stern nature, his word was law, leaving no room for dissent. For the time being, this issue was effectively subdued by the Grand Elder. However, in addressing this matter, the Elder appeared physically and mentally drained, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. All the troubles that rightfully belonged to Xiao Ye were momentarily set aside. As the instigator, Xiao Ye was instead immersed in practicing the Luo Feng step in the courtyard, exuding an aura of contentment. Countless beads of sweat had drenched his attire, and during his sparring with Ling Zixin, he found himself consistently at a disadvantage. It was not due to a lack of progress on his part, on the contrary. He had made significant strides, yet he was humbled to realize that Ling Zixin was also advancing. While he was refining his external manifestation, her comprehension far surpassed his. Ling Zixin needed no instruction in the Luo Feng step. Merely observing Xiao Ye's movements allowed her to intuitively grasp its essence. Both were growing stronger, and within this environment, their development was nothing short of extraordinary. As they executed the Luo Feng step, they resembled wisps of smoke, elusive and unpredictable. "Brother Ye, are you there?" Just as Xiao Ye was engrossed in his training, the voice of Xiao Jian reached him from outside the courtyard. "What brings him here?" The moment Xiao Ye halted his practice, Ling Zixin appeared behind him, and the courtyard fell silent. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. and Xiao Ye suddenly realized that his legs had grown weak. Prolonged training had drained his energy to the point of near exhaustion. Pushing open the courtyard door, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Jian, his body wrapped in bandages. He was already severely injured, and after enduring the testing formation within the Sanluo Palace, his wounds had reopened, endangering his life. It was only thanks to the intervention of a strong figure from the Sanluo Palace that he could now move about. Little did he expect to come here in search of Xiao Ye. Brother Ye, I have joined the Sanluo Palace. Senior Brother Song has strictly instructed that starting today, I cannot leave Etwell without his permission. In about 10 days, I will accompany Senior Brother Song to the Sanluo Palace. Haha. I have no one else to bid farewell to. I just wanted to inform you. Xiao Jian, with his straightforward character, spoke candidly without any pretense. He had few friends within the Xiao family, and his only connection to Xiao Qin was tenuous at best, due to his forthright nature. Combined with his exceptional talent and unique background, most people tended to keep their distance from him. However, the journey into the ancient forest had forged a bond between Xiao Jian and Xiao Ye, and he felt indebted to Xiao Ye for saving his life. Now, as he prepared to leave as a disciple of the Sanluo Palace, he came to bid farewell. To be honest, Xiao Ye had always regarded Xiao Jian as merely an ordinary acquaintance, not even considering him a friend. He simply had not anticipated that Xiao Jian would have so few friends in the Xiao family, to the extent that after befriending Xiao Ye, he would treat him as a close friend and come to say goodbye before heading to the Sanluo Palace. How's your injury? Xiao Ye asked with a smile. It's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Xiao Jian waved his hand dismissively. I'm about to leave the Xiao family. The harsh realities of the outside world won't allow me to dwell on such trivial wounds. I intend to work hard in the Sanluo Palace and achieve great things in the future. Xiao Jian's brashness and arrogance, coupled with his exceptional talent, were seen by Xiao Ye as flaws. However, viewed from another perspective, these qualities defined Xiao Jian's character. Though he was still young, this demeanor might appear somewhat immature. Yet as he matured, a domineering aura of a leader would undoubtedly emerge within him, a fact that Xiao Ye had already begun to sense. The Sanluo Palace was one of the 5 major sects, deeply rooted and endowed with an abundance of resources. However, to acquire resources, one must undoubtedly make significant contributions. Complacency is not an option. Xiao Ye reminded, resting his chin on his hand. Haha. Xiao Jian suddenly laughed. That is indeed the case. But it seems fortune smiles upon me. Senior Brother Song has stated that I can directly become a core disciple of the sect, enjoying various resources provided by it. Oh? A core disciple? Xiao Ye's heart trembled. The sect's recruitment of disciples naturally varies in importance. Some disciples barely meet the entry requirements and, while accepted, receive minimal training. In contrast, those with exceptional talents receive careful guidance from the sect. Thus, the major sects categorize their disciples into ranks: outer disciples, inner disciples, core disciples, and saint-level disciples. Typically, one begins as an outer disciple upon joining a sect. When one makes sufficient contributions and meets various sect requirements, they can advance to inner disciple status, and then to core disciple. It can be said that any core disciple from the 5 major sects possesses extraordinary talent or formidable skills. While I have heard of individuals being directly admitted as inner disciples, I have never encountered anyone who became a core disciple upon entry. What extraordinary talent does Xiao Jian possess? And what of that shadow forced from him? Xiao Ye couldn't help but glance at Xiao Jian a few more times, realizing he could not fully comprehend this young man before him. However, being directly selected as a core disciple is not necessarily a boon. I believe that the higher the status, the greater the competition, and without adequate means of self-preservation, the pressure on Xiao Jian will be immense. Hehe. Congratulations are in order then. The Xiao family will also take pride in you. Xiao Ye smiled, but then shifted the topic. By the way, among the seniors from Sanluo Hall visiting the Xiao family, there seems to be a woman. Do you know who she is? Is it Sister Lu that Brother Ye mentioned? I don't know her full name, only that she is currently an inner disciple. Why? Does Brother Ye want her information? I could ask when I return. The young woman had only met Xiao Jian once and did not have the time to understand her better. She was only referred to as Sister Lu by others. No need. I was merely inquiring casually. Tomorrow, the Ziyun sect will be arriving, and I too shall undergo the test. Let us meet at the training grounds then. This was Xiao Ye's subtle dismissal, as he and Xiao Jian had little in common to discuss. Brother Ye, do your best. I eagerly anticipate how our encounter in the outside world will unfold in the future. By then, I shall surely surpass you. Xiao Jian declared with great enthusiasm, confident in his ability to become exceedingly strong. After these words, he finally turned to leave. Watching the young man's retreating figure, with its proud and confident demeanor, Xiao Ye smiled faintly. I do not know the heights you will achieve in the future, but I, Xiao Ye, shall ensure that you can only look up to me." This smile radiated confidence. Endowed with a divine equipment system, Xiao Ye would forge ahead relentlessly. What are bottlenecks? What does stagnation mean? He was unaware. All he knew was that he would continue to grow stronger, surpassing everyone. Don't mention Xiao Jian. Even Xiao Zhan will one day gaze at his back in awe. In terms of ambition, Xiao Ye was not to be outdone. In terms of talent, he needed none. In terms of effort, Xiao Ye was resolute. He would accomplish his goals with unwavering determination. In every aspect, Xiao Ye stood strong, for he possessed a divine equipment system, an entire gaming world at his disposal. He could swiftly learn techniques, wielding both true energy and spiritual energy, mastering both spiritual and martial paths. He had a refining system, enabling him to craft superior gear. He also had various functions yet to be unlocked. At level 1, Xiao Jian was a level 6 warrior. Now, Xiao Ye had ascended to level 7, while Xiao Jian remained at level 6. Before the unparalleled talent of Xiao Ye, even those with exceptional gifts appeared feeble. In the realm of Jinyuan, what could possibly hinder Xiao Ye? There was but one threat: to eliminate him before he fully spread his wings. Yet, Xiao Ye was not one to endure quietly. He habitually erupted with fervor, a flaw he recognized yet could never amend. Just as he currently suppressed his spiritual energy minimally, a discerning observer could easily detect his dual mastery. As for the Wei Tianyi incident, while the matter had passed, he still insisted on establishing a deathmatch agreement, opting for a high-profile resolution. Certain character traits are innate and unchangeable. At times, one is fully aware of the dangers, yet resolutely pursues their course. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the Ziyun sect. All preparations are complete, and now, he must wait. Xiao Ye pursed his lips, his gaze falling upon Ling Zixin, revealing a hint of distress. Ling Zixin was an external manifestation, exceptionally skilled in her studies. Remaining in the outside world would allow her to continuously learn and improve. But sealing her within his package was akin to confinement. However, Ling Zixin currently lacked independent consciousness. Her protective instincts were too strong, unwilling to stray from Xiao Ye's side. Always ready to spring forth at the first sign of danger. She made an excellent bodyguard, yet her presence could hinder Xiao Ye, at least for now. Certain matters required her absence. When the time is ripe, I shall free you from the package. You must also strive to awaken your consciousness and gain autonomy. Only then will you truly embody an external manifestation, Xiao Ye sighed. In that moment, Ling Zixin seemed to grasp something yet appeared oblivious. Her vacant expression briefly flickering with an unusual hue before swiftly retreating, returning to her stupor. With a resigned wave, Xiao Ye returned Ling Zixin to the package. Chapter 47. The Arrival of the Ziyun Sect. Xiao Ye's journey had only just begun. He must tread carefully, though reluctant to seal Ling Zixin. The current circumstances left him no room for further contemplation. The ancient clan of the Xiao family is, in essence, a rather insular cage. Within the Xiao family, disciples can access all resources necessary for daily life. They need only remain in the clan to live and cultivate, leading a life of ease. Yet, the true world beyond is one the disciples of the Xiao family understand too little. Once they join a sect, it signifies their departure from the Xiao family, embarking on their own cultivation journeys. The harshness and resources of the outside world will profoundly alter their perceptions. The principle of survival of the fittest has always been clear to Xiao Ye. If a bird is confined in a cage for too long, when its owner grants it the freedom to soar, it must adapt to the brutal laws of the jungle. If it cannot adapt, it will vanish like a wisp of smoke. Xiao Ye gazed into the distance, peering into the void. Truth be told, he had yet to acclimate to this world. Yet deep within, he yearned to adapt, for the very essence of survival in this world seemed tailor-made for him. It was his paradise. Since he desires it, he shall strive for it. Those familiar with Xiao Ye know that once he sets his mind to something, there is virtually nothing he cannot achieve. He is a task enthusiast and a ruthless character who will stop at nothing to reach his objectives. In the realm of Jinyuan, the Ziyun sect, Xiao Ye clenched his fists, his heart seemingly already soaring to the Ziyun sect, to that exhilarating continent. As dusk fell, Xiao Ye completed his evening routine, donned clean attire, and departed with purpose. He was not heading to the training grounds, but rather venturing into the night to the slaughterhouse, a place shunned by the disciples of the Xiao family. What was his purpose? Was there yet another cyclical task? No. The cyclical tasks had concluded. The slaughter of ducklings and chickens would no longer trigger any missions. Xiao Ye's visit to the slaughterhouse was purely to revel in its atmosphere. There, slaughter persisted, and the butchers engaged in jovial banter, yet the air remained solemn. It was as though the profession of a butcher were noble in some regard, and Xiao Ye found himself somewhat enjoying that feeling. Even he could not fathom why. His intent in visiting the slaughterhouse was, of course, to continue savoring this ambience while slaying ducklings and chickens to refine his temperament. Lao Lu, I have heard that you are currently seeking a suitor for your daughter. Coincidentally, my young lad is also in need of a bride. Given our camaraderie, shall we finalize this arrangement? I certainly want to abide by it. I am well aware of your unruly son. While he may indulge in idleness, he is also entranced by the fairer sex. My daughter will never marry him. A young man must uphold his true character, and my son embodies this truth. Du-san, your mischievous boy's antics are undoubtedly a reflection of your own teachings, aren't they? Alas, such words should not be spoken lightly. If my wife hears them, I might not escape unscathed. As the night enveloped the slaughterhouse, the anguished cries of the animals were replaced by a cacophony of lively banter. The butchers, with unabashed merriment, engaged in hearty conversation, their rough words steeped in local themes, reveling in their discourse. Suddenly, the lively chatter came to an abrupt halt. As if everyone had silently agreed to turn their gaze towards the approaching figure of Xiao Ye. A peculiar smile crept onto the lips of the butchers, their expressions unreadable. Despite Xiao Ye's efforts to remain inconspicuous, he was nonetheless detected by them. Upon arriving at the training ground, Xiao Ye sensed an oddity in the atmosphere, yet could not pinpoint its source. The butchers, clad in tattered vests and appearing rather disheveled, were an ordinary sight. 200 ducks, 200 chickens, no more. Before Xiao Ye could utter a word, the rotund Uncle Wei tossed him a hefty cleaver and resumed his chatter with the others, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Ye's presence. Rubbing the back of his neck and gazing at the weighty cleaver in his hand, Xiao Ye could not help but smile wryly. Tomorrow, he would face the test from the Ziyun sect, and he had come here tonight solely to cultivate his temperament. He had planned to limit his slaughter to around 30 animals, yet Uncle Wei's words had compelled him to aim for 400. This was unexpected. It felt as though Uncle Wei intended to use him as a mere instrument. Surely, the 200 chickens and 200 ducks were meant to be the butcher's task for tomorrow? Though he ought to refuse, Xiao Ye silently stepped into the slaughterhouse, seizing the chickens and ducks without a word, plunging into the slaughter. He appeared eager to comply with Uncle Wei's demands. But he wondered if this would hinder his performance tomorrow. Strangely, despite his previously intense focus on the Ziyun sect selection, he was now resolutely committed to slaughtering the chickens and ducks, vowing not to relent until he completed Uncle Wei's task. Was this truly a task? Clearly not. Yet Xiao Ye was enveloped in an exhilarating fervor akin to fulfilling a mission, immersing himself in the act. His proficiency in dispatching the ducks and chickens had markedly improved, and with his rising strength, the process became increasingly effortless. However, the overwhelming stench of blood still affected his mood. Perhaps the day he could remain unaffected by such odors would mark the completion of his training. The butchers, engaging in their idle chatter, soon succumbed to slumber, appearing entirely oblivious to Xiao Ye's presence. This young master of the Xiao family, coming to the slaughterhouse in the dead of night, was completely disregarded. A fact that seemed rather intriguing. Thus, the night quietly slipped away. On the following morning, a sharp sword pierced the air above the Xiao family estate, spiraling down before forcefully embedding itself in the training ground, hovering imposingly in the air. There were no grand magical beasts, nor any banners representing a sect. Yet it boldly floated beside the beasts of the Sanluo Palace, exuding an unmistakable dominance. Upon the sword stood 2 figures. One was an elderly man with a white beard, carrying a long sword, exuding an ethereal aura, his sharp eyes glinting with a fierce light that instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the Xiao disciples who met his gaze. There was nothing benevolent about him, only an air of authority and might. Beside him stood a young maiden clad in yellow, petite and delicate, her skin as pale as jade, her eyes sparkling with a hint of violet. She stood tall, her not yet fully developed figure unmistakably proud. Her expression was cool, with a playful glint in her eyes, and a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the crowd, seemingly in search of a plaything. As the old man and the maiden arrived, they instantly drew the attention of various sects, their gazes sweeping over the imposing duo before quickly averting. The disciples regarded the figures on the sword with astonishment, eager to discern which sect dared to enter the training ground so boldly without magical beasts or banners. Haha, the Ziyun sect has journeyed from afar, and I, the Xiao family, have not extended a proper welcome. Please forgive me. A voice resonated through the air as Elder Xiao Ming approached with Xiao Jun. Upon seeing Elder Xiao Ming, the old man's menacing expression softened, and he exclaimed, "Brother Ming, why so formal? Had it not been for your remarkable spiritual techniques, I might have lost my left arm that day. Do not jest, my friend. With your capabilities, even if you possessed only your right arm, few could challenge you." Elder Xiao Ming retorted with a chuckle, his gaze then falling upon the maiden. "Could this young lady be your disciple this year?" Upon hearing this, the maiden smiled politely, while the old man burst into hearty laughter. "Indeed, I have been fortunate this year to find such a fine disciple." "Ha! Come, Don Shui, greet Elder Xiao Ming." The young maiden gracefully clasped her hands in salute, bowing slightly. "I am Han Don Shui. It It is an honor to meet you, Elder Xiao. Ah, splendid. A wonderful name indeed. Elder Xiao Ming exclaimed, repeating his praise. Suddenly, he raised his hand, unleashing a wave of energy akin to a serpent, which surged toward Han Dongshui. In an instant, Han Dongshui's true energy erupted, enveloping her in a robust aura, preparing her for defense. At that moment, Xiao Jun, standing behind Elder Xiao Ming, noticeably narrowed his eyes, a perplexed expression crossing his face, lost in thought. Child, your Elder Xiao Ming is utilizing spiritual techniques to explore the depths of your muddled consciousness. Relax. Once your consciousness is clarified, the world will appear more vivid to you. The old man's voice resonated in Han Dongshui's mind. With a start, she relinquished her defenses, and Elder Xiao Ming's wave of energy melded into her mind, vanishing moments later. Thank you, Elder, she expressed, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she clasped her fists in appreciation. Now, my friend, since you've made the rare journey to my Xiao family, want you take a few disciples back to the Xian sect? My family boasts a wealth of talent, and I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Elder Xiao Ming's voice rose with enthusiasm after greeting the younger generation. The disciples below, hearing his words, lit up with excitement, tightening their fists. This was the Xian sect, one of the 5 major sects. In comparison to the other 5 major sects, the Xian sect possessed the richest resources for spiritual techniques and was immensely powerful, not claiming to be the strongest, but certainly not to be underestimated among the 5. Many disciples actually yearned to join the Xian sect over the Sanluo Palace. Haha, this matter is of my own design. The selection of disciples depends on fate. The old man replied, and after conversing with Elder Xiao Ming, he withdrew. The old man then chanted a spell, causing the sword beneath him to shoot forth, embedding itself deeply into the ground of the training ground. With a flick of his sleeve, the earth around the sword trembled, rising about an inch before settling down. The Xian sect's selection of disciples does not involve trivial tests. I trust my judgment. Capable disciples, come forth, and I shall personally select. Here, I am the law. Chapter 48, The Unattainable Heights. Though the voice was not loud, it resonated with an air of authority. As the sound faded, the elderly man with the surname Li settled himself cross-legged beside the sword, his eyes narrowing slightly in a languid manner, as if on the verge of slumber. Han Dongshui stood gracefully to the right of the elder, a striking sight that captivated onlookers. The 2 figures, one with a sword, stood resolutely on the high platform, their silence overshadowed by an invisible pressure that rendered the atmosphere somewhat suffocating. Below the platform, disciples of the Xiao family were eager to make their moves. Yet the recruitment process of the Xian sect diverged from that of other sects. There was no formal test, and everything hinged upon the discerning gaze of the elderly. This inevitably left the disciples feeling uncertain as they awaited the first brave soul to step forward, curious about the elder's criteria for accepting apprentices. Many chose to observe, while other sects continued their recruitment fervently. Among them, the Sanluo Hall was particularly lively, being one of the 5 major sects, having successfully enrolled a disciple. At this moment, of the 5 major sects present, only Sanluo Hall and Xian sect were represented, as the other 3 had yet to arrive, seemingly delayed by circumstances. As they waited, the Xiao family disciples gradually sensed a discomfort, their eyes eventually landing on Han Dongshui. She appeared quite young, around 15 or 16 years of age, not particularly developed, yet undeniably charming and petite. However, the disciples began to notice an unusual glimmer in her spirited eyes, a hint of disdain directed towards them that bred their unease. Han Dongshui? Could she be the Han Dongshui from 2 years prior? Xiao Jun squinted, memories flooding back of a visit he and Xiao Zhan made to a not-so-large family in the Jinyuan continent, a family by the name of Han. The head of the Han family had been a close friend to Xiao Zhan in their youth, and their visit had been one of brotherly reunion, devoid of ulterior motives. Yet, upon their arrival, they encountered the Han family's youngest daughter, none other than Han Dongshui herself. Over a meal, the 2 patriarchs had spoken joyfully, even discussing Xiao Ye and Han Dongshui, culminating in an engagement proposal between the 2. Following that, Xiao Ye's entanglements with Mu Qing and the theft of the 9 nether soul Dan led to a downward spiral. Xiao Zhan, burdened by Xiao Ye's troubles, had forgotten the promise made to the Han patriarch, as their conversation had been casual, perhaps even drunken banter unworthy of belief. Xiao Jun had almost forgotten the matter until today, with Han Dongshui's sudden appearance. The memories were hazy, and their encounter had been fleeting. Back then, she had been innocent and naive. How could she now exude such an imposing aura? Surely, I must be mistaken, they could simply share the same name. Despite this recollection, uncertainty lingered in Xiao Jun's heart, for Han Dongshui's gaze was indeed peculiar. I shall go. Finally, a robust disciple of the Xiao family around 18 years of age, stepped forward. Tall and powerful, he had reached the 7th level of martial arts, his shout echoing either as a challenge or a means to bolster his own courage. Xiao Ye was among those qualified to enter one of the 5 major sects, opting for Xian sect over Sanluo Hall. Most disciples were still waiting for the 5 sects to gather, eager to showcase their abilities, though some had already set their sights firmly on a particular sect, suggesting that Xiao Ye had likely already decided on Xian sect. Xiao Ye had a reputation among the Xiao disciples, demonstrating considerable talent and skill. It was safe to say he had a solid chance of being accepted, if not by the 5 major sects, then certainly by others. His confidence was palpable, hence his role as the vanguard. However, as he approached the platform, prepared to step forth, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The elderly, without any assessment, outright declared Xiao Ye unqualified. In that instant, the confident expression on Xiao Ye's face froze, and the surrounding disciples were equally astonished. How could he be disqualified before even stepping on stage? Why? Xiao Ye protested, demanding an explanation. Leave. The elderly offered no elaboration. His terse command accompanied by a ripple in the air that propelled Xiao Ye back several feet. His face paled, though he suffered no injury. The force was deftly employed, extinguishing any hope of his entry into Xian sect. I shall repeat myself. I am the law here. My words are the verdict, beyond dispute. I have no time to entertain your questions. Those who waste my time should not hope for leniency. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, the elderly rendered his final decree, falling silent thereafter. The disciples were left dumbfounded, while they could accept Xiao Ye's rejection. The fact that he had been judged before even stepping on stage was utterly incomprehensible. The elderly provided no rationale, merely wielding his formidable authority without explanation. Was the threshold of Xian sect truly insurmountable? Curse that old fool, flaunting his power, Elder Xiaoming sighed from a distance. Elder. It appears that this seniorly is not here to recruit disciples, Xiao Jun remarked, frowning. Recruit? He is certainly not here for that. You may not know, but Li Qihuai is one of the significant figures in Xian sect. Although his rank is not high, his talent is exceptional. His strength has been on the rise year after year, and he has an unwritten rule. He only accepts 1 disciple each year. This rule has been in place for 13 years, during which he has taken on 13 outstanding disciples, each making their mark in the Zhengyuan continent. Despite his eccentricity, his judgment is astute. Han Dongshui is his 14th disciple, meaning he will not accept any more this year. Thus, no matter how exceptional the Xiao disciples may be, they will not have the opportunity. Elder Xiao Ming's words shed light on Li Qihuai's peculiar nature. What, then, is his purpose in coming to our Xiao family? With Elder Xiao Ming's insights, Xiao Jun grasped the magnitude of Li Qihuai's stature, whether in his own right or through his accomplished disciples. He was a figure not to be trifled with. Yet, if he only accepted 1 disciple per year, what was his reason for visiting the Xiao family? Perhaps it was merely to fulfill a task assigned by the sect, a formality, as Xian sect visited the Xiao family annually, and he was responsible this time, maintaining the sect's reputation. Oh. Xiao Jun's pupils constricted, his mind racing with thoughts, yet he remained uncertain of Li Qihuai's true intentions. Following the precedent set by Xiao Ye, the Xiao disciples grew more cautious, and no one dared to step forward for the test. Occasionally, a brave disciple would muster the courage, only to be met with immediate rejection. Gradually, the disciples came to the realization that Li Qihuai was not there to recruit. He was simply there to assert his dominance. Discontent brewed among the disciples in hushed tones. On the platform, Li Qihuai remained steadfast, while Han Dongshui stood calmly beside him, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Meanwhile, other sects gradually succeeded in recruiting disciples, with even Sanluo Hall managing to enroll another Xiao disciple alongside Xiao Jian. However, it was evident that the esteem afforded to this Xiao disciple paled in comparison to that of Xiao Jian. The so-called brother song exhibited exceptional care towards Xiao Jian. Not only did he impart his vital energy to help Xiao Jian overcome challenges after the tests, but he also frequently graced him with a warm smile. In stark contrast, the second chosen disciple from the Xiao family, after sustaining injuries, was left to fend for himself amidst a multitude of strict regulations, ultimately relegated to the far end of the Sanluo Hall's high platform, where Brother Song seemed indifferent to even uttering a word to him. The disparity between the two was glaringly evident. It is no wonder that Xiao Jian was selected as a core disciple, holding a status equal to Brother Song, while the second chosen Xiao family disciple merely qualified for entry into the outer sect of the Sanluo Hall. As dusk descended, tests continued on other high platforms. Yet on the Xian sect's platform, a wooden table was set up with fine wine and delectable dishes, the aroma wafting through the air. It turned out that Li Qihuai and Han Dongshui had arranged a banquet and were indulging in a feast. Meanwhile, the surroundings of the Ziyun sect's platform were desolate. Aside from a few disciples casting occasional glances, most had given up hope. Why would any disciple willingly subject themselves to such humiliation when none could ascend the high platform? All being outright rejected, the disciples concluded that Li Chihuai was not there to recruit apprentices. He was merely there to flaunt his prowess. With numerous sects present to recruit disciples, they preferred to set their sights on others rather than waste time. However, why had 3 of the 5 major sects chosen not to attend? Did they not wish to seize the best resources while the Xiao family still had members present? Unbeknownst to the Xiao family disciples, far away in the slaughterhouse, a bloodthirsty Xiao Ye was oblivious to it all. 185 feathered ducks, 185 native chickens, 186, 187. The butchers were enjoying a leisurely day, having set up a small drinking table in the slaughterhouse, engaging in games of chance, while the task of slaughtering was entirely left to Xiao Ye. Within the slaughterhouse, Xiao Ye emanated a chilling aura, his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity as he wielded his cleaver, taking one life after another. At the moment the last 2 strikes fell, Xiao Ye finally exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing himself to relax. Yet, it was precisely in that moment of relaxation that his body abandoned its defenses, and all the killing intent accumulated throughout the day surged into him like a dense fog. Chapter 49. A surge of killing intent. The violent energy flooded into his mind, instantly conjuring visions of the gruesome deaths of the feathered ducks and native chickens. Xiao Ye felt an unbearable pressure in his head, as if it might explode. Never had he experienced such discomfort. The overwhelming killing intent threatened to extinguish his consciousness and seize control of his body. It felt as though a ferocious beast had awakened within him, his eyes gradually turning blood red. His awareness sharpened, yet his emotions became uncontrollably volatile, igniting an impulse to annihilate everything around him. What is happening to me? Xiao Ye attempted to regulate his vital energy, gradually trying to expel the killing intent from his body. A task was issued: release the killing intent. The reward included a bottle of vital energy water, a design blueprint for the wing of soaring, and 20 gold coins. The system's voice abruptly halted Xiao Ye's efforts to cleanse the killing intent. The task was crystal clear. It required Xiao Ye to unleash his killing intent, not eliminate it. To unleash meant that he had to utilize his body to express the killing intent, which necessitated a target. However, at that moment, Xiao Ye's consciousness was severely compromised, his emotions on the brink of chaos. Even self-control was a struggle. Could he still accomplish the task in such a state? The influx of killing intent was inevitable. One could either expel it from the body to avoid its influence or attempt to integrate it, allowing the body to adapt, rendering it impervious to external killing intent. If he could master the killing intent within him, it would become a nightmare for his enemies. Just when Xiao Ye found himself at an impasse, unsure of how to proceed, a calm and unfamiliar voice resonated in his mind. The voice was so vivid, as if a senior mentor were imparting knowledge. Xiao Ye quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing that only the butchers were present, engrossed in their revelry, utterly oblivious to him. Who was this mysterious voice speaking to him? Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Xiao Ye could not discern. His thoughts were a chaotic maelstrom, the killing intent echoing like cicadas in his mind. His head felt swollen, on the verge of bursting. If only he could expel the killing intent, the pain would vanish. Yet, the system task remained incomplete. Xiao Ye was unwilling, defiant, and unyielding. The task could not be abandoned, nor could he submit to the killing intent. This malevolent force sought to dominate his emotions and body. Expelling it might be simple, but what Xiao Ye aimed to do was to control and integrate it. It felt as though someone was watching him. A sense of foreboding washed over him, as if his current predicament was a carefully orchestrated test. Would he be a coward or fiercely adapt to this killing intent? The sect was recruiting disciples. This killing intent was fortuitous. Xiao Ye spat in disdain, unleashing a roar to the heavens, and charged out of the slaughterhouse, propelled by the surging killing intent, racing towards the martial arts arena. Along the way, the aura of killing intent surged around him, chaotic and terrifying, reminiscent of a rampaging beast. This young man possessed remarkable vigor. Would he succeed? Who could tell? The Xiao family had not seen such an intriguing character in a long while. The sect would only stifle his potential. Should they intervene? It was better to let things unfold naturally, without forced intervention. As Xiao Ye vanished into the night, the slaughterhouse briefly filled with the sound of conversation before descending into silence. Kill. In the dark of night, as Xiao Ye raced forth, a singular thought consumed him. Kill. He had never imagined he would become so bloodthirsty. The surging killing intent seemed intent on obliterating everything in its path. His emotions had reached a boiling point. Yet he continued to suppress them, racing towards the martial arts arena, where he hoped to find an outlet for his fervor. The martial arts arena remained brightly lit through the night. The recruitment efforts of the major sects were in full swing, and the Xiao family disciples were eager to participate. Yet, only the surroundings of the Ziyun sect's platform were eerily quiet. There was noise, but no figures were visible. On the platform, Li Qihui sipped his drink, while Han Dongxue stood beside him. They were in their own world, unaffected by the external chaos. Within the martial arts arena, Xiao Ming and Xiao Jun were maintaining order among the other Xiao family members. Despite the din, the situation remained under control. It appeared that all disciples had given up on the Ziyun sect. As one of the 5 major sects, this was somewhat ludicrous. However, from another perspective, not a single Xiao family disciple had the qualifications to step onto the high platform, which seemed to irk them. How could such a simple platform thwart all the Xiao family disciples? Thus, the disciples occasionally cast glances towards the platform, harboring a fleeting hope that one of their own would ascend. The night breeze whispered gently as a shadow swiftly darted through the darkness, and at a certain moment, it surged into the martial arts arena. In an instant, a cold wind swept through the arena, and when everyone regained their composure, they were astonished to discover that a Xiao family disciple had appeared on the Ziyun sect's high platform. Since the inception of the Ziyun sect, no Xiao family disciple had ever stepped onto that high platform. Even a figure like Xiao Zijin had been halted at its threshold. Countless Xiao family disciples had attempted the tests, all rejected at the high platform, which had become a cursed ground for them. Yet now, at this very moment, one Xiao family disciple had unexpectedly ascended the platform, and without any prior indication. Who was this person? It was him, Xiao Ye. How could this be? Finally, a Xiao family disciple recognized Xiao Ye, and in an instant, all were left speechless. Xiao Ye was quite a notable figure in the Xiao family. Even if one had never encountered him, they would have at least heard of him. Just days ago, he had nearly faced expulsion from the Xiao clan. Yet here he stood on the high platform of the Ziyun sect. It is worth noting that Xiao Ye had been branded as a waste. And although he tested as a first-tier warrior, he remained within the Xiao family solely by chance. After all, he was already 16 years old. What qualifications could a first-tier warrior possess at such an age? Could it be that the elders of the Ziyun sect were merely toying with the Xiao family? Allowing Xiao Ye to ascend the high platform was nothing short of ironic. Of course, this was the prevailing sentiment among the majority. But a select few recognized that Xiao Ye had undergone a remarkable transformation. Outside the ancient forest, he had fought alongside many, including Elder Xiao Ming. Xiao Jun, the second brother, furrowed his brow, astonished not only by Xiao Ye's appearance but also by his current state. On the high platform, Xiao Yu's body seemed enveloped in a dense fog, resembling a fearsome beast, exuding an aura of intimidation. His exterior had not visibly changed, yet it imparted a sense of power, an energy that had previously never belonged to him. Such a potent killing intent. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes at Xiao Ye. As a spiritual master, his sensitivity to killing intent far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In contrast to the astonished disciples of the Xiao family, Li Qihui on the platform remained utterly unfazed, merely lifting his eyelids to cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Ye. Prior to Xiao Ye's ascent, he had countless methods to prevent him from stepping up, yet he refrained from doing so, recognizing the killing intent emanating from Xiao Ye. Strong? No. In Li Qihui's eyes, Xiao Ye's killing intent was feeble, and precisely because it was weak, Li understood that Xiao Ye could easily expel it. However, Xiao Ye chose to endure the torment brought on by this killing intent, seemingly attempting to master it. It was not that Li Qihui looked down on Xiao Ye. With his current strength, attempting to control such killing intent was akin to courting disaster. One misstep could lead to death. Li Qihui allowed Xiao Ye to take the stage because he sought to witness Xiao Ye's struggle to harness his chaotic killing intent, which served as the ticket for his qualification to ascend. When Xiao Ye stepped onto the platform, Li Qihui had already conducted a cursory examination of his body and abilities. From his seasoned perspective, the young man before him possessed ordinary qualifications and an average physique, warranting an immediate rejection. Yet, at that moment, an intriguing development unfolded. Suddenly, Han Dongxue appeared before Li Qihui, her spiritual eyes sparkling with a chilling light as she fixated on Xiao Ye, resembling a predator eyeing its prey. The unexpected display of her disciple piqued Li Qihui's interest, prompting him to observe the unfolding situation. In an instant, all these thoughts coalesced. Li Qihui believed Xiao Ye's qualifications to be ordinary solely because the heavy killing intent masked his spiritual energy, obscuring his dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts. Gasping for breath, Xiao Ye clenched his fists, his eyes blood-red like gleaming rubies. At that moment, his consciousness remained alert. Yet the influence of the killing intent rendered his emotions volatile, startling even himself. Standing on the platform, he yearned to destroy everything. Even knowing that Li Qihui before him was exponentially more powerful, he felt an impulsive urge to charge forward and tear him apart. He was entirely oblivious to the peculiar gaze of Han Dongxue, whose eyes held a hint of mockery. After all, she had seen Xiao Ye's portrait years ago. How could she easily forget the man who had nearly become her husband? Are you Xiao Ye? Han Dongshui inquired, her red lips parting to utter his name. Xiao Ye cast a fleeting glance at her before immediately turning his attention back to Li Qihui, neglecting to respond to Han Dongshui. Instead, he addressed Li Qihui with an air of insolence. Is it you who is responsible for selecting disciples for the Ziyun sect? Such an attitude made Han Dongshui quite uncomfortable. She had not come to this high platform to cater to Xiao Ye's whims, but rather to admonish him, to make him aware of the grievous mistake he had made in the past. Although she cared little for the betrothal between herself and Xiao Ye, and would hardly agree to marry him even if he proposed, she found herself infuriated. The engagement had always struck her as absurd, especially since her fiancé had resorted to stealing family treasures for another woman. Though this incident had not directly affected Han Dongshui, she felt a simmering resentment. Now that she had the opportunity to confront the Xiao family, she was determined to teach Xiao Ye a lesson and alleviate her pent-up frustration. However, she could never have anticipated that, as she stood before the Xiao family as a disciple of the Ziyun sect, Xiao Ye would completely disregard her presence. How could she endure such an affront? Master, may I resolve this matter? Han Dongshui, vexed, directly appealed to Li Qihui, leaving the unknowing Li Qihui somewhat puzzled. The Xiao disciples cast curious glances, while Xiao Jun's heart sank as he finally recognized Han Dongshui's identity. Simultaneously, his worry for Xiao Ye deepened. Xiao Ye was unaware of Han Dongshui's existence, yet 2 years prior, he had unknowingly wronged her. The look in Han Dongshui's eyes and her demeanor suggested she would not let this go easily. Brother, you must be cautious. The Ziyun sect may not be worth entering. Xiao Jun silently prayed, fully aware that Han Dongshui would not allow Xiao Ye to join the Ziyun sect. At this moment, as long as Xiao Ye emerged unscathed, it would be a blessing. The Ziyun sect, one of the 5 great sects, was known for its rigorous disciple selection. Han Dongshui's proposal to transfer the authority of selection to herself was rather reckless. Not only was it disrespectful to the sect, but it also challenged its authority. How could a mere novice disciple wield the power to select new students? Ha ha ha. My disciple can do as she wishes. I shall bear all the consequences. Li Qihui declared, to everyone's astonishment. Many had expected him to refuse, yet he took an unorthodox route. Not only agreeing to Han Dongshui's request, but also openly accepting full responsibility. This nonchalance and ease were not qualities that Brother Song from the Sinluo Hall could ever emulate. Has this old man gone mad? Brother Song of the Sinluo Hall furrowed his brow. Beside him, Sister Lu, with her great blade resting against her back, watched the high platform with keen interest, murmuring words meant only for herself. After a day apart, how has he developed such formidable killing intent? As Li Qihui acquiesced, all eyes turned to Han Dongshui. Though she appeared aloof and distant, she now exhibited unusual behavior due to Xiao Ye. What connection did they share? Was there a deep-seated enmity between them? Thank you, Master, Han Dongshui replied, a smile gracing her lips as she turned to face Xiao Ye, finally catching his attention. The sensation of being regarded in such a manner thrilled her, filling her with satisfaction, just as she prepared to broach old matters. Intending to remind Xiao Ye of his past regrets before delivering a thorough reprimand, he preemptively spoke up. With a cold voice, he demanded, "How can I join the Ziyun sect?" His words, laced with arrogance and dominance, were imbued with an intense killing intent, an unpleasant sound to the ears. Han Dongshui felt a flicker of anger. She was not there to be disrespected, but to make Xiao Ye and the Xiao family acknowledge their errors and impose a minor punishment. Yet, given Xiao Yu's demeanor, it was evident he would not heed her words. At this juncture, she resolved to first subdue him before gradually guiding him to recognize his mistakes. With this thought, Han Dongshui coldly smiled. My requirement is simple. Defeat me, and you may join the Ziyun sect. Boom. As her words fell, a thunderous sound erupted. Xiao Ye, under the shroud of killing intent, activated his Luo Feng step to its zenith. In a flash, he leaped above Han Dongshui, his palms outstretched like claws, reaching for her cold yet astonished face. The suddenness, speed, and ferocity of this strike were remarkable, revealing an intent not to spar, but to eliminate Han Dongshui on the spot. What enmity could exist between Xiao Ye and Han Dongshui? Observing this scene, the disciples of the Xiao family could not help but ponder. Against such an enchanting woman, Xiao Yu's lethal attack suggested a motive beyond mere rivalry. Luo Fengbu grew stronger. On the high platform of the Sinluo Hall, Sister Song tightened her fist slightly. On the high platform of the Ziyun sect, faced with Xiao Ye's overwhelming aggression, Han Dongshui felt a tremendous pressure. Her inner energy erupted, a formidable force akin to that of a 9th-level warrior, surging forth. She condensed her true energy into her palms and struck out, intercepting Xiao Ye's claws. A thunderous crash ensued. Xiao Ye was sent flying by the sheer force of her energy, and unexpectedly, Han Dongshui also staggered back 2 steps, her complexion paling slightly. A 9th-level warrior should have completely dominated a 7th-level warrior, Why had this occurred? The aura of death was potent. Han Dongshui's composed visage revealed that she had not been repelled by Xiao Ye's wind, but rather, the murderous intent had surged through her palms into her body during their clash. Naturally, she instinctively sought to expel it, which led to her retreating 2 steps. Once more. As she raised her head again, she heard Xiao Ye's roar, unaware that he had dispelled his backward momentum and charged again. His strikes were as fierce as a wild beast, executed with astonishing footwork, rendering him akin to a wisp of smoke. You madman! Han Dongshui's heart jolted, and her true energy erupted like blooming lotus flowers. She employed a far more exquisite footwork than Xiao Ye's, advancing rather than retreating, and launched her own assault against him. With an aura of death surrounding him, Xiao Ye attacked with a savagery that suggested a deep-seated enmity with Han Dongshui, light on her feet and agile in movement. Han Dongshui's energy was formidable. Had it not been for her caution regarding Xiao Ye's murderous intent, she could have subdued him within a few exchanges. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed rapidly atop the high platform, and with each collision, Xiao Ye was propelled back. The absolute disparity in their energies was insurmountable. And given that Xiao Ye possessed limited offensive techniques, he was no match for Han Dongshui. With the murderous aura enveloping him, Xiao Ye's resilience was astonishingly robust. Despite being on the losing end, he felt no pain, and with each setback, he lunged forward with renewed ferocity. What exhilaration! What satisfaction! As he fought, Xiao Ye unleashed his murderous intent, gradually regaining his composure and clarity. Yet, as his fury dissipated, so too did his capabilities. He was no longer the reckless warrior of before, and the terrifying aura that once enveloped him had vanished. Han Dongshui began to seize control of the situation. Xiao Ye, do you know who I am? As she gradually mastered the battle, Han Dongshui finally caught her breath, employing her exquisite footwork and oppressive energy to engage Xiao Ye, and then softly spoke to him. May I ask the name of this young lady? Xiao Ye, now regaining about 80% of his awareness and feeling considerably better, was desperately fending off her attacks while his mind raced, contemplating how to secure victory in this encounter. It occurred to him that he was at a crucial juncture for the sect's recruitment. Whether he could join the Xun sect hinged on his ability to defeat Han Dongshui. Regrettably, this charming young woman possessed the terrifying strength of a 9th-level warrior, and he felt an overwhelming pressure in their confrontation. At this moment, he was struggling to breathe. And he could not fathom why, as he was being pushed back. Han Dongshui suddenly reduced her aggression and began conversing with him. Is this girl foolish? Or is she giving me a chance? Thus, Xiao Ye decided to play along and politely inquired. Me? Han Dongshui replied with a hint of sarcasm. My surname is Han. Oh, Miss Han. Such a young lady with such strength, truly a prodigy. Xiao Ye chuckled, attempting to flatter her in hopes of distracting her. Han Dongshui smacked her lips. It was not Xiao Ye's flattery that concerned her. She had encountered many like him before and was indifferent to their praise. What mattered was that by revealing her surname, she aimed to prompt Xiao Ye to contemplate her true identity. To her surprise, the man before her was as dense as a rock, failing to connect her to the Han family or to his former betrothed. Han Dongshui could not know that Xiao Ye was utterly in the dark. Even if the true Xiao Ye had returned, he would remain oblivious to this matter. Irritated, Han Dongshui closed in, neutralizing Xiao Ye's palm strike and delivering a punch to his right shoulder. Her delicate hand sent him staggering back over 5 steps, his complexion paling as a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, nearly fracturing his bone. What a ruthless girl! Xiao Ye's heart raced, and a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Ding! Mission accomplished. Obtained 1 vial of true chi water, designed blueprint for wings of flight, and 20 gold coins. In that instant, as all his murderous intent was expended, the notification of mission completion sounded. Without the aura of death, Xiao Ye's power plummeted. As merely a 7th-level warrior without the infusion of murderous energy, he was no match for Han Dongshui. I am Han Dongshui. Do you remember this name? She said coldly. Then advanced swiftly towards him, her palm gathering a terrifying energy that coalesced into droplets of pale blue water swirling around her hand. It seemed Han Dongshui was preparing to unleash her final strike to defeat Xiao Ye. Han Dongshui? Xiao Ye rifled through his memories, but could not unearth any information regarding Han Dongshui, leaving him perplexed. Seeing the confusion on Xiao Ye's face, Han Dongshui found it laughable that this insolent brat could not even recall her name. Had he truly disregarded her so thoroughly? Was Mu Qing truly so exceptional that it rendered him oblivious to the name of his former fiancée? I am your former betrothed. The sharpness in Han Dongshui's voice pierced through, carrying her energy as if a knife cutting into Xiao Ye's eardrum, audible only to him. Former betrothed? Xiao Ye felt a sudden fog enveloping his mind, yet Han Dongshui's formidable assault was already upon him. Frosty palm, she shouted, her palm striking forth, shattering the void like a blizzard, radiating chilling light. as the surrounding droplets of water instantaneously solidified. Chapter 51. Victory. The droplets transformed into sparkling ice shards, and a layer of pale blue ice emerged around Han Dongshui's palm, pulsating with boundless energy. As her palm approached, Xiao Ye felt as though he were ensnared in a frozen expanse, the frigid air seeping into his bones, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The surrounding atmosphere felt as though it had been siphoned away, making each breath a struggle. The confined space left Xiao Ye without any means to evade. This strike was destined to land. Xiao Ye recognized he had time to brace himself, yet he could not withstand it. Even if he did not lose his fighting capability, he would undoubtedly be subdued by Han Dongshui. Clearly, Han Dongshui had prepared a series of maneuvers. At this moment, Xiao Ye had nowhere to retreat. In a battlefield, this was a certain death scenario. Surrender? Give up? Admit defeat? A cascade of dire thoughts streaked through Xiao Ye's mind like meteors. Confronted with Han Dongshui's ruthless methods, he pursed his lips, steeling his resolve to dismiss all thoughts of capitulation. In a bold move, he stepped forward, advancing toward Han Dongshui's oncoming strike. He neither dodged nor used any technique to block. Instead, he charged forward, deliberately colliding with Han Dongshui's attack. This reckless young man was courting death. The disciples gasped in astonishment. With Han Dongshui's mastery as a level 9 martial artist, this strike was potent enough to annihilate Xiao Ye. On the high platform, Han Dongshui's expression shifted dramatically. She was acutely aware of the force behind her palm, to say nothing of hitting Xiao Ye directly. Even if he attempted to defend himself using his abilities, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Never had she anticipated that Xiao Ye would choose to abandon his defense in such a dire situation. Was he out of his mind? Was he deliberately seeking death? Han Dongshui's thoughts became chaotic. She had no intention of taking Xiao Ye's life. She merely wished to vent her frustrations, to see him regret his actions. That alone sufficed. In essence, Han Dongshui sought a justification or to prove Xiao Ye wrong, simply to relieve her grievances. She bore no ill will towards him, and the matter of their marriage had long since been nullified. Furthermore, her father and Xiao Zhan were like brothers, making it unnecessary and impossible to kill Xiao Ye. With this clarity, Han Dongshui instinctively withdrew some of her energy, diminishing the force of her strike. In an instant, Xiao Ye had surged forward, using his abdomen to absorb Han Dongshui's palm. The moment he was struck, a chilling wave surged within him, making him feel as if his blood were freezing. His complexion paled in an instant. You have lost. Han Dongshui's face was cold. The pent-up frustration of 2 years finally found an outlet, and she felt an unwelcome sense of relief. She had not anticipated that the man rumored to have been rendered useless for a woman was, in fact, a level 7 martial artist. She had to concede that, when he exuded a murderous aura, he was indeed a formidable opponent. However, no matter how strong he was, this would be the end of their entanglement. All that had transpired before would fade away like the wind, just as Han Dongshui thought it was over. A powerful surge of spiritual energy suddenly rushed towards her. Looking up in shock, she noticed Xiao Ye smirking oddly, with an ethereal light shimmering around him. A staff, like a ghost, floated before him. At this moment, the staff's energy surged, and strange water patterns quickly coalesced within it. Elder Xiaoming, watching from below, gripped his staff tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. You. Han Dongshui was taken aback by the scene, a dangerous aura causing her to instinctively retract her hand, only to realize that her jade-like wrist had been firmly caught by Xiao Ye. The man who had received her blow did not concede defeat. Rather, he had planned his counterattack from the very beginning. He had not meant to be hit for no reason. Instead, he had utilized the strike to briefly ensnare her. Spiritual energy? How can you be a spirit master? Unable to break free, Han Dongshui experienced a momentary vacuum of true energy within her body. At that instant, she found herself utterly powerless to resist. In her astonishment, she could not help but roar in frustration. Below and on various platforms, the crowd was equally astonished. Even Li Qihui was momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that Xiao Ye was dual practicing in martial and spiritual arts, revealing his spiritual energy only at the last moment. They were entirely unaware of when he had summoned the staff. Sixfold water prison. The initial surge of energy from the spiritual staff exploded forth, transforming into a blue, three-dimensional water curtain that cascaded down over Han Dongshui. At that moment, Han Dongshui felt utterly drained, unable to mobilize her true energy, struggling even to breathe. As if she had lost all control. The sixfold water prison, merely the first layer, was sufficient to render a level 9 martial artist utterly defenseless. Enveloped in the water curtain, Han Dongshui had become a lamb for the slaughter. Swallowing Cloud Palm, Xiao Ye summoned the last of his true energy, condensing it within his palm, delivering a final strike towards Han Dongshui. Within the water curtain, Han Dongshui had no means of defense. All she saw were Xiao Ye's cold, Unfeeling eyes, those eyes pierced her heart like a dagger. She had never encountered such frigidness in anyone else's gaze, as her own combat experience was limited. Most of her previous encounters had been with her elders, who naturally showed restraint. Yet Xiao Ye was different. He had been forged in the crucible of slaughter. Tempered by his journey through the ancient forest, and combined with his inherently ruthless nature, he would undoubtedly crush his enemies once he struck. The chill in his eyes was unfeigned. Had Han Dongshui possessed the resolve to act as Xiao Ye did, she would have already bested him with her earlier strike. For Xiao Ye had discerned from her previous gaze that she would never ruthlessly kill him. Thus, he seized this opportunity. Bang! The water prison shattered, and the swallowing cloud palm struck Han Dongshui's right shoulder. The fabric of her sleeve exploded, revealing her delicate, lotus-like arm, a clear red handprint imprinted upon her shoulder. Han Dongshui's body was sent flying like a kite. Although Xiao Ye spared her life, the true energy within the swallowing cloud palm surged through her arm, disrupting her internal energy and rendering her incapable of fighting back. Han Dongshui was bereft of any power to continue the battle. The true victor of this confrontation was Xiao Ye. A soft sigh escaped Li Qihua as he soared upward, catching Han Dongshui. There was little reproach in his gaze. Master, I did not lose. Han Dongshui struggled to rise, eager for another round, yet her energy had dissipated. To force herself to fight would have unimaginable consequences for her future cultivation, potentially leaving her a cripple. No, you have lost, Li Qihua stated coldly. I have not lost. Han Dongshui's eyes reddened as she glared fiercely at Xiao Ye. Had I not shown mercy earlier, you would have. Suddenly, she bit her lip, unable to voice the rest. Her pride forbade her from admitting any weakness. Her earlier words had been uttered in a fit of anger. I concede. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Han Dongshui finally lowered her head in defeat. In battle, there were no excuses. A loss was a loss, and those who sought justifications were merely the weak. Han Dongshui could not grant herself a noble reason for her defeat. At the moment she admitted her loss, her pitiful appearance stirred an impulse in many to comfort her, but soon, she stubbornly pressed her lips together. She lifted her head, staring at Xiao Ye like a fierce beast. I will never forget this strike. As per our agreement, you have earned the right to join the Ziyun sect. After saying this, Han Dongshui turned to Li Qihua, bowing deeply. I am sorry. It is all my fault. I vow it will not happen again. Please, master, punish me. Who is without fault? If you were faultless, what would I have to teach you? Li Qihua replied. Making mistakes is inconsequential once you arrive at the Ziyun sect. I will guide you carefully. Next time, you will ensure this boy is thoroughly beaten. He gently stroked Han Dongshui's silky black hair, teasing her. Yes, Han Dongshui replied resolutely, casting a fierce glance at Xiao Ye before sitting down to meditate and recover. With her true energy disrupted, her internal state was chaotic, while it was not dire. It required immediate attention, lest her energy become disordered and affect her foundation. The outcome of the fierce battle astonished everyone. Han Dongshui, a level 9 martial artist, had ultimately been countered beautifully by Xiao Ye due to her earlier mercy. Consequently, Xiao Ye was granted entry into the Ziyun sect, and even more surprisingly, he was revealed to be a level 7 martial artist, adept in both martial and spiritual arts. This young man, once a disciple who had stolen the 9 nether soul-settling pill for a woman and fallen into despair, had proven to possess such remarkable talent. In the past, the disciples of the Xiao family did not think much of it, but at this moment, they were each filled with a sense of bitterness. Their first thought was not about how formidable Xiao Ye was, but rather how this young man could be so ostentatious, questioning why he did not take to the stage to perform. The one most astonished was Xiao Ming. The revelation that Xiao Ye was adept in both martial and spiritual arts left him both shocked and exhilarated. Yet, what truly astounded Xiao Ming was the fact that Xiao Ye had mastered the water prison technique of the 6th layer in such a brief span of 2 days. This was beyond Xiao Ming's imagination. Could it be that this youth's talent surpassed even that of Xiao Xiaojia? Or was there some truth to the rumors? For reasons unknown, Xiao Ming decided to set this matter aside for the moment, refraining from investigation or inquiry, as if he harbored certain reservations and expectations. In any case, Xiao Ye's victory had finally opened the doors to the Ziyun sect. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the Ziyun sect, young man. However, you are not my apprentice. Once you arrive at the Ziyun sect, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you, Li Qihua declared with a wave of his hand, confirming Xiao Ye's status as a disciple of the Ziyun sect. Thank you, senior, Xiao Ye replied, exhaling deeply. At that moment, a chill enveloped him. He had sustained grievous injuries and, like Han Dongshui, required recuperation. With Li Qihua's affirmation, he wasted no time and approached Han Dongshui, sitting cross-legged a distance of 10 feet away, preparing to mend his injuries when suddenly, A stream of spiritual energy surged from the distance. A pale blue healing spell penetrating Xiao Ye's body. Chapter 52. Xiao Jia, disciple of the Ziyun sect. As the healing energy coursed through him, some of the coldness within him dissipated, allowing his tightly constricted chest to finally ease a bit. Xiao Ye did not open his eyes, but instead entered a meditative state, fully aware without needing to look up that the one casting the healing spell was indeed Xiao Jia. The potent spiritual energy pierced through the crowd, causing the throngs to part naturally. Xiao Jia, wielding a staff, walked with an air of grace that seemed to defy gravity, swiftly arriving before the high platform of the Ziyun sect. Her appearance captured the attention of all, including many esteemed figures from the Sanluo Hall and other sections. The reason for this attention was not merely the strength of her spiritual arts, but rather the remarkable finesse and skill with which she wielded them, a rarity indeed. People had expected that such adeptness in spiritual arts would belong to a venerable elder, yet it came from a girl who could not be older than 18. Regardless of her level of spiritual cultivation, her application of spiritual arts alone marked her as a prodigy. Such a figure, so young and yet a spiritual master, was even more precious as she hailed from the ancient lineage of the Xiao family. It is worth noting that the bloodline of the ancient Xiao family predominantly consists of martial artists, with spiritual masters being a rare occurrence. Even when they do appear, their aptitude is generally rather mediocre, with only Xiaoming historically displaying noteworthy talent. No one could have anticipated that today would reveal such a powerful spiritual master from the Xiao family. Just her comprehension and application of spiritual arts alone would make her the envy of various sects, eager to recruit her. Songji of the Sanluo Hall extended an invitation to the young lady, promising her a position as an inner disciple, even going so far as to apply for her qualification as a core disciple of the sect, hoping to facilitate her direct entry as a core disciple upon joining. Just as the various sects were preparing to court her, Songji's shocking invitation reverberated through the crowd. As one of the 5 major sects, he not only guaranteed Xiao Jia a position as an inner disciple, but also pledged to assist in her application as a core disciple. This was an immense temptation. Any disciple of the Xiao family would find it impossible to refuse. The other sects sighed in resignation, realizing that once the Sanluo Hall made such a request, they had lost all opportunity. Such a promising seed was about to be claimed by the 5 major sects, leaving the smaller sects helpless, as their conditions could not compete with those of the 5 major sections. Everyone was engulfed in astonishment. However, the meditative Xiao Ye remained unfazed, for he understood that the true threat was not Xiao Jia, but rather Xiao Jian, who had already secured a position as a core disciple in the Sanluo Hall. Xiao Jian's status in Songji's eyes was undoubtedly far superior to that of Xiao Jia. Even if she had the potential to become a core disciple, she would still have to apply and undergo scrutiny. It was clear that Songji held Xiao Jian in much higher regard. This was not to say that Xiao Jia's talent was inferior to that of Xiao Jian. After all, Xiao Jian had undergone thorough testing by Songji, who was well aware of his capabilities. In contrast, Xiao Jia had merely demonstrated a healing spell, leaving Songji to speculate about her true potential and talent without a definitive judgment. Therefore, her future application for core disciple status would necessitate further evaluation before a decision could be made. Even if she were not granted core disciple status but admitted as an inner disciple, it would still incite envy amongst many. At that moment, all the disciples of the Xiao family felt a pang of jealousy over Xiao Jia's fortuitous opportunity. This fateful star, unexpectedly blessed with such good fortune. Simultaneously, they were curious whether a sect as formidable as the Sanluo Hall could wash away the ill fortune that seemed to cling to her. All eyes were fixed upon Xiao Jia, and amidst the crowd, Xiaoming nodded in quiet approval. This night had not only witnessed the emergence of Xiao Ye, but also the astonishing presence of Xiao Jia, coupled with Xiao Jian. The current generation of Xiao family disciples proved to be significantly superior to the last. At the same time, Xiaoming sighed, for beside him, Xiao Jun also possessed remarkable talent, and given Xiao Jun's character, his future achievements would be extraordinary. Alas, he must remain within the Xiao family, which would inevitably limit his potential. I wish to join the Ziyun sect, Xiao Jia declared, turning down the Sanluo Hall's invitation amidst the gazes of the multitude. What was happening? How could she refuse the Sanluo Hall? That was an offer for a position as an inner disciple, after all. The old man of the Ziyun sect seemed eccentric. Aligning herself with him was hardly a wise decision, for she might very well be sidelined. The Sanluo Hall was no less than the Ziyun sect. What could Xiao Jia possibly be thinking? Could she have lost her mind in her training? You are all too naive. I believe the seniors of the Ziyun sect will outright reject Xiao Jia. Her thoughts are beyond our comprehension. As anticipated, when Xiao Jia turned down the invitation from the Sanluo Hall, the The disciples of the Xiao family erupted in disbelief and discussion. Even Li Qihua of the Ziyun sect cast a curious glance in her direction. You wish to join the Ziyun sect? Li Qihua inquired, intrigued. Yes, Xiao Jia nodded. Her voice was soft, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Miss Xiao, please believe in the sincerity of our Sanluo Hall. Song Ji persisted, unwilling to relent. As one of the 5 major sects, they stood on equal footing with the Ziyun sect. Now, having extended such a grand offer, being summarily rejected left him feeling somewhat unsettled. The Ziyun sect had already gained a dual cultivator, and they could not afford to let Xiao Jia slip away without a fight. I apologize, but I only wish to join the Ziyun sect. Faced with Song Ji's repeated entreaties, Xiao Jia remained unmoved, bluntly stating her intentions without a moment's hesitation, to publicly reject one of the 5 major sects. And to do so with such resolve, incited a flicker of anger within Song Ji. However, this was the Xiao family. They had to adhere to the established protocols when recruiting disciples, ensuring that the dignity of the 5 major sects remained intact and avoiding any form of coercion. With a resigned sigh, Song Ji ultimately conceded. Luckily, he had already secured Xiao Jian. Regardless, this visit to the Xiao family had yielded substantial rewards. At this moment, the attention of all turned to Xiao Jia and Li Qihua. If Li Qihua were a rational individual, then with Xiao Jia's aptitude, joining the Ziyun sect should be a matter of course. The dilemma lay in the fact that Li Qihua was far from normal. His methods of assessment were rather whimsical, and he had astonishingly delegated the authority of selecting disciples to Han Dongshui for a brief period. Should the sect learn of this, it would be a wonder if Li Qihua did not face severe repercussions for treating the selection of disciples as a trivial matter. Would he, in a fit of whimsy, outright refuse Xiao Jia? All the sects were reveling in the misfortune, particularly Song Ji, who eagerly anticipated such melodramatic occurrences. Suppose Li Qihua were to reject Xiao Jia, would she then turn back and plead for his favor? The thought brought an eerie smile to Song Ji's face. Humanity is often like this. When something does not belong to them, they wish to see it squandered, destroyed, and ultimately meet a miserable end. What is your name? Li Qihua inquired earnestly, though his demeanor lacked the friendliness of Song Ji. He did not immediately accept Xiao Jia, nor did he invite her onto the stage. Instead, he posed a question. Xiao Jia. She did not mind and promptly stated her name. With your abilities, I believe the 5 major sects would not refuse you and would even offer you excellent terms. However, I am an exception. I cannot make any promises, nor can I guarantee your entry into the inner sect, let alone as a core disciple. Even so, do you still choose to join the Ziyun sect? Li Qihua remained calm, unperturbed. Yes. Without hesitation, Xiao Jia nodded in affirmation. Faced with the promises from the inner disciples of the Sanluo Hall and the application for core discipleship, she resolutely declined, which many perceived as arrogance. Yet, in the absence of any commitments from Li Qihua, her unwavering nod shattered their preconceived notions. They began to comprehend that Xiao Jia's rejection of the Sanluo Hall was not born of arrogance or feigned indifference. The true reason lay in her firm resolve to join the Ziyun sect. Li Qihua squinted as he observed Xiao Jia, but regrettably, she kept her head bowed, her dark hair obscuring her eyes, revealing only half her face. Even his cunning mind could not decipher her thoughts. Nonetheless, her previous healing techniques had indeed been remarkable. Such a gem could not be overlooked. Very well. From this day forth, you are a disciple of the Ziyun sect, Li Qihua finally declared, affirming Xiao Jia's identity. Thank you, senior. With a respectful gesture, Xiao Jia summoned her spiritual energy and leaped onto the high platform, calmly standing beside Xiao Ye like a statue, choosing to remain silent. There was neither excitement nor cheers. Her demeanor upon becoming a disciple of the Ziyun sect was even more composed than Xiao Ye's. The Ziyun sect, which had seen no fruitful outcomes for an extended period, unexpectedly gained 2 exceptional disciples in one night. One was a dual cultivator of spiritual and martial arts, displaying extraordinary bravery, who fought valiantly to defeat a 9th-level warrior and join the sect. The other had already reached the level of a spiritual master, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of spiritual techniques, with an innate talent that could not be underestimated. With the addition of these 2 individuals, the Ziyun sect deemed the visit to the Xiao family worthwhile. The successes of Xiao Ye and Xiao Jia rekindled hope among the disciples of the Xiao family, prompting more to attempt entry. However, this time, they still found themselves halted before the high platform. They could not fathom why Xiao Ye and Xiao Jia could join the Ziyun sect while they lacked even the qualification to step onto the platform. Helpless and resentful, they ultimately had no choice but to seek other sections. The annual selection of disciples was a fleeting opportunity. Once missed, they would have to wait another year. Xiao Ye, in a meditative posture, remained aware of all that transpired around him. He could sense that Xiao Ye was currently safeguarding him, shielding him from external disturbances. Her spiritual energy, invisibly forming a barrier, isolated him from the cacophony outside, significantly aiding in his recovery. However, Xiao Ye realized that the task of joining the Ziyun sect was not yet fulfilled. It seemed that reaching the Ziyun sect was essential to genuinely complete the assignment. To fulfill the continuation task of the small life extension pill, a chance to return to the Xiao family was necessary. Chapter 53. Communication Talismans. Becoming a disciple of the Ziyun sect, obtaining the small life extension pill, and then delivering it to Xiao Zhan would fulfill the continuation task, thus earning him the task title and the meditation scroll. The completion of these two tasks was now certain. Yet it appeared that becoming a disciple of the Ziyun sect was not solely at Li Qi-Huai's discretion. One must reach the Ziyun sect and obtain the sect's recognition to finalize the process. The Xiao family's residence was located in the realm of the Righteous Path on the Jinyuan continent, near the northwestern border. In contrast, the Ziyun sect lay in the midwestern region of the Righteous Path. On the map, the distance between the two was not vast, yet in terms of travel, it would take at least a year or two to traverse that expanse. Of course, the Jinyuan continent possessed its own means of transportation, such as spiritual carriages that could traverse the ground at great speed due to the application of spiritual techniques, as well as higher-tier spiritual birds capable of soaring through the skies. Traveling by spiritual carriage and spiritual bird naturally required corresponding currency, which on the Jinyuan continent was known as spiritual scrolls, categorized into gold, silver, and copper grades. Each tier of currency was tenfold that of the lower tier. Thus, 1 gold spiritual scroll equated to 10 silver spiritual scrolls, or 100 copper spiritual scrolls. Based on calculations, a journey from the Xiao family to the Ziyun sect by spiritual carriage would take at least 10 days, whereas by spiritual bird, it would only require about a day. However, the price of the spiritual bird was significantly higher than that of the carriage. Once Xiao Ye departed from the Xiao family, he would need an opportunity to leave the Ziyun sect, and then have sufficient time to return to the Xiao family to deliver the small life extension pill to Xiao Zhan. For Xiao Ye, this journey was not overly complicated, yet it would consume considerable time and energy. As night deepened, the Xiao family remained bustling with activity, with disciples attempting tests from various sections. Amidst the night, even more sects arrived at the Xiao family. The training grounds could no longer accommodate the numerous sects, and the lines for recruitment continued to expand. At this moment, Xiao Zhan and the Grand Elder had also arrived on site. As crucial decision-makers of the Xiao family, they rushed to the training grounds after resolving matters concerning Xiao Qin, only to be immediately informed of Xiao Ye's successful admission into the Ziyun sect. For Xiao Zhan, this was undoubtedly a positive development. However, for the Grand Elder, it brought profound shock. Master, what is this about the dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts? The emaciated Grand Elder's eyes nearly bulged from his head. He had learned everything from Elder Xiaoming, and regarding Xiao Ye, who was currently recuperating on stage. The Grand Elder was filled with confusion and felt compelled to query Xiao Zhan. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder previously believed Xiao Zhan had administered some potion to Xiao Ye, limiting his future potential. In the Grand Elder's view, Xiao Ye was destined for mediocrity, even considering persuading him to abandon martial pursuits in favor of a scholarly path to serve the Xiao family. Little did he expect that mere moments after voicing his thoughts, news of Xiao Ye's admission to the Ziyun sect would arrive, and as a dual cultivator no less, who had defeated a 9th-level warrior to join the sect. His previous theories were now overturned, leaving the Grand Elder in a state of astonishment, eager to understand the situation. Ye has diligently cultivated. Such fortune is well-deserved. Why should the Grand Elder be surprised? If one day Ye can master the supreme arts in the Ziyun sect, it could very well revitalize our ancient family's reputation. This is undoubtedly a good thing. Xiao Zhan smiled, filled with profound satisfaction regarding his 3 sons. His eldest son, Xiao Ding, was exceptionally gifted and had already joined the Sanluo Hall, making a name for himself. His second son was inherently strong-willed and combative, with good aptitude, diligent training, a calm mindset, and considerable cleverness, making him a suitable candidate for inheriting the family head position. His third son, a dual cultivator, had bided his time for 2 years and was now ready to join the Ziyun sect alongside Li Qi-Huai, destined for remarkable achievements. As a father, he felt immensely proud of his 3 sons. As for the Grand Elder's doubts, he had no intention of clarifying. Some matters were best left unsaid and unnecessary to disclose. The Grand Elder squinted, a chilling aura swirling in his gaze as he focused on Xiao Ye atop the platform, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. He was already aware of the conflict between Xiao Ye and Xiao Qin, particularly the escalation of tensions before entering the ancient forest. He had witnessed everything. Following the expedition into the ancient forest, with Xiao Qin's death and Xiao Ye's terrifying power escalation, coupled with the earlier conversation with Xiao Zhan, the Grand Elder could not help but suspect whether his grandson's demise was somehow linked to Xiao Ye. However, such thoughts were swiftly buried deep within the mind of the Grand Elder, sealed away. He could not continue to speculate, nor could he investigate further. This was due to the collusion between Xiao Qin and the demonic sect, alongside the prodigious talents displayed by Xiao Ye. One was a deceased individual, and the other was a living person capable of making immense contributions to the Xiao family. If Xiao Qin were unrelated to the demonic sect, the Grand Elder might have acted decisively. However, given Xiao Qin's connections, further inquiry had become unnecessary. Even if it were revealed that Xiao Qin's demise was linked to Xiao Ye, the Grand Elder would hardly consider executing Xiao Ye, for such an act would inevitably bring the matters concerning Xiao Qin and the demonic sect to light, posing an existential threat to the Xiao family. Young man, my grandson is not someone you can slay. At this juncture, it would be prudent for Xiao Ye to contribute significantly to the Xiao family. Otherwise, the Grand Elder would ensure a reckoning would come. After a struggle within himself, the Grand Elder let out a deep sigh, vowing to keep the matter of Xiao Qin locked away in his heart from that moment onward. The sect's selection of disciples continued, yet curiously, the Royal Maple Valley, Dragon Slaughter Palace, and Fushi Gate remained conspicuously absent. Were they perhaps waiting until the Xiao family's elite disciples had been chosen before making their appearance? As the night gradually faded, on the high platform of Ziyun's sect, Han Dongshui's graceful brows fluttered as her enchanting eyes finally opened. Within her gaze sparkled a luminous whirlpool, which soon vanished into her pupils, leaving no trace. Master, Han Dongshui rose, paying her respects to Li Chihuai, her gaze swiftly scanning Xiao Xiaojia before settling on Xiao Ye. At this moment, Xiao Ye's complexion had improved somewhat, with spiritual energy swirling around him, bestowing upon him a continuous source of restorative power. Yet, a lingering chill still enveloped his body, and his abdomen exhibited a noticeable difficulty in respiration. Although Han Dongshui had withdrawn much of her power at the last moment, the might of her palm was formidable. Xiao Ye had concentrated his true energy in his abdomen before the strike, yet it had still nearly cost him his life. What had he been thinking at that moment? Han Dongshui's bright eyes flickered. She could not fathom why Xiao Ye had chosen to fight so desperately, especially given his advantageous circumstances. Even if he joined another sect, his future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. Yet, he had chosen to contend. Had Han Dongshui been a touch more ruthless, Xiao Ye would now be a cold corpse. What granted him such courage? Unable to comprehend, Han Dongshui felt a surge of anger at the thought of Xiao Ye's bewilderment towards her. After all, he bore guilt towards her for past transgressions, yet he feigned ignorance. Resolving to find an opportunity to redeem herself after entering Ziyun's sect, she vowed she would defeat him. Sister, there is no need to squander your spiritual energy in such a manner. As a martial artist, if you cannot withstand external disturbances, how can you immerse yourself in cultivation? You cannot assist him for a lifetime, can you? Han Dongshui's gaze fell upon Xiao Xiaojia as she gently smiled and spoke kindly. While her words seemed to support Xiao Xiaojia, they were, in fact, intended to impose greater suffering upon Xiao Ye. It is often said that women harbor grudges, and this was indeed proven true. However, after careful consideration, Xiao Xiaojia surprisingly concluded that Han Dongshui's words held merit and promptly withdrew her barrier of spiritual energy. In an instant, the cacophony of the outside world surged into Xiao Ye's mind like a tidal wave, shattering the tranquility of his realm. Had he not acted swiftly, the tumultuous noise would have overwhelmed his spirit, potentially inflicting further harm. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Ye began to focus, gradually entering the restorative state he had previously attained. Han Dongshui was correct. As a martial artist, one must learn to fend off external distractions. This was a fundamental lesson at the 5 major sections. Yet, to achieve this required immense cultivation and mental fortitude, something Han Dongshui herself struggled with, let alone Xiao Ye, who had never trained in such a manner. Before long, Xiao Ye could no longer endure the disturbances and emerged from his meditative state. Casting a glance at Han Dongshui, he reluctantly rose to his feet. It was now dawn, and on the high platform of Ziyun's sect, Li Chihuai remained lazily seated on the ground, occasionally sipping from a flask of strong liquor, appearing quite at ease. Behind Li Chihuai, Han Dongshui stood upright, gazing ahead. Though her peripheral vision occasionally darted towards Xiao Ye, her thoughts veiled. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye was preoccupied with recovering from his injuries while reflecting on his battle with Han Dongshui, relishing the sensation of lethal intent coursing through him. In retrospect, that feeling could only be described with one word: exhilarating. When the killing intent surged within him, The sensation of losing control over both mind and body was maddening, accompanied by an ever-mounting aura of murderous intent that instilled fear. Yet, as the killing intent waned and he began to master it alongside his body, the pleasure was unparalleled, leaving him yearning for more. The slaughterhouse seemed to conceal some secret, the voice guiding him to control the killing intent. Whose was it? At this moment, Xiao Ye had time to ponder the state of his being when the killing intent surged, questioning the identity of that strange voice. What mysteries lay hidden within the slaughterhouse? Regardless, one thing was certain: he had grasped the essence of cultivating killing intent. Upon arriving at Ziyun's sect, his first course of action would be to seek out the slaughterhouse. From this day forth, the butcher would become his vocation. Perhaps through the mastery of killing intent, he could swiftly defeat Muchinger. A fervent fire ignited within Xiao Ye's heart. The method of cultivating killing intent was the most valuable asset he had obtained within the Xiao family. Just then, as he was lost in thought, 3 piercing sounds sliced through the air like arrows, rapidly approaching from the south, transforming into 3 fiery orbs in the void. Transmission talismans? The esteemed elders within the martial arts arena recognized these 3 luminous forms almost instantaneously. Xiao Zhan's body swayed as he shot towards the sky. With a flick of his sleeve, the 3 flaming orbs scattered, morphing into 3 yellow talismans, shimmering with spiritual light, which Xiao Zhan deftly caught in his grasp. Chapter 54. Family, Unity, Passion, Blood. Transmission talismans, an exceedingly advanced form of communication in the Zhengyuan continent, are notoriously difficult to craft and hold considerable value. Utilized primarily by sects and prominent families, it was evident that these 3 transmission talismans were directed towards the Xiao family, and judging by the aura emanating from them, they originated from 3 distinct, powerful individuals. But why had they all arrived simultaneously? Grasping the 3 transmission talismans, Xiao Zhan's emotions were tumultuous. He sensed something was amiss. Below, the onlookers lifted their gazes, intrigued by the unfolding events. Xiao Ye furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. With 3 major sects still unaccounted for, and now receiving 3 transmission talismans, could this be related to the 3 sects? Were they in peril? If the 3 major sects faced danger, Xiao Ye would remain indifferent. However, the direction of the talismans pointed south, where, if his memory served him right, Zhongjian Villa resided. Could this matter be connected to Zhongjian Villa? It seemed the rumors held truth. The Royal Maple Valley, Dragon Slaughter Palace, and Fushi Gate had no intention of visiting the Xiao family. On the high platform, Li Chihuai had risen at some point, a glimmer of clarity in his eyes, as if he were already aware of the unfolding events. In that instant, his gaze flickered, and he exchanged a rapid glance with Song Ji from the Sanluo Palace. Within a single breath, they both averted their eyes simultaneously. Xiao Ye understood that they were communicating through their minds, judging by their relieved expressions. They likely shared a common understanding regarding the origin of the 3 talismans and the situation at hand. In the void, the transmission talismans in Xiao Zhan's hand ignited one by one, disappearing entirely. This was the result of Xiao Zhan extracting the information from the talismans before they self-immolated. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's expression darkened considerably, his countenance resembling a stormy sky. The disciples of the Xiao family knew that their patriarch had received ominous news. Indeed, it is Xiao Zhan, whose expression merely flickered before returning to his usual solemnity, suppressing all signs of emotion. He turned and surveyed the disciples of the Xiao clan below, proclaiming loudly, "Disciples of the Xiao family, I have just received news from Huanfeng Valley, Longcha Palace, and Fushi Gate, due to certain circumstances. The 3 major sects will not be coming to our Xiao family to recruit disciples this year." His words were articulated with clarity, resonating in the ears of all Xiao disciples like a thunderclap. In that moment, they felt as if a sharp sword had pierced their hearts, devoid of pain, yet filled with a deep sense of anguish and humiliation that surged within them. Though Xiao Zhan's tone appeared composed, the disciples understood that the absence of the 3 major sects was not due to any perilous situation. The name Ancient Clan Xiao had always been a source of pride for its disciples, the very foundation that attracted various sects to seek apprentices. Despite the family's continued decline, that pride had seeped into their very bones. How could it be eradicated? Even as they sensed the growing disregard from the outside world towards the Xiao family, the disciples remained steadfast in their belief that they would rise again, restoring the ancient clan's illustrious name. Yet today, 3 out of the 5 major sects were absent. Did they look down upon the Xiao family? Did they care nothing for it? Or were they simply disinterested in coming to the Xiao family? Patriarch, we wish to know the truth. Please enlighten us. One impassioned disciple, his eyes reddened with fervor, nearly shouted his plea. Please, Patriarch, we implore you. The other disciples nodded in agreement, some even kneeling. The absence of 3 major sects from the 5 was a significant matter, and the disciples sought an explanation, a revelation of the truth. What is the meaning of this? A thunderous voice reverberated, shaking the very heavens. The disciples felt a jolt in their minds as the withered figure of the Grand Elder soared to Xiao Zhan's side, followed closely by Xiao Ming, who floated beside him. The absence of the 3 major sects has its reasons. You are still young. There are countless sects in this world. Do you think that without these 3 sects, you shall cease your cultivation? The Grand Elder's words were sharp and incisive. He understood that Xiao Zhan was concealing something, and he feared that revealing the truth might only deepen the disciples' humiliation, especially with so many sects gathered. Some matters must remain undisclosed, to be addressed later. The Grand Elder thought, "Esteemed Elder, it is not that we cannot cultivate. We simply refuse to accept this. Do the 3 major sects look down upon our Xiao family? Please, Elder, speak plainly, so we may know the truth and strive harder in our cultivation, making the 3 major sects regret their actions today." The disciples were filled with righteous indignation, their reason teetering on the brink. When their pride was trampled, yet they remained in ignorance of the truth. They found the situation intolerable. Enough. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in fury, ready to reprimand the shouting disciple, but was halted by Xiao Zhan's outstretched hand. He stepped forward, managing a faint smile, and addressed the gathered sects. "I apologize for the indiscretion displayed by my disciples. I hope you will overlook it." As the patriarch, it was essential for Xiao Zhan to utter these words, for the number of sects present was overwhelming, and regardless of the circumstances, the Xiao family could not afford to lose face. The various sects observed from the sidelines. Some were mere spectators, others sought the truth, while a few maintained a neutral stance. "Patriarch Xiao, if you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave," Li Qihui said with a smile. Preparing to depart with Han Dong Shui, Xiao Xiaojia, and Xiao Ye, appearing utterly disinterested. "Brotherly, please wait." Xiao Zhan reached out to stop him, then addressed the assembly. "All present sects are friends of the Xiao family, and we shall remember this. While certain matters are not suitable for public disclosure today, I, Xiao Zhan, shall speak a few words." The patriarch's words startled the Grand Elder, who was about to protest, but was silenced by Xiao Zhan. "Elder, continuing to bury our heads in the sand will only deceive ourselves. Look at our disciples, filled with passion and ambition. Let them know the truth. A little pressure may not be a detriment to them." This was communicated discreetly to the Grand Elder, unheard by the disciples. The Grand Elder tightened his frail hands, contemplating the resolute expressions of the Xiao disciples below, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. For years, they had instilled in the disciples a sense of pride in the ancient clan, leading them to cultivate for that very reason. In truth, the decline of the Xiao clan far exceeded what the disciples could fathom. Many of the sects that came to recruit were only persuaded after multiple invitations from the Xiao family. The 5 major sects were drawn to the Xiao family at great expense, visiting annually to recruit disciples. In the eyes of the Xiao disciples, the ancient clan was revered and sacred, yet in the eyes of the world, it had become but a shadow of its former self. Very well. Observing the inquisitive gazes of the disciples, the Grand Elder finally relented. "Patriarch, please tell us what has transpired." The disciples' emotions were reaching a boiling point. Even Xiao Ye held his breath, eager for the truth. Xiao Zhan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and when he opened them again, a profound weariness was visible within. "Disciples, our ancient clan, the Xiao family, has officially fallen to a 4th-rate family in the Xingyuan continent." "What? A 4th-rate family? Though the Xiao family has declined, have we not always maintained our status as a 2nd-rate family?" Xiao Zhan's opening statement was one the disciples could scarcely accept. Families are ranked, and at its zenith, the Xiao family was undoubtedly a 1st-rate family. Even as it waned, it managed to hold on to a 2nd-rate status. The narrative shared within the family had always been that they were a 2nd-rate family. To suddenly learn they had become a 4th-rate family was a staggering revelation. In the Xingyuan continent, the number of 2nd-rate families was limited to under 100, wielding considerable power. In contrast, 4th-rate families numbered in the tens of thousands. Such a disparity was unbearable. Among the sects in attendance, there was no surprise or sympathy upon hearing this news, for it was no secret to the outside world. "Our ancient clan has fallen to a 4th-rate family due to the shortcomings of our elders. It is our fault, and we cannot change it. But you are different. You are young, passionate, intelligent, and talented. You are the future of the Xiao family. Must you still rely on the legacy of a 2nd-rate family? With your abilities and fervor, can you not restore the Xiao family? I, Xiao Zhan, believe that one day, the Xiao family shall reclaim its place as a 2nd-rate family, or even rise to 1st-rate status, and all of this depends on you. You are the future of the Xiao family." Xiao Zhan's voice grew ever more fervent, culminating in a rallying cry. "You must bear the mission of reviving the Xiao family. Cultivate with all your might. Can you achieve this? Silence enveloped the arena as the disciples absorbed the gravity of the Xiao family's plight. Initially filled with humiliation and anger, they now felt a flicker of hope igniting within them, their spirits ignited by Xiao Zhan's words. I can. An unknown disciple shouted, raising his arm high. I can. I can. We can. The Xiao family training grounds erupted with triumphant shouts, their voices resolute and powerful, brimming with boundless enthusiasm, reaching for the heavens. Among the chorus was Xiao Ye's voice, acknowledging Xiao Zhan's prowess as a patriarch. Even Xiao joined in the fervor. This was family. This was unity. This was passion. This was fervor. Excellent. I am confident in your ability to endure all challenges. Now, I can safely disclose the reasons for the absence of the three major sections. As Xiao Zhan spoke again, the audience fell into a profound silence, eager to learn why these prestigious sects chose not to attend. Was it the decline of the Xiao family that led to their neglect and abandonment? In Chapter 55, the incident at Zongjin Villa, three communication talismans delivered three dire pieces of news, revealing to the disciples the true state of the Xiao family for the first time. At this moment, a fervent determination surged within the disciples. Their innate pride ignited a fervent desire to revive the Xiao family. Surveying the restless disciples, Xiao Zhan's thoughts were tumultuous. As the family head, he should not act so impulsively. He ought to suppress this matter further, allowing the disciples to believe that the Xiao family remained a second-rate clan. Yet, the three communication talismans presented him with a challenge, instilling a sense of unprecedented crisis. If he did not confront the situation openly, it could soon become too late. The Xiao family had reached a precarious state, facing an unprecedented calamity. Meanwhile, the three major sects convened at Zongjin Villa in the south. Their absence from the Xiao family today signified a permanent estrangement. They had forged an agreement with Zongjin Villa, prohibiting the inclusion of Xiao family disciples in the ranks of Huangfeng Valley, Longcha Palace, and Fuxi Gate. Xiao Zhan finally unveiled the truth. The three major sects had made a monumental decision. Henceforth, they would no longer accept disciples from the Xiao family. This revelation struck the Xiao family disciples like a bolt from the blue. The simultaneous rejection by the three major sects meant that, within the five great sects, the Xiao family disciples were left with merely two options, Ziyun sect and Sunluo Hall. Head of the family, why have the three major sects taken such drastic measures? What benefits do they gain from refusing our disciples? Though the Xiao family has fallen, we are not devoid of talent. One disciple voiced his confusion. Why are the three major sects so ruthless, leaving no room for negotiation? Their actions suggest a complete severance of ties with the Xiao family. Previously, while they may have disregarded us, there was no animosity. What has precipitated this sudden shift? Xiao Zhan explained. A prodigy named Wei Tianping has emerged at Zongjin Villa, whose talents are beyond my comprehension, likely of extraordinary caliber. The three major sects have settled there to vie for his allegiance. Not long ago, Zongjin Villa made a significant decree. Should the three major sects sever ties with the Xiao family and permanently refuse our disciples, they would be permitted to compete fairly. Upon hearing this, the Xiao disciples murmured among themselves, while Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. This matter was indeed connected to Zongjin Villa. What was the relationship between Wei Tianping and Wei Tianyi? The ability to attract the attention of all three major sects and secure such an agreement spoke volumes of his terrifying potential. A flicker of malice crossed Xiao Ye's mind. Zongjin Villa had undoubtedly become an adversary. Their strength was something he was unwilling to witness. An opportunity must arise to eliminate Wei Tianping. Otherwise, if such a figure were to flourish, he would become an insurmountable threat in the future. Xiao Ye's thoughts turned increasingly sinister. He observed the surrounding disciples. Their emotions a tumultuous swirl, yet each bore an unwavering spirit. The fact that a single disciple from Zongjin Villa could compel the three major sects to abandon the Xiao family was a profound humiliation for the ancient Xiao clan. The disciples chose silence, harboring resentment and vengeance, yet lacking the strength to act. Now, numerous sects watched the Xiao family, as though they were spectators to a farcical performance. They faced a choice, to succumb to despair or to strive for resurgence. The path they would tread depended solely on their own decisions. Today, after Xiao Zhan laid bare the Xiao family's plight, a metamorphosis was destined to unfold within the clan, marked by internal restructuring and the re-establishment of rules. Accompanied by immense challenges, Xiao Ye felt helpless in this tumult. Gazing at Xiao Zhan in the void, a pang of guilt surged within him. Perhaps it was the blood coursing through his veins, but this was the Xiao family, the very lineage that Xiao Ye had come to regard as his own. Zongjin Villa. You shall be my first target for obliteration, Xiao Ye resolved, casting a sidelong glance at the various sections. He noted their calm demeanor in the face of the Xiao family's upheaval, with some displaying mocking expressions. Clearly, This incident concerning the ancient Xiao clan was of little consequence to the broader world of Zhenyuan continent. To these sect disciples, it was merely a trivial spectacle. Forgive me for the inconvenience, but I suggest we postpone the disciple selection for a day, allowing the disciples to gather their thoughts and regain composure. We may resume tomorrow. If that is agreeable? The disciples were already in disarray. Continuing with the selection process was evidently not the way forward. As family head, Xiao Zhan naturally considered the well-being of his disciples. Very well. As per the head of the Xiao family's arrangement, our Sanluo Hall will continue recruitment for 3 more days. We shall remain here, replied Song Ji from Sanluo Hall with a smile, having taken Xiao Jian under his wing, thus maintaining a cordial stance towards the Xiao family. I too am in a good mood. Like Sanluo Hall, our recruitment will last for 3 days. Li Qihui added with a shrug. Following the declarations from Ziyun's sect and Sanluo Hall, other sects nodded in agreement. While Huangfeng Valley, Longcha Palace, and Fuxi Gate had decisively turned against the Xiao family, Ziyun sect and Sanluo Hall had garnered significant benefits from the situation. The relationship between these two sects and the Xiao family would remain favorable for the time being, contingent upon the performance of Xiao Ye and his companions. Should they achieve nothing of note within Ziyun's sect, all would be for naught. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Zhan expressed his gratitude to the various sects, seemingly exchanging a few whispered words with the 2 elders beside him. He then commanded Xiao Jun below. Jun, you shall remain here to oversee matters. With that, he and the 3 elders transformed into 3 streaks of light, departing the training ground. Simultaneously, Xiao Ye received a message from Xiao Zhan. Ye, I await you at your residence. Upon lifting his gaze, Xiao Ye noticed a subtle shift in Xiao Jia beside him, as well as in Xiao Jian and another Xiao family disciple on the high platform of Sanluo Hall. The 4 exchanged knowing glances, clearly having received the same message. Instantly, they each found an excuse to excuse themselves, though their paths diverged, indicating the differences in the messages they received. In light of the upheaval within the Xiao family, the disciples' emotions were complex, and only a few remained to participate in the selection process. They all needed time to reconcile their feelings, for their deeply entrenched beliefs had been shattered in an instant. This incident also affected Xiao Ye. As he returned to his residence, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. This discomfort felt akin to a humiliation that demanded release. Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually integrated into this world, assimilating into the Xiao family. The environment can foster evolution and easily influence an individual. Without realizing it, Xiao Ye had begun to identify himself as a disciple of the Xiao family. Within the residence, Xiao Zhan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his serious demeanor tinged with traces of weariness. His strength and wisdom seemed to be suppressed within him at this moment. From a distance, Xiao Ye perceived hints of aging upon him, despite being in his 40s. At his level of strength, he should be in his prime. How much longer could his body endure? What internal injuries had he sustained? Would the small life-prolonging pill prove effective for him? Xiao Ye pondered as he entered the residence. As he stepped inside, the courtyard gate closed of its own accord, stirred by a gentle breeze. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Zhan conjured a barrier of vital energy, enveloping both father and son within its protective embrace. This scene inevitably caused Xiao Ye to furrow his brow. Was such caution necessary within the Xiao family? Even in a so-called secret chamber, one must exercise vigilance. The current plight of the Xiao family is far more dire than you can imagine. As you prepare to leave, there are certain tasks that I must entrust to you. Xiao Zhan's demeanor was gravely serious, his peripheral gaze discreetly darting towards the corner of the east wall of the courtyard, a subtlety only observable to Xiao Ye facing him. Xiao Ye maintained his composure, though his mind was a tempest of thoughts. If he was not mistaken, the direction of Xiao Zhan's gaze indicated the presence of someone lurking nearby. Indeed, it seems that over the past 2 years, you have not only enhanced your strength but also matured significantly in temperament. I can now confidently assign you this task, Xiao Zhan remarked with a sudden smile. Had his father been testing him? Xiao Ye was taken aback. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiao Zhan raised a hand to silence him. The seriousness of his expression clearly indicated that someone was indeed lying in wait nearby. As the head of the family, to be surveilled on one's own territory, yet feign ignorance required immense restraint. Why was this necessary? Was there unrest within the Xiao family? Observing the attitudes of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, it was evident they aligned with Xiao Zhan. Who else could possibly oppose him? Momentarily, Xiao Ye was engulfed in a whirlpool of contemplation. Child, a family encompasses far more than meets the eye, especially one as ancient as our Xiao clan. Though we may appear to be in decline, if there were not internal issues, how could the united forces of the Xiao family falter against the 5 great sects? Xiao Zhan sighed. This is all you need to know for now. There is no need for you to delve deeper. Just understand that our clan has splintered into numerous branches, and many of the continent's formidable powers are, in fact, extensions of our family. The Liu family, allied with the Zhongjian villa, is controlled by one of our branches. At this juncture, Xiao Ye's heart was in turmoil. In his previous life, as a task enthusiast immersed in the gaming world, the concept of family was starkly simplistic, complexity was non-existent. However, in this reality, a vast family with a long lineage inevitably harbors myriad internal conflicts. The true cause of the Xiao family's decline lay within. This was the astonishing revelation Xiao Ye gleaned from Xiao Zhan's words. Enough about the Xiao family for now. Internally, there shouldn't be any major issues for the time being. The task I am about to assign to you is to become immensely powerful within the Ziyun sect, establish your own influence, and find an opportunity to eliminate the Zhongjian villa. Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted as he shifted the conversation, directly bestowing upon Xiao Ye an enormous undertaking. Chapter 56. Before departing, eliminate the Zhongjian villa. Although Xiao Ye had contemplated such an idea, hearing it articulated by Xiao Zhan left him somewhat incredulous. The Zhongjian villa was a colossal family. For Xiao Ye to single-handedly obliterate it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Certainly, Xiao Ye possessed confidence in his capabilities. Yet what gave Xiao Zhan such faith in his son taking on an entire family? The Liu family's alliance with the Zhongjian villa was undoubtedly aimed at leveraging their overt power to eliminate the Xiao family. If I am correct in my assumptions, then Wei Tianping's true identity must be a disciple of one of the Xiao family's branches. This requires thorough investigation. Disregarding Xiao Ye's astonishment, Xiao Zhan continued. In the days to come, the Zhongjian villa will undoubtedly initiate a series of actions targeted at the Xiao family, and we may not be able to withstand them. Therefore, the most effective solution is to annihilate them, as our family's branches do not yet dare to take direct action against us. Child, this task may seem incredulous to you now, but believe me, with sufficient strength, even as an individual, you can bring down the Zhongjian villa. Xiao Zhan's words were sharply focused on the Zhongjian villa. It was clear he had much more to say, such as why the Xiao family branches hesitated to confront the main family. Ultimately, he had assigned Xiao Ye a mission that he had already been inclined to undertake, now further solidified. I will strive to fulfill it, Xiao Ye affirmed with a nod, harboring a desire to confront the Zhongjian villa, particularly Wei Tianyi. Child, do not underestimate your talents. Among the three brothers, your latent potential is the strongest. Originally, Junior was best suited for destructive tasks, but for now, he must remain with the Xiao family. Your elder brother is also burdened with many responsibilities, so this matter must fall to you. Xiao Zhan patted Xiao Ye's shoulder, and Xiao Ye sensed the weight of countless secrets hidden within his father, who bore an immense burden. The father-son duo exchanged few words. After entrusting matters to Xiao Ye, Xiao Zhan departed in haste. Revealing the family's situation to the disciples today would undoubtedly incite chaos within the Xiao family, and Xiao Zhan needed to maintain control and address pressing issues. The conversation with Xiao Ye had been a precious moment he had managed to carve out amidst his duties. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Initially, he had thought he could cultivate in seclusion, gradually growing stronger. However, it appeared this world would not afford him the luxury of time. Nonetheless, this was preferable. Intertwining cultivation with life would render the journey far more captivating. Xiao Ye took a deep breath, his complexion paling slightly as the lingering pain from his injuries reminded him that complete recovery would require at least 3 days of rest. That Han Dongshui had struck with such ferocity. Had she not pulled back at the last moment, he might have perished at her hands. He had forgotten to inquire about the nature of his relationship with Han Dongshui. Why had she claimed to be his former fiancée? As the words of Han Dongshui echoed in his mind, Xiao Ye found himself engulfed in confusion. There was no trace of her in his memories. Only remnants of Mu Qing'er. Yet, someone like Han Dongshui would not speak such words lightly. Could it be that this part of his memory had been forgotten or never inherited? Ultimately, her decision to spare his life indicated that she harbored no deep-seated animosity. Perhaps it would be wise to seek an opportunity to resolve this matter amicably, considering she had shown him mercy. Xiao Ye meditated within the courtyard, meticulously sorting through all that had transpired. Afterward, he entered his quarters, changed into fresh attire, and organized a small bundle, filling it with clothing before exiting the courtyard. He did not head directly to the training grounds, but instead went to the storage room, utilizing his status to acquire 100 gold spirit rolls before proceeding to the training arena. In any world, money is indispensable, as the saying goes. Money can make the devil push the millstone. In this realm, where power reigns supreme, various materials must be procured. Without spirit rolls, one would find it exceedingly inconvenient to undertake any endeavor. Xiao Ye intended to use these 100 gold spirit rolls to purchase materials for crafting weapons for sale. With his weapon crafting system at his disposal, this was his most effective means of generating income. Moreover, he had the first design blueprint, the soaring wings. A design blueprint encompasses all the auxiliary materials for an equipment piece, as long as the primary materials are located and combined with the design blueprint within the crafting system. The equipment depicted can be forged. Furthermore, utilizing a design blueprint for crafting does not necessitate consideration of the crafting system's level or the costs involved, as these are provided free of charge. Upon reviewing the Soaring Wings design blueprint, Xiao Ye focused his thoughts, and immediately, various details regarding the Soaring Wings emerged in his inventory. Equipment design blueprint, Soaring Wings. Level, profound to earth. Attribute, wind. Spirituality, undetermined. Consumption, undetermined. Required primary material, wing skeleton of a level 3 wind-type magical beast. After absorbing this information, Xiao Ye felt reassured. The Soaring Wings required the wing skeleton of a level 3 wind-type magical beast, a task far from simple. Slaying a level 3 magical beast alone necessitated at least the strength of a Grand Martial Master, let alone that the beast in question was a wind-type creature. Once a wind-type magical beast takes flight, it navigates the heavens with grace, making it exceedingly difficult to slay. It seems I must turn to the auction house or the marketplace. This item would require at least 1 or 2,000 gold spirit rolls to acquire. Once I arrive at the Ziyun sect, I can take my time. Xiao Ye collected his thoughts and retrieved a vial of true qi water from his pack, consuming it in one swift motion. In an instant, the progress bar for his 7th level martial artist advancement surged forward by 1/7. Such a remarkable elixir. This single vial of true qi water is likely more effective than 20 vials of lesser spirit qi water. I find myself filled with anticipation. What thrilling tasks await me after leaving the Xiao family? The blood within Xiao Ye surged with fervor as he reached the training ground, which appeared notably tranquil, devoid of any Xiao family disciples testing their skills. Instead, on the elevated platform of the Ziyun sect, Li Qihuai and Song Ji engaged in conversation. During the selection of disciples, they were rivals. However, behind the scenes, their rapport was surprisingly amicable. Upon returning to the platform, Xiao Ye distinctly sensed the probing aura of Han Dongshui, which was devoid of any concealment, clearly intended for Xiao Ye's notice. Upon casting his gaze, he beheld Han Dongshui's frosty visage. To be honest, she was quite beautiful, yet her demeanor was excessively cold and expressionless, exuding an aura that kept others at bay with her formidable strength. Noticing Xiao Ye's gaze, Han Dongshui let out a soft huff through her nose and turned her head away. Xiao Ye shook his head and began to regulate his internal true qi and spirit qi, gradually mending his body. Before long, Xiao Xiaojia, Xiao Jian, and another Xiao family disciple returned to the training ground. Aside from Xiao Xiaojia's impassive expression, Xiao Jian and the other disciple bore a more serious demeanor, evidently having engaged in a significant conversation. Gradually, disciples began to return, and after a brief period of quietude, the training ground regained its vibrancy. This time, the disciples were evidently more fervent, significantly increasing their chances of joining the sect. This was partly due to the absence of the 3 major sects, with some promising disciples who had been observing now opting to choose a sect. Additionally, having learned of the Xiao family's current circumstances, the disciples were filled with a sense of determination, unwilling to concede defeat. It must be said that the selection process at the training ground had become increasingly intense, with the major sects pleasantly surprised to find that they had unknowingly recruited several satisfactory disciples. Gradually, the training ground returned to its former bustling state, with an atmosphere far more vibrant than before, as both the recruiting sects and the testing disciples were fully engaged. Even the Ziyun sect welcomed a number of disciples, for of whom had previously ascended the platform but were ultimately not selected. Historically, the only disciples recruited by the Ziyun sect from the Xiao family were Xiao Xiaojia and Xiao Ye, with no third party intruding upon this dynamic. Meanwhile, at the Sunluo Hall, disciples continued to participate in testing, yet none had passed, leaving only Xiao Ye and another Xiao family disciple standing out. Beyond these 2 major sects, the disciple selection from other sects reached its peak, with numerous Xiao family disciples being chosen. As an ancient clan, the Xiao family's disciples possessed commendable aptitude, and with the resources provided by the family, they were nurtured from a young age, enjoying conditions far superior to those in the outside world. This is the advantage of a family. Hence, sects tend to prefer selecting disciples from prominent families. Often, some extraordinary talents emerge from these clans, though there are undoubtedly exceptional individuals among the common populace who require discovery. In any case, as long as they are talented, sects will not easily let them go. Every sect understands that to thrive and prosper, they must continually incorporate fresh blood. This is a truth recognized even by the 5 great sects. The difference lies in their renown, as even without actively recruiting, they are inundated each year with aspirants seeking to join. From a certain perspective, The 5 great sects need not worry about the quantity of disciples. They are more concerned with the quality and talent of those they recruit. Xiao Zhan, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder were conspicuously absent from the training ground as they busied themselves with internal matters to appease the Xiao family. Meanwhile, the rumored Third Elder was swiftly strategizing, aiming to suppress the recent events involving the Xiao family with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. The entire Xiao family faced impending turmoil, compelling the management of the training ground to fall solely to Xiao Jun, while the rest of the family management was summoned by Xiao Zhan to address the situation. In a moment of bravado, Xiao Zhan revealed the truth, igniting the fervor and pride within the Xiao family disciples. However, the issues that arose were indeed numerous. For any family, even a minor incident can trigger upheaval, let alone a matter of such grave consequence. As the selection period progressed, time flew by, and during this interval, Xiao Ye and Xiao Xiaojia remained steadfastly on the platform. They scarcely spoke, both engrossed in their preparations. Though physically present, their hearts had already soared beyond the Xiao family, embarking upon a vibrant world of possibilities. Soon, the 3-day time frame concluded, marking the end of the selection period for both the Ziyun sect and Sunluo Hall. Chapter 57. Arrangements. Li Qi-Huai of the Ziyun sect, accompanied by his beloved disciple Han Dongxue, accepted 2 disciples from the Xiao family, the spirit master Xiao Xiaojia and the dual cultivation practitioner Xiao Ye. Songji of the Sunluo Hall, alongside Sister Lu and others, welcomed Xiao Jin into their ranks, emphasizing his training, while 2 other fortunate Xiao family disciples were also selected by the Sunluo Hall. Among the 5 major sects, 2 had collectively taken 5 disciples from the Xiao family. The remaining Xiao family disciples, over 500, were not selected, while more than 100 were distributed among the other 13 sections. Under the personal escort of Xiao Zhan, one magical beast after another vanished into the distant horizon. With a swift stroke of a sword that cleaved the sky, Xiao Ye and Xiao Xiaojia finally took flight upon their magic sword, departing from the Xiao family. As Xiao Ye gazed back at the gradually diminishing Xiao family peak, a faint sense of melancholy arose within him, akin to a wayward child contemplating when he would return home. A family he had known for less than a month had inexplicably instilled within him a sense of belonging, which left Xiao Ye pensive. This feeling of belonging was indeed rather pleasant. After a long while, a smile crept across Xiao Ye's lips as he suddenly turned away. No longer casting a glance at the receding Xiao family residence, his gaze now settled upon the vast expanse of the world. The sky is high and the sea vast, allowing birds to soar freely. Here I come, Xiao Ye of the Zhenyuan continent. As his thoughts returned, Xiao Ye noticed the flying sword beneath him, which could be adjusted in size at will, responding to Li Qi-Huai's mental state. It was a personal artifact, cultivated within him, possessing formidable power. Should this treasure sustain any damage, Li Qi-Huai, connected to it by his spirit, would also be affected. Xiao Ye was eager to scan this sword to discern its true nature and capabilities. This is my master's Lihua sword, which has long attained sentience. You would do well not to gawk at it like a fool. It dislikes being stared at by strangers and is particularly averse to imbeciles. As Xiao Ye scrutinized the Lihua sword, he may have appeared somewhat dazed and foolish. Observing this, Han Dongxue let out a cold huff, seemingly in response to her. The Lihua sword suddenly ignited with flames, swirling around Xiao Ye in a circle before vanishing back into the sword. The flames seemed to boast, yet also hinted at a threat, leaving Xiao Ye with an impression that was far from friendly. The sword possesses spirit. Indeed, it is a treasured blade. Xiao Ye marveled, shifting his gaze to the golden aura surrounding the Lihua sword. It was this golden barrier that ensured the swiftly flying sword maintained its stability, allowing Xiao Ye to stand securely upon it. Clearly, this was a true qi barrier, activated by Li Qi-Huai, who sat at the sword's tip, indulging in wine. Normally, Li Qi-Huai would not need to employ any protective shield while flying using his abilities. However, with Xiao Ye, Xiao Xiaojia, and Han Dongxue aboard, if the shield were not deployed, the trio would likely be torn apart by the turbulent winds, as the speed of the Lihua sword far exceeded what mere martial artists could withstand. Senior, when shall we arrive at the Ziyun sect? Xiao Ye's heart had already soared to the Ziyun sect, and he impatiently inquired. Li Qi-Huai downed a strong liquor, turning his back to Xiao Ye and Xiao Xiaojia. After a brief pause, he said, by taking my departure fire sword, you can reach Ziyun sect within a day. A day? Xiao Ye pursed his lips, gazing at the vast sea of clouds receding below. His fists tightened slightly, a glimmer of ominous killing intent flashing in his eyes. Wei Tianyi, the deathmatch we agreed upon is still less than 10 days away. You surely didn't expect that in such a short time. I would advance from a 5th-level warrior to a point where I could defeat you. Just wait at Ziyun sect. I am coming for my revenge. Hey! With that murderous look, Do you intend to kill me? The palpable aura of menace emanating from Xiao Ye sent chills down Han Dongshui's spine. Although Xiao Ye had been brimming with violent killing intent during their competition, it had not seemed frightening to Han Dongshui at the time. However, the current killing intent was genuine, a true desire to take a life. Xiao Ye was taken aback by Han Dongshui's keen observation. Has she been watching me all along? I do intend to kill, but not you. Rather, it is the other disciples of Xian's sect. Xiao Ye replied menacingly. Oh, you dare to admit that? You are about to become a disciple of Xian's sect, yet you boldly proclaim your intention to kill other disciples before your master. Are you not afraid that your master might change his mind and not only deny you entry but also execute you on the spot? A flicker of surprise crossed Han Dongshui's eyes. She had expected Xiao Ye to deny it, but his candid admission shocked her. Saying such things in front of Li Qihuai. Did Xiao Ye wish for death? Li Qihuai had turned around at some point, his murky eyes fixed with interest on Xiao Ye, pondering something inscrutable. Will I abandon my aspirations simply because I join Xian's sect? The sect is vast, and conflicts among disciples are commonplace and unavoidable. Besides, once I join Xian's sect, I intend to kill someone immediately. Hiding my intentions would be futile. Xiao Ye responded with remarkable candor, confident that Li Qihuai was not an inflexible man. Internal strife exists in every power and sect, and such conflicts among disciples serve as a means for their growth. Oh, you plan to kill a disciple immediately upon joining Xian's sect? Li Qihuai asked with renewed interest. Pray tell, who is your target? Wei Tianyi, Xiao Ye stated without hesitation, naming his intended victim outright. Wei Tianyi is the son of the sword-controlling manor. The enmity between the Xiao family and the sword-controlling manor indeed justifies your desire to slay him. However, have you considered the repercussions? Once you kill him, the sword-controlling manor will have legitimate grounds to retaliate against the Xiao family, leading to catastrophic consequences. Li Qihuai had no doubts about Xiao Ye's capabilities to kill Wei Tianyi, yet the latter's unique status meant that the repercussions would be dire. I have already made a pact for a deathmatch. Killing him would be perfectly justified. Who would dare speak against it? Xiao Ye's words carried a weight of conviction, his tone laced with mockery that had been brewing for some time. Li Qihuai and Han Dongshui were intrigued. A deathmatch was a battle to the death, a rare occurrence within Xian's sect. Han Dongshui did not know Wei Tianyi, but Li Qihuai recognized him. Given that Wei Tianyi was a 7th-level warrior, how could he agree to a deathmatch with Xiao Ye? The only possibility was that this deathmatch had been arranged long ago. When did you establish this deathmatch agreement? Li Qihuai inquired. Less than 10 days ago. What? Finally, the usually composed Li Qihuai was taken aback by Xiao Ye's revelation. His pupils dilated as he pressed. Did you say 10 days? With your strength, how could Wei Tianyi agree to a deathmatch with you? Were you concealing your true power at that time? Not really. I was merely a 5th-level warrior then. Even if he knew I was dual cultivating with both spirit and martial arts, he would likely still agree to the deathmatch. Xiao Ye shrugged, a glint of determination in his eyes. What did you say? Xiao Yu's declaration left both Han Dongshui and Li Qihuai in astonishment. Their gazes fixed on him in disbelief. A deathmatch agreement in less than 10 days, and at that time, Xiao Ye was a 5th-level warrior. Yet now, he was a bona fide 7th-level warrior. In such a brief span, he had ascended from a 5th to a 7th-level warrior. Such talent was indeed remarkable. Even within Ziyun's sect. Previously, Li Qihuai and Han Dongshui had thought Xiao Ye's talent lay in his dual cultivation, but they had not anticipated such rapid advancement. At that time, I was a 5th-level warrior and a 3rd-tier spiritualist. Now, I am a 7th-level warrior and a 5th-tier spiritualist. I am absolutely confident in my ability to kill him. Xiao Ye's assertion caused Li Qihuai and Han Dongshui to roll their eyes in disbelief. From a 5th-level to a 7th-level warrior in less than 10 days was enough to warrant their attention. And the fact that Xiao Ye had also advanced from a 3rd-tier to a 5th-tier spiritualist in that time was astonishing. Is this fellow a monster? Yet, despite his incredible abilities, Xiao Ye spoke of his achievements with such nonchalance, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Li Qihuai, being an elder, quickly regained his composure, his expression becoming serene once more. Han Dongshui, however, lacked such control. Her gaze towards Xiao Ye was filled with complex emotions that she herself could not articulate. It seems this trip for the Xiao family has yielded 2 treasures for me. Alas, I can only take 1 disciple a year, or else I would gladly accept both of you. But fear not, I shall not waste your talents. Once we enter Ziyun's sect, I will introduce you to the powerful figures within the sect, allowing you to directly enter the inner circle. Li Qihuai pressed his lips together, already formulating a plan in his mind. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ye and Xiao Xiaojia both bowed in gratitude. Zixia Xianzuan is an inner elder of Ziyun's sect, possessing extraordinary talent and profound cultivation. Xiaojia, I shall introduce you to her, Li Qihuai said, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Thank you, senior. Xiao Ye expressed her gratitude once more. Li Qihui nodded, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Ye as he paced back and forth on the flying sword, contemplating who to introduce Xiao Ye to. Before leaving the sect, my senior brother had entrusted me with finding a suitable disciple. However, his cultivation path is rather gentle, which does not align with your temperament, making it unsuitable. Li Qihui murmured to himself, pacing a few more steps before a light seemed to dawn upon him. Hua Yuan Zunren had previously expressed a desire to take on disciples. Though he is somewhat aged, his strength is formidable, following a domineering approach. Among the inner elders, he is the strongest. I shall introduce you to him. The strongest among the inner circle? Xiao Yu pressed his lips together. In that case, I must truly thank you. Senior, enough of the pleasantries. Once you both achieve success in your studies, do not forget about this old man. At present, you are injured, and engaging in a deathmatch with Wei Tianyi would not put you at a distinct advantage. Thus, I will slow our pace, allowing you to recover before we arrive at Ziyun's sect. Li Qihui's eyes twinkled with a strange expression. Moreover, I must submit the list of prospective disciples to the sect in advance. When Wei Tianyi learns of your arrival, he is likely to prepare thoroughly. And at this point, Li Qihui broke into a mischievous smile, while Xiao Yu, Xiao Xiaojia, and Han Dangshui shivered in unison, casting a disapproving glance at him. They inwardly cursed this old man for his childishness. With Wei Tianyi so close to death, how could he scheme like this? Wouldn't it make Wei Tianyi's death all the more humiliating? In that moment, the trio had firmly labeled Li Qihui as a villain. Chapter 58. Ziyun's sect. Li Qihui acted decisively, even going so far as to expend a communication talisman to relay the news back to Ziyun's sect. Xiao Ye envisioned the savage expression on Wei Tianyi's face when he learned that Xiao Yu had joined Ziyun's sect. He feared that at the very moment Xiao Yu entered the sect, Wei Tianyi would confront him, initiating the deathmatch and leaving Xiao Yu with no way to retreat. To achieve his ends, Wei Tianyi would undoubtedly rally a number of allies, making it impossible for Xiao Ye to refuse. Wei Tianyi harbored malicious intentions, seeking to slay Xiao Ye before he could officially become a disciple of Ziyun's sect, thereby ensuring Xiao Ye's utter tragedy. Without further contemplation, as Wei Tianyi prepared, his heart brimmed with delight, oblivious to the fact that it was all a scheme orchestrated by Li Qihui, who would allow Wei Tianyi a brief moment of joy before digging his own grave. Simultaneously, Li Qihui could take a small measure of pride, asserting that the disciples he recruited were not to be trifled with by mere commoners, regardless of their status, whether newly initiated or yet to enter the fold. Upon the flying sword, Li Qihui sat contentedly at its tip, indulging in his fine spirits. Behind him, Xiao Ye sat cross-legged, diligently recuperating from his injuries. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaojia emanated spiritual energy, manipulating the surrounding space, seamlessly blending with the air as she cultivated in such conditions, exhibiting a remarkable naturalness. Han Dangshui stood upon the flying sword, her long hair flowing in the wind, her yellow attire billowing as her exposed arms bore the remnants of significant markings. Although her wounds had ceased to ache, her heart remained tumultuous. The man before her had once been her father's chosen betrothed, a memory that stirred deep-seated resistance within her, culminating in a period of intense familial discord. Back then, she had vehemently opposed Xiao Ye, even harboring a profound hatred for his name. However, following the incident involving Xiao Ye and Mu Qinger, Han Dangshui found herself exhaling a sigh of relief, accompanied by a tinge of humiliation. Despite having never encountered Xiao Ye, her heart had been a whirlwind of emotions, transitioning from initial disdain to later discomfort. It was only after being accepted as a disciple by Li Qihui and learning of her impending journey to the Xiao family that she yearned to confront him, to deliver a resounding defeat and erase all grievances. Little did she anticipate that while she succeeded in besting him, she too would not emerge unscathed. Now, upon discovering the extent of Xiao Ye's terrifying talent, she began to regard him with a newfound seriousness. Perhaps it was time to cast aside past grievances and forge a friendship. Her father had often advised her against arrogance, reminding her that in Ziyun's sect, one could not thrive without allies. As Han Dangshui pondered these thoughts, her gaze drifted toward the vast sky, filled with anticipation for life within Ziyun's sect and the world beyond. Having lived within the confines of the Han family as a woman, she had never encountered significant trials, and the outside world represented an uncharted realm brimming with possibilities. Ziyun's sect, nestled within the Zhenyuan continent, welcomed waves of youth into its embrace. As time slipped away aboard the flying sword, it traversed countless towns, forests, and lakes, encountering several flocks of spirit birds and even crossing paths with flying magical beasts and formidable cultivators. The scenery amidst the clouds was a sight to behold. Moments prior, Li Qihui had roused everyone aboard the sword, and now the four stood atop the blade, peering through the clouds at the distant horizon. Under Li Qihuai's deft control, the flying sword gradually descended, revealing a vast expanse of purple mist ahead. The mist, shrouded in mystery, danced like ethereal fairies across the heavens. Gazing outward, the purple haze appeared nearly boundless, but at its periphery, two towering stone pillars stood in stark contrast. From afar, these pillars seemed to require 100 people to encircle them, their surfaces adorned with golden, peculiar runes that flickered like tadpoles in motion. Enveloping the pillars were enormous black iron chains, glimmering ominously within the purple mist, resembling serpents lurking within the fog, evoking an unsettling sensation. These two pillars flanked either side, separated by a distance of about a mile, extending toward the clouds, seemingly without end. This was the foundation of the sect's protective formation, with 36 such foundational pillars strategically positioned along Ziyun sect's borders. Generally, the protective formation remained dormant, only activating when a grave threat to the sect's existence arose. Li Qihuai elucidated the significance of the foundational pillars to Xiao Ye and the others as the flying sword continued its descent, revealing the silhouette of majestic peaks emerging from the mist. Xiao Ye activated his spiritual vision, peering through the haze to behold various palatial abodes nestled upon the mountains. Within the ethereal mist, he discerned numerous formidable figures, each standing upon different magical artifacts, diligently navigating the sea of clouds. The atmosphere was suffused with an otherworldly aura, as if they had stepped into a realm of the divine. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed from behind, and 3 ethereal warriors appeared, their slender forms seemingly fragile enough to be swept away by the slightest breeze. Yet, astonishingly, these warriors bore colossal magical beasts upon their shoulders, each resembling mountains, weighing at least 10,000 jin. Such immense creatures would crush even 10 Xiao Yes. Yet these seemingly frail warriors effortlessly carried them. Though they appeared to traverse the air effortlessly, they stood upon radiant streams of light. Xiao Ye's spiritual vision could not penetrate the essence of this luminescence, but he sensed it was akin to the magical sword wielded by Li Qihuai, a form of innate artifact. Only those who reached the martial king level could stride through the void, yet some exceptionally strong grand martial masters, upon nearing that threshold, could employ powerful innate artifacts to soar briefly. Such an exertion of true energy was considerable. Obviously, Li Qihuai's prolonged flight did not rely on this type of technique, indicating his strength surpassed that of a martial king. The 3 warriors did not linger or pay heed to Xiao Ye and his companions, instead passing them by and merging into the purple mist, heading toward a distant peak. Soon, beams of light shot forth from all directions, revealing a bustling scene below, where myriad cultivators entered and exited the purple mist. Upon closer observation, the area surrounding the purple mist teemed with vibrant life, a constant flow of energy and movement. So, this is Ziyun's sect? Though countless thoughts swirled in their minds, upon witnessing the true magnificence of Ziyun's sect, Xiao Ye and his companions were profoundly awed. They had not anticipated that one of the 5 great sects would be nestled within an entire mountain range. The expanse was beyond what their eyes could fully fathom, and the peaks were far too numerous to count easily. Ziyun's sect boasted 620 peaks, with 3,000 of them housing various palatial abodes, while the remaining 620 were dense forests teeming with magical beasts. Within these woods lay countless treasures, making them ideal for disciples seeking adventure and trials. Li Qihuai, sensing their astonishment without needing to look, continued to explain, moreover, the forests within Ziyun's sect do not harbor particularly powerful beings. The strongest magical beasts here are only at level 4. To challenge more formidable beasts or perilous terrains, one must venture beyond Ziyun's sect. In Jinyuan continent, there exist powerful entities beyond your imagination, and terrifying foes await at every turn. The entirety of Ziyun's sect comprised a vast mountain range. It was not an entirely safe haven, as treasures, magical beasts, restrictions, formations, and dire perils lay hidden within. The immensity of over 3,000 peaks was beyond Xiao Ye's comprehension. He felt as if Ziyun's sect constituted a world unto itself, staggeringly vast. You need not overcomplicate matters. Li Qihuai elucidated. Ziyun's sect's peaks are categorized simply. There are 9 outer sect peaks, designated as the outer sect 9 peaks, where disciples of the outer sect generally remain. The inner sect comprises 36 peaks, referred to as the inner sect 36 peaks. The core consists of 72 peaks, known as the core 72 peaks. These 3 categories encompass the most commonly inhabited peaks. At the center lies the Ziyun main peak, which ordinary disciples cannot approach. Beyond these, the remaining peaks are designated as residences. Those who contribute sufficiently to the sect or attain the martial king level may claim a residence and reside within. In simple terms, it is essential for you to be aware of the 9 peaks of the outer sect, the 36 peaks of the inner sect, the 72 core peaks, the main peak of Ziyun, and certain perilous areas. Upon entering the sect, a clear and comprehensible map will be provided. Beyond the Misty Sea, Li Qihuai offered a brief overview of the layout of Ziyun's sect to Xiao Ye and the others, which is of utmost significance for every disciple about to step into the Ziyun sect. Let us proceed. I will introduce you two directly, enabling you to become inner sect disciples immediately. Wei Tianyi awaits you among the 4 peaks of the outer sect. Once you are recognized as inner sect disciples, you may seek him out, as he is likely prepared for your arrival. A mischievous smile grazed Li Qihuai's lips as he controlled the flying sword, guiding Xiao Ye and his companions into the Ziyun sect. As their bodies entered the violet mist, Xiao Ye felt a warm sensation enveloping him, the temperature around them rising noticeably, accompanied by waves of warmth infused with abundant spiritual energy that wafted through the air. Taking a deep breath, he felt a clarity in his mind, as if the fatigue accumulated over 3 days of travel was entirely washed away. The surrounding scenery became increasingly vivid. Despite the persistent violet mist, their vision was no longer obscured. Towering peaks, majestic mountains, flowing rivers, and flocks of birds created a scene akin to a grand world. Disciples were bustling about, contributing to a lively atmosphere. Each resolute face, the powerful waves of energy, and the ethereal spiritual essence stirred a deep yearning within them. Xiao Ye, Xiao Xiaojia, and Han Dongshui exchanged astonished glances, which gradually transformed into sheer delight. Upon entering the Ziyun sect, an involuntary surge of excitement coursed through their veins, each feeling an urge to howl at the sky and laugh heartily. Haha, Ziyun sect, I, Xiao Ye, have arrived. Chapter 59, the 9 peaks of the outer sect and the 36 peaks of the inner sect upon their entrance into the vibrant Ziyun sect. No one was present to conduct inspections. This was not due to negligence. Rather, prior to Xiao Ye and his companions arriving at the sect, probing waves had already assessed their presence. Li Qihuai, being a disciple of Ziyun sect, bore a distinctive emblem of identity that had already been verified by the sect. Additionally, the information he had relayed to the sect earlier rendered further inspection unnecessary. While the gates of Ziyun sect stood open, entry was not granted to just anyone. Xiao Ye and his companions arrived via flying swords. Had they approached on foot, they would have encountered the sect's mountain gate, where rigorous inspections were executed. As disciples continuously sought to pay their respects, the flying sword glided deeper into the mountain range, swiftly merging into the majestic landscape. As they soared past one grand peak after another, the breathtaking vistas captivated Xiao Ye, transporting him to a realm of immortality, with the delightful air and abundant spiritual essence drawing him in. Each peak bore a massive green stone, upon which gleaming golden characters inscribed the names of the mountains. Some peaks remained unnamed, their reasons unknown. Elders of the core sect possessed the privilege of claiming their own peaks, naming them as a mark of supreme honor. With sufficient strength and distinguished contributions to the sect, you too may one day possess a peak of your own, Li Qihuai elucidated. Master, do you possess a peak? Han Dongshui inquired with curious eyes. Me? Li Qihuai shook his head with a wry smile. Individuals like me are countless within Ziyun sect. I am far from attaining such a status. The peaks were limited in number, and each was fortified with grand formations that required substantial resources to maintain, making them unattainable for the unworthy. Then allow your disciple to help you claim a peak, and we shall name it after you. Han Dongshui's beautiful eyes sparkled with a playful glint. This icy beauty, despite her youthful demeanor, was not destined to maintain a serious facade forever. Occasionally displaying a hint of playfulness before her elders was harmless. You, little girl, Li Qihuai chuckled, a warmth evident in his smile. As they gazed upon the peaks bearing names, Xiao Ye felt a deep yearning. To own a peak cultivated by the Ziyun sect would symbolize status and identity. The peaks glided past them, and soon, 9 peaks came into view, standing tall yet not overly imposing, entwined in a massive circle with a 10th peak rising majestically in the center. Between each peak lay an unusual passageway that resembled a flowing curtain of water. Occasionally, disciples would step onto this ethereal surface, and without any discernible motion, they would be carried toward another peak. The outer 9 peaks were connected to the central peak via these spiritual pathways. From the inscriptions on the green stones of the 9 peaks, Xiao Ye understood that these represented the 9 peaks of the outer sect. At the heart of this arrangement was the main peak of the outer sect, where disciples received tasks, tested their cultivation levels, and requested leave. The pathways connecting all peaks were infused with spiritual energy. Li Qihuai explained that Ziyun sect possessed numerous elements unknown to the outside world. Without guidance, newcomers would be utterly bewildered. The spiritual energy there seems to be lower, Xiao Ye remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the outer peaks. Indeed, for these peaks are where the outer sect disciples reside, and the resources allocated by the sect are limited. The gathering formations there are rather rudimentary, however, they still hold a significant advantage over the outside world. Li Qihui clarified as he directed the flying sword away. This is not where you shall reside. There is no need to linger. We must proceed to the inner sect and resolve your matters first. As they departed, Xiao Ye took a moment to observe the outer sect's 4 peaks. Knowing Wei Tianyi awaited him there, undoubtedly well prepared for their impending duel, the flying sword surged deeper into the Ziyun sect, and the rich spiritual energy grew ever denser, with the mountains rising higher and the splendid scenery unfolding before them. Finally, they encountered 4 impeccably arranged rows of peaks, each row comprising 9 peaks. Remarkably, all 36 peaks were identical in size and shape. The peaks stood in flawless symmetry, exuding a rich spiritual essence approximately twice that of the outer peaks. Each peak was also significantly larger, resembling 36 brothers, with a greater number of spiritual pathways connecting them than the outer sect peaks, and their dimensions were incomparable. The disparity between the outer and inner sects was evident, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Observing the 36 peaks of the inner sect, Xiao Ye couldn't help but marvel. Each peak of the inner sect housed 2 elders, one responsible for the disciples' various affairs, while the other focused on profound cultivation, remaining aloof from daily matters, serving merely as a deterrent. Li Qihui, the ever-informative guide, was well-versed in everything related to the Ziyun sect. The revered Xixia immortal resides among the 9 peaks of the inner sect. Let us seek her out. As the flying sword moved, they directed their course toward the 9 peaks of the inner sect. Each peak was shielded by minor protective formations. Although not particularly strong, Li Qihui could effortlessly breach them. Clearly, these formations served as a deterrent, warning others against unwarranted intrusion while restricting the disciples' movements. The flying sword hovered outside the 9 peaks of the inner sect, where Li Qihui waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of true qi that melded seamlessly into the formation's outer light, vanishing without a trace. Haha, brotherly. You have finally arrived. A month has passed since the debt of 3 jars of Lianyu fine wine was incurred. It is high time to repay it. Is it not? A hearty laugh echoed, and soon after, a middle-aged man clad in azure robes, with a rotund visage and large ears, strode in gracefully. The wind at his feet evidently a manifestation of a personal talisman, swift yet nimble, though not as fast as Li Qihui's flying sword. Ahem, dear Zhuge. As you well know, I have been quite occupied with official matters lately. Might I request a slight extension regarding the Lianyu wine? In the presence of the imposing azure-clad figure, the usually assertive Li Qihui found himself smiling sheepishly, his gaze flickering clearly. He was caught in a predicament. You old rascal. Did you indulge in the Lianyu wine on your way back? Just look at your sorry state. It's nearly certain. The azure-clad man snorted coldly, his keen eyes effortlessly piercing through Li Qihui's facade. Ha ha ha. Li Qihui scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly, neither confirming nor denying the accusation, embodying the essence of a rogue. On the flying sword, witnessing Li Qihui's demeanor, Xiao Ye was taken aback, and even Han Dongshui could not fathom that their typically bold and decisive master would display such a countenance. Enough. You owe me a favor, and you shall repay it in due time. Since you are not here to deliver wine, what brings you here? As the azure-clad man spoke, his probing aura had already swept over Xiao Ye and his companions. In an instant, the trio's strengths were laid bare before the azure-clad man, apart from Xiaojiat. Neither Xiao Yu nor Han Dongshui caught his discerning eye. Yet, he was not one to judge by appearances. He held a firm belief in Li Qihui's judgment, confident that those he brought forth were not mere trifles. During this excursion, I have chosen 3 disciples, one of whom I will personally take under my wing. The other 2 are exceptionally talented juniors. I thought of presenting one to the esteemed Xixia Immortal, to see if she finds them satisfactory. Upon mentioning serious matters, Li Qihui instantly adopted a grave demeanor. Introducing disciples to the Xixia Immortal? The azure-clad man's expression darkened, and he lowered his voice, boldly. You know well that over the past 3 years, the sect has introduced countless disciples to the Xixia Immortal, yet none have met her exacting standards. Her requirements are not easily fulfilled. Although his voice was hushed, it did not escape the ears of Xiao Ye and the others, who grasped the stringent nature of the Xixia Immortal selection process. 3 years of attempts had yielded no success. Of course, I am aware that the Xixia Immortal is stringent in her selection, but that does not imply she is unwilling to accept disciples. I am merely making a recommendation. Even if it does not succeed, the worst I will receive is a reprimand from the Xixia Immortal, nothing of great consequence, Li Qihui replied nonchalantly. Only you would dare to face the Xixia Immortal's ire. If her temperament continues to grow volatile, she may find herself isolated. The azure-clad man shook his head. seemingly disapproving of the Xiao Immortal's disposition. Li Qihui, however, disagreed. The Xiao Immortal is solely focused on her cultivation. With such extraordinary talent, it is only a matter of time before she claims her own peak. Once she possesses strength, there will be those eager to curry her favor. This is not something you need to worry about, Brother Zhuge. Very well, do as you please, as long as you do not implicate me. Bring your chosen disciples inside. The azure-clad man gestured, and a formation opened a passage. Li Qihui led Xiao Ye and the others into the inner sanctum of the 9 peaks. Instantly, a rich spiritual aura surged forth like a tidal wave, refreshing and invigorating. Below, disciples bustled about. Some tended to magical beasts, others watered spiritual fields, engaged in sparring, or shared romantic moments, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon seeing the azure-clad man escorting Li Qihui and his companions into the mountain peak, the disciples cast curious glances their way. Xiao Ye merely took a brief survey, and was astonished to discover that the vast majority of the inner disciples had already reached the ranks of martial masters or spiritual masters, with some even attaining the status of grand martial masters and grand spiritual masters. As for the mere martial practitioners and spiritual practitioners, while they existed, they were indeed a rarity and not lacking in prowess. Let us proceed. The azure-clad man waved his hand, and Xiao Ye and his companions followed closely behind. Chapter 60, Xixia Cave, Seeking Recommendations. On the flying sword, Xiao Ye remained remarkably composed, as if nothing in this world could sway her emotions. Even upon hearing of the Xiao Immortal, she exhibited no trace of fear. This girl's cultivation and temperament are truly formidable. She is destined for greatness. However, her aloof nature may serve as a hindrance. She may either persist in this manner or be provoked to extremes. Xiao Ye's state of mind did, in fact, cause Xiao Ye some concern. While she appeared calm at this moment, the principle of extremes suggests that should she remain composed indefinitely, it might one day culminate in an explosive transformation. At that juncture, a single thought could turn her into a demon. Such possibilities cannot be dismissed. Each has their own path. She harbors no worries, so why should I fret? Xiao Ye shook his head, dismissing the thought. Truth be told, with his current strength, pondering such matters was premature. Brotherly, you have brought 3 individuals. One is your disciple, one to be recommended to the Xiao Immortal, regardless of the outcome. What of the remaining one? Who do you intend to recommend them to? The azure-clad man, evidently on good terms with Li Qihui, initiated a conversation during their journey to the Xiao Immortal's abode. The last one is intended for the esteemed Hua Yuan, Li Qihui replied. Boldly, your expectations are rather lofty. Are they not? The Xiao Immortal is the most gifted among the inner elders, the most likely to possess her own peak. Hua Yuan is the strongest in the inner sect. Do you not think you are being overly ambitious? The azure-clad man teased. Li Qihui, however, remained unfazed. The individuals I select are certainly not mediocre. Brother Zhuge, do you not know me well enough? After laughing, the azure-clad man suddenly adopted a serious expression. Turning to survey Xiao Ye and his companions, I do not know which of you wishes to apprentice under Hua Yuan, but I must caution you that many disciples aspire to join his ranks. I have received word that a particularly well-connected disciple will seek to apprentice today, and the likelihood of success is quite high. Those wishing to join must prepare themselves for the possibility of rejection. A disciple is afforded but a single opportunity for recommendation. Should one be refused, there will be no further chances for recommendation, and they will have to begin anew as outer disciples, gradually working their way up. Thus, I strongly advise you to reconsider your ambitions for the Xiao Immortal and Hua Yuan. The azure-clad man finally articulated his primary concern. He aimed to dissuade the young aspirants before they reached the Xiao Immortal's residence. Li Qihui chose to remain an observer, leaving the decision entirely in the hands of Xiao and Xiao Ye. Every new disciple possesses but one opportunity for recommendation. Once refused, they must recommence as outer disciples and climb the ranks anew. This is a pivotal choice. Xiao Ye and Xiao may opt for other powerful mentors, choose to forego the opportunity, or persist in their pursuit. Xiao Ye maintained a tranquil mindset regarding the situation. Even if faced with rejection, what of it? His sole objective was to join the Ziyun sect, which remained his mission. Not a problem. I shall give Hua Yuan a try. Xiao Ye shrugged nonchalantly, hardly contemplating the matter. Young man, the distinction between the inner and outer sects is a chasm apart. Such casualness may leave you with no opportunity for regret. The azure-clad man frowned. Having encountered many self-important new disciples before, almost every such disciple, when confronted with genuine failure, would suffer a crushing blow from reality. Thank you for your concern, senior. Consider it the stubbornness of a younger generation. Xiao Ye replied with a gentle smile, secretly preferring to begin as an outer disciple. Every endeavor commences from the bottom. and perhaps leaping directly into the inner sect would be overwhelming. I have no regrets, Xiao Xiaojia's resolute voice echoed, leaving no room for debate. Upon hearing her words, the azure-clad man could only shake his head and turn away, continuing on their journey. Disciples like Xiao Ye and Xiao Xiaojia, who exhibit unwavering persistence, are not uncommon among the middle-aged in green attire. The stubbornness of youth often seeps deep into their bones, rendering persuasion futile. As they ascended, the number of disciples below diminished, and soon a cave dwelling, the Xixia Cave, came into view. The cave was a massive boulder of a mottled green-brown hue, standing 2 zhang high, 4 zhang wide, and at least 10 zhang deep, entirely hollowed out within. A stone door was affixed at the entrance, secured with prohibitive wards to deter unwelcome visitors. The cave emanated an aura of grandeur, solemnity, and magnificence, evoking a sense of insignificance in Xiao Ye as he stood before it. Despite the barriers, he could sense the abundant spiritual energy within, as if a ferocious beast lurked inside, instilling a profound sense of dread. As they landed before the cave, both the middle-aged man in green and Li Qihua appeared somewhat restrained. They gestured for Xiao Ye and the others to remain silent, and then stood quietly outside the cave without further indication. This scene puzzled Xiao Ye. Having arrived, should they not inform the master? No. It seemed the master had already anticipated their visit before their arrival, for this was the Zhengyuan continent, where the strength and insight of the mighty were formidable. Comprehending this, Xiao Ye settled into a quiet wait. Surrounding the Xixia Cave, not a single disciple of the Xiao family was visible, indicating that the esteemed Xixia immortal favored solitude. Otherwise, given her renown, disciples would undoubtedly congregate nearby, seeking guidance. After a long while, the stone door of the cave creaked open slightly, revealing a diminutive figure emerging slowly from within. Upon seeing the silhouette, Xiao Ye and the others were taken aback. The figure stood barely 2 feet tall. Could it be that the legendary Xixiao immortal was so diminutive? The middle-aged man in green and Li Qihua showed no surprise, instead becoming increasingly cautious. As the shadows sauntered out of the cave, it became clear that it was a brown squirrel, upright on its hind legs, with its front paws clasped behind it and a large tail swaying behind. The squirrel, resembling a human, wore a calm expression, its eyes gleaming with wisdom as it glanced over at Li Qihua and the others. There was no overwhelming aura of power emanating from it. It appeared far from formidable, though it exuded a certain coldness. Is there something you need? The squirrel spoke, its voice somewhat raspy yet distinctly clear. This creature had clearly undergone a transformation. Xiao Ye and his companions were startled. Could this squirrel truly be the Xixiao immortal? Had it cultivated a certain miraculous ability to assume this form? Numerous speculations flooded Xiao Ye's mind. I have brought a talented spirit master disciple to introduce to the Xixiao immortal. I kindly ask you, Brother Song, to relay this message. Li Qihua said, bowing respectfully to the anthropomorphic squirrel. The term Brother Song nearly prompted Xiao Ye and Han Dong Shui to burst into laughter. It was amusing that this magical beast could speak and was addressed as brother. The revelation that the squirrel was not the Xixia immortal relieved Xiao Xiaojia's tension. Which disciple shall step forward? The squirrel, despite its unappealing name, spoke with an earnestness akin to that of a senior expert. Li Qihua exchanged a glance with Xiao Xiaojia, prompting her to step forward, clasp her hands in greeting, and introduce herself. I am Xiao Xiaojia. The squirrel nodded and, having exited the barrier, finally lowered its previously clasped hands. It raised its gaze to meet Xiao Xiaojia's, and its round eyes suddenly glistened with a peculiar mist. Is that a gaze technique? Xiao Ye squinted, realizing that the squirrel was employing a form of ocular magic. While it did not appear as potent as his own spiritual eyes, Xiao Ye's abilities were still in their infancy, whereas the squirrel's technique was fully matured, rendering any comparison futile. The squirrel fixed its gaze upon Xiao Xiaojia, its previously stiff expression gradually replaced by excitement. Li Qihua and the middle-aged man in green exchanged knowing glances, both sensing a promising development. Indeed, after a lengthy pause, the squirrel retracted its gaze technique, nodding in admiration before placing a paw on its forehead, closing its eyes as if communicating with someone. Xiao Ye and his companions were filled with curiosity, while the middle-aged man in green and Li Qihua simultaneously gestured for silence, and they all awaited in quiet anticipation. Moments later, the squirrel withdrew its paw from its forehead, opened its eyes, and a faint smile broke across its face, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. I have reported this to the immortal. She has expressed some interest in you. Please follow me, the squirrel announced as the stone door creaked open wide behind it. The squirrel turned and walked into the cave. Its back to Xiao Yu and the others, its voice drifting back. Only Xiao Xiaojia and Li Qihua are permitted to enter. The rest must remain outside and await patiently. At this pronouncement, Xiao Ye and Han Dongshui could only smile wryly. Their desire to meet the Zixiao immortal seemed to evaporate. The middle-aged man in green appeared relieved, as if entering the Zixiao cave represented a daunting challenge for him. Wait here, and do not wander, Li Qihua instructed as he followed Xiao Jia and the squirrel into the cave. The stone door remained ajar, offering no sense of protection. To assume that such an opening would allow entry into the cave was a grave miscalculation, for before one could step inside, one would be effortlessly slain, unaware of the manner of their demise. Rest assured, your companions will soon return, dispirited. Perhaps then you will reconsider your stance. The middle-aged man in green remarked with a smile, as if already convinced of Xiao Jia's impending failure. Xiao Ye shrugged nonchalantly, secretly activating his spiritual eyes, but found them unable to penetrate the cave's barriers. He could not discern what transpired within. How strange, upon arriving at the Ziyun sect. Not a single task has been triggered. Could it be that those I have encountered are insufficient to invoke a mission? Xiao Ye pondered, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. Turning around, he discovered Han Dongshui observing him intently. Her gaze was piercing and enigmatic, causing Xiao Ye to shiver under her scrutiny. Chapter 61. Spirit Communication Talisman. The journey from the Xiao family to the Ziyun sect had been spent aboard a flying sword, during which Han Dongshui had remained largely silent. No one knew what occupied her thoughts until Li Qihua and Xiao Jia departed, at which point she seemed poised to engage Xiao Ye in conversation. Could it be that she still harbors thoughts about the events on the high platform? Xiao Ye mused. Beside them, the middle-aged man in green showed little interest in the exchange between the two newly promoted disciples. Xiao Ye, you have now joined the Ziyun sect. I know your motives lie with her. Initially, I believed you came here to persist, to win her back, but from the hints you have dropped, it appears you are intent on making her life difficult. Am I correct? Han Dongshui spoke, her reference to her clearly indicating Mu Qing'er. She was well aware of the dynamics between Mu Qing'er and Xiao Ye. When Xiao Ye sought to join the Ziyun sect, Han Dongshui's first thought was that he had not abandoned that woman, that he sought her out for clarity. If true, Xiao Ye would be perceived by Han Dongshui as a fool, a failure, and a man lacking progress. Only after Xiao Ye's display of killing intent on the flying sword, targeting Wei Tianyi, did Han Dongshui realize that the person Xiao Ye truly wished to eliminate was not merely Wei Tianyi, but likely Mu Qing'er herself. At that moment, Han Dongshui had formed such a hypothesis, but with Li Qihua and Xiao Jia present, and given Mu Qing'er's significant standing within the Ziyun sect, she had refrained from inquiring further. Now, with Li Qihua and Xiao Jia entering the cave, and the middle-aged man in green unaware of whom they're referred to, Han Dongshui seized this opportunity to clarify the situation. After all, Han Dongshui's master is Li Qihua. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, after Xiao Ye meets with the venerable Huayuan, they will part ways immediately, and it may be a considerable time before they meet again. She wishes to clarify this matter thoroughly. It seems unrelated to you. Xiao Ye furrowed his brows, his voice notably cold. His affairs with Mu Qing'er are none of others' business. Han Dongshui's inquiries must be an attempt to meddle. Despite Xiao Ye's usual carefree demeanor, when his interests are threatened, he can be exceedingly ruthless. His chilling attitude was a stark contrast to his previous self, and Han Dongshui never anticipated that her mere speculation, aimed at verification, would provoke such a sudden coldness from him. As she gazed into Xiao Ye's distant eyes, Han Dongshui felt an overwhelming sense of mystery surrounding the man before her. She realized she knew nothing about him. What is he truly thinking? This matter is indeed unrelated to me, yet I find myself intrigued. Given your current status, you cannot possibly reach her, but I can. If you wish to gather information about her, the most effective means is through me. Han Dongshui, having cultivated from a young age, maintained her composure, suppressing her grievances, and forced a slight smile as she spoke. This statement was not something she initially intended to make. Her primary goal was merely to confirm her thoughts, and she had no intention of assisting Xiao Ye. However, his frosty demeanor was quite irksome. Realizing she required leverage, she uttered those words, only to regret them upon their release, as this would undoubtedly complicate matters. She had never wanted to become too entangled with Xiao Ye, but now it appeared that things had spiraled out of control. Oh, you wish to help me? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes. What benefit does that hold for you? Who exactly is Han Dongshui? What is her relationship with him? Why did she previously wish to teach him a lesson, only to extend her hand now? Like Han Dongshui, Xiao Ye was filled with doubts, yet the matter concerning Mu Qing'er must be resolved. If Han Dongshui is willing to assist, she could prove to be a valuable ally. A subtle smile graced Xiao Ye's lips, like snow melting under the sun, as the cold aura surrounding him dissipated. His swift transformation left Han Dongshui rolling her eyes. I will help you, and in return, you owe me a favor. It is as simple as that. Han Dangshui had not thought much of this. But once the words were out, she had to accept the situation. A favor? Xiao Ye frowned. This favor seems rather vague, encompassing both great and small. Whatever you give, you will receive in kind. I assure you, you will not suffer loss. Furthermore, your father and mine are close friends. Out of respect for our elders, I will ensure you do not come to harm. Han Dongshui's words carried a certain sincerity. Close friends? Xiao Ye finally gleaned some insight into his relationship with Han Dongshui. The connection between their fathers sparked thoughts in Xiao Ye's mind, leading him to wonder whether there might be some arranged marriage tale woven into their family's histories. Coupled with Han Dongshui's previous attitude and the mention of a former fiancée, Xiao Ye increasingly felt that this was not mere coincidence. If that were the case, it was entirely possible he was unaware of the full truth. As all these threads intertwined, the fog in his mind began to clear. All right, it is settled then. However, given our circumstances within the Ziyun sect, it is uncertain when we shall meet again. How shall we keep in touch? Xiao Ye nodded in agreement. Han Dongshui furrowed her brows, at a loss for words. These two juniors have just entered the Ziyun sect and are not yet formal disciples. Yet they have already begun to conspire against others. How amusing. A middle-aged man in blue suddenly chuckled and then revealed 6 blue talismans from his palm. The blue talismans were paired, presenting 3 pairs, exuding a faint spiritual light, indicating their extraordinary nature. These 3 pairs of communication talismans will allow you to contact each other 3 times. Such items are quite rare, and I happened upon them by chance. Since you are brought here by Brotherly, I should present you with a parting gift. These communication talismans are priceless. How about I offer them to you at half price, for 50 golden spirit rolls? What do you say? The communication talismans in the middle-aged man's hands possessed the ability to convey messages, making them perfect for Han Dongshui and Xiao Ye. At first, Xiao Ye felt a surge of gratitude, but soon he sensed something was amiss. This middle-aged man, who even quibbled over 3 jars of fine wine with Li Qihuai, could not possibly be so generous as to offer such treasures to Li Qihuai's juniors at a discount. A task was issued: acquire the communication talismans, with rewards including a vial of spirit water, 30 gold coins, 20 reputation points, and a vial of blue potion. Just as Xiao Yu and Han Dongshui sensed something was off, the divine equipment system finally released a task. I'll buy it. Without hesitation, Xiao Ye generously produced 50 golden spirit rolls and handed them to the middle-aged man in blue. His eagerness made Han Dongshui roll her eyes. This foolish boy was so easily deceived, clearly falling into the middle-aged man's trap. Handing over the spirit rolls would mark him as a prime target for exploitation. You clever boy, consider yourself lucky. Han Dongshui was about to intervene, but the middle-aged man quickly pocketed the spirit rolls and carelessly tossed the 3 pairs of communication talismans to Xiao Ye. Observing this scene, Han Dongshui was increasingly convinced they had been ensnared in a trap, yet the situation was now beyond recovery. Attempting to reclaim the spirit rolls was futile. Thank you, senior, for your generous gift. I will remember this kindness and repay it when the opportunity arises. Han Dongshui felt a pang of frustration. Xiao Ye was blissfully unaware of the obvious deception, expressing gratitude to the middle-aged man as if he were not being swindled. Fool. Han Dongshui averted her gaze, unable to bear watching any longer. She could already envision Xiao Ye's expression of dismay when he eventually learned the truth. Ding dong. Task completed. You have received a vial of spirit water, 30 gold coins, 20 reputation points, and a vial of blue potion. As the notification of task completion echoed, Xiao Ye's smile broadened. However, while the task was accomplished, he acknowledged that being fooled was a bitter pill to swallow. He vowed to exact his revenge on the middle-aged man when the opportunity arose. By the way, senior, this communication talisman is quite remarkable. How is it used? Xiao Ye feigned ignorance, genuinely unaware of how to utilize the talismans. Divide the 3 pairs of talismans, 3 for you and 3 for her. Then, infuse the message you wish to convey into the talisman using your true energy. As long as you are within the transmission range, the other party's talisman will receive the message. At that point, simply place the talisman on your forehead to retrieve the information. The middle-aged man, having received the spirit rolls, was elated and eagerly answered Xiao Ye's question. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye immediately divided the talismans, giving 3 to Han Dongshui. This way, we can easily exchange messages. Perhaps. Han Dongshui shrugged her shoulders, feeling a sense of resignation as she accepted the talismans. After all, she had been tricked into purchasing these runes. What was their true value? 50 golden spirit rolls? Judging by the middle-aged man's jovial demeanor, it seemed even 50 silver spirit rolls might have been a stretch. That was quite a hefty price. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the depths of the cave, swirling into a fierce wind. It seems the outcome has emerged. The middle-aged man in blue murmured, his hands clasped behind his back, as if he could visualize the situation within the cave. The trio did not have to wait long. A dark figure swiftly emerged from the cave, none other than Li Qihuai. Xiao Ye was not following behind him. Did this signify that she had been accepted by the venerable Xiao? Li brother, what transpired? The man clad in green was taken aback, for he had never believed that Xiao would be accepted by the esteemed Zixia Xinzuan. However, the current circumstances suggested a reality that diverged from his expectations. Li Qihuai shot a sidelong glance at the man in green, a subtle smirk appearing on his face. Brother Zhuge, it seems that the 9 peaks of the inner sect has gained a new disciple. Is it truly successful? The middle-aged man in green was astounded, his pupils constricting. He comprehended fully what it meant to be taken under the wing of Zixia Xinzuan. It signified that Xiao possessed an extraordinary talent, one that could stir the heart of such a formidable figure. At that moment, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the cave, swirling before Li Qihuai. As the light dissipated, it transformed into a golden soft armor, sparkling with spiritual radiance and surrounded by true energy. Li Qihuai, your recommendation has borne fruit. This purple gold soft armor shall be your reward. A voice, ethereal and melodious as if from a celestial realm, resonated in the ears of those present. Though the voice was delicate, it contained an overwhelming spiritual essence that surged like a vast ocean within their minds. In Xiao Ye's body, the tiny ball of spiritual energy began to ripple, as if yearning to be drawn out by this immense force. Such power emanating from a mere voice was astonishing. If its owners so desired, they could easily extinguish Xiao Ye's life. Impressive. Xiao Ye wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, only to find that the stone door of Zixia Cave had already closed. Upon a second glance, he realized that both Li Qihuai and the middle-aged man in green had vanished. Old fool, remove your filthy hands. This treasure belongs to me. Heh, brotherly. We are brothers, are we not? I've had my eye on this purple gold soft armor for quite some time. Name your price, and let it be mine. Get lost. This purple gold soft armor is equally important to me. I will deliver that exquisite lotus moon wine to you tomorrow. Farewell. The voices of Li Qihuai and the middle-aged man echoed above, followed by a flash of light. Xiao Ye and Han Dongshui swiftly mounted their flying sword, which, under Li Qihuai's vigorous urging, transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the distant horizon. Brotherly, let us discuss this further. I will visit you tomorrow. The voice of the middle-aged man in green trailed behind, hinting that he was still in pursuit and had not given up. On the flying sword, observing Li Qihuai's hasty retreat, both Xiao Ye and Han Dongshui were curious about the nature of this purple gold soft armor. Master, the treasure bestowed by Zixia Xinzuan must be extraordinary, correct? Han Dongshui inquired tentatively. Indeed, the purple gold soft armor is of earth-grade quality, personally refined by Zixia Xinzuan. The spiritual energy contained within is formidable and could save my life in critical moments. As Li Qihuai spoke of the purple gold soft armor, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the elders of the core disciples covet this item. Who would have thought it would ultimately fall into my hands? Although Zixia Xinzuan has a peculiar temperament, her generosity is undeniable. I have not suffered a loss. Li Qihuai licked his lips and made a swift exit from the 9 peaks of the inner sect. The earth-grade purple gold soft armor, refined by Zixia Xinzuan herself, was undoubtedly a treasure. However, to Xiao Ye, it seemed rather ordinary. I need to gather materials and forge some items. The golden spirit scroll that was wrongfully taken must be reclaimed double. Xiao Ye pondered, casting a final glance at the 9 peaks of the inner sect. From this moment on, Xiao would remain there. When they would meet again was uncertain. With Zixia Xinzuan's name behind her, her path should be quite smooth, he mused. Before heading to the 35 peaks of the inner sect, I must ask you once more, are you truly certain you wish to visit the esteemed Huayuan Zuns? Li Qihuai suddenly halted the flight of the sword, gazing earnestly at Xiao Ye. In retrospect, my recommendation of Huayuan Zuns was somewhat rash. Upon reflection, this could potentially jeopardize your future. After all, becoming a disciple of Huayuan Zuns is indeed a daunting challenge. While the middle-aged man in green had previously advised Xiao Ye during their time at the 9 peaks, Xiao Ye had not paid much heed. Now, with Li Qihuai reiterating the difficulty, he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Becoming a disciple of Huayuan Zuns was no trivial matter. The distinction between the outer sect and the inner sect was monumental. Many outer disciples fought fiercely for the limited spots within the inner sect, and now that Xiao Ye had a direct opportunity to enter, it warranted serious consideration. To be frank, several core disciples have already sought to become apprentices. Do you believe you can compete with them? Li Qihuai's tone had shifted to one of opposition. This left Xiao Ye somewhat bewildered. Such a stance was uncharacteristic of Li Qihuai. Did Xiao Jia say something to you? Xiao Ye inhaled deeply, forming a conjecture. Li Qihui regarded Xiao Ye with a knowing gaze, neither confirming nor denying. Since you have already surmised, I trust you have made your choice. Xiao Jia may be reticent, appearing aloof, yet she cares deeply for you. What will your decision be? As Xiao Yu had suspected, within Zixia Cave, Xiao had indeed implored Li Qihui, which explained his insistence on advising Xiao Ye. Foolish girl. Xiao Ye sighed softly, a warm current flowing through his heart. The sensation of being silently cared for was truly comforting. Xiaojia felt akin to a sister or family member to him, at least in this moment. What choices do I have? I shall forge ahead. If Huayuan Zuns does not accept me, then I shall begin my journey from the outer sect. There is nothing wrong with that. Xiao Ye shrugged casually in response. Such a thoughtless reply caused Li Qihui to shake his head. He had done what he could, and the decision was now in Xiao Ye's hands, leaving little room for further discussion. You reckless man, do you not think before acting? Han Dongshui could no longer contain herself. The earlier matter of the spirit talisman and now Li Qihui's counsel had left no impression on this young man. He resembled a wild beast, charging forward without thought, acting impulsively and heedlessly. In truth, Xiao Ye was not a fool. In his previous life, he was a task-oriented individual, possessing a keen mind that few could rival. He excelled in analysis and preferred to tread cautiously, giving due attention to details. Of course, none of this was meant to be revealed. Rather, if he could create the illusion of being a simpleton, it would serve him well. Displaying weakness to the enemy was a tactic, one that could be employed in every aspect of life. This was not only applicable in combat, but also in social interactions and discerning others' thoughts. For instance, Han Dongshui currently perceived Xiao Yu as a reckless man. While he was secretly observing her every move, having discerned her character, he had surmised that Han Dongshui bore no subjective animosity towards him. Her irritation seemed to stem from her concerns about his relationship with Mu Qing'er. She was, at heart, a kind girl, although prideful and convinced of her own intelligence. Hence, when Xiao Ye acted impulsively, she looked down upon him. Overall, Han Dongshui possessed considerable talent and a character that distinguished her among her peers. However, being a girl, she was prone to emotional fluctuations, and her pride remained her greatest vulnerability. To Xiao Yu, she posed little threat. Unbeknownst to Han Dongshui, the reckless man in her eyes had already seen through her with meticulous attention to detail. Let us depart. Li Qihui steered the flying sword towards the 35 peaks of the inner sect. At this moment, the restrictions of the 35 peaks were wholly lifted, and a multitude of powerful figures soared above. All of them shared a common direction, the southern face of the mountain. In the midst of these formidable individuals, Xiao Ye even observed the presence of remarkably young beings. Some were of a similar age to him, yet already possessed their destined magical artifacts, having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess, capable of wielding their treasures and soaring momentarily through the air. Even such figures sought to become disciples of the esteemed master Huayuan, which, as Li Qihui remarked, indicated that Xiao Yu had no chance whatsoever. Give up? Absolutely not. In response to Li Qihui's skeptical gaze, Xiao Yu replied with a nonchalant smile. In his heart, he had braced himself for rejection, but what of it? With the divine armor system at his disposal, activating the mission was what Xiao Ye truly needed. There must be numerous tasks within the outer sect, and taking it step by step was precisely his path. Coming to Master Huayuan was merely to broaden his horizons. He sought nothing more. It was rumored that Master Huayuan had already selected his disciple, the core disciple Lu Bai. How had he not heard this? Everyone was merely here to witness the event. Lu Bai was no ordinary individual. He was a trusted confidant of the Tang sect's leader among the core disciples, possessing formidable strength. The influence of the Tang sect had already permeated from the core to the inner sect, and from the inner sect to the outer sect, resulting in an immensely powerful establishment. It was said that the 4 peaks of the outer sect were now entirely under the control of the Tang sect, with several of the administrators, including Wei Tianyi of the Zhongjian Villa, being affiliated with them. While the Tang sect was indeed formidable, it could not compare to the Eastern Court Academy, which had recently gathered only elite figures. As Master Huayuan was accepting disciples, why were they discussing the core factions? They should depart swiftly, otherwise, they would miss the opportunity. Above the 35 peaks of the inner sect, many were discussing Master Huayuan's recruitment of disciples. From the discourse, it was evident that Master Huayuan's disciple had already been determined, signifying that Xiao Ye had no part in this at all. It seemed that even fate was conspiring against him. Han Dongshui scoffed, her tone suggesting that something had inexplicably favored Xiao Yu. Let's go take a look. Since Master Huayuan has already taken on a disciple, I shall request that my esteemed seniors escort me to the outer sect's main peak so that I may become an outer sect disciple. Xiao Ye shrugged, articulating words that left Han Dongshui and Li Qihui utterly perplexed. Are you out of your mind? Han Dongshui rolled her eyes. It won't work with Master Hua Yuan. Let your master recommend someone else. What business do you have in the outer sect? Han Dongshui was nearly beside herself with frustration, unaware of why she was so agitated. None of this concerned her, yet seeing Xiao Ye's casual demeanor inexplicably ignited a fire within her. Why do you care so much about me? Observing Han Dongshui's anger, Xiao Ye suddenly felt amused and teased her. Who cares about you? I'm merely pointing out your foolishness. Your good intentions are wasted on you. Do whatever you wish without considering Xiao Xiaojia's feelings. Han Dongshui nearly roared, incredulous at Xiao Ye's audacity. Faced with Xiao Ye, she could scarcely muster the energy to speak another word, while Li Qihui, resigned, guided his flying sword toward Master Hua Yuan's domain. Chapter 63. Tang Sect's Lu Bai. To the south of the peaks, a statue of a falcon stood, towering at 4 zhang, with wings outstretched. Cloaking an area 6 zhang long and 2 zhang wide beneath its wings. The falcon's piercing gaze surveyed the heavens, as if its sight pierced through to the highest realms, emanating a formidable aura. This imposing presence stemmed from an elderly man seated in meditation atop the falcon. The elder, with long brown hair, had a stern brow and eyes that resembled gleaming blades, making it difficult to gaze directly upon him. He donned a tattered azure robe, which, despite its worn state, appeared as if it were divine armor, impervious to damage and nearly impossible to approach. This was the impression Xiao Ye received at first glance. From afar, the elder exuded an air of dominance, his formidable essence unabashedly apparent. This was undoubtedly the revered Master Hua Yuan spoken of by Li Qihui. Although aged, the elder's posture, seated naturally with his hands resting, radiated a sense of robust strength. His skeletal structure seemed slightly larger than that of an average person, and his silhouette appeared rather intimidating. Even while seated, Xiao Ye estimated that Master Hua Yuan stood at least 6 feet tall. Atop the falcon statue, Master Hua Yuan sat alone in meditation, and the vast space around him did not feel empty. Rather, it seemed as if all the surroundings gravitated toward him, merging seamlessly with his presence. Powerful, dominant, fierce. These words involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Ye's mind. Master Hua Yuan was perhaps the most powerful being Xiao Ye had encountered thus far, surpassing even Xiao Zhan, who was currently not at his peak due to an underlying injury. At this moment, the flying sword beneath Xiao Ye still hovered 20 zhang away, with no fewer than 100 strong individuals floating in the void ahead, while thousands of disciples gathered below, creating a truly majestic spectacle akin to the selection of disciples by the Xiao family. The scene of a powerful figure selecting disciples rivaled that of an ancient clan's recruitment, demonstrating the unparalleled strength of Master Hua Yuan. All the observing disciples maintained a calm demeanor, attentively watching, their gazes fixed on the right side of the falcon statue. There stood a man clad in white, hair tied back, hands clasped behind him, possessing a strikingly handsome visage and an upright stature, exuding a faint smile. His feet rested upon the statue, with vital energy flowing beneath him, allowing him to glide parallel to the ground. Lu Bai? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, observing Lu Bai's movements. With Lu Bai's prowess, he was incapable of true flight. Instead, he merely controlled his vital energy, akin to flying, gradually ascending. This demonstrated a mastery over his vital energy, as he had traversed halfway up the 4 zhang statue. He resembled a snail, advancing steadily and assuredly. This was a test. Should Lu Bai successfully reach the summit of the statue in this state, he would officially become Master Hua Yuan's disciple. It was a demonstration of control over vital energy. Not merely a measure of strength, but a test of character and mastery. True to his reputation as a member of the Tang sect, Lu Bai had already progressed halfway within a single incense stick's time. It was noteworthy that no one had managed to achieve this feat before him, given his stability. Today he was bound to succeed. I have previously attempted Master Hua Yuan's test, and it is by no means as simple as it appears. The energy surrounding the statue differs from that of the outside world, and it possesses a formidable aura that profoundly impacts one's character. Today's test is nearing its conclusion, and should Lu Bai be accepted as an inner disciple by Master Hua Yuan, his status will soar, and the Tang sect will gain another ally. It seems the moment has come to decide to join the Tang sect. The surrounding disciples whispered amongst themselves, and none dared to contest Lu Bai. Firstly, they knew they could not compete. Secondly, Lu Bai's influence within the Tang sect was formidable, few would challenge him. Thirdly, everyone was aware of the test's difficulty. They were merely curious to see if Lu Bai could genuinely succeed. These 3 factors contributed to the current scene. A mission was issued to participate in Master Hua Yuan's disciple selection test, with a reward of 2 vital energy pills and 50 prestige points, regardless of the outcome. Suddenly, Xiao Ye's pupils constricted, He had not anticipated that the divine armor system would issue a mission here, especially one requiring him to partake in the test, with the allure of 50 prestige points as a reward. The control exhibited by this individual was remarkable. Such mastery over vital energy indicated an exceptional foundation. Yet even so, his ascent remained slow. This test was indeed extraordinary, and ordinary individuals would undoubtedly find it impossible to pass. It seems that fortune truly favors you. Upon witnessing this scene, you foolish lad should have already given up. Just as Han Dongshui was feeling relieved for Xiao Ye, a shadow leaped down from the flying sword. Turning around, Xiao Ye had already jumped off the sword, his true energy erupting beneath his feet, shattering the void as he landed steadily on the ground after a series of 5 consecutive leaps. Without uttering a word, Xiao Ye charged directly towards the statue. This spectacle left both Li Qihuai and Han Dongshui at a loss, and even the surrounding disciples cast him disdainful glances. Lu Bai from the Tang sect was at a critical testing phase, and everyone was trying to maintain silence. Yet here you were, creating such a ruckus and charging ahead. What was your intention? Were you deliberately trying to disrupt Lu Bai? Offending the Tang sect would surely bring you trouble. Senior, I wish to participate in the test. What are the rules? Xiao Ye called out boldly to the statue, addressing the esteemed Huayuan at its peak. As soon as these words left his mouth, a chorus of murmurs erupted around him. Han Dongshui and Li Qihuai exchanged glances, both feeling an overwhelming impulse to rush down and give Xiao Ye a good beating. This lad was embarrassing himself. The surrounding disciples cast furtive glances at him, some even infused with murderous intent. They had already deduced that Xiao Ye was merely a 7th-level martial artist. How could he possibly pass the test? It was clear he intended to disrupt Lu Bai, and if Lu Bai were to fail because of this, Xiao Ye would surely suffer the consequences. However, no one dared to admonish Xiao Ye. This was Huayuan's domain, and unless he spoke, who would dare to object? Unmoved as a mountain, Huayuan's gaze remained fixed. Yet Xiao Ye felt a terrifying presence bearing down upon him, as if his very body was about to freeze. Do you have a referee? Huayuan's voice boomed. Rich and powerful. I do, Xiao Ye replied, nodding as he pointed toward the distant Li Qihuai. At that moment, all eyes turned to Li Qihuai, who, for the first time in his life, felt utterly embarrassed, nearly wanting to flee. This lad is Xiao Ye, whom I have recommended. Please do not hold his youthful impetuosity against him, esteemed one, Li Qihuai forced himself to say. In his mind, he thought, let this be for the sake of the purple gold soft armor. With a recommendation, the test could proceed. The rules were simple, without the aid of external objects. One must step onto the statue and reach me. In the case of multiple participants, the fastest would prevail. I only accept one disciple, regardless of status or wealth. All contestants have equal rights. Huayuan confirmed Xiao Ye's eligibility for the test, his words exuding grandeur. Master, why would you recommend him at this time? It would be of no consequence if he fails, but wouldn't it bring you down with him? Han Dongshui whispered. Do not worry. Huayuan is not like the Xianzun of Zixia. There will be no repercussions for the recommendation. If this lad fails, so be it. Losing to Lu Bai is nothing to be ashamed of, Li Qihuai replied, now indifferent to the matter. He had no competitive edge, acting like a child without thought. Master, I suspect you made a mistake in choosing him, Han Dongshui remarked with a pout. It was you who chose him, Li Qihuai retorted, rolling his eyes. Han Dongshui jolted, realizing that it was she who had brought Xiao Ye to Ziyun's sect, not Li Qihuai. Before the statue, Xiao Ye tapped his hands, completely ignoring the gazes around him. This was merely a task, and his goal was not to defeat Lu Bai. Nevertheless, since he had the opportunity, he would naturally give it his all. Raising his head, he fixed his gaze upon Lu Bai. Perhaps sensing something, Lu Bai paused for the first time, looking down at him. There was no mockery, no disdain. He simply offered Xiao Ye a faint smile before continuing to ascend. In his eyes, Xiao Ye sensed no threat. It was evident that Lu Bai did not regard him as an opponent, for in Lu Bai's view, Xiao Ye simply did not exist. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ye focused solely on the task at hand, filled with confidence as long as there was a mission. The statue, towering at 4 zhang, held not only height, but also an imposing aura that weighed heavily upon him. Here it comes. Xiao Ye's pupils contracted as the flow of true energy within him surged. Transmitting energy to his feet, he leaped high into the air. Violation! The disciples around him exclaimed, shocked that he had jumped. It was an insult to their intelligence that he would attempt to participate in the test this way. Just as expected, the moment Xiao Ye leaped, the surrounding disciples voiced their disapproval. Xiao Ye had not stepped onto the statue with both feet. He had jumped. Was this truly a violation? A mischievous smile crept onto Xiao Ye's lips. The esteemed Huayuan, observing from above, did not seem to mind, indicating that Xiao Ye's actions were not against the rules. Huayuan had been clear. Without the aid of external objects, one must step onto the statue and reach its summit. Xiao Ye's leap, powered by his true energy, was not an external aid but his own ability. As for stepping onto the statue, Huayuan had not specified that one must start by stepping on it. Leaping halfway up and then stepping would not be a problem, would it? With a powerful leap, Xiao Ye soared to a height of 1 zhang. As he realized he was about to descend, a surge of spiritual energy spiraled beneath his feet, momentarily supporting his body. In that instant, he extended his legs, aligning his body parallel to the ground, and finally landed on the statue. Spiritual energy? This fellow is a spirit master? A spirit master seeking to become Huayuan's disciple? Has he lost his mind? No, he used true energy to leap. He is a dual cultivation practitioner of spirit and martial arts. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Both Lu Bai and Huayuan exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Chapter 64. Fusion, a practitioner of both spirit and martial arts? This was a rare breed, even within the Ziyun sect. Each dual cultivator was promptly taken under the wing of a strong master for careful training upon entering the sect. To think another dual cultivator had emerged, while his strength may be lacking and his talent seemingly average. Many powerful figures within the Ziyun sect would undoubtedly be eager to take him on as a disciple. Yet this was Huayuan's domain, and he was unlike the others. Everything here was governed by his rules. Moreover, what of Xiao Ye being a dual cultivator? Lu Bai was not any weaker than him. And dual cultivation only proved advantageous in the early stages. In later stages, dual cultivators typically faced extremes, either fully cultivating true energy or reaching the pinnacle of spiritual energy. The simultaneous progression of both was nearly unheard of. A person has only so much energy. Dedicating oneself to mastering one form of energy requires full commitment, leaving little time or energy for the cultivation of a second. While dual cultivation may sound appealing, it harbors many flaws in practical application. However, in the early stages, the advantages are substantial. Only when one reaches the level of Grand Master or Grand Spirit Master does the fatigue become apparent. By then, there is usually no excess energy to continue both paths, and one typically chooses to focus solely on one. Regardless, dual cultivation is still quite desirable to a certain extent, and Xiao Ye's emergence naturally attracted the attention of many disciples. With a sharp thud, Xiao Ye's feet slammed onto the statue, and at that moment, an overwhelming repulsive force emanated from it, nearly sending him flying. This statue could rebound the energy acting upon him. Startled, Xiao Ye wasted no time, quickly stepping 5 times upward, dissipating energy with each step. Finally, he barely managed to keep his feet pressed against the statue. At that moment, Xiao Ye realized he could move no further. His body was parallel to the ground and under the influence of gravity. Were it not for his true energy firmly anchoring his feet to the statue, he would have already fallen. As Xiao Ye's feet pressed against the statue, he found himself unable to move. The moment he took a step, his vital energy would become unbalanced. Although he could advance, he would inevitably suffer the backlash from the statue, causing his energy to crash down upon him. Here he was, brimming with energy, yet finding no outlet for it. And a sense of helplessness washed over him. What was he to do? Raising his gaze once more, he beheld Lu Bai, who was proceeding with a leisurely pace. Though his speed was not rapid, it was remarkably steady, as if he were entirely unaffected by the statue's influence. Indeed, there was a challenge here. Even if one attempted to take shortcuts, was this all he could achieve? Stuck at the statue, Xiao Ye found himself unable to progress, yet he refused to surrender immediately. Instead, he maintained his posture, still brainstorming for a solution. This individual was far too weak, his grasp of vital energy equally poor. And he had evidently not prepared at all. Failure was inevitable. The dual cultivation of spirit and martial prowess is indeed a fine talent. It is only natural to hold oneself in high regard. With his vital energy stabilizing him, once it dwindled, he would inevitably descend, and so it would be. Xiao Ye's presence was but an interlude for the disciples, seemingly intended to highlight Lu Bai, making this trial all the more intriguing. At this moment, the disciples looked forward to Lu Bai's success with even greater anticipation. On the flying sword, Han Dongshui wore a cold expression, observing Xiao Ye's persistence against the statue with disdain. Li Qihuai, on the other hand, controlled the flying sword, ready to intervene at any moment. If Xiao Ye continued this stubbornness, his vital energy would surely deplete, and he would not even be able to land safely. Indeed, the situation was as such. Xiao Ye persevered, refusing to abandon his thoughts. This failure was to be expected, yet it could not serve as an excuse for him to give up. Whatever one undertakes, they must persist and test their limits. Only through experience can one truly understand their boundaries. The statue's trial was a test for him, a game that could not be so easily forsaken. If he mastered his vital energy, he could create air currents as Lu Bai did, ascending gradually. This required cultivation, which he evidently lacked. In terms of spiritual energy, the principle was the same. Without external assistance, how was he to proceed? Despite Lu Bai drawing ever closer to the pinnacle of the statue, Xiao Ye remained undeterred. With both vital and spiritual energy proving ineffective and without reliance on external forces, his mind sank deep within his being. The spheres of vital and spiritual energy floated inside him, existing in their own realms, entirely separate. Using them individually was futile. What if they were to merge? Xiao Ye pressed his lips together, setting aside doubts regarding feasibility. He had always been one to act upon his thoughts. Any contemplation paled in comparison to genuine experimentation. Thus, he divided his focus, mobilizing both vital and spiritual energies simultaneously, gradually coaxing them out of their respective spaces. Just a minuscule amount, no larger than a thumb, slowly causing the two energy spheres to converge. Suddenly, the once calm and gentle energies turned tumultuous, as if boiling liquid, ceaselessly pulsating. In that moment, the two energies seemed to possess their own consciousness, repelling each other, causing the original energy spheres to become agitated and eager to escape Xiao Ye's control. Xiao Ye had anticipated this. After all, the mutual repulsion of two completely different energies was unavoidable. However, he had not foreseen such a violent reaction. In an instant, all the energy within him threatened to spiral out of control. If the energies lost control, his blood flow and breath would also be affected, plunging his body into chaos. At that point, not only would participating in the trial be impossible, but the backlash could also claim Xiao Ye's life. Damn it, how reckless! Xiao Ye cursed inwardly, regretting the impulsiveness that had led to this predicament. Now, there was no turning back. Regret, fear, and worry were all useless. The only option left was to strive to salvage the situation. Both energies were products of his cultivation, having taken root within him for a short time. Yet they belonged entirely to him, akin to his very blood. Such an existence could not be defied. You may not be strong enough yet. But if you cannot control yourselves now, what purpose does my cultivation serve in this world? Whether you are willing or not. Today you shall either merge or vanish into nothingness alongside me. Xiao Ye's powerful will surged forth, as he exerted his utmost to suppress both vital and spiritual energies. Without any techniques or guidance from esteemed mentors, he relied solely on his will to enforce a forceful suppression. This method was brutal and arduous, but remarkably direct. It was a matter of either success or utter obliteration. The notion of a middle ground had never even crossed Xiao Ye's mind. Under the immense pressure, the vital and spiritual energies grew increasingly restless. They sensed their master's fury and the forcefulness of his actions. Yet, they continued to repel each other. In that moment, fueled by his indomitable will, Xiao Ye pressed forward rather than retreating, compelling the two energy spheres to draw ever closer. The vital and spiritual energies danced in turmoil. Yet Xiao Ye's resolve was far too strong and unwavering. He had staked his life on this endeavor. If he could not endure for a year, his life would be forfeit. Under such a powerful mental control, the two energy spheres threatened to explode but were held tightly in check. It was a matter of either success or annihilation. What is happening with this boy? The disciples gazed at Xiao Ye with confusion. Since earlier, the energy radiating from him had been in utter disarray. His vital energy resembled nothing of its kind, nor did his spiritual energy, and even his breathing seemed irregular. Now, his complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple, as if he were on the verge of death from poisoning. This boy is far too reckless. Li Qihui furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Master, what is happening to him? He appears to be in distress, his internal energies so chaotic. Could he be succumbing to madness? For some reason, Han Dongshui felt a twinge of concern. Madness. This boy remains fully conscious. He knows precisely what he is doing. He is attempting to forcibly merge the vital and spiritual energies without the slightest technique. This is tantamount to courting death, leaving no room for even the possibility of madness. Li Qihui spat, harboring a hint of ire. Regardless, Xiao Ye had entered the Ziyun sect through him. Historically, every disciple Li Qihui had brought into the Ziyun sect had achieved something significant. Now, Xiao Ye, a dual cultivator, could cultivate diligently and eventually master the merging of vital and spiritual energies. His accomplishments would be formidable. Yet unexpectedly, this boy acted impulsively, failing to discern the gravity of his actions, and now, under the absence of any conditions, he forcibly attempted to merge the two energies. This was nothing short of suicidal. Do you think he will perish? A sudden pang of unease struck Han Dongshui, his gaze fixated on Xiao Ye with utmost seriousness. Above the statue, Lu Bai remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, continuing his ascent, with only a mere 10 feet remaining to the statue's pinnacle. Meanwhile, at the summit, Master Hua Yuan seemed to completely disregard Xiao Ye, sitting silently without uttering a word. Everyone sensed that Xiao Ye's impulsive nature had led him to the brink of death. At any moment, he could explode into oblivion. With no aid, no support, and no alternatives. Xiao Ye was employing his formidable will to undertake a frenzied endeavor, success or demise. The vital and spiritual energies clashed like magnets of the same polarity, repelling each other with astonishing force. Their turmoil had reached the verge of collapse, yet Xiao Ye's willpower held them tightly restrained. At this moment, the two energies faced each other, colliding violently. Boom. In an instant, Xiao Ye felt a tremendous sound reverberate in his mind, as if his entire being were about to explode. However, under his mental control, the repelling forces of true energy and spiritual energy collided and, in that fleeting moment, transformed into a harmonious blend akin to the union of water and fire. Chapter 65. Defeat. The azure true energy and the golden spiritual energy intertwined rapidly. Their entangled struggle eventually leading to a purification of sorts, where all colors faded at the point of fusion, revealing a pure white energy that floated into existence. To the left was the true energy, to the right was the spiritual energy, and in the center lay the amalgamation of both, a weak and unstable white energy. As if it could vanish at any moment, this white energy appeared as if it were the offspring of true energy and spiritual energy, representing the utmost limit of fusion that Xiao Ye could currently achieve. Once this energy manifested, Xiao Ye ceased further attempts at merging true and spiritual energy, allowing the energies within him to swiftly regain their calm. The coexistence of true energy, spiritual energy, and the fused gas was remarkably stable, devoid of any repulsion. Success. I am not dead. Xiao Ye, exhilarated, bit his lip, his eyes wide open as the true and spiritual energies dissipated, and the white fusion energy exploded within him, instantly permeating his entire being. At that moment, Xiao Ye felt surging with energy, as if he were destined to merge with it. With a hearty laugh, he felt as though his feet were glued to the statue, unhindered by its oppressive aura. He raised his hands and feet, aligning them parallel to the ground, and surged upward like a racing leopard. Boom, boom, boom. Every footfall was a display of sheer force, leaving distinct white imprints on the statue as Xiao Ye moved his hands, alternating feet, racing upward with astonishing speed. His velocity was ferocious and relentless, wild, brutal, and valiant. He was a force to be reckoned with. Initially, onlookers believed Xiao Ye had lost his mind and would ultimately perish. But as he raced madly and quickly caught up to Lu Bai, they realized he had triumphed. Witnessing Xiao Ye's frenzied pace, what was once an unremarkable test had transformed into a thrilling contest, causing even Lu Bai's smile to fade as he furrowed his brow, finally acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Ha! How intriguing. Lu Bai suddenly chuckled, his laughter chilling, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. It was evident to all that Xiao Ye had slightly provoked Lu Bai's ire. The shift in Lu Bai's speed was palpable. Yet his sluggish glide could not compare to Xiao Ye's cheetah-like sprint. Boom, boom, boom. A series of white footprints adorned the statue as Xiao Ye raced forward, the limited fusion energy rapidly depleting. According to his calculations, this energy should suffice to reach the pinnacle of the statue. It seems my method of fusion was flawed. This energy has not grown stronger, merely evading the statue's rejection. However, that matters little. At least I have grasped some nuances of fusion. The merging of true and spiritual energies will undoubtedly yield even more powerful energy. At that moment, Xiao Ye felt a surge of excitement. Although the newly fused energy had not intensified, he had experienced fusion for the first time, a significant milestone for him. With less than half a foot remaining, could this fellow truly turn the tide? What incredible luck! Han Dongxue scoffed, feeling the scene before her was utterly melodramatic. Is it truly luck? Li Chihuai squinted, his expression strange, lost in thought. Charge! Xiao Ye continued his relentless dash, undeterred even as Lu Bai accelerated, unable to match Xiao Ye's pace. As the distance narrowed, Lu Bai's expression darkened. With his vast experience and steady temperament, he remained unflustered, maintaining his rhythm, as the likelihood of an unexpected turn of events was exceedingly slim. The gap closed rapidly, and with less than 3 feet to the statue's summit, Xiao Ye took a large stride, accelerating past Lu Bai. In that fleeting moment, as they crossed paths, their gazes locked, and Xiao Ye felt Lu Bai's eyes pierce through him like 2 daggers, filled with venomous intent. That was a murderous intent, starkly contrasting Lu Bai's outward appearance, yet it flickered momentarily, swiftly concealed. Xiao Ye's body came to an abrupt halt. He was less than 3 steps from victory, from becoming an inner disciple of the Huayuan sect, yet he felt as if he were frozen in place. Had his energy run out? No. Everyone could sense he still had energy remaining, so why had he stopped? In that instant, a chilling aura erupted from Lu Bai. who then condensed his true energy and unleashed 2 streams of it, piercing through the air towards Xiao Ye. It was the overwhelming sense of danger that compelled Xiao Ye to halt, realizing he had truly provoked Lu Bai's wrath. In that moment, clarity washed over him. Equipped with the divine gear system, his primary task was to initiate missions from the outer sect, not to become Lu Bai's disciple. Moreover, provoking Lu Bai was unwise. So he halted his advance, opting to forfeit. But before he could take another step, Lu Bai, sensing Xiao Ye's intentions, still launched his attack. Lu Bai's true energy assault would not claim Xiao Ye's life, yet a hit would certainly spell trouble for him. I am relinquishing my efforts. And you still choose to strike? Xiao Ye narrowed his eyes, focusing intensely on Lu Bai, marking this grievance in his heart. Faced with the 2 streams of true energy, Xiao Ye made no remarks. Withdrawing his fused power, and with a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped from the statue, descending from the more than 10-foot-high void. The remaining true energy erupted, allowing him to shatter the air and cushion his fall. Before his energy could deplete, Xiao Ye landed safely. As for the 2 streams of true energy, they dissolved into the void after losing their target. Lu Bai had succeeded. Raising his head once more, he found Lu Bai positioned behind the Huayuan sect leader, a congenial smile gracing his lips as he looked down at Xiao Ye. Your talent is commendable, but the reality is harsh. The test does not unfold according to your whims. Choosing to compete with me was a grave error. Lu Bai's words were delivered with a calmness that belied their weight, reminiscent of a mentor imparting wisdom to a junior. This natural demeanor elicited nods of agreement from the surrounding disciples. Indeed, from the outset, this test had been destined for a particular conclusion. Xiao Ye had selected the wrong opponent. He should not have competed against Lu Bai. If that were the case, Xiao Ye would not mind. However, in that crucial moment, no one understood better than Xiao Ye that he had already chosen to concede, yet Lu Bai still sought to strike. That revealed the malice hidden beneath Lu Bai's facade, which could not be concealed by any pretense. Selecting the wrong opponent? Xiao Ye scoffed. He had seen through Lu Bai the moment he struck. Haha, Brother Lu's admonition is well taken. It appears I was indeed overconfident. Losing to Brother Lu is no great shame. A smile crept onto Xiao Ye's face, his demeanor remaining courteous. You are quite impressive. If you're interested, why not join the Tang sect? Lu Bai, standing behind the Huayuan sect leader, refrained from immediately taking him as a disciple but instead endeavored to recruit Xiao Ye, his composed demeanor demonstrating a certain skill. Xiao Ye shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lu, but my abilities are lacking, and I would not want to hinder the Tang sect. Should I achieve success in my studies in the future, I hope Brother Lu will overlook past grievances and welcome me. Haha. Naturally, I, Lu Bai, assure you that the doors of the Tang sect will always be open to you. Lu Bai let out a hearty laugh, seemingly exuberant, yet the underlying intent was lethal. The brash young man before him not only dared to contest him, but also had the audacity to decline his invitation. Such an ungrateful new disciple was of no use. He had just entered the Ziyun sect and already sought to report to the outer sect. Perhaps one day he would have the opportunity to witness Lu Shixiang's prowess again. Thus, he chose not to disturb Lu Shixiang's apprenticeship any further and took his leave. Xiao Ye clasped his hands together in salute, and as he turned, Li Qihuai's flying sword hovered before him. Without uttering another word, he leaped onto the sword, sitting cross-legged to recuperate from his earlier exertions, rendering everything around him inconsequential. I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed one, Li Qihuai said, bowing to Master Huayuan before his thoughts propelled the sword into a streak of light, departing swiftly. As they watched the sword vanish, the disciples remained momentarily entranced. A mere outer sect disciple, who had only recently joined and not even established his identity, dared to interject during Lu Bai's trial, ultimately threatening him and forcing Lu Bai to retaliate with strength. The outer sect disciple's performance was commendable, although brash. His courage was admirable. Particularly noteworthy was his composure after his defeat, alongside his various remarks and actions, which conveyed a sense of rivalry. In summary, Xiao Ye's unexpected appearance added a layer of excitement to the day's trials, and this incident would certainly circulate among the core disciples, becoming an intriguing topic of conversation for the time being. As for Master Huayuan's disciple selection, Xiao Ye could no longer witness it. He had lost, and he would not make excuses, though Lu Bai's conduct left him quite displeased. The task was completed, and he had gained an additional double chi pill and 50 prestige points. Xiao Ye had indeed reaped significant rewards from this endeavor, albeit at the cost of incurring Lu Bai's ire. Master, let us linger within the sect for a while to recuperate soon. He must engage in a life-and-death struggle with Wei Tianyi, Han Dongshui suddenly remarked to Li Qihuai aboard the flying sword. You still concern yourself with him? Li Qihuai chuckled. This fool acts recklessly, disregarding the consequences. Such individuals rarely endure long. Brashness aside, there is a certain determination within him. Moreover, when he faced Liu Bai, he seemed to transform entirely, exhibiting a surprising shrewdness. How could he handle such a formidable opponent with such ease? Han Dongshui's thoughts were somewhat tangled. Xiao Ye's composed demeanor during his defeat, lacking any outburst of despair, seemed almost to challenge Liu Bai in a peculiar way. She could not fathom how the seemingly reckless individual managed to navigate the situation with such finesse. Brash? Huh. My dear, this world is far from simple, Li Qihui sighed. Initially, I believed this lad to be an ignorant child, heedlessly acting on impulse after leaving the Xiao family. Yet, it appears his thoughts are far more complex than that. Since your duel with him, he has concealed himself thoroughly, not merely his strength, but in every aspect. Each seemingly reckless action has been meticulously contemplated. He is no ordinary individual. Before uttering this, Li Qihui ensured that Xiao Ye could not overhear him. So, Master suggests he has been feigning? Han Dongshui was taken aback, and upon glancing at Xiao Ye's calm expression, she began to believe this theory. Li Qihui shook his head once more. It's not feigned. Then what is it? Han Dongshui questioned, puzzled. It is his true nature, a product of his character. He does not pretend to be foolish. Rather, he reveals himself naturally, observing, searching, and analyzing. In short, do not provoke him. Individuals with his disposition often harbor a deep-seated aversion to evil. Li Qihui's assessment of Xiao Ye had reached considerable heights. It is worth noting that before the trial, even he had been deceived by Xiao Ye. No, it could not be termed deception. It was simply Xiao Ye's character. He did not deliberately disguise himself. Everything emanated from his authentic self. Thus, he had not deceived anyone. It was merely that others were naturally misled by their perceptions. Contemplating this, Li Qihui felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that despite his extensive experience, he found himself unsettled by a youth not yet 20. Master, you speak of him as if he is impressive, yet all I see are his foolish actions. Moreover, they seem to yield poor results. He even lost the opportunity to be a disciple of Master Hua Yuan. Han Dongshui remained skeptical. If Xiao Ye were indeed pretending to be foolish and ultimately achieved success, Han Dongshui would be inclined to believe it. However, since arriving at Ziyun sect, Xiao Ye had first been misled by a middle-aged man in green robes regarding the golden spirit scroll, then squandered his sole recommendation opportunity by losing to Liu Bai. Up until now, Xiao Ye had consistently faced setbacks. What had he truly gained? If he were so astute, how could he continuously suffer losses? Han Dongshui was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Ye had not suffered at all. He had merely been fulfilling tasks, and the rewards he received were his true gains. Perhaps it is simply that his strength is lacking, preventing him from steering events as he desires. For instance, his defeat in the trial stemmed from the vast disparity in strength between him and Liu Bai, Li Qihui elucidated. Is that so? Han Dongshui scoffed, clearly unconvinced. As this reasoning did not hold up in light of the spirit symbol incident, where Xiao Ye had undeniably been at a disadvantage. Had he been a bit more astute, he would not have fallen for the trick. Enough of this. Follow me, and you will naturally learn much. As for him, he must be assigned to the outer sect. Whether he will have the chance to reunite in the future remains uncertain. Worrying over such matters is not worth the trouble, Li Qihui concluded, shifting the topic and guiding Xiao Ye and Han Dongshui to fly casually through the Ziyun sect, with the aim of allowing Xiao Ye to recover. Regardless of Xiao Ye's circumstances, at the very least, he had entered the Ziyun sect alongside Li Qihui, and ensuring his well-being was Li Qihui's responsibility. Ironically, throughout the years, every disciple Li Qihui had brought into the Ziyun sect had been directly admitted to the inner sect. Yet here was Xiao Ye, an anomaly that had disrupted Li Qihui's record, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ye, he was unable to hear the dialogue between Han Dongshui and Li Qihui. At that moment, his internal qi and spiritual energy had returned to normal, and after a brief period of fusion, a unique connection had formed between the two. This connection was beyond Xiao Ye's current understanding. For now, he focused solely on replenishing his qi and spiritual energy. He was acutely aware that they were en route to the outer sect S9 peaks, and he was soon to become an official outer sect disciple of Ziyun sect. This signified that his impending life and death struggle with Wei Tianyi was drawing near. Although Xiao Ye no longer regarded Wei Tianyi with any seriousness, should he fail to prepare adequately, he could find himself in an amusing predicament. In Xiao Ye's lexicon, even the simplest tasks required the utmost diligence. At the outer sect S4th peak of Ziyun sect, over 3,000 disciples cultivated upon this mountain, each aspiring to enter the inner sect. They trained diligently and accepted various sect tasks, striving for advancement. The 4th peak of the outer sect. Among the 9 peaks, the 4th peak possessed a distinctive feature. All disciples admitted here hailed from prominent families. Staying at the fourth peak implied a certain degree of background and influence, thus imparting an air of superiority compared to the other 8 peaks. Naturally, their overall cultivation levels were considerably elevated, having emerged from distinguished families where they lacked neither resources for training nor skilled mentors from a young age, placing them in a more favorable position than others. However, their practical combat abilities were the weakest, in comparison to disciples from other peaks. Those from the fourth peak often struggled to unleash their full potential in battle. In recent days, the 4 peaks of the outer gate have been bustling with activity. Near the passage connecting to the main peak, groups of disciples have gathered, and each day, one figure stands out among them, a swordsman named Wei Tianyi, who bears a long sword upon his back. All the disciples have heard whispers that Wei Tianyi is waiting for an adversary, with whom he has sworn a deadly duel to commence upon the latter's arrival. This matter has become a topic of considerable discussion among the disciples, many of whom are placing bets on the impending confrontation. Ironically, the spectacle took a dramatic turn, as every wager was placed on Wei Tianyi's victory, thus rendering the betting pool moot. However, the betting eventually solidified when someone staked 300 gold spirit rolls on Xiao Ye. For those disciples with familial ties and backgrounds, 300 gold spirit rolls were hardly sufficient, yet they welcomed any contributions. It was well known among them that Xiao Ye was merely a 5th-level martial artist, incapable of contending with Wei Tianyi. On a small mound to the right of the spiritual energy passage, a youth reclined on the ground, his hands cradling his head and a blade of grass held casually in his mouth, exuding an air of leisure. Clad in a blue robe, the youth was strikingly handsome, his face imbued with a natural aura of mischief, and his sparkling eyes bore an enigmatic blue gleam. Feng Xiao, a slender boy, approached, speaking in a hushed tone, his demeanor somewhat furtive as he smiled ingratiatingly. What brings the esteemed young Master Qin to this humble countryside lad? Young Master Qin, you are the sole heir of a city lord. If you are a countryside lad, then we, who have emerged from our families, must be distinguished ladies, replied the slender boy, grinning foolishly. Oh, you possess a modicum of self-awareness. To speak frankly, in my eyes, you truly are akin to a distinguished lady, the youth remarked. Caught off guard by the unexpected retort, the boy clicked his tongue in exasperation, aware of the eccentricities of the one before him, which were likely the reason he had placed 300 gold spirit rolls on Xiao Ye. Feng Xiao, this is a mountain fruit cultivated by my Qin family, sweet and delectable. The boy suddenly produced a jade box containing several glistening fruits, vibrant and enticing. Speak plainly, young Master Qin, Feng Xiao replied lazily, closing his eyes and dismissing the so-called mountain fruit, considering it worthless. Feeling frustrated, the boy retracted the fruit and continued to smile apologetically. Feng Xiao, you are the only one who has wagered on Xiao Ye. Given your nature, I doubt you would engage in a losing endeavor. I wonder if you possess information that suggests Xiao Ye can truly win? Do you wish to bet? Despite the boy's lengthy attempts at persuasion, Feng Xiao simply replied with 4 succinct words that struck at the heart of the matter. I must confess, I am currently short on resources and have yet to receive supplies from my family, so I seek to acquire some spirit rolls for my expenditures. This seems like a fortuitous opportunity, the boy explained, but Feng Xiao interjected. Enough. I merely wish for this betting pool to materialize, so I can witness a splendid spectacle. Otherwise, mere brawls are no more entertaining than watching a young maiden perform. I have no insider information. I simply have an abundance of spirit rolls with no outlet for their use. It is as simple as that. Feng Xiao stretched languidly, straightening his posture and gazing indifferently at Wei Tianyi in the distance. Eventually, he succumbed to slumber right there. This individual, known as Lan Feng, was an oddity among the 4 peaks of the outer gate, always present regardless of the matter at hand, be it trivial or significant. Rarely seen training, he instead reveled in the commotion around him. Despite not displaying his cultivation, Lan Feng consistently completed sect tasks with remarkable finesse, returning unscathed, leading many to speculate that his strength must be substantial, perhaps even unrivaled among the 4 peaks. Consequently, few dared to provoke him, yet Lan Feng's peculiar nature left him friendless. As Lan Feng remained stationed there, Wei Tianyi had been waiting at the entrance of the spiritual energy passage for several days. Where's that brat? He mused, his gaze fixed on the passage, an undercurrent of murderous intent evident. Behind him stood several disciples, all his allies. It was important to remember that Wei Tianyi had already joined the Tang sect, granting him a modicum of influence within the 4 peaks of the outer gate, and few would dare to challenge him. As preparations for the deadly duel among the outer gate disciples reached fruition, in a certain hall of the outer gate's main peak, Li Qihuai accompanied Xiao Ye to a place known as the Outer Gate Steward's Hall. Chapter 67, Outer Gate Disciple, Xiao Ye. The Outer Gate Steward's hall resembled a library, filled with countless scrolls containing the records of the Outer Gate disciples. All information regarding the Outer Gate disciples was centralized here, necessitating a large staff for management. Thus, when Xiao Ye arrived, he was greeted by a flurry of busy figures. Name? A lean elder inquired matter-of-factly from the front. Before him lay a wooden desk cluttered with scrolls, yet he did not grasp a pen. Instead, his fingertips shimmered with true energy, inscribing upon the scrolls. This method of writing was indelible, ensuring the recorded events would persist unless the scrolls were destroyed. Xiao Ye, he replied, stating his name. The elder promptly retrieved a thick tome, casually flipping through its pages until a series of names bearing the Xiao surname appeared. Xiao Ye, disciple of the ancient Xiao clan. Currently 16 years old, brought into the sect by Li Qihuai. The lean elder quickly located Xiao Ye's information. As he spoke, Li Qihuai presented a token. The elder accepted the token, brushing it lightly against his forehead before respectfully returning it to Li Qihuai. Identity confirmed. From this day forward, you shall be a disciple of the Ziyun sect, residing in the Outer Gate's 4 Peaks, at Courtyard 2055. Here is your identity token. This is the Manual of Regulations for Outer Gate Disciples, a concise map of the Ziyun sect, and a set of Ziyun sect attire. The elder swiftly inscribed notes on the scroll, while another person brought forth a package and handed it to Xiao Ye, briefly explaining its contents. Everything followed protocol without any delays. Xiao Ye's identity was confirmed and completed in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Ding. Task completed. Obtained 1 minor life-prolonging pill and 10 gold coins. As Xiao Ye accepted the identity token, the system notification chimed, announcing the successful completion of the task. The minor life-prolonging pill finally entered his package. Thus, Xiao Ye officially became a disciple of the Ziyun sect. Let us depart, Li Qihuai beckoned, leading Xiao Ye and Han Dongxue away from the Outer Gate Steward's hall. Young man, I can only accompany you this far. Beyond this spiritual energy passage lies the Outer Gate's 4 Peaks, where you will reside for quite some time. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, you must elevate yourself. Engage in sect tasks frequently. Your future accomplishments will depend solely on your own efforts. At the entrance to the passage leading to the Outer Gate's 4 Peaks, Li Qihuai adjusted his beard and imparted his counsel to Xiao Ye. Thank you for your concern, senior. The path I take, right or wrong, is a choice I must make. That alone suffices, Xiao Ye replied, clasping his hands and bowing respectfully. Regardless of circumstances, Li Qihuai had treated him reasonably well. Enough. Walk your own path. Donger, follow your master. With a flourish of his robes, Li Qihuai summoned a flying sword. Master, shall we not witness the deadly duel? Han Dongxue suggested as she stepped onto the flying sword. Unnecessary. The first order of business for this lad upon entering the sect is murder. After all, we are all disciples of the same sect. Out of sight, out of mind, Li Qihuai replied, turning away. Li Qihuai's command left no room for Han Dongxue to question it. As he spoke, the flying sword transformed into a radiant light, darting out of the outer sect's main peak and soaring toward the distant horizon. Since departing from the Xiao family and arriving at the Ziyun sect, only Xiao Ye remained. In this unfamiliar sect, he felt no fear, only anticipation and excitement. It was akin to entering a new map in a game once one had reached a sufficient level. The eagerness to explore and understand it surged within him. For Xiao Ye, it was merely a transition into a novel environment, one that he intended to comprehend, adapt to, and ultimately master. Gazing at the spiritual energy passage leading to the 4 Peaks of the outer sect, Xiao Ye's heart brimmed with ambition. With a flick of his wrist, he drew out his dark iron kitchen knife and stepped forward, heading toward the 4 Peaks. With each stride, his killing intent thickened. Though he had faced magical beasts and slaughtered livestock since arriving in the Jinyuan continent, he had yet to take a human life. It seemed today would mark a departure from that. A mission was announced: enter the outer sect's 4 Peaks and obtain a vial of spiritual water, a vial of minor blue potion, and 20 gold coins. As Xiao Ye stepped onto the currents of the spiritual energy passage, propelled forward, the divine equipment system issued the task. He understood well that missions were the quickest avenue to enhance his strength. With his burdens on his back and the dark iron knife in hand, his murderous aura palpable, he swiftly approached the outer sect's 4 Peaks. In the distance, he observed a gathering of people at the mountain's entrance. Activating his spiritual sight, he quickly spotted Wei Tianyi, who bore a long sword on his back. A sinister smile crept upon Xiao Ye's lips. It appeared that the information transmitted back to the sect by Li Qihuai had indeed been acquired by Wei Tianyi through some means. Wei Tianyi had anticipated Xiao Ye's arrival at the outer sect's 4 Peaks and was thus waiting for him. His intention was straightforward: to slay Xiao Ye before he could prepare himself, preventing him from even setting foot in the Ziyun sect's residence. Soon, Wei Tianyi noticed Xiao Ye within the spiritual energy passage, their gazes locking, igniting an unfathomable killing intent. Wei Tianyi, the young master of the Zongjin villa, harbored a deep-seated grudge against Xiao Ye due to his brother's arm being severed by Xiao Jun, and with no way to retaliate against Xiao Jun. He redirected his hatred toward Xiao Ye. Initially, he had obtained permission from the head of the Zongjin villa to lead a team to capture Xiao Ye. However, the situation took a turn when the cunning Xiao Zhan intervened, nearly costing Wei Tianyi his life. From that moment, he and Xiao Ye established a blood feud. It could be said that Wei Tianyi's hatred for Xiao Ye began as a means of avenging his brother, but gradually morphed into a quest for personal satisfaction. As for Xiao Ye, he had never regarded Wei Tianyi as a significant threat from the outset. Li Qihuai aptly stated that Xiao Ye detested evil as if it were his own enemy. The act of slaying Wei Tianyi had become a fixed part of Xiao Ye's plan, one that would not waver until Wei Tianyi was eradicated. The dark iron kitchen knife seemed to sense its master's battle intent, humming with excitement. It appeared someone was approaching. The slumbering Lan Feng sensed Wei Tianyi's killing intent almost immediately, leaping up and spitting out the grass root in his mouth, curiously moving closer to the spiritual energy passage. At the same time, the previously lethargic disciples around began to take notice, quickly gathering together. In no time, over 100 disciples encircled Wei Tianyi, 3 yards away. "Brother Tianyi, is that Xiao Ye from the Xiao family? He seems to know you're waiting for him and appears quite composed. Could it be a trap?" A disciple beside Wei Tianyi furrowed his brow, cautioning him. Composure does not equate to fear. He has no escape now, even if I must charge and head first. I shall enter the 4 peaks. Can a mere 5th-tier martial artist intimidate me, Wei Tianyi? Wei Tianyi scoffed, cruelly licking his lips. Boy, your Xiao family is on the verge of annihilation. Before that happens, I will slay you to avenge my elder brother. Wei Tianyi's aura steadily swelled, causing the surrounding disciples to instinctively retreat, creating ample space around him. Lan Feng whistled from a distance, observing Xiao Ye within the spiritual energy passage. A glimmer of interest flickered in his previously lazy eyes. "Oh, seems the intel was flawed. I have won this round of wagers," Lan Feng murmured under his breath, ensuring no one could hear his words, as all were fixated on Xiao Ye within the spiritual energy passage. The stakes of life and death were far greater than any trivial wager. In the Ziyun sect, duels to the death were exceedingly rare. Even when conflicts were insurmountable, it was customary to resolve them discreetly during missions, eliminating the opponent without attracting attention. This approach not only settled grudges, but also allowed one to claim the deceased's possessions. A trifecta of benefits in one stroke. In stark contrast, duels to the death were a clear declaration of intent, with life and death on the line and no repercussions to be pursued. However, this was merely a formality, while openly adhering to this agreement was unquestionable behind the scenes. Would the relatives of the deceased truly allow matters to rest? Clearly, the vast majority would not. The specter of revenge loomed large, instilling dread. Moreover, upon the conclusion of a duel, the possessions of the deceased were not to be touched, necessitating that their kin reclaim them, thus eliminating any potential gain. Upon analysis, duels to the death were labor-intensive and ultimately unprofitable solutions. If one harbored enmity, it was far more prudent to utilize missions to eliminate foes in the dense forests of the Ziyun sect or other unregulated locales. Choosing a duel to the death arose from a mutual urgency to eliminate one another or the desire for a grand spectacle. It was evident that Wei Tianyi aimed to publicly eradicate Xiao Ye, delivering a blow to the Xiao family's pride. Xiao Ye, in turn, sought to swiftly dispatch Wei Tianyi. He did not wish to squander precious time over a mere Wei Tianyi. With each having their objectives and thoughts, they ultimately embarked on the path of a deadly duel. Such confrontations were exceedingly uncommon in the Ziyun sect, even more so in the outer sect, where disciples were still gaining their wings, ill-prepared for retaliation. Among the outer sect, duels to the death were nearly unheard of. The disciples of the 4 peaks all possessed backgrounds. Regardless of who fell, there would undoubtedly be someone seeking vengeance, and the retribution would be fierce. Facing such repercussions while still unseasoned would be perilous. In the disciples' view, engaging in a duel to the death, regardless of the outcome, amounted to courting death. Anyone participating in such affairs was deemed mentally unstable. Wei Tianyi's disciples were well acquainted with his reputation, and few would dare speak against him openly due to his affiliation with the Tang sect. Presently, the disciples were merely curious about which fool would dare to engage in a duel to the death with Wei Tianyi. What manner of fool was this? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure emerged from the spiritual energy passage, a youth clad in white, strikingly handsome, yet possessing a hint of elegance. He wielded a dark iron kitchen knife, and bore 2 bags of varying sizes on his back. He stood tall, his aura radiating outward. His gaze was sharp as a blade, brimming with lethal intent that enveloped Wei Tianyi without reservation. Dominant, arrogant, cold-blooded. Such was the impression that Xiao Ye left upon his appearance.